by the sea at Amigakure. Kisame rested against a rock. For a whole month, he had barely closed his eyes, his figure much thinner. "Thank you for your hard work." Naruto nodded to him in greeting, then followed Orochimaru toward the body. He carefully lifted the white cloth. Though the face was blurred and unrecognizable, the missing left arm, white hair, and the oil forehead protector confirmed the identity. Kisame said, "The body sank into the deep sea, wrapped in seaweed, not eaten by fish, but I don't understand why it didn't rot." Orochimaru analyzed, "It might be because of the toad oil inside the body, which contains senjutsu chakra and can delay decay." Naruto smiled and said, "I believe more that the lecherous sage was preserved thanks to the protection of the gods." The gods he referred to were not celestial deities, but the beings in people's hearts where wishes are entrusted. Naruto solemnly said, "Let's begin." Konan placed an unconscious man wrapped in paper on the ground. He was a remnant of Hanzo's faction, who attempted to attack Amigakure, captured and used as a living sacrifice for Edo Tensei. Orochimaru extracted Jiraiya's life essence and drew the jutsu symbols. Naruto gave a special instruction: "Don't let the Edo Tensei version of the lecherous sage have consciousness. I want to do it myself." "Understood." Orochimaru formed hand seals, his long hair flowing without wind. Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. Dust swirled, and the living sacrifice transformed into Jiraiya's appearance. Naruto stepped forward quickly, his Rinnegan opening. Using the power of the human path, he extracted Jiraiya's soul from the body. He intended to truly resurrect Jiraiya, not just a simple Edo Tensei. The Rinne Tensei technique requires a life as the price. Besides Rinne Tensei, the Rinnegan has another resurrection method, but it requires both the physical body and the soul simultaneously. Jiraiya's body was found, but his soul was nowhere to be seen. So Naruto first had Orochimaru forcibly summon the soul using Edo Tensei, then extracted it using the Hell Path. Sizzle! Naruto's left eye flashed with purple flames. The Path of Hell. The Enma statue opened its mouth wide, flames burning as it swallowed both Jiraiya's soul and body simultaneously. Naruto whispered, "Captain Yamato's body and soul are also inside the Enma statue. They can be revived together." After chewing for a while, the Enma statue opened its mouth. Yamato rubbed his head, confused, saying, "Where is this? I remember being attacked by someone wearing Akatsuki clothes and a mask." His gaze fixed on Naruto, seeing that Naruto was also wearing Akatsuki clothes and a mask. He suddenly shuddered, quickly forming hand seals and casting would release, great forest technique. Naruto hurriedly took off his mask and shouted, "Captain Yamato, it's me, a friend." Yamato froze, looking at him in surprise. The Enma statue continued to chew slowly, seemingly staring at Naruto's Rinnegan, sending chills down the spine. Naruto ignored those details, clenching his fists, his heart hanging tight. The 6 paths abilities of the Rinnegan, especially the secret technique of life and death, he dared not guess lightly. The lecherous sage had long since died, and his soul should have gone to the Pure Land. Naruto had only obtained it through forbidden means. There shouldn't be any mistake, right? In tense anticipation, the Enma statue finally stopped. As its mouth opened wide, a familiar figure wearing wooden clogs slowly stepped out. Naruto's heart finally relaxed. Jiraiya looked at him affectionately, trying to speak but could only produce a hoarse sound. Struggling to talk but failing, Jiraiya frowned and covered his throat, unable to speak. Finally, with tears blurring his eyes, Naruto tightly embraced Jiraiya. Jiraiya slowly raised his hand, gently resting it on Naruto's back, his gentle expression saying more than words ever could. Master and disciple had finally crossed life and death to reunite once more. The Enma statue then vanished without a trace. Orochimaru conducted a thorough examination of Jiraiya. Outside, heavy rain poured down. Orochimaru folded his sleeves and walked over to Naruto. Naruto asked, "How is he?" Orochimaru replied, "Except for muteness, Jiraiya's body is no different from when he was alive." Naruto frowned tightly. "What about the muteness? Is it related to throat damage?" Orochimaru shook his head. "Physical damage doesn't affect the soul. There shouldn't be any injury after resurrection. I checked his vocal cords, they are completely normal." Naruto was troubled. "Then why is that?" Orochimaru's gaze grew serious as he looked into the distance. "This is just speculation. The method you used to revive Jiraiya was too complicated, involving many forbidden techniques that interfere with the laws of life and death, so there must be a price to pay." Naruto fell silent. At least this explained why something was wrong with Jiraiya. While Yamato was perfectly fine, Yamato hadn't actually died, his soul was just extracted and stored together with his body inside the Enma statue in the Hell Path. After a moment of thought, Naruto said, "If there really is a price, then I should bear it, not the lecherous sage." Orochimaru said in a low voice, perhaps this is a warning that exists in the unseen. If the Pure Land truly exists, maybe a higher power is watching over you. Naruto, whether my guess is right or not, you should use the Hell Path resurrection technique sparingly, or better yet, not at all, to avoid unexpected trouble. Orochimaru looked up and sighed. What happened to Jiraiya reminds me that when facing the unknown, we must remain respectful and cautious. Naruto sighed, it's already lucky enough to bring the lecherous sage back. I won't ask for more. Orochimaru, I'll listen to you. Inside the dark lair. Rumble rumble. Kabuto Yakushi controlled Nagato with Edo Tensei, using the Hell Path. Enma opened his mouth wide, and Uchiha Sasuke walked out safely. Yakushi Kabuto was secretly pleased. Using the Rinnegan to control life and death is truly addictive. Sasuke opened his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Sasuke, after all you've been through, you finally came. It's fortunate you made a wise choice. All the hardships only made Sasuke more determined. Sasuke said in a deep voice, I don't care about anything else, only power to defeat Naruto, to defeat Madara, to destroy Konoha's strength. Yakushi Kabuto laughed, good. Here with me, you can have everything. Surpass everyone, especially Naruto. He thought to himself, only this way can I prove that I, Yakushi Kabuto, have surpassed Orochimaru, and also prove the meaning of my existence. Obito returned to the base and saw the ground covered with white sets of corpses, and Sasuke's severed arm. Sai teased, when the tiger's away, the monkey becomes king. Obito coldly picked up the severed arm, it doesn't matter now. That traitorous comrade was just a little wolf dog who could never be satisfied. It's better that he's gone, I never expected him to handle Naruto anyway. Sai asked with concern, are your eyes still okay? Obito said in a low voice, they won't last much longer. Sai asked urgently, then what do we do? Obito said, I have a plan. Let's go, there's no need to stay at this base. With a whirl, Obito arrived at a special place in the spacetime dimension. Inside the cabinet were Sharingan eyes collected from the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. He placed Sasuke's severed arm on the table and walked toward the cabinet. The scroll left by Madara records a technique. This was created by the second Hokage Tobirama, hiding Tobirama's little-known ambition, not even recorded in Konoha's sealing scrolls. By assimilating a part of the other S body, one's own bloodline is partially integrated though not complete, it can merge like brothers. Senju Tobirama developed this technique with the aim of allowing the Senju to gain Uchiha powers without transplanting the Sharingan. Because it was too dark, the first Hokage stopped its development. This technique is imperfect and can only be used within the same clan. With this technique, although Sasuke and I have no direct blood relation, we are of the same clan. Using his severed arm, I can make us true blood brothers. Next, Obito opened a drawer in the cabinet and took out the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke's father, recovered from the night of the Uchiha massacre. With these eyes, I can awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi sighed, so you had prepared this all along. Obito transplanted the new eyes, which were wrapped in bandages. Awakening the eternal Mangekyo is not just about transplanting eyes, it requires a long fusion process. He smiled and said, I didn't want to take this step, but things didn't go as planned. While the eyes are maturing, I'll stay here. Naruto will surely go further. Although his goal is unknown, I have a faint hope. Whoever decides the future, the battle has only just begun. Night, Rain Hidden Village. After settling the revived Jiraiya, Naruto calmed his emotions from joy. He asked Konan, you said there's good news and bad news. What's the bad news? Konan hesitated, then informed him of the latest intelligence from the rain-hidden Umbu. Naruto immediately took action, heading to the abandoned Akatsuki cave and found the dried bloodstains. Silently, he scraped the bloodstains with a kunai and disappeared into the night. Back in the rain-hidden village, he brought back 3 captured white Zetsu along the way and summoned Orochimaru to perform the impure world reincarnation using blood in one of the white Zetsu. Naruto, why do you always oppose us? The sacrificed white Zetsu screamed miserably, and under the dust, transformed into a pale young boy none other than Sai, who was killed by Sasuke. Sai's expression was calm. Naruto, ha. Naruto said, Sai, this is impure world reincarnation. If you don't want this, I'll have Orochimaru undo it and let you rest. Sai raised his hand, feeling no heartbeat but sensing inner peace. Naruto asked, are you willing to stay? Sai put down his hand, Danzo is dead, Root is effectively defunct. The 5th Hokage gave me a place to stay, but the ninjas are all wary of me. Naruto said, the Edo body isn't suitable for returning to the village. Do you want to stay by my side? The rain-hidden Umbu lacks a captain. Are you willing? Sai said, Naruto, I've never understood why you've changed so much. Naruto replied, if you want to know, I can tell you. Sai shook his head, no need, I'll figure it out myself. Naruto smiled, then let's work well together from now on. So, Sai put on his mask and the rain-hidden forehead protector, and as the Edo Tensei Umbu captain, continued to fight. Conan asked Naruto, have you been to the place where they fought? Naruto gripped the railing, I have, but Kabuto was very cautious, all traces were cleaned up. I expected Sasuke to go after Kabuto, but the unexpected changes along the way really caught me off guard. Who would have thought such a big event would happen while I was asleep? Conan said, that Nara clan boy actually came up with a way to defeat Sasuke, that's impressive. Naruto's gaze was firm, Shikamaru has seen Sasuke's abilities firsthand. He's clear-headed, and the Ino Shikacho trio has huge potential. It's not surprising he thought of countermeasures. But Shikamaru wouldn't act rashly without confidence. This time, someone else must have been in charge. Shikamaru couldn't stop it, nor could he bear to see his comrades die, so he went along with it. Unexpectedly, things went wrong. Konoha Village Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Yamanaka Ino, after treatment by Tsunade, was out of danger. But severe burns left her face and body with scars that were hard to heal. Sakura wept uncontrollably by her bedside. It's okay, Sakura, I understand how you feel, I don't blame you. Ino said weakly, her body wrapped in bandages, wearing a respirator. Sakura choked up, you really don't blame me, Ino. Ino answered gently, no, we're all ninjas, always facing danger. This was my own carelessness. Thank you for using medical ninjutsu halfway to save me, that's why I survived. Sakura wiped her tears, walked out into the corridor, looked at the gloomy sky, and silently thought, is Sasuke still alive? No. What am I thinking? Sasuke is the enemy of the village, the one who hurt everyone. I can't keep clinging to him anymore. She shook her head hard, trying to shake off these feelings of guilt. But the more she tried to avoid it, the stronger the inner struggle became, and the deeper the pain. Sakura! A serious voice came from around the corner. Exclamation point. Sakura was startled, put away her distracting thoughts, and turned around nervously, saying, Master. Tsunade approached, gazing at her, and asked softly, you haven't gone home these past few days because you've been treating the wounded, right? Yes. Sakura nodded, but inside she wondered, why didn't Tsunade mention my pursuit of Sasuke? Sigh. Tsunade sighed, her voice heavy as she said, Sakura, there's something I haven't told you. Your parents, unfortunately, died when Sasuke attacked the village. Sakura's face immediately stiffened, and she said in shock, what? Naruto used Flying Thunder God to send Mizukage Terumi, who was stranded in Amagakure, back. At the entrance of Kirigakure, the two said their goodbyes. Terumi sincerely said, Lord Naruto, thanks to your help this time, Kirigakure would have faced great disaster otherwise. Naruto smiled in response, Lord Mizukage, I also benefited greatly from your village's secret scrolls. Helping each other, no need for formalities. Terumi said, scrolls are just lifeless objects, making them effective is what truly puts them to use. I don't know why you left Konoha, nor do I care how other villages judge you. From now on, Kirigakure wishes to establish a long-term friendly relationship with Amagakure, and you are also welcome to visit Kirigakure. As she spoke, she extended her hand in a gesture of friendship. A smile appeared beneath Naruto's mask. From coming with a semi-predatory purpose at the start, to getting what he wanted and establishing friendly relations, the outcome was perfect. He also reached out to shake Terumi's hand. I, Uzumaki Naruto, on behalf of Akatsuki, also wish to form a friendly alliance with Kirigakure and Lord Mizukage. Naruto represented Akatsuki, not Amagakure, because he had not yet been truly recognized in Amagakure, still existing under the name Pain, and was not yet the official leader. But Terumi didn't care about these things. She had witnessed Naruto's great strength, and since he was not an enemy of Kirigakure, as the Mizukage, she naturally wanted to secure an ally. Then we shall part here, Mizukage-sama. Naruto turned and instantly disappeared in the light of Flying Thunder God. Terumi watched him leave, put away her smile, and knew clearly that many difficult problems still awaited her behind the village. The deaths of Chojuro and Ao, as well as the sacrifice of many Umbu elites, dealt a heavy blow to Kirigakure. Naruto returned to Amagakure, knowing that he could not rest with his sharp edge exposed. He found Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I want to learn wood release. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Oh? Naruto-kun, you finally have this idea? Naruto asked, is it possible? Orochimaru smiled and said, it's very simple, but I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead. Naruto listened attentively. Orochimaru said, first, awaken your true potential as a member of the Uzumaki clan, so that whether it's Hashirama S cells or other cells, you can perfectly integrate them. The first Hokage S cells are extremely aggressive. Most recipients develop Hashirama S face. Naruto asked, huh? Then why doesn't Captain Yamato have it? Orochimaru smiled, because the first S cells in his body were diluted dozens of times, so the side effects are small and the power is weaker. Naruto nodded, I see. Orochimaru continued, those who transplant the first S cells grow an incongruous first Hokage-like face, appearing deformed. This shows they haven't fully mastered the power. Not only is the power incomplete, but subsequent problems are even more troublesome. Naruto pondered, I see, so I must first obtain the true power of the Uzumaki clan. He knew he only had half Uzumaki blood. Although he had a lot of chakra, without borrowing the tailed beast's power, he couldn't compare to the first Hokage. Orochimaru explained, the Uzumaki clan is very special. Outsiders can transplant Senju cells and gain some power, but transplanting Uzumaki cells into outsiders is almost ineffective, at most restoring some stamina. This is also why the Whirlpool Hidden Village was targeted back then. No one wanted their cells, only the people themselves. If they couldn't get them, they destroyed them. Naruto's eyes darkened. He was familiar with that history. His mother, Kushina, even under Konoha's protection, had been targeted by the Cloud Hidden Village. Orochimaru continued, however, I studied the Uzumaki descendant Karen and found that transplantation within the same clan can awaken the bloodline. Naruto, you have half Uzumaki blood, which meets the conditions. Naruto murmured, then who should I use? Karen's? Or someone else's? Orochimaru smiled and said, the most perfect Uzumaki bloodline is that of Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage. She was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If you get her cells, combined with your Azura reincarnation status, you can awaken the strongest Uzumaki power. At that time, whether it's the first Hokage's cells or others, you would be able to master them easily. Naruto stared at Orochimaru, do you have Mito's cells? Orochimaru laughed, no, but I know where her grave is. Only I know no one else, including Kabuto, knows. Naruto nodded, alright, I'll leave this to you, Mr. Orochimaru. Leave it to me. Orochimaru said, then left. That night, Naruto received an invitation from the Kazekage Gaara, asking him to meet in the Sand-Hidden Village. Conan was worried, could it be a trap? The Kazekage knows you've been to the Cloud, Rock, and Mist Hidden Villages. He might want to strike first and kill you. Naruto smiled, no, I trust Gaara. He wouldn't do something like that. If it were an invitation from Inoki, Naruto would hesitate, but Gaara was one of the few people he trusted unconditionally. Conan still worried, what if the Kazekage is being manipulated like the Mizukage, using your relationship to set a trap for you? Naruto scratched his head, Conan, have you been too suspicious lately? Conan explained, I'm not paranoid, but you're too conspicuous in the ninja world. Many are watching you, so you have to be careful. Naruto responded seriously, Conan, I've thought about that possibility too. If that's the case, I have to go even more, because Gaara is my friend. Conan said, then let me go with you this time. Naruto replied, the pervy sage just revived and isn't used to this place yet, so he needs someone to take care of him. Orochimaru is out, Kisame is healing, so it's more appropriate for you, Conan, to stay and look after the pervy sage. Conan lowered her eyelids. Naruto walked over and patted her shoulder, this is a good opportunity to help the pervy sage atone, and it's also a way to contribute for the senior brother. Conan nodded, okay, I understand. To be safe, you should take someone with you too. Naruto asked, are the three legendary Sannin around? It would be good to have them come along and also to guide them. Conan answered, Ryuko and Setsuna are both out on missions, only Violet is in the village. Naruto said, then take Violet with you. Conan hesitated a little, alright, I'll go call her over. Naruto stopped her, wait, can you help me find some books on mechanical manufacturing? Conan was surprised, mechanical manufacturing? Could it be that you already? Naruto smiled and said, yeah, I don't want to just stay at the summoning stage, I want to try some expansion stuff. This trip to the Sand Village is a perfect chance to brush up on related knowledge. Conan said, leave it to me. When she returned, she brought a big stack of mechanical manufacturing books, 7 days worth of ninja bento, soldier rations, and a new pair of shoes. Conan handed over the shoes, your shoes are about to fall apart, here is a new pair. Naruto sat down to change shoes and nodded, thanks. Conan said, Violet is already waiting for you outside the tower. Naruto stood up and formed hand signs, preparing to create shadow clones. Conan stopped him, shadow clones disperse chakra, try to conserve your chakra when you go out. With me and Kisame holding down the village, there's no problem. She added, if there's trouble, I'll support you by injecting chakra into your flying thunder god kunai. Naruto nodded, then I'm relieved. He walked to the wall and took down the Uchiha fan hanging there. Previously, Obito hadn't taken this fan, and it was left on the water's surface. Naruto confirmed it hadn't been tampered with, then took it as a trophy. Purple lightning chakra flowed from his palm into the fan, which remained intact. Naruto muttered to himself, I've always wanted a weapon that can withstand purple lightning wrapping around it. This fan will do for now. Naruto placed his hand on the part of the fan engraved with the 3 tomo, perfectly covering the 3 tomo with the flying thunder god mark. By the way, Naruto's flying thunder god mark is the Uzumaki clan's family crest. He slung the Uzumaki fan on his back, put on a mask, and changed to his outward-facing expression, then I'm off, Sister Konan. Konan helped straighten his collar and said, safe travels, come back soon. Stepping outside the tower, Violet, wearing an umbu mask, knelt on one knee, Lord Pain. Naruto said in a low voice, this time, you are not in the capacity of an umbu squad captain, but as the rain-hidden ninja Violet, take off your mask. Violet respectfully removed her mask. She is the sister of Nagato Pain's animal path, Xianghua, resembling her in appearance but with a colder temperament and a fiery figure. Naruto nodded lightly, raised his cloak, and ran in the rain, let us go. Violet glanced at Konan and quickly followed Naruto. Leaving the rain-hidden village, they ran across the land of rain. Violet asked, Lord Pain, you have the ability to jump through space, why not use it to go directly to the sand-hidden village? Naruto said, that requires a mark. I haven't left a mark in the land of wind, so I can't jump directly there. Violet asked again, you left a mark in the land of fire, why not jump to the land of fire and then take a shortcut? Naruto glanced sideways, you seem to know my abilities well? Violet expressionless, as an umbu squad captain, such insight is necessary. Naruto raised an eyebrow, is that so? Then he sped up, leaving Violet behind. Violet frowned and chased after him. Naruto casually threw a kunai. Violet's eyes narrowed, quickly drawing her ninja sword, which snapped the kunai in half with a sharp sound. Naruto smirked slightly, your swordsmanship has improved, but... Before he could finish, 2 shadow clones leapt out from the split kunai. This is a feature of the flying thunder god kunai, the mark does not fail. Violet was shocked, shadow clones? When did he use them? Violet stumbled and fell onto the water's surface. Before Naruto's shadow clones disappeared, they said, catch up to me, this is your test. Violet clenched her fists and slapped the water, the stubborn determination showing on her cold and beautiful face. Cloud-hidden village. The Raikage received intelligence that Uzumaki Naruto had left the rain-hidden village and was heading toward the sand-hidden village. The Raikage slammed the table and stood up. Finally, the opportunity has come. Order the troops to split into 2 groups, one to attack the rain-hidden village and raid his hometown, the other to follow me to hunt down Uzumaki Naruto. Night fell, and in the northwest forest of the Land of Fire, dark currents surged. Naruto finally arrived, saying calmly, you're here. Let us camp and rest here tonight. Violet, panting, asked, after running so long, aren't you tired at all? Naruto sat down, eating his bento while reading a book. This is the result of long-term training. The night breeze gently blew, and the night deepened. Violet quietly got up and approached Naruto. Naruto closed his book and shut his eyes. Violet stopped in her tracks, holding her breath and focusing intently. Suddenly, 2 mechanical heads grew on Naruto's shoulders, and 4 mechanical arms sprouted from his armpits. 3 heads and 6 arms, shocking. Naruto's left eye under the mask opened Shura path. He quickly detached a mechanical wrist, pulled out a string of missiles, aimed at the distant forest, and fired. A thunderous explosion, the forest was flattened, and all the lurking jackals were killed. Violet asked in surprise, is that some kind of ninjutsu? Naruto reattached the mechanical wrist, moved his fingers, and mechanical sounds came out. Shura path is one of the 6 paths of the Rinnegan. It can summon mechanical armor to enhance taijutsu. It can also summon long and short-range artillery weapons, enough to handle various battles. These mechanical weapons come from the Shura workshop, different from the Rinne realm of the animal path. Shura workshop users cannot enter it. In response to Violet's question, Naruto replied lightly, sort of. He removed the mechanical heads from his shoulders and the arms from his armpits and began to dismantle them. Violet was puzzled, he's dismantling his own body? Naruto thought, mechanical parts are useful but rigid. It's better to disassemble the components and assemble the mechanical parts one want myself. This is what he told Konan about expandability, and also why he studies books on mechanical manufacturing. He focused on assembling parts, summoning more armor to dismantle when parts were missing. If the size didn't fit, he used lightning-release chakra blades to process them. If theory was lacking, he learned from books on the spot and modified the machinery. The more Violet watched, the more she felt something was off. The methods he used had already gone beyond the scope of an ordinary ninja. I used to suspect he wasn't Pain, but now it seems he really is Pain. Able to defeat Salamander Hanzo and unify the North and South Rain hidden villages, he must be a monster. Crack! Crack! Naruto worked all night and actually assembled a humanoid mechanical body. Finally, he installed the previously removed Mecha Rinnegan into the mechanical eye socket, and the Mecha Naruto concept machine was finally completed. Phew! Naruto took off his mask and wiped the sweat off. Using my brain is much more exhausting than using my hands. Even fighting the Raikage wasn't this tiring. Naruto took out the summoning scroll, put away the Mecha Naruto concept machine, and looked at Violet, who was resting. Are you rested? Violet opened her eyes. Lord Pain, I am rested. Naruto nodded. Then let's go quickly, we've delayed too long, let's push forward all at once. Violet responded, understood. The two set off, rushing towards the Land of Wind. Rain Hidden Village, 7th floor of the tall tower. In Jiraiya's room, Konan sat by the bed and calmly said, Teacher, this is what Naruto will have to go through in the future, and the mission he must complete after returning. He once changed Nagato, also changed me, and even became Hokage, achieving peace in the ninja world. If there were no stronger enemies threatening, that would be the perfect ending. Unfortunately, the enemies are too strong. Everything Naruto once cherished has been destroyed and trampled, merciless and ruthless. What he is doing this time after coming back may not be understood in the short term, but in the long run, it is all necessary. Nagato said the world is still a child and needs a god to guide its growth. This is not entirely wrong, but Nagato used pain to guide it, and he failed. Now it's Naruto's turn. He uses love and discipline, caring and urging simultaneously, which is a compromise between his and Nagato's philosophies. The ninja world must maintain a certain level of conflict, otherwise ninja strength will stagnate. But conflict must be controlled, or it will create a new chain of hatred. Naruto is like a weight, maintaining balance, but now very few people understand him. Konan asked, Teacher Jiraiya, what do you think of this kind of Naruto? Jiraiya was silent for a long time, then picked up paper and pen and wrote 2 characters. Watch over. This was the second time Jiraiya wrote something after his resurrection. The first time he wrote was forgive. Thank you. Konan stood up and bowed respectfully. Jiraiya flipped the page, his expression serious, and wrote down another string of codes and numbers. Konan watched quietly. Code? Konan frowned, recalling the day Nagato killed their master. Jiraiya had also written a string of codes on Fukasaku's back. She wondered, what message did the teacher want to convey? Why not write it directly in words? Was he afraid it would be leaked to others, or was there some hidden reason? The rumble of thunder sounded, a fierce wind blew open the window, and rainwater splashed into the room, coldly falling on Konan's face. She alertly folded the paper with Jiraiya's code, closed the window tightly, and drew the curtains. Konan, it's late. The teacher will rest now. If anything happens, ring the bell, she said softly, then turned and left. She jumped down from the corridor window, landing in the rain. Kisame, holding his giant sword Samahata, also leapt down from the 2nd floor. The Umbu ninjas of Kumogakure gathered one after another. Konan stared coldly at the village entrance and said, Begin the hunt for the intruders. Naruto and Violet rushed forward, arriving at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Ahead lay the Wind Country's vast flying sand desert. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck. Naruto quickly took down the fan on his back and used his hand to block it. Reikige's eyes widened, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Uzumaki rebound! Naruto shouted. The lightning instantly vanished, rebounding back. Reikage was blasted dozens of meters away, shouting in surprise, What was that? Naruto raised his fan. This is the fan passed down through generations in our Uzumaki clan. It can reflect all attacks. Reikage roared angrily, Impossible. Elite ninjas from Kumogakure surrounded Reikage. Naruto smiled faintly, Looks like you came well prepared. But your injury from Hell Valley hasn't healed yet, right? Reikage's shoulder ached faintly, but he resolutely said, I won fall twice. This time, I've thoroughly studied your abilities. Naruto laughed, The spirit of a roly-poly is good. I just happen to have something I want to try. He took a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, activated the jutsu, white smoke rose, and the Mecha Naruto concept machine appeared. Reikage, you be my quality inspector. Naruto opened the mech's back cover and inserted the chakra receiver. The mech's Rinnegan lit up, entering combat mode. The cloud-hidden village was shocked. A puppet. Naruto explained, to be precise, it's an offline puppet not controlled by chakra strings, secret technique, dustless maze. After saying that, he suddenly vanished. Disappeared? Camouflage ninjutsu? Perception ninja. Except for the puppet and that woman behind, chakra can't be sensed at all. Let's deal with that woman first. Just as Violet was confused behind them, she was suddenly grabbed by invisible hands on her shoulders and bent legs, and was carried horizontally. Eh? Violet was terrified. Don't be afraid, it's me. Naruto's voice came. Violet, Lord Pain? Naruto, it's not safe here, let's move somewhere else. 1 kilometer away, Naruto put Violet down and released the dustless maze. Raikage knows my true body, I can't call my name in front of Violet, it's too dangerous. Naruto raised his cloak and sat down. Mech Naruto receives chakra through the black rod, essentially still a puppet controlled by Naruto. The Rinnegan on the mech also shares vision with Naruto. Let us begin. Naruto smiled, raising 2 fingers. Rumble rumble, Mecha Naruto's shoulder cannons launched missiles, explosions erupting one after another. Scatter quickly. Raikage transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed forward. Naruto smiled, here it comes. Monster arm rocket. Mecha Naruto's wrist split open, chakra gathered and exploded, the wrist was ejected. What? Raikage was stunned but quickly reacted, meeting the attack with a punch. Bang! A loud explosion, Raikage stepped back several paces, and the monster arm was also knocked away. Chakra, like a magnet, pulled the wrist back, intact and unharmed. If I watch carefully, I can dodge that move. Raikage's gaze turned cold and fierce, charging again. Snap! The monster arm fired again, Raikage dodged at high speed. Saw touch assault. Mecha Naruto's lower back shot out serrated tentacles, reaching to grab Raikage. What? Raikage hurriedly retreated. Thud. The monster arm rebounded and struck Raikage's back. Raikage was forced to pause, the tentacle grabbed him and pulled him forward. Electric Thunder Saw. Mecha Naruto's sleeve dropped an electric saw, powered by lightning chakra, slashing toward Raikage's abdomen. Buzz. Sparks flew, the Raikage's lightning armor on his abdomen was thinned. The Raikage's eyes showed terror, bloodshot and filled with veins. Raikage-sama. The cloud-hidden ninja rushed forward. The Raikage shouted, don't come closer. You'll die. The instinct to survive unleashed incredible strength. His right arm suddenly broke the tentacles, and with a hand chop, he quickly severed the arm of the mech Naruto controlling the chainsaw. The crisis was temporarily averted. He frantically cut through the entangling tentacles, but even denser tentacles quickly wrapped around him again. Electric Thunder Drill. Buzz. The mech Naruto's mouth opened, and a drill covered in lightning shot from its throat at high speed toward the Raikage's chest. Slash. The Raikage's right hand grabbed the drill fiercely, his palm instantly mangled and bleeding, sharp pain piercing his nerves. He wondered in his heart, why does this guy always use a new ability every time I see him? Why? Wait, this puppet isn't controlled by chakra strings, so why can it still move? It must have chakra. Where is the chakra coming from? Swish. The Raikage recalled Tsukadai's warning. Raikage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto can use black rods as chakra activators to remotely control summoned beasts and share vision with them. Black rods? Could it be? The Raikage remembered Naruto inserting several black rods into the puppet's back when summoning it. Moreover, the puppet's eyes had been staring at him all along. I see now. The Raikage shouted, men. Approach from the puppet's blind spot and attack its back with long-range ninjutsu, quickly. The cloud-hidden ninjas surged forward. Swish 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 swish. A large number of rockets shot in all directions, but with limited vision, the threat was minimal. Boom boom boom. Various long-range ninjutsu struck the mech Naruto's back. Several black rods serving as chakra receivers were destroyed, leaving only one inserted in the slot. The chakra reception efficiency greatly decreased. The Raikage felt the lightning release power on the drill weaken, and with a fierce twist, the drill bit snapped. Ch. He cut off the weakened tentacle, took a quick step forward, fully activated his lightning chakra mode, and lifted the mecha Naruto high into the air. Ayo. Raikage explosion bomb. Rumble rumble rumble, lightning exploded, mecha Naruto concept machine shattered all over the ground, its head flying hundreds of meters away, the light in its eyes flickering a few times before going out. Huff, huff. The Raikage panted, roaring angrily toward the empty land. Uzumaki Naruto. Come out here. 1 kilometer away. Looks like this is the limit of the concept machine. Designing this kind of mecha puppet really can't do without the Sand Village's orthodox puppetry. Naruto muttered as he stood up. Violet, stay on standby right here. Swish. He used Flying Thunder God technique to return to the battlefield, praising, AI, you've improved, but your chakra consumption is quite high, isn't it? Oof. I was prepared long ago. Little ones, let this outsider witness the way of lightning from the Cloud Village. Ha! The Cloud Ninjas shouted explosively, and faint lightning chakra cloaks appeared on their bodies. Naruto was surprised. You all learned this technique? The Raikage responded in a deep voice. This is a backup scroll used to record my village's secret techniques. Now, let me show you the first Raikage's famous ultimate skill. The Cloud Ninjas quickly formed hand seals, all pointing their palms toward the Raikage. Lightning release, lightning magnetic wave emitted from their hands, immediately received by the Raikage. The lightning chakra on the Raikage's body surged several times over, his pupils turning silver white. This is my self-created ultimate technique, enough to overwhelm your purple lightning. Lightning release chakra mode, 100 thunders. A smile appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth. You really have gotten stronger, which proves my urging wasn't in vain. Intense purple lightning erupted inside Naruto's body as he stared at the Raikage. Come on. The two charged out simultaneously. The Raikage swung out a piercing strike. The lightning release chakra enhanced his speed and the power of the thrust greatly. Naruto's gaze was steady. This attack is hard to dodge. Then, Earth release, ultra-light heavy rock technique. He lightened his body weight, moving swiftly and agilely. Earth release, rock fist technique. Rocks covered his fist, combined with lightning release chakra and agile movements, dodging the Raikage's attack. Speed sword, closing the distance instantly. Earth release, ultra heavy rock technique. Boom! A punch fused with purple lightning and earth release, striking heavily into the Raikage's abdomen. The Raikage's eyes widened in shock, lightning release chakra dissipated, and he knelt down powerless. Naruto spoke in a low voice, placing his hand on the Raikage's shoulder. Earth release, ultra heavy rock technique. The Raikage's body was weighted down several times over, the ground beneath him collapsed. Lord Raikage! The hidden cloud shouted in alarm, trying to help him up but unable to move. What did you do to Lord Raikage? Naruto answered, I increased his body weight 100-fold, now he weighs 10 tons. The hidden cloud gasped, 10 tons? How can we carry him then? The village hidden in the sand is willing to provide a trailer and manpower to assist in escorting Lord Raikage back to the village. As the boy finished speaking, Naruto looked up and saw Gaara, the Kazekage, leading the people of the sand village, slowly emerging from the swirling sand. Gaara stopped, his gaze meeting Naruto's, his tone deep. Naruto, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The sand village sent a trailer, and Gaara used sand to secure the Raikage onto it. Everyone exerted great effort, slowly pulling the cart as they headed toward the land of lightning. Gaara invited Naruto to visit the village. Along the way, from the desert of the land of wind to the sand village, the two deliberately avoided the turmoil following the 5 Kage summit, chatting easily like old friends. However, those accompanying them, Temari, Kankuro, Maki, and others were tense. Naruto's identity was sensitive and his movements unpredictable. Inviting him into the village sparked considerable controversy. Everyone was on high alert, fearing any mistakes. Naruto noticed but acted as if nothing was wrong. Upon arriving at the sand village, outside the Kazekage's residence, Gaara stopped and said, From here on, Naruto and I will talk alone. You all wait outside. Kankuro was displeased, at least let Temari and me come in. Gaara was firm, no need. Temari gently patted Kankuro's shoulder and shook her head. She trusted Naruto and believed he would not harm Gaara. After all, when Naruto saved Gaara years ago, she was by his side and still vividly remembered that tear in the wind and his lonely declaration. The group stayed outside while Naruto went inside with Gaara. The door closed, lights turned on, and outside the wind and sand raged fiercely. Naruto sat down, and Gaara served tea, asking, Do you prefer black tea or green tea? Naruto smiled, Whatever you make, as long as it's made by you. Gaara smiled back, Then oolong tea it is. The tea was placed before Naruto, and the two sat facing each other in silence for a long time. Naruto exhaled, removed his mask, revealing his Sharingan. Gaara calmly said, You wear the mask not just to hide that eye, do you? Naruto said with complexity, Yes, and also because I don't want old acquaintances to see my expression. Gaara sighed, It must be really tough. Naruto replied calmly, It's okay. Silence fell again. Gaara finally spoke, I know about the cloud, rock, and mist villages. Naruto nodded, understanding this was a topic that had to be faced. I knew you would go to the sand village, so I invited you in advance to avoid any awkwardness. He stood up, walked to the cabinet, and took out a thick stack of scrolls, long sealed. Gaara brushed off the dust and placed them in front of Naruto. They're all here. Looking at the thick pile of scrolls, Naruto's heart remained unsettled for a long time. Although he had suspected Gaara's invitation had another purpose, the reality was far more shocking than he imagined. The secret deep inside him finally stirred the urge to confide. Gaara, Naruto began, but was interrupted by Gaara. You don't need to say anything now, it would only seem forced. When you're truly ready, I'll wait for that day. Gaara's eyes were firm as he spoke sincerely. We are friends. I believe all your efforts are for the shinobi world. I believe you will save more people just like you saved me back then, only by different means. If you need my help, regardless of identity or stance, I will support you. As long as you need me, I am willing to put down the title of Kazekage and fight alongside you. Even if it means standing against the entire shinobi world. No matter when, the Sand Village know, I, Gaara of the Sand, will always be your strong backing. Naruto's eyes welled up with tears. 1,000 words felt pale and powerless, only a single thank you escaped. Gaara raised his teacup. Come, have a drink. All right. A few cups are fine. The two clinked cups and drank it all in one go. Cough, cough. Is this alcohol? Naruto asked, coughing. Gaara laughed. We're not adults yet, so this is an exception. The warm moment was brief and precious. At midnight, Naruto bid farewell to Gaara and used Flying Thunder God technique to return outside the Wind Country gates. Violet was waiting there smelling the alcohol on his breath. She asked, Lord Pain, have you been drinking? Naruto shook his head. Let's go back to the village. Whoosh! With a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, he returned to the Hidden Rain village. The battle here had ended. The prisoners from the Hidden Cloud village were bound with chains, lined up in the mud. Among them were Samui, Omoi, and Karui. Naruto's gaze swept over them, but he didn't linger, quickly passing through the prisoners and heading straight for the tall tower. In the corridor, Konan saw him return. You're back. Naruto asked, are those outside from the Hidden Cloud? Konan replied, they planned the attack, but my paper clones discovered it. The Raikage didn't come, did he cause you trouble? Naruto said calmly, not really trouble. Seeing Naruto was deep in thought, Konan advised him to rest early. They each returned to their rooms. Naruto lay down and soon his snoring filled the room. Late at night, a figure quietly appeared in the rain outside the tall tower, staring at the window of the 7th Division. He is drunk, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The shadow quickly climbed up. The window was pushed open. Violet silently slipped inside, swiftly moving to the bedside, grabbing a ninja blade, and fiercely stabbing at the sleeping Naruto. The murderous intent was resolute, cold, and merciless. Slash! Naruto closed his eyes but precisely caught her wrist holding the blade, forcefully throwing her to the ground. With his hands crossed, a black rod slid from his sleeve, and with a snap, he pinned her palm to the floor. Ugh! Violet cried out in pain. Knock, knock, knock. Konan was awakened by the noise, burst through the door, and turned on the light. Seeing the scene before her, she frowned deeply, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Violet, you hid really well. Konan said coldly, extending her sleeve to execute her. Naruto stood by the window, eyes clear, and said calmly, wait, Konan. Let us hear her out first. It's not too late to act afterward. Violet looked up at him and asked, when did you realize I wanted to kill you? Naruto crossed his arms, probably back in the forests of the Land of Fire, when I was buried in my book. There were wolves watching me, and I wasn't sure if your murderous intent was aimed at me or those wolves, so I decided to observe. Later on, you acted very honest on the road, so Violet speculated, you pretended to be drunk to confuse me and lure me into making a mistake? Naruto smiled, something like that. Actually, I really wish it was just an illusion. Violet sneered, such scheming. But it was because I didn't see through your scheme that I exposed myself, humph. Naruto asked, then why exactly did you do that? A flash of sadness appeared in Violet's eyes. My parents were rain-hidden ninjas, killed by Konoha ninjas during the Third Great Ninja War. My sister and I were fortunate to be saved by a benefactor and survived. Later, when my sister went out on an S-rank mission as a chunin, she was also killed by Konoha root ninjas. Konan frowned, so it's because of the hydrangea? When I requisitioned her body, you also agreed to preserve her appearance. Could it be that you resent us and sent her to her death? Violet shook her head, don't think so narrowly of me. Ninjas must have the resolve to sacrifice. My sister, as a ninja, her sacrifice on a mission was her fate, she cannot blame others. Konan pressed further, then why exactly? Violet's gaze sharpened, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Stop pretending, Angel-sama, no, Miss Konan. Konan was puzzled. Violet said coldly, you are one of the 3 legendary ninja of Konoha, Jiraiya's disciple. War orphans survive thanks to Konoha's grace. And the pain you assist is your junior disciple. Conan was shocked, her face calm. Junior disciple? What do you mean? Violet sneered, stop acting. He is Jiraiya's other disciple. How do I know? He can use Konoha's secret technique Flying Thunder God. Not just anyone can learn that. Only the man famous in the Third Great Ninja War could master it. 16 years ago, during the Konoha Nine Tails incident, he faked his death and escaped. The Hokage became Pain. Everything matches up. The Salamander Hanzo S group was probably wiped out around that time too. That S right. Pain's true identity is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His real goal is to control the Rain Hidden and turn it into a branch of Konoha. And you, Conan, as Jiraiya's disciple, have also become Konoha's lackey. Haven to you? Naruto and Conan looked at each other, eyes full of surprise. Thunder roared outside the window, lightning streaked across the night sky. Violet sneered, when I was the Umbu squad leader, I heard that Pain was killed by Uzumaki Naruto. That must have been a falsehood you deliberately created to distance Pain from Konoha. And now you're forming the Umbu to lead us to believe these lies. Looking back, my sister Xiangwa dying at the hands of Konoha Root was definitely a conspiracy. The one who planned this must have been Danzo, the Dark Synonym. Danzo later became Hokage and took control of Konoha. The 4th Hokage Minato was believed dead, but in reality, he became the mastermind behind Amagekure. Danzo recently died, but no one knows who did it. But I believe it was Xiangwa's wrong spirit in heaven, seeking justice for Amagekure. So, that dark Minato Namikaze, let me be the one to eliminate him. I love this land, even if it costs my life, I will clear Amagekure's name. Now that the plan has failed, just kill me. Outside the window, the rain poured heavily, while inside the room, there was complete silence. Naruto and Conan had not yet recovered from their shock. Violet roared, I've uncovered the conspiracy, so why aren't you making a move? Naruto took a deep breath and calmly said, why do you insist I'm Minato Namikaze? Flying Thunder God is hard to learn, but it's not like only Minato can use it. Violet said firmly, your blonde hair is proof. I checked, Minato Namikaze had blonde hair. Besides, you wear a mask, isn't that to hide your identity? Naruto shook his head and smiled bitterly, I've grown up this much, and today I really learned something new. He took off his mask, revealing a young face. Violet was shocked, so young? Shouldn't Minato be in his 30s if he were alive? Naruto said in a low voice, listen, I'm not Pain, nor am I Minato, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Violet said in surprise, you're the legendary Konoha ninja who defeated Pain? Impossible. How did you defeat Pain and replace him? Naruto explained, you're mistaken. Minato Namikaze is my father. He sacrificed himself protecting the village during the Nine Tails attack on Konoha. Pain's true identity was Nagato, Jiraiya's disciple, but he is also dead. I did defeat Pain, but later I became a rogue ninja of Konoha, joined Amagekure, and kept my identity secret for the time being. Violet didn't believe it. Impossible. You're Konoha's hero, why would you betray? This must be a conspiracy by Konoha, the Root organization, or even Danzo. At this moment, Conan interrupted, you're wrong. The one who killed Danzo wasn't your sister's spirit, but the Uzumaki Naruto standing right in front of you. Violet was shocked. What? How is that possible? Conan continued, also, the person who saved you sisters during the Third Great Ninja War was his father, Minato Namikaze. The truth left Violet speechless. Naruto bent down, pulled out the black rods pinning Violet's hands, threw them aside, then took out bandages and medicine to dress her wounds. Violet asked in surprise, you're not going to kill me? Naruto answered gently, I don't kill the innocent. Since it's all a misunderstanding, your motives are also a misunderstanding. You said you love this land deeply, love the Hidden Rain Village, right? That shows your original intention was to fight for the village. You're not afraid of power and you follow your heart. That's rare. After bandaging the wound, Naruto stood up and said, from now on, where you go and where you stay is up to you. I respect your choice. Think it over and tell me. After speaking, Naruto and Conan walked out of the room together. The door closed, and the rain pattered outside. Violet sat down against the wall, hugging her legs tightly, burying her head in her knees. Faint memories slowly became clear. On the ruins, she held her infant sister in her arms, facing the young man who had saved them. Years later, she regarded him as a benefactor. At that time, she was too scared to look at him, but he gently stroked her messy hair and said, don't be afraid. When you grow up, you'll have the ability to protect your village. For now, you have to live well. That tone made her feel at ease. She looked up and saw a warm smile, golden hair. The face in her memory overlapped with Naruto's. Violet exclaimed, "It's him. He is that man's son. So, that means he really has already." Thinking of Minato's death, she clenched the hem of her pants tightly. Over the years, she had held on to an almost impossible wish to find the benefactor who saved her back then and tell him she was now capable of standing on her own and had become a true ninja. If he wasn't married yet, she even wanted to marry him and have his children. Learning that the benefactor was no longer alive, Violet couldn't help but weep. After crying, she looked at the knot on the bandage on the back of her hand and made up her mind, "I can never repay this kindness. I can only wholeheartedly repay your son, Uzumaki Naruto." In the corridor, Naruto looked out at the rain and said in a low voice, "The love and hate in the ninja world are truly complicated and unpredictable." Konan sighed. Who would have thought the person she wanted to kill was actually the one who saved her back then? Thinking of her past experiences, Konan fell into self-blame. Fortunately, Jiraiya had been resurrected, so she still had a chance to make amends and wanted to do something for Nagato. Konan asked seriously, "Should Violet stay by our side? I always feel it's not quite right." Naruto said, "Everyone makes mistakes and deserves forgiveness. After going through all this, whether as a ninja or as a person, she will grow." Konan whispered, "As a ninja, huh?" Naruto reminded, "Those cloud-hidden captives are still out in the rain." Konan nodded, Naruto put on his mask and went downstairs with Konan to check on them. In the open space behind the tower, the cloud-hidden captives were chained up, drenched in the heavy rain. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed across the sky. Omoy bit on a lollipop stick that had already melted and muttered, "It's thundering. If lightning strikes the top of the tower and stones fall on us, that would be terrible. If it kills us outright, that's one thing, but if it paralyzes us, we have to rely on others for the rest of our lives, definitely unable to marry or have children, ending the family line." Karui shouted impatiently, "Omoy, stop saying such annoying things. Quiet, someone is coming." Samui stared at the corner of the tower and whispered a warning. Naruto had just turned the corner and, seeing Samui's blonde hair and fair skin, teased, "Yo, we meet again." Samui gritted her teeth and said, "It's you. Pretending to be me, deceiving everyone, and attacking the village's people." Behind Naruto, Konan glanced at Samui's chest, then lowered her gaze to the ground, frowning slightly. Naruto approached Samui. "I pretended to be you just to avoid a fight." Karui shouted, "Stay away from Captain Samui. You blonde hedgehog." Naruto turned to look at her. She was a dark-skinned, dry as kindling girl. After the pain war in the previous life, for Sasuke's sake, she had even beaten Naruto up badly in Konoha. After the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, Karui became the wife of Choji Akimichi and had a daughter named Shocho Akimichi, who was the same age as Boruto and Sarada. Naruto joked with a smile, "Girls shouldn't have such a bad temper, or you might have to marry a fat guy in the future." Karui immediately retorted, "Huh? I, Karui, would never marry a man weighing over 80 kilograms, even if I died." Konan asked, "What should we do with these prisoners?" Naruto said, "Lock them up. They can be used later for negotiations with the Raikage." The ninja world is vast. The Raikage can't handle Naruto, but he still has confidence dealing with the rain-hidden ninjas. The prisoners from the cloud-hidden village were escorted to the prison by the Umbu. After all, the rain-hidden village is a small place. Omoy sighed in relief, finally out of that tower, no more worries about being paralyzed by falling stones, and no worries about cutting off descendants. Just as he left, lightning struck the tall tower, breaking off a corner of the top, and the stones fell exactly where Omoy had just been sitting. Naruto exclaimed, "No way." Naruto looked up at the window on the 6th floor of the tower and said softly, "The perverted sage should be asleep." Konan nodded, suddenly remembering something. "Right, the teacher left this before going to bed." She handed Naruto a piece of paper with what appeared to be a cipher written on it. Naruto unfolded the paper under the eaves to avoid the rain, and after a glance confirmed, "This is a cipher." Back then, the perverted sage also used this method to transmit information about pain. The decryption method is to use the page numbers and text from Hentai Paradise to piece together the intelligence. Konan focused and said, "Hentai Paradise is one of the teacher's novels, just like The Tale of Strong Will Ninja." Naruto hesitated a bit. What message does the perverted sage want to convey, and why must it be in code? Is this book available in the rain-hidden bookstore? Konan shook her head, "No. The rain-hidden village is very closed off. Outside books rarely circulate." Naruto said, "Then we have to get the book through other channels and then decrypt it." Konan said, "Once you get Hentai Paradise, give it to me to interpret." Naruto was momentarily stunned. She explained, "This is my insignificant atonement. As the teacher's disciple, I have never read the teacher's works, which is truly disrespectful. Naruto smiled and scratched his head. Alright, I happen to have to return to Konoha for something. Conan reminded him, come back early and be safe. In a dark alley in Konoha village, the streetlight was dim. Shikaku Nara leaned against a utility pole, lighting a cigarette with a kerosene lighter. Shikaku originally did not smoke, but recent troubles in Konoha had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Who? He exhaled a puff of smoke, looked toward the darkness around the corner, and calmly said, you have sage mode and strong perception. You deliberately left the flying thunder god mark where I must pass. You definitely want me to see it. Since then, I've been waiting here every night. Come out. Naruto. At that moment, Naruto stepped out from the corner. Mr. Shikaku, sorry to keep you waiting so long. I'm not as smart as you, I need time to settle and adjust before deciding the next step. Shikaku showed a knowing smile, good that you came. Come to my place and sit for a while. Naruto smiled, is that appropriate? Shikaku said, Shikamaru took his mom out visiting, it's just me alone. No one else, including Kakashi, knows. Naruto asked, is there any alcohol? Shikaku laughed, you're not of age yet, but tonight I'll make an exception. He stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray and turned to lead the way. Then I'll be in your care, Uncle Shikaku. Naruto followed inside. Tonight is the night of the sage. After entering, Shikaku locked the door behind him. The light in the Japanese-style room was on, a square table set up, with Naruto and Shikaku sitting opposite each other. Unlike with Gaara, who was casual, Shikaku was his elder, and Naruto had always felt that way in his heart. After sitting down, Naruto took off his mask on his own. Shikaku didn't ask about his eyes, he just warmed the sake and laid out several dishes. He didn't ask much, waiting for Naruto to speak first. After several rounds of sake and tasting various dishes, Naruto suddenly asked, Uncle Shikaku, do you believe that people from the future can travel back to the past? Shikaku smiled, as if hearing idle talk, such things only happen in novels. Naruto said softly, I used to think the same way, until one day, a man who didn't belong to this land brought a treasure tool called Ri. When it comes to that man and Ri, you can't avoid the stories of Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths, the Ten Tails, the God Tree, and the Otsutsuki clan. The story is a bit long, would you like to hear it? Click. Shikaku lit a cigarette, put the lighter aside, and calmly said, no one will disturb us before dawn, go ahead. Alright. Naruto gathered his thoughts, his gaze deep, as if traveling through time back to a distant past. Naruto chose to tell the story rather than use genjutsu because he also needed a chance to speak what was in his heart. He trusted Shikaku would make his own judgment. After finishing, 3 pots of sake had been poured on the table, and Shikaku's ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Shikaku rubbed his temples, quickly sorting out the information he had just heard. So, in other words, you. He said, picking up his sake cup, only to find it empty. Naruto refilled it for him, and after drinking, Shikaku looked at him intently. You experienced that future firsthand, and at the moment of death, returned to the present through Ri, replacing the Naruto of that time. Then came the defection incident and everything that followed, all to change that future, right? Naruto nodded solemnly, exactly. Sounds like a fairy tale, right? If you don't believe me, I understand. Shikaku said, when you said this right after defeating Pain, I definitely thought you'd lost your mind. But considering your later actions, everything makes sense now, so I believe you. Naruto exhaled deeply, finally relieved. Shikaku said seriously, but my belief doesn't mean others in the village will believe it. After all, without first-hand experience, it's hard to empathize. Even if you're the village's hero, you're no exception. Naruto shook his head and smiled, hero? I'm no longer worthy of that title now. Shikaku said in a low voice, yes. Danzo is dead, Root is practically defunct, but their smear campaign against you still lingers, even growing worse. The day Sasuke attacked the village, you were the one on the Hokage rock, right? It's me. Shikaku said, but afterward, most people didn't believe it was you, and some even thought you were there specifically to support Sasuke. Naruto said calmly, none of that matters. There are too many ninjas in the world who silently sacrifice themselves, whose names are forgotten after death, and who even bear slander. As long as what they protect is safe, nothing else matters. So I will keep walking this path. Shikaku asked, have you ever thought that maybe there is a better way? Naruto shook the empty sake cup and pondered, I have thought about better ways, like pretending to know nothing after returning, waiting for the 4th grade ninja war to break out, then gaining the power of the 6 Paths Sage together with Sasuke, using the prestige of saving the ninja world to unite resources and fight against that clan. He suddenly slammed the sake cup on the table. But I'm not that kind of smooth person. I can't pretend nothing happened, and I don't want to just reap the benefits. If I want to change things, I have to fundamentally reverse them, not just grab the parts that benefit me the most in a short-sighted way. The reason the Six Paths Sage acted as he did was for the peace of the ninja world. He only knew that his mother Kaguya would harm the ninja world, so he spent his life sealing her and preventing her resurrection. He never knew that beyond the heavens there were monsters 100 times stronger than him, who could ignore sealing techniques and threaten this land at any time. This is not to blame the Six Paths Sage. From his perspective and experience, what he achieved was already remarkable, at least bringing decades of peace. Unfortunately, this was never a long-term solution, and the later tragedies are the best proof. So this time, I will take a path of salvation completely different from the Six Paths Sage. Shikaka sighed, at this point, we no longer argue whether your method is optimal, at least it's feasible. But the cost of being too ahead of the times is criticism. You have to be mentally prepared. Naruto smiled, compared to the hardships I've been through, what a little criticism? I'll just laugh it off. Shikaka laughed, at least the Ino Shikacho trio of Konoha supports you, the rest will be proven by time. Saying this, he took a box from under the table and pushed it in front of Naruto. The things in this box, you should find them useful. The secret techniques of the Ino Shikacho trio, not even recorded in Konoha's Book of Seals, are all here. Is this another purpose of your trip? Naruto took the box with both hands and said solemnly, thank you, Uncle Shikaku. Shikaku said, if you don't understand something in the future, come find me anytime to discuss. Naruto replied, definitely. I never believe I can succeed alone. I will never act recklessly when I have comrades. Shikaku pondered, also, under normal circumstances, the Fourth Great Ninja War has already ended, right? Hai and I both died under the Ten Tails Beast Ball, right? Naruto nodded, yes. Shikaku smiled, at least your return changed the outcome. Personally, rather than seeing heroes sacrifice themselves, I'd rather watch my son grow up and enjoy the happiness of grandchildren around my knees. Naruto smiled, I believe that day will definitely come. At this moment, heavy knocking sounded. Shika. Open the door. It was Shika's wife. Shika looked at the mess on the table and smiled bitterly, the she-lion of Hudong is back again, what a hassle. I'm leaving first, Uncle Shika. Naruto said, then used Flying Thunder God, instantly leaving Shika alone on the battlefield. Clack. Shika lit a cigarette, I probably won't be able to smoke for a while. The knocking grew more urgent. Coming. Shika extinguished the cigarette, stood up, and walked toward the door as if going to his death. Late at night, another corner of Konoha village. Kakashi Hatake, who had returned to work after being discharged from the hospital, quietly came home. Rustle. When he heard movement in the bedroom, he immediately became alert, leaning against the doorframe, with kunai wrapped in lightning in his hand, he suddenly broke in. What met his eyes was a familiar figure busily rummaging through the drawers. Kakashi was stunned, you. Naruto turned around, expression serious, Teacher Kakashi, you're finally back. Where did you put Kiss Heaven? I've looked everywhere and can't find it. After careful consideration, the author has decided to remove the previous plot about Madara controlling Kirigakure. Madara's future path will be arranged separately, please stay tuned. Overnight, Naruto obtained secret scrolls from the two great ninja villages of Sunagakure and Konohagakure. He was very reluctant to acquire these secret techniques by force, so he only executed it at the very end. Now that everything went smoothly, the worry in his heart was finally relieved. Looking back on these 3 months, he used 5 completely different methods to achieve his goals with the 5 great ninja villages. Kumogakure was a contest of strength, Iwagakure was an exchange of interests, Kirigakure was a repayment of loyalty, Sunagakure was a gift of friendship, and Konoha was the care of elders. Each method condensed the bonds of the ninja world and also determined how he would interact with the 5 great ninja villages in the future. Returning to Amagakure, Naruto immediately threw himself into the study, counting the scrolls in his hands. There were many scrolls, and training had to be done in order. Drawing on his previous mechanical assembly experience, he decided to first study Sunagakure's puppet techniques. The sand-hidden puppet technique was founded by the second Kazekage shaman, initially developed by the first operator Monzaemon, and revised through generations, reaching its peak with Sasori of the Red Sand. Puppet technique is divided into 2 major fields, creation and operation. Creation is the skill of developing puppets, while operation is the ability to control puppets in battle. Only when both are mastered to the extreme can one be called a top-tier puppeteer. Naruto possesses the Rinnegan Six Paths technique, allowing him to control puppets remotely with chakra, without the need for chakra threads, giving him a clear advantage. Therefore, he only needs to master creation, not operation. So joints can be designed like this, improving both mobility and durability. He studied tirelessly, drawing design plans, using parts dismantled from the Shura path to assemble a brand new mecha Naruto. In the evening, Konan brought food. Naruto excitedly said, "Konan-ne, do you know? I've had a new insight into Sasori's puppet technique. Although I'm stronger than him, I actually kind of admire him." Konan responded calmly, handing over a meat bun, "Eat first, then talk." Naruto took a big bite and laughed, "Konan-ne, how about we yura yura yura?" Knock knock knock. Naruto's throat caught, and he patted his chest, gasping rapidly. Knock knock knock. Konan handed him a cup of water and gently patted his back. "Drink some water first, then speak slowly." Naruto swallowed the meat bun in one gulp and finally said the second half, "How about we also invite Sasori? I want him to be my assistant. First wipe your mouth." Konan handed over a tissue, her gaze falling on the mecha Naruto in front of her. "Is this your work? I heard you designed one when you went to the sand hidden village too." Naruto smiled, "That's right, but this isn't just a concept machine. This is my official debut work, Mecha Naruto Unit 01. "Oh, I see." Konan responded indifferently. Naruto unfurled a scroll, slowly revealing one design after another: Mecha Sasuke, Mecha Hinata, Mecha Sakura, Mecha Kakashi, Mecha Madara, Mecha Obito, Mecha Tsunade, Mecha Reikage. Konan whispered, "Looks like they're all people you're familiar with." Naruto proudly opened the last page of the scroll. "Look at this Mecha Konan sketch." Konan's expression changed, half covering her face, her eyes dim and lifeless. Naruto gestured, "Konan-ne, can you tell me your body proportions? I need a few parameters for the design." Konan was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Haven't you known for a long time?" Naruto tilted his head, looking puzzled. Konan shook her head, "Forget it, I'll measure it for you later." The little episode about the puppet show came to a temporary end. Konan put away the tray and suddenly remembered, "By the way, have you gone to Konoha to find Intimate Paradise yet?" Naruto slapped his forehead, "Almost forgot, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten." He took out the orange-covered book from the drawer and hesitated, "Do you really want to read it?" Konan said seriously, "Of course. Not only to decode the cipher, but also to understand Jiraiya Sensei's ninja way and spirit through this work." After saying that, she took the book from Naruto's hand. "I'll go back to my room to read first." "Don't stay up late, get some rest early," Konan reminded him and then left. Naruto scratched his head and murmured, "That book was the enlightenment teacher for me and Hinata. The ninja way it conveys even contradicts the 3 ninja prohibitions." Konan should have experienced it too. Night in Konoha village. Haruno Sakura stepped into the Hokage's office. During this period, she had suffered heavy blows. First, she failed to pursue Sasuke, then she received the bad news of her parents' death. What was even more heartbreaking was that her parents died during Sasuke's attack on Konoha. The person she loved most killed the people closest to her. This pain overwhelmed her like a tide. Tsunade saw Sakura's poor condition and thought she was unfit for missions, so she gave her some time off. These days, Sakura felt more and more that being idle was even more painful and wanted to quickly return to ninja work. At the door of the Hokage's office, she was about to knock when she heard voices inside. "Kakashi, that's right, Naruto came to see me last night and took that thing." Tsunade frowned, "Naruto usually doesn't have such quirks, what exactly is going on?" Kakashi was silent for a moment, seemingly adjusting his emotions. "Jiraiya-sama has been resurrected by Naruto using the Rinnegan sealing technique." Tsunade was shocked and slammed the table. "When did this happen?" Kakashi said, "Recently, it took almost 2 months to retrieve Jiraiya-sama's body from the Sea of Amagakure and successfully revive him. Before Naruto left, he said you could visit him any time." At this moment, Sakura quietly left the corridor. The next morning, Naruto was stretching in the corridor. At the end, the door opened, and Konan came out with heavy dark circles under her eyes, looking out at the rain. Naruto asked in surprise, "Konan-ne, what's wrong?" Konan smiled bitterly, "It's complicated. I decoded the teacher's cipher, take a look." She handed over a piece of paper with a sentence written on it. "I have returned from the underworld, leaving memories, pure land of the dead, taboo for the living, do not." Konan asked, "What do you think?" Naruto stared at the paper. "Just from this sentence, it's hard to tell much, but the lecherous sage obviously knows a big secret. He can't say it outright, so he can only pass it through a cipher. He wants to hint at us." At that moment, thunder roared, and a violent storm raged. On the 6th floor of the tall tower, Jiraiya sat by the bed, his eyes weary and full of worry. In the corridor on the 7th floor, Naruto said, I think there is more to this cipher. It will take time to fully understand what the lecherous sage wants to tell us. Conan's expression was grave. She vaguely sensed that behind Jiraiya's resurrection and silence lay a huge secret. The atmosphere was heavy, but Naruto smiled. But the lecherous sage said he would watch over us, everything will move in a good direction. Conan nodded, her unease slightly eased. Seeing Naruto had already packed up early, she asked, going out? Naruto replied, yeah, there's a place I need to go. Conan worried, is it tricky? Naruto shook his head, it's okay. Conan felt relieved. Naruto said, Conan, take good care of the colored sage. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he pushed open the window, ready to set off. Suddenly, Conan reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Naruto was surprised, Conan? Conan's eyes flickered. Actually, after reading that book, I felt a bit reluctant to face teacher Jiraiya directly. Since it's not hard to deal with, leave a shadow clone behind to accompany me to see the teacher. Naruto smiled helplessly, alright then. And immediately left a shadow clone behind. Half a day later, in a dark lair in the land of fields, the fierce battle quickly ended. Scattered on the ground were kunai and shuriken fragments. Uchiha Shin was knocked to the ground, using the Mangekyo Sharingan obtained from his clone body, staring fearfully at the approaching masked man. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such strong power? Naruto said in a deep voice, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, you have something I want. Many people didn't know much about Uchiha Shin. Shin was originally Orochimaru's test subject, with a special body that could accept any organ transplant without rejection. Orochimaru used him to transplant many Sharingan eyes obtained from Danzo during the Uchiha clan massacre, and also gave Shin's transplanted right arm to Danzo as a new weapon. Shin's cells were used to clone multiple clones. Later, Shin betrayed Orochimaru with his clone sons, treating them as tools to obtain new bodies and spare organs. Shin was not a true Uchiha, but was deeply influenced by Uchiha Itachi, changed his surname to Uchiha, misinterpreted Itachi's philosophy, denied peace, and firmly believed that only through constant struggle could humanity evolve. At this moment, Shin was in a covert state. In the previous Boruto era, Naruto and Sasuke had fought Shin. Due to not understanding his strength and being out of practice, they suffered some losses initially. In this life, Kabuto used Shin's cells to modify Danzo, turning him into a monster capable of defeating Sasuke. Xin roared, damn it. Whoever you are, you will regret this. Clack. A one-eyed creature landed beside Xin, with a half-deformed face, its three Tomo Sharingan transformed into a Mangekyo, instantly creating a space-time vortex, ready to suck Xin in. Finally appeared. Naruto smirked slightly, using the Flying Thunder God technique to flash and kicked Xin flying. The one-eyed creature sensed danger and tried to escape. Universal pull. Naruto stretched out his palm, and the gravitational force pulled the one-eyed creature closer, directly gouging out the Mangekyo Sharingan with space-time abilities from its eye socket. Among all the Mangekyo Sharingan, only this one contained the power of space-time. Naruto had already learned the origin of this eye from Orochimaru in his previous life. An accident occurred during cloning, fusing two eyes into one, granting the nameless genjutsu that manipulates ninja tools a new power Budo Tome. Although it did not have the ability like Kamui to teleport itself and targets marked by the ocular power through spacetime, Naruto raised his hand to form a seal, and the Mangekyo Sharingan with the Budo Tome genjutsu in his hand turned into sand and scattered. This is the Sand Hidden Village's secret technique, True Eye of Sand, created by the first Kazekage Reto, stronger than Gaara's Eye of Sand. It can turn an eye into sand, reassemble it at any time, and connect to the user's optic nerve, effectively possessing an external Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto smiled and said, besides Flying Thunder God, I also have spacetime means now, making tactical choices more diverse. He removed his mask, his right eye turning into a Mangekyo Sharingan, and coldly said to Uchiha Shin, treat your sons well, it's not too late to be a good father. The hostility in Uchiha Shin's eyes vanished, and he disappeared along with his clone children. With matters settled, Naruto returned to the rain-hidden village. Conan said, Naruto, a girl from Konoha wants to see you. Naruto's heart tightened. Could it be Hinata? Conan replied, her name is Haruno Sakura. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, so it's Sakura. He steadied his mind and said in a calm voice, bring her to me. Violet led Haruno Sakura to the Ninja Affairs Hall, and Conan said coldly, you've worked hard, you may leave now. Violet respectfully left and closed the door. Naruto stood inside the cool-toned Great Hall, his back exuding an unfamiliar aura. Sakura felt uneasy, as if the Naruto before her was no longer the person who once cared for her. She clasped her hands tightly over her chest, trying to calm her emotions. Naruto, I. Suddenly, thunder roared outside, the hall shook, and Sakura's words were interrupted. Naruto slowly turned around, his face covered by a mask, his voice low. If you have something to say, just say it. Sakura's eyes flickered. I used to mock you for having no parents. Back then, I didn't understand your feelings. Now, I want to apologize. Naruto was slightly surprised. Sakura came all this way just to say that? He responded calmly, I never took those things to heart. Sakura earnestly said, but I still want to say sorry, I'm really sorry. Having been through so much, Sakura had grown a lot inside. Naruto smiled and said, no need to apologize, we're all ninjas. Sakura said coldly, my parents are dead. Naruto's expression beneath the mask changed abruptly. He asked urgently, when did it happen? Sakura answered coldly, that scoundrel Sasuke did it. Naruto frowned, he really went after your parents? Sakura shook her head, pain in her eyes. He destroyed a building. My parents died crushed by the collapsing wall while saving civilians. Naruto clenched his fists, his mind in turmoil. Sasuke, he. Sakura cut him off decisively, that kind of scum is no longer important. I consider him already dead. Naruto sighed. Sakura suddenly changed the subject. I heard Lord Jiraiya has been resurrected? Nearby, Conan squinted, thinking, starting off by playing the emotional card, her intentions are not simple. Sakura's eyes trembled slightly. So, can I ask you to help me bring my parents back to life? Naruto remained silent. Actually, from the moment she mentioned Jiraiya, he had already guessed what was coming next. If it weren't for Jiraiya's muteness and Orochimaru's warning, he might have helped her. After all, they were once comrades. Sakura pleaded urgently, for you, it's simple, just a small favor. This is my lifelong request. For the sake of our past as comrades, please. After saying that, she knelt down on the ground. Naruto stepped closer. Sakura, that kind of resurrection technique isn't something you can just use casually. Sakura lowered her head, it could be used on Jiraiya, so why not on my parents? Naruto said, manipulating life and death comes with a price and can bring unknown consequences. Sakura retorted, unknown doesn't necessarily mean harmful, right? Naruto pondered, but what if it is? Sakura interrupted him, please. Help me this time. I won't trouble you again after this. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. It was me who came back, changed history, and indirectly caused harm to Sakura's parents. Now that this kind of thing has happened, Sasuke and Sakura probably won't be able to be together. When Sasuke learns the truth in the future, he will definitely resent me. But Naruto didn't want to break his own resolve. He relaxed his hands and said, Sakura, although I can't use that resurrection technique, I have another way to let you see your parents. Sakura looked up in surprise, really? Naruto glanced to the side, Conan, bring those 2 white Zetsu over here. When he went out earlier, he had captured 3 white Zetsu. Edo Tensei Sai used 1, leaving 2 remaining. Conan asked, Orochimaru isn't here, is that okay? Naruto answered, I've seen that technique many times, and I know how to make the hand seals. Although I don't want to use it myself, I'll make an exception this time. Conan said, understood. According to the intelligence gathered, the resurrection technique used by the Path of Hell is a forbidden jutsu that violates the living taboo. Although Edo Tensei is also a forbidden jutsu, it is not true resurrection, otherwise, Orochimaru and Kabuto from the previous generation would have been finished long ago. The key lies in the living sacrifice, at least one life exchanged for another, not true resurrection in the real sense. Conan brought 2 white Zetsu. Naruto asked, did you bring the original material? Yes. Sakura, not just a medical ninja for nothing, knew well that resurrection requires a medium, which is why Naruto specifically retrieved Jiraiya's remains. She took out 2 bottles of blood from her ninja tool pouch. Naruto drew the jutsu symbols in the main hall, poured out the blood, and Conan wrapped the 2 white Zetsu in paper and threw them into the jutsu circle. With everything ready, Naruto formed the hand seals. Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. Aga. Uzumaki Naruto, you dirt-eating brat. Aga. Eating dirt isn't enough, might as well eat shit. The 2 white Zetsu cursed as they were covered by dust, gradually transforming into Sakura's parents. Naruto lowered his hand seals and reminded, this isn't a permanent solution, speak quickly. Dad, Mom. Ignoring everything else, Sakura rushed forward and hugged her parents. Conan said, that's good, everything is resolved. Naruto said, let's hope so. Conan, take care of them, I still have training to do. Conan said, go ahead. Sakura snapped out of her joy and looked around, where's Naruto? Conan said coldly, he's busy. Do you still have something to do? Sakura felt a bit embarrassed. I rushed here without eating. Can I have a meal in Amagakure before I leave? Conan replied indifferently, you can, but don't say much about Naruto and pain. Eat and leave, understood? Sakura nodded, don't worry, my lips are sealed. Inside the restaurant. A family of 3 eating. Sakura asked, Mom, Dad, is it good? The Edo Tensei bodies had no sense of taste, but they still said, delicious, really delicious. Around them, diners chatted and laughed about pain. After all, he eliminated Hanzo and unified Amagakure, becoming the village's faith. Thanks to Lord Pain and Lord Angel, we have these peaceful and quiet days. Exactly. Hearing this, Sakura whispered to herself, strange, didn't Pain die in Konoha? Wasn't he defeated by Naruto? How come they don't know at all? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the restaurant froze, and everyone stared at Sakura. Her back chilled, and she suddenly remembered Conan's warning. Oh no! She quickly paid the bill and pulled her parents away from the trouble spot. At the street corner, Violet witnessed everything just now, staring at Sakura's back with a cold gleam in her eyes, clenching her fists tightly. Haruno Sakura once again dashed toward Amagakure. Since her parents became Edo Tensei and left Amagakure for several days, many things happened one after another. Her parents were tainted by forbidden techniques, and Sakura dared not openly bring them back to Konoha. She used her savings to rent a house outside the village and often left the village to accompany her parents. Konoha's gate restrictions were strict, even more so after Sasuke's attack. Even as Tsunade's disciple, Sakura's frequent outings without reason were hard to conceal. Tsunade asked many times, but Sakura always evaded. Sooner or later, it would be exposed, leaving her exhausted. Her parents couldn't bear to see their beloved daughter sacrifice her future with a body already dead, so with a strong wish, they voluntarily lifted the impure world reincarnation. That night, Sakura returned to her room and saw the corpse of White Zetsu and a line of words, our daughter, please carry our part and live well. She wept bitterly, reluctant to part with every bit of her parents. She thought to herself, if it weren't for the impure world reincarnation, I could have openly brought them back to the village. But she didn't want to ask Naruto to use the resurrection technique, she wanted to rely on her own strength. She recalled Granny Chiyo's forbidden technique, one's own life reincarnation, which Chiyo used back then to save the dying Sasori and resurrect Gaara. Sakura decided to go to the hidden sand village, planning to get the scroll from Gaara. She knew he wouldn't give it honestly, so she borrowed Tsunade's Hokage authority to request it. Lady Tsunade hopes to borrow the forbidden technique to improve it into an advanced medical ninjutsu to benefit the ninja world. Gaara gladly agreed but couldn't find the scroll. Only then did she realize that night Naruto and I drank too much, and the scroll was given to Naruto. This technique can't be learned recklessly, I have to get it back from him. Just as Gaara was preparing to go to the hidden rain village, Sakura volunteered, let me go. We also need that scroll, and it's not right to make you run around so much. The Kazekage Gaara agreed with her proposal, understood, then I'll trouble you, Sakura. Thus, the scene of Sakura rushing toward the hidden rain village appeared. Along the way, many thoughts filled Sakura's mind. Granny Chiyo said that technique completely transfers one's life force to the other. Even if I learn it, I can only use up my life force to resurrect either Dad or Mom. And would Dad and Mom really want to see me exchange my life for one of them? She reconsidered. In that case, it's better to let Naruto use the technique that resurrected Lord Jiraiya. But will Naruto agree now? Sakura looked straight ahead, her eyes firm. This is the last chance to resurrect Mom and Dad. No matter what, I have to make Naruto agree. Even if I have to be more humble than kneeling, I'm willing. If Mom and Dad can't be resurrected, my hatred for Sasuke might never fade, and I might find it hard to continue being a ninja. Thinking of these, Sakura once again arrived outside the hidden rain village. Suddenly, the Umbu Violet appeared and blocked her. Sakura recognized her as the Umbu who took her to see Naruto last time. She urgently said, please take me to your leader. The gaze beneath Violet's mask flickered. What is it this time? Sakura said, it's very important. The Kazekage sent me to get something. Take me to him quickly, there can be no mistakes. So that's how it is, then follow me. Violet turned and led the way, with Sakura close behind. Entering the forest, Violet stopped, took a water bottle from her waist, and handed it to Sakura, asking lightly, thirsty? Have some water. Sakura was indeed thirsty, took the bottle, and said, thank you. A faint smile appeared beneath Violet's mask. Suddenly, a ninja blade was drawn, swiftly slashing across Sakura's neck. The water bottle fell to the ground, and disbelief and terror filled Sakura's eyes. Blood flowed from her neck, her trachea had been cut. Agog! As a medical ninja, she knew what a slit throat meant. Unable to breathe, her brain was deprived of oxygen, and she would soon die. Her body collapsed, consciousness fading, but her survival instinct drove her to try using the Byakugo seal. The mark on her forehead began to glow. If she could activate it, she might still live, even fight back. But Violet silently appeared behind her, coldly saying, "Do you know how much trouble your foolish act will cause Lord Naruto?" Before she finished speaking, she gripped the knife with both hands and quickly stabbed into the back of Sakura's head. The brainstem was destroyed, leaving no chance for treatment. Sakura died instantly, the light of life in her eyes completely extinguished. The Byakugo seal on her forehead finally disappeared. SSS. Violet pulled the knife from the back of Sakura's head, wiped off the blood, sheathed the blade, and coldly stared at her corpse, her gaze cruel yet calm. Still, she was Lord Naruto's comrade. If Lord Naruto finds out, all my goodwill will be gone. Worse still, Lord Naruto might soften because of old feelings and want to resurrect her. That kind of resurrection technique requires not only the soul but also the body. Violet took out a bottle, revealing a sinister smile. To prevent future troubles, she has to be dissolved. She opened the bottle and poured the potion specially made for dealing with ninja corpses onto Sakura. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the grass, a vertical pupil little snake was staring intently at the scene. Violet glanced over, and the little snake quickly hid. So it's a stinky snake. She snorted coldly, her figure flashing instantly as she stepped on the little snake. No matter what you are, since you saw this, don't think you'll leave alive. Violet smiled and poured the remaining potion onto the little snake. SSSSSSSSS. The little snake instantly melted and disappeared. In a lair thousands of miles away. Kabuto Yakushi licked his lips in shock. Heh, this woman's personality really suits my taste. He pushed up his glasses and said, although I didn't manage to collect it successfully, the things I prepared years ago can still be useful. I'll look around later, maybe I can really find it. Author's note. I love collecting things the most. Whether they're useful or not, it never hurts to keep them. Kabuto Yakushi held a candlestick and rummaged through boxes. In a cold refrigerated cabinet, 3 small bottles were labeled Sasuke, Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. Found it. The blood collected years ago in the Forest of Death during the Konoha Chunin exams. He took out the bottle labeled Haruno Sakura, drew the jutsu symbols, poured out the blood, used a white zetsu as a living sacrifice, and performed the Edo Tensei technique. You and Naruto, snakes and rats in cahoots, truly a disaster. White zetsu screamed as dust covered him, gradually transforming into the appearance of Haruno Sakura. In a spacious training room, Uchiha Sasuke was practicing a new technique. Sasuke, look who I brought. Yakushi Kabuto walked in. Sakura? Sasuke was stunned to see Sakura behind him, then coldly said, at this point, what are you doing here? Annoying. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and smiled, don't get me wrong, she is an Edo Tensei. Sasuke looked closely and noticed cracks on her skin and clothes, her eyes dull. She indeed looked like an Edo Tensei. Sasuke's gaze darkened, and with a schadenfreude tone, he sneered, Sakura, you're really stupid enough to die. But Sakura was unusually calm. That's right, Sasuke, I died because of my own stupidity. Sasuke frowned. Sakura whispered, I was stupid to still cling to the past and didn't strike you hard. If I had been as decisive as that person, none of this would have happened. This is all my own fault. Sasuke sneered coldly, only realizing now? It's too late. Sakura said, my parents died when you attacked Konoha. Sasuke's pupils contracted, and he sneered, so you know what it feels like to lose your loved ones? Yes, I do. Sakura charged at Sasuke, fists clenched, the Byakugo seal on her forehead glowing again. Sasuke's eyes turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his Susanoo skeleton ignited. However, Sakura's fist shattered the skeleton and slammed hard into Sasuke's chest. What? Sasuke was slammed into the wall, several ribs broken, blood spilling from his mouth, surprised. How does she have so much strength? Understand now? This is how I feel. Sakura charged again, leapt up, raising her leg high to strike down. Sasuke hurriedly dodged. The ground cracked, and the training room shook violently. Sasuke was shocked, her killing intent is real. Seeing this, Kabuto Yakushi prepared to use Edo Tensei to control Sakura. Sasuke shouted, no need, let her come. Kabuto Yakushi withdrew his hand. The Amaterasu greatsword slashed down, shattering Sakura's upper body, but the dust gathered again. Sakura's eyes were dim and sorrowful. I see, this is the body of Edo Tensei, the soul is forcibly bound, unable to feel pain, shattered but can regenerate. The living senses are all gone, mom and dad can't taste, yet they still worry about my feelings, saying the food tastes good. Liberation is instinct, I was too selfish. Sasuke said coldly, she is now an unkillable monster. Susanoo transformed into a Karasu Tengu form. He laughed loudly, perfect, I'll use you as a punching bag to practice. Amid wild laughter, Sasuke launched a fierce attack. Sakura was shattered and reborn repeatedly, and her impression of Sasuke was shattered and disillusioned. What exactly did I like about him? Just because he's handsome and cold? I was really too shallow. Sasuke, thank you for smashing my first love to pieces. Sasuke said coldly, that was just your wishful thinking, you annoying woman. An arrow pierced through Sakura, crashing her through the training room wall and flying outside. After rebirth, Sakura never returned. Trying to escape? Kabuto Yukushi frowned, preparing to form a hand seal. Sasuke, panting heavily, looked at the broken wall and said softly, forget it, let her go. The next evening, Sakura appeared before Naruto again. Naruto was shocked, Sakura, what's wrong? Have you been reanimated by Edo Tensei? Who did this to you? Cold sweat appeared under the violet mask behind her, not good. I clearly dealt with her body, so how can this still happen? Sakura said calmly, no one killed me. I accidentally fell off a cliff, and Kabuto used my body for Edo Tensei. Naruto's expression grew serious as he clenched his fist, as long as you know the hand seals, you can break free from Edo Tensei control. I'll teach you the seals, make them immediately. Sakura nodded and followed his instructions. Edo Tensei release. Her connection to the user was severed. Sakura whispered, Naruto, I made a mistake. I have no face to return to Konoha and see Lady Tsunade. Can you take me in? Naruto was silent. Sakura continued, I want to make you revive my parents again. I just want to make amends. Amigakure still needs medical ninjas. If you take me in, I'll do my best to help. Naruto looked her in the eye, alright, you can stay. I'll explain to Tsunade. Sakura bowed in thanks, thank you. At night, Violet approached Sakura alone, asking suspiciously, why didn't you say it was me? If you expose me, I'm finished. What exactly do you want? Sakura answered calmly, it's useless to say. Your decisiveness made me understand the essence of a ninja and helped me see myself clearly. I sincerely pledge to Naruto. You're under her command, I have no reason to be ruthless. If I have any intention, it's to improve medical ninjutsu and help a girl disfigured because of me restore her appearance. Violet was silent. Sakura was honest, let this be a secret, buried forever in our hearts. Violet nodded, I wasn't wrong about you. You're not foolish. But your slip at the restaurant caused Naruto and Lady Tenchi to be questioned. Even so, Lord Naruto decided to take you in. Don't ever disappoint him. Sakura said solemnly, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Violet removed her mask, extended her hand, and said, my name is Violet Haruno Sakura. Welcome to Amigakure. Sakura held her hand and smiled in response, please take care of me from now on. A summoning parrot flew away from the eaves. In the tall tower, Naruto looked at the curtain of rain and sighed, so that's how it is. Conan walked up behind him and said, this is the fate of your Team 7, an unbreakable bond through countless lifetimes. Naruto said with complexity, where will we go in the future? He put his mask back on, time will give us the answer. The author is serious about the text and will not blacken characters without reason. Different experiences shape different personalities. Team 7 will break and be reborn, creating an unprecedented situation. From now on, Haruno Sakura will face everyone with a brand new look. Please look forward to it. Lord Angel, the Rain Hidden delegation pleads for the people. Lord Angel, please listen to the voices of the common folk. Lord Angel, please let Lord Pain appear and break the rumors. Otherwise, we cannot live in peace. Outside the fence in the southern district of Rain Hidden Village, hundreds of young people gathered, shouting loudly. They had not eaten or drunk for days, did not hold umbrellas, and let the heavy rain soak them. 9th floor of the tall tower. Conan frowned tightly, the situation is becoming increasingly severe. Merchants are striking, the people have elected representatives to apply pressure. If we don't step forward, I'm afraid. If it were a pampered daimyo, he might sneer, strike? Let them starve, then they'll submit. But Naruto is different, he is an enlightened leader. He ate buttered bread while flipping through forbidden technique scrolls and calmly said, the strong reaction from the people is because past wars have left them lacking a sense of security. Even Hanzo didn't solve this problem. Pain's thunderous methods eliminated Hanzo's forces, giving the people hope. Because of this, they worship Pain as a god. Naruto pondered deeply. Livelihood is the key. No matter who leads Rain Hidden, the people need a sense of security. Only if I become stronger can I provide them with that guarantee. Conan's eyes flickered. Even so, but. Naruto smiled and looked up. Conan, you don't look well. Are you constipated? Conan glanced at him. If this keeps up, I really will be constipated. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Don't worry. I have an excellent folk remedy that's great for diuresis and relieving constipation. #%. Conan rolled her eyes helplessly and muttered softly, with your emotional intelligence, no wonder that girl named Hinata has had a crush on you for over 10 years, and you haven't even noticed. In the end, it was Conan who stepped forward to calm the crowd, which finally dispersed. But this didn't solve the problem at all. Late at night, Naruto sat on the toilet in his room, taking care of business while looking at a secret technique scroll. At the end of the scroll, Naruto's eyes narrowed. This is forbidden technique. Self-resurrection, created by Granny Chio of the Hidden Sand, can transfer life force to the dead to bring them back to life. Is this the technique Granny Chio used to save my Gaara? But the scroll stated that besides the user dying as a price, there was a limitation. It only works on those who have been dead for less than a day. Because after the soul leaves the body, it lingers in the living world for 1 day, then moves on to another world. Even if the body is revived with self-resurrection, the soul cannot return, and the deceased becomes a living dead. The so-called living dead is what we call a vegetative state. I see. If we hadn't retrieved Gaara's body back then, even if Granny Chio revived him, his consciousness wouldn't have awakened. Life and death are unpredictable. Those of us alive must still hold reverence. I want to learn this scroll. When I see Gaara again, I'll return it to the Hidden Sand Village. Naruto put away the scroll and reached out to grab some toilet paper, but his hand came up empty. Where's the paper? I remember there was half a roll last time. Could Conan have taken it? Knock, knock, knock. Naruto knocked hard on the wall. After a moment, Conan responded coldly, What is it? Naruto said plaintively, Conan, where did you hide the paper? I just finished, and there is no paper to wipe with. A light laugh came through. Conan teasingly said, Don't you have your folk remedy? Isn't it useless now? This. Naruto whispered, I was wrong, I won't dare next time. You're very generous, please spare me this time. Click. The panel at the bottom of the wall slid open, and a roll of toilet paper rolled over. Phew. Naruto sighed in relief and picked up the paper to wipe. Next time, I have to invent a bidet toilet. Being controlled by others doesn't suit my Uzumaki Naruto style. But as he wiped, his expression changed. His anus burned painfully. Conan laughed maliciously. This paper is smeared with the Rain Village's secret devil chili oil. Feeling good? Naruto was sweating profusely. I absolutely can't make Sister Conan angry again. Whoosh, the sound of flushing the toilet echoed. Naruto sighed. Flush toilets are great. Every time I flush, it feels so refreshing, and I feel much lighter. Outside the Rain Village, Uchiha Madara grabbed the throat of an Umbu patrol member with one hand, lifting him high. Ugh, The Umbu struggled desperately, the kunai in his hand dropping uselessly. Madara looked coldly at the ground beneath him. Flying Thunder God kunai? Is this your guarantee? Too bad, you can't even infuse chakra into the kunai. Crack! He snapped the man's neck brutally. Suddenly, a figure flew overhead. Madara looked up and saw Sai riding a large ink bird. He sneered, a reanimated body? Let him be. In the main base, Naruto has nowhere to escape. Boom! Minutes later, Madara, cloaked in Susanoo, forcefully descended upon the Rain Village. The rain was blocked by the powerful chakra of Susanoo, unable to fall. Naruto, who was about to rest, immediately became alert. Knock, knock, knock. Conan burst in, her expression anxious. Naruto. Naruto quickly put on his fire cloud robe and said steadily, repelling the invaders is my responsibility as the rakeage of the Hidden Rain Village. In the cold rain, Madara's Susanoo revealed a ferocious three-faced head. Madara sneered coldly, Naruto, I remember the surprise last time. This time, here is a gift for you. Boom! Another face grew behind the Susanoo, turning it into a three-faced head. Madara formed hand seals with both hands, and 6 large hands simultaneously cast jutsu. Super weighted rock, heavenly obstruction tremor star. Author S note. Uchiha Madara would never fall in the same place twice. Since last time when Naruto sealed him with the super-weighted rock, Earth Explosion Heavenly Star, Madara, after escaping, immediately absorbed the chakra of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and used the human path to read Mui's Jutsu, mastering the hidden rock-weighted series and developing the super-weighted rock Heavenly Obstruction Tremor Star. This time, he increased the weight and density of the Tremor Star by 1,000 times. Just one is enough to destroy everything. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Tremor Star, blazing as it broke through the atmosphere, suddenly dominated the sky over the Hidden Rain village. The entire Hidden Rain instantly fell into despair. What is that? A meteor? It's a natural disaster. It's over. At that moment, a purple lightning bolt shot up from the Hidden Rain Tower, striking the meteor directly. It was Uzumaki Naruto. As he ascended, his gaze was grave. Madara has also mastered the jutsu and fused it with the Tremor Star. Once this meteor falls, not only the Hidden Rain but the entire land of rain will be destroyed. But it's okay. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands, lightning covering the bottom of the meteor. Earth release, ultralight heavy rock technique. The meteor's weight was instantly reduced. Note, techniques in the heavy rock series, when used repeatedly on the same object, will replace the previous effect. The evidence lies in the ninja body techniques of the Earth Shadow and Lightning Shadow. They first use ultra-light heavy rock to push speed to the limit, then immediately apply ultra-heavy rock, so the meteor doesn't return to normal weight but instead becomes abnormally heavy. Therefore, this meteor was not lightened to normal weight but directly turned into an ultra-light heavy meteor. With Naruto's current strength, he can easily shatter it. Smack! Naruto condensed powerful lightning release chakra and launched thunderclap, spiral explosion. Rumble, rumble. The purple lightning spiral burst forth, not a spiral sword aimed at the enemy, but a strong thunder explosion wave rapidly spreading out. Crack, crack. The ultralight heavy meteor began to fracture, debris flying, yet it still retained tremendous destructive power. Naruto raised his palm high, condensing a gravitational sphere Earth Explosion Heavenly Star. Rumble, rumble. The debris was instantly sucked together into a heavenly star, falling with Naruto's palm, roaring thunderously. He blocked the first meteor, but his gaze was fixed on the sky, pressing down suffocatingly. He knew the second meteor was about to strike. Naruto, you really haven't disappointed me. Madara's lips curled slightly, his Susanoo in full form rising from the ground, soaring into the clouds. At the moment the second meteor streaked across the sky, the Susanoo vanished, and Madara's palm suddenly aimed at the meteor's tail, the Rinnegan in his eyes shining brightly. But, how will you deal with this Super Shinra Tensei enhanced ultra heavy rock, Heavenly Obstruction Tremor Star? Boom! A powerful repulsive field slammed into the meteor's tail, accelerating its fall. With this impact, if you touch the meteor, you'll be shattered to pieces, unable even to perform ninjutsu. Your only choice is to abandon the village and escape using Flying Thunder God technique. In midair, Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his expression beneath the mask filled with excitement, both shocked and blood-boiling. This is truly thrilling, then let's have a life or death battle. Z. Super Shinra Tensei activated. Rumble. A powerful repulsive force swept across the sky, striking beneath the meteorite. Between heaven and earth, forces tugged back and forth, sonic booms shattered the sky, air currents whipped wildly, and the villagers of Amagakure were all shocked. What is happening? Who is fighting? Could it be Lord Pain? Russell. Countless paper fragments gathered, forming the figure of Konan. She spread her paper wings and shouted loudly, "Everyone of Amagakure, listen up, Pain is no more." For a moment, Amagakure fell into a deathly silence. Konan continued, "Pain attacked Konoha, but the one who stopped him was his junior disciple Uzumaki Naruto." The villagers were stunned. Pain really attacked Konoha? Why would Lord Pain do such a thing? Konan said, "Pain is not what you think, some detached god above the world. He is a flesh and blood ordinary man, who can lose his way because of hatred." But Uzumaki Naruto, who trained under the same master as Pain, changed his mind. Pain was not killed by Naruto, but voluntarily sacrificed himself to revive the dead of Konoha. Afterwards, Naruto decided to inherit Pain's will and came to Amagakure. A villager asked, "Where is he?" Konan spread her arms wide and shouted loudly, "As you can all see, he is fighting desperately right now. To protect Amagakure, to protect all of you." Boom! 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 The sky roared, shaking the earth. That was the power of Super Shinra Tensei. But the impact of that super heavy meteorite was extremely strong, and Naruto struggled to fully withstand it. "Lord Naruto," the villagers shouted, "we are willing to support you. Ready to live and die with you." Actions speak louder than words. Naruto's protection moved everyone. At this moment, he had replaced pain and become the leader of Amagekure. Naruto simply took off his mask, his smile firm and bright. As expected, nothing inspires fighting spirit more than protection. Whoosh! The repulsive force field in front of his palm suddenly intensified. Under the combined repulsive forces of heaven and earth, the super heavy meteor finally shattered. Naruto's pupils contracted. Damn, once the meteor breaks apart, the fragments scatter, and there's no time to stop them. His heart tightened, hesitating for a moment. On the open ground below, Haruno Sakura formed hand seals with both hands, pressing them onto the ground. Summoning technique. Amid the thick smoke, a huge slug appeared. She exclaimed, "Lord Sakura, what happened?" Sakura responded calmly, "Lord Slug, I'll explain later. For now, please help me protect everyone." The slug nodded, understood. Sakura sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, activating the Hyakugo seal fully. She thought, the Edo Tensei body can maintain chakra constantly without decay. I can continuously transmit chakra to the slug, allowing her to create clones and protect the entire village. Edo Hyakugo, Infinite Slug Technique. Bang! The slug's body collapsed, splitting into countless clones that rushed to various parts of Amagekure. Sakura! Naruto's gaze grew serious. Sakura shouted, "Naruto! Don't worry! The village can be rebuilt if destroyed, but as long as I'm here, there will be no more deaths." Good! This is the Sakura I know. Naruto shouted loudly, his power erupting to the limit. Madara's eyes flickered. This kid, his power has increased again. Boom! Boom! The sky trembled, and the stars shattered. The heavenly stars shattered into tens of thousands of pieces, falling onto Rain Hidden Village, destroying countless buildings. The people of Rain Hidden were wrapped in the slug's soft body, unharmed. Madara fell from the sky, his eyes flickering. Shall I summon the third one? The kite soared in cry to the sky. Sai wielded his brush and ink, ninja art, super beast imitating drawing. The ink chakra transformed into a steel-bodied Arhat rushing at Madara. Madara used fists and feet to crush the Arhat, then unleashed a fire release, Dragon Flame Song, to revert the ink bird to its original form. The power of the Rinnegan's Devapath is temporarily exhausted. Continuing to use Heavenly Star will be easily countered by Naruto. Madara landed atop the meteorite, sneering, crawlers everywhere. The slug clones sprayed acid that merged into a large mass, enveloping Madara. The boulders melted. Madara protected himself with Susanoo and charged toward the slug's source. The pink-haired woman is the source of the crawlers. Take her out and the crawlers will disappear. Using Edo Tensei body, extract the soul with the human path. The slug exclaimed, "Lady Sakura, the enemy is coming for you." Sakura, eyes closed as she channeled chakra, calmly said, "At times like this, trust your comrades." Susanoo swung its sword to shatter the slug clones. Madara dispelled Susanoo, preparing to use the human path to extract Sakura's soul. Don't even think about it. A flash of lightning exploded. Naruto's shadow clone clad in purple electricity appeared. Thunderclap, power prelude kicked Madara away. Madara sneered, "Forget the original, even a shadow clone dares to cause trouble." Susanoo threw a Magatama to crush the shadow clone. Madara turned his gaze toward the distant ruins. Naruto's original body gathered Sage Chakra. Madara had an idea. The perfect timing to target you. Sage mode requires meditation. You're far inferior to Hashirama. Boom! Madara stormed at Naruto, hands forming seals, fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames poured down. Konan saw this and tried to protect herself. But then a burly figure wearing wooden clogs descended. "Konan, Jiraiya-sensei?" Jiraiya was silent, and on his shoulder, Shinsaku Sage and Shima Sage spoke. "Once enemies, now partners." The three sages rise together. Sage Art, Gomen. The sea of fire blazed fiercely, the wild wind cheering it on, flames clashing against flames, evenly matched. Madara's eyes were sharp, another one who can use sage techniques, a small rain hidden, with deep foundation, but would release, flower tree world descends. Boom! A giant tree burst from the ground, flower bones blossomed, the sky darkened, an overwhelming shock. Shima looked at Konan. "I'll take the pollen, you take the big tree, okay?" Konan nodded, "No problem." Shima formed hand seals, his aura condensed. Sage Art, wind release sand dust. Howling. The wind rose, dust swirling, pollen drifting with the breeze. Boom! The tree world rolled forward, Konan full of confidence. Summoning, exploding great flame formation. In an instant, millions of explosive tags fluttered, converging on the tree world. Boom! Continuous explosions thundered, the tree world was firmly blocked. At the rear of the battlefield, a man holding a sword strode forward. You must be the legendary Uchiha Madara. I've long admired you. It's an honor to meet you today. Madara looked coldly. You're one of the current 7 ninja swordsmen? That great sword Samahata, state your name. Kisame Hashigaki raised his great sword. Former mist hidden. Kisame Hashigaki, pleased to meet you. The great sword swung down. Kisame unleashed the wave striking sword technique. Shark skin shark wave break. Boom! A water blade slash like a shark's dorsal fin tore through the earth, cutting through even the remnants of the Great Fire Formation's tree world. Truly unreasonable. Madara retreated, blocking the deadly strike with the Susanoo sword blade. If I can make you put in some effort, I am satisfied, but the next move. Smack! Kisame stabbed shark skin into the ground, crossing his arms. Water release great exploding water surge. Slash! The Susanoo sword blade burst through the ground, piercing Kisame's body and lifting him into the air. The great exploding water surge failed. Ugh! Kisame spat blood. This is. Madara said coldly, a clone of Hashirama's would release. Only I can see through it. Kisame Hashigaki, you can be proud to die by this move. Boom! Controlling the Susanoo would release clone, fully revealing himself on the ground. Ah! In a critical moment, Kisame unleashed a full power slash, cutting the Susanoo sword blade but fell awkwardly to the ground. This last struggle is somewhat decent. Madara praised, preparing to finish him off. Swish! At the last moment, Konan's paper clone rushed in front of Madara, transforming into countless paper fragments, each inscribed with summoning jutsu formulas. Madara's eyes narrowed. This is Dance of the Shikigami paper mutual detonation tags. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions shook the heavens and earth. Swish! The original body was affected, and Madara's would release clone disappeared accordingly. Kisame pulled the blade of Susanoo from his abdomen, staring at the wound that would not stop bleeding. His chakra was completely drained, powerless to turn the tide. He smiled bitterly, truly worthy of the legendary Uchiha Madara. I'm afraid I'm about to follow in Itachi's footsteps. Suddenly, his shriveled shark skin began to swell. Chakra is being fully absorbed? Kisame was surprised to find green light flowing beneath his feet. Looking back, it was Haruno Sakura using medical ninjutsu to transfer chakra to him. The shark skin quickly passed the chakra to him, and the wound immediately healed. Kisame sighed, with a medical ninja of this caliber, it's really hard to die. Though the fierce battle among the heroes seemed long, it was only a moment. The explosion of the detonating tags subsided. Madara's body reformed from dust. He said coldly, Hashirama is no longer here. Now in the ninja world, only you can let me experience the joy of battle. Madara looked up at Naruto. So, are you ready, Naruto? Orange eyeshadow appeared as Naruto entered sage mode, opening his eyes and saying, sorry to keep you waiting. This place isn't suitable for fighting. Let us move to a more open area. I promise I won't use Flying Thunder God to leave the battle. Madara's lips curled slightly as he shook his head. I'll wait for you outside. He swiftly flew off into the distance. Konan worriedly said, Naruto is powerful and immortal, one-on-one is too risky. Naruto said firmly, I'm not afraid of challenges. The stronger the opponent, the stronger I become. That's how both Madara and I are. He stood up, put on his mask, summoned a war fan, and carried it on his back. Smack! With his left fist striking his right palm, Naruto said with a heavy tone, next, it's the final battle between him and me. On the vast land outside Amigakure, Naruto and Madara met again. Madara looked at the war fan on Naruto's back and said in a deep voice, that fan in your hand means Obito is lost again. Naruto slowly took off the fan, murmuring, it was indeed left by Obito. He disappeared after our last battle. I don't know where he is now or what he is doing. Madara coldly looked at the Whirlpool clan symbol on the fan, covering the 3 Tomo mark. Not only do you take others' things, but you also use the Whirlpool clan symbol to cover the Uchiha's 3 Tomo? Naruto was surprised. Whirlpool clan symbol? This is clearly the Naruto swirl fish cake from Ichiraku Ramen. Suddenly, smoke rose from Madara's head, and Naruto exclaimed, why are you smoking? Is it some kind of jutsu? Boil release? Madara angrily shouted, how dare you, but quickly calmed down as the smoke dissipated. He said coldly, now I understand, your very existence pollutes the air. Naruto retorted sharply, you, who don't need to breathe, don't talk nonsense about pollution. By the way, how long has it been since you washed your hair? Doesn't it get tangled? Madara formed hand seals with both hands, enough, stop your sharp tongue. Let's settle this with action. Naruto's eyes tightened, that is a summoning seal. Even this Edo Tensei body can enter the realm of reincarnation? Buzz. Naruto suddenly felt a burning heat in his abdomen and curled up. He is summoning the 9 tails inside me? The useless 9 tails has become your burden. Boom! Madara charged forward in a single leap. Naruto's chakra became chaotic, his face in pain. Is that the only move you have? Madara sneered. Neither mine nor his Rinnegan's Deva Path abilities have recovered, so he can't use repulsion. When chakra is chaotic, you can't escape Flying Thunder God either, so I'll use the Human Path's finishing move. He quickly approached, extending his soul-seizing palm. Face to face, the brave win, only those who fight hard succeed. Under his mask, Naruto showed a fearless smile and also reached out his hand. Madara's eyes lit up. Oh? Going against the grain, trying to make me hesitate? Brave and clever, but unfortunately, I am Uchiha Madara. Their palms crossed, the Rinnegan pupils intertwining. The realm of humans. Whoosh! Whoosh! They passed each other, simultaneously pulling out each other's souls. At this moment, both sides were considered dead. After their souls left their bodies, they were illuminated by a deep blue light, transformed into forms, and formed the same hand seals. Soul Transformation Technique. This is the S-rank soul ninja technique passed down by Tsunade's lover, Keto-dan, allowing the soul to leave the body, traverse to kill enemies, control the opponent's body, or enter the spiritual world. The soul separates from the body, possesses the enemy, causing the enemy's mind to collapse and die. The spiritual form carries the caster's consciousness, with effects beyond just killing. At this moment, the soul of the human path leaves the body but can still control the soul to return to the body. The soul transformation technique is recorded in the Book of Seals. Naruto mastered it alongside the Flying Thunder God in his previous life as Hokage. Madara, born in the Warring States period, is even more of a master of soul ninja techniques. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 souls return to one body together, narrowly winning the confrontation. Clatter! Chains slide out from Naruto's sleeve, tied to the handle of the war fan. This is the Uchiha style of use, greatly extending the fan's attack range. Madara turns his head. I didn't expect you, a 16-year-old brat, to have learned this move. After his last failure, he gathered various intel on Naruto through Black Zetsu, including his age and origin. But Madara forms hand seals again, preparing to summon the 9 tails to disrupt Naruto's chakra. Thunder Roar, Chain Fan. SSS. The war fan wrapped in purple lightning swiftly swings out, cutting through Madara's hand seals. Swish! Madara leans back to his physical limit, avoiding the fan's edge, his gaze fixed on the Uzumaki clan crest on the fan's surface. This is the Flying Thunder God mark. Whoosh! Naruto quickly darts forward, slamming his palm hard against Madara's chest. Madara stares coldly at Naruto and says, "Contract seal? With this, you won't be able to summon Kurama anymore." Swish! The war fan is pulled back to its original position by the chains. Naruto flashes to catch the fan, watching the chains turn to iron dust, softly saying, "The fan is useful, but the chains can't withstand the power of purple lightning?" Naruto. Madara steadies his stance, staring deeply at him. This vast array of jutsu and adaptability is astonishing. Madara smiled excitedly. Naruto, even if you say you are the reincarnation of Hashirama, I believe you. Naruto waved his hand and laughed. No, I can't take that on. I don't have wood release, and my senjutsu isn't as good as Hashirama's, at least not yet. Madara shook his head and smiled. If there was enough time, I really want to see you continue to grow. It would definitely be more interesting in the future. What a pity, what a pity. Susanoo, complete form. The azure chakra condensed into a Susanoo that shook the heavens and the earth. This blue symbolizes Madara's ambition to rule the world. Within the square on Susanoo's forehead, Madara looked down upon the land and said in a deep voice, "Naruto, your super overweight rock great explosion star has no effect on the super lightweight rock technique I now possess. Without wood release and unable to use the 9 tails power, you simply cannot face off against the complete Susanoo head-on, at least not against me." Who? Naruto took a deep breath. Though it's a bit risky, I'll use that move. Boom! Naruto's body rapidly expanded. Madara raised his eyes. That is, the Akimichi clan's secret technique, super multiplication. Super multiplication is the Akimichi clan's young release secret technique, converting calories into chakra to gain gigantification and immense power. Naruto's chakra is enormous, he can activate it without converting calories. Whoosh! Naruto's huge form matched the complete Susanoo in strength, a pair of dazzling butterfly wings unfolding behind him. He held a similarly enlarged war fan, the Rinnegan beneath his mask coldly staring at Madara's Susanoo. Unlike Susanoo, I am flesh and blood. Purple lightning chakra mode, activate as well. Rumble. Purple lightning covered his entire body, every spike like golden hair gleaming with metallic luster. Purple lightning chakra, peerless mode. Madara sighed, Uzumaki Naruto, you have once again shattered my expectations. Naruto clenched his fist, his voice loud and clear, the surprise is just beginning. Madara was full of vigor, come on, I can't wait. Rumble. Two giant beasts collided, shaking the heavens and earth. The complete Susanoo and Naruto in his violet lightning unrivaled mode clashed head-on, their fists crashing thunderously. Boom! Susanoo stepped back 3 paces, Naruto retreated 5. Madara sneered coldly, similar size, but in strength, my Susanoo is stronger. A flash of lightning, Naruto quickly dashed behind, delivering a fierce elbow strike to Susanoo's back. Thud! Susanoo leaned forward, Madara whispered, it has the advantage in speed, but its attack range compensates for the lack of speed. A great sword formed, sweeping across all directions, several mountain peaks were cleaved and sent flying. Naruto dodged with speed, but Susanoo swung the sword like the wind, sword light like a tide, forcing Naruto with nowhere to escape. This massive body, even with lightning release enhancement, still lacks agility. Sword waves blocked the retreat, Susanoo swung the sword down. Smack! Naruto pressed his palms together, forcibly blocking the great sword. Madara marveled, only Hashirama with wood release could do this, yet you actually caught Susanoo's great sword barehanded. Naruto smiled, catching it isn't enough. Madara raised an eyebrow. Roar! Naruto shouted loudly, unleashing unparalleled monstrous strength, with a crack sound breaking the great sword in two. Not bad, but... The broken sword reformed, stabbing straight at Naruto's chest. Naruto dared not underestimate it, instantly raising his war fan to block, the blade striking against the fan. The right hand pressed hard against the back of the fan, Uzumaki, Muzu rebounds. Boom! The sword energy explodes, the broken sword flies down hundreds of meters, and Susanoo is also pushed back dozens of meters. Madara admired, my fan, you use it well, but this is the end. Susanoo's twin blades merge, the sword dance unfolds. Not necessarily. Naruto swings the war fan, the thunderous Muzu fan dance responds. Blade shadows and fan light intertwine, thunder and wind rage, the world darkens, mountains and rivers are scarred everywhere. After prolonged attack without success, Madara changes strategy, Susanoo's twin wings spread, ascending high into the sky. Twin blades wildly dance, layers of sword waves attack, Naruto dodges awkwardly. The butterfly wings are locked by lightning release, takeoff is hindered, use this move. Naruto seizes the gap, forming hand seals with both hands. Super multiplication, shadow imitation technique. Whoosh! The huge shadow beneath Naruto extends, connecting into Susanoo's reflection on the ground. Even if you fly into the sky, as long as your shadow is on the ground, you can't escape the binding. Slash! Susanoo's complete form freezes in midair. Madara's gaze deepens, you've even learned the Nara clan's shadow secret technique, it seems you're no stranger to the Yamanaka clan either. Naruto smiles and says, that's right, but I had to set it up first. Rustle rustle rustle. Outside the square on Susanoo's forehead, sand gathers into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Surprise flashes in Madara's eyes, this is, the technique of the first Kazekage Redo. Naruto laughed, right, the true eye of the sand, turning real eyes into sand, able to gather and disperse at will, and also release dojutsu. I specifically found this Mangekyo and combined it with my flying thunder god. When I did the contract seal earlier, I already left a chakra mark on you. Futon Tomio. A vortex spiraled out from the Mangekyo, forcibly pulling Madara inside Susanoo in, then releasing him outside. What? Madara was shocked. Naruto's eyes shone brightly. Futon Tomio lets marked objects teleport between each other. Too bad it's not like Obito's Kamui with its space inside space, otherwise this would have ended long ago. Madara said coldly, I am immortal. Even if forcibly pulled out of Susanoo, what use is it? You'll find out soon enough. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands and cast inorganic mind transfer on the fully formed, frozen Susanoo. Buzz. Madara's eyes showed surprise, mind transfer to occupy non-living things, a secret technique of the Yamanaka clan ancestor Yamanaka Amano. I never thought this jutsu could occupy the fully formed Susanoo. Your mental strength is no less than Uchiha's. Naruto's spirit temporarily left his body, transforming into a white thought form, occupying the square on Susanoo's forehead. Madara stared, with Susanoo occupied, I can neither undo it nor use it anymore. The Yamanaka clan's unconventional methods are indeed formidable. Inside the square on Susanoo's forehead, Naruto's thought form laughed childishly, honestly, I've always wanted to try this myself. Slash. Susanu's greatsword swung down, cleaving a distant mountain in two, the blade's edge less than 10 meters from Naruto's dormant body. Naruto was alarmed. Ugh, that was close, almost cut myself. The situation is serious now, no more joking. The Rinnegan's Deva Path ability had not yet recovered, so Madara used powerful wind release in midair to accelerate his descent. Thud. Upon landing, Madara clasped his hands and performed wood release, wood dragon technique. Rumble. Rows of wooden dragons rose from the ground, entangling Naruto's dormant body. Boom. Naruto controlled the fully formed Susanoo and launched a strong counterattack with a flash of his blade. The wooden dragons shattered on impact. Trying to hurt my real body? No way. Hee, you're playing well. The complete Susanoo has actually become your toy, truly putting the cart before the horse. Since that's the case, I'll lend you my technique. No one else is around to test it for me. A proud smile appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth. Wood release, wood clone technique. Rumbling, a massive wooden figure rose from the ground, matching the complete Susanoo in strength. The wind howled fiercely. Atop the wooden figure, Madara clenched his 5 fingers over his heart, full of passion. Hashirama, is this how you felt facing me back then? Truly intoxicating. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the complete Susanoo and the wooden figure was always a classic. Even if it were Naruto and Madara, it could only be replicated, never surpassed. Both were immersed in the fight. After all, they were using the techniques of former rivals and friends. Madara looked at Naruto, who handled it with ease, and wondered, Naruto mastered Susanoo so quickly, it doesn't seem like his first time using it. Could it be because he fought Sasuke? That doesn't seem right according to Kuratsuchi, they only met once at the Valley of the End. Naruto thought, both are complete Susanoo, but Madara's is far stronger than Sasuke's. Just judging by size, it's like the difference between the golden and peach forms. He pondered, could it be just chakra differences? Sasuke's chakra increased later, but the size of his Susanoo didn't change, which means Rumble, Susanoo and the wooden figure gripped each other tightly, their strength evenly matched. Naruto took the opportunity to ask, Madara, you have some secret dojutsu, right? It makes Susanoo stronger. Oh? You figured that out by comparing with Sasuke? Madara said in a deep voice, that's right, Iwado Tsunaji. This is a new dojutsu born when I awakened my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It doesn't require deliberate activation but greatly enhances the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and dojutsu. I see. Naruto thought again. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo can use Itachi's Tsukuyomi but hasn't birthed a new dojutsu. Tenshiryoku is the power of the Rinnegan. At that moment, Madara casually mentioned, the transition of dojutsu power requires a process. Rushing too fast causes omissions. Once missed, it's gone forever. Naruto suddenly understood, could it be that Sasuke's rapid transition from Eternal Mangekyo to Rinnegan prevented him from awakening the full dojutsu power? Like a child who never learns something properly, it's hard to master it as an adult. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, Madara, thank you for clearing up my doubts after all these years. Now I understand more clearly the path to opening my eyes. Humph. Madara said proudly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Keep entertaining me. Rumble, rumble, another fierce clash erupted. Just as Madara was immersed, the complete Susanoo before him suddenly began to collapse on its own. Naruto's consciousness quickly returned to his body, and he opened his eyes. The inorganic heart has turned and unlocked? It seems that my current mental strength, controlling this complete Susanoo, has reached its limit. Madara, however, was disheartened. What? You can't jump anymore? Crack. Naruto stood up, the purple lightning cloak wrapping around his body once again. I can still keep going with you. Such a pity. Madara said coldly, you no longer have the qualification to dance with me. A fierce wind blew, Madara's long hair fluttered, the armor of Susanoo ignited with flames, and the mighty armor appeared outside the wooden figure's body. Naruto shouted, this move was created by Sasuke and me together. The wind was too strong. Madara didn't catch Naruto's words clearly, lost in his own world. The combination of the 9 tails and Susanoo, I call it Beast's Calamity. Now the wooden figure plus Susanoo, I call it Diamond's Tribulation. No, between Buddha and Demon is more fitting. Hashirama, thank me. This is the true fusion of the Senju and Uchiha powers. Naruto's face grew serious, that's not good, power isn't simply additive. Madara's aura was imposing. Naruto, there aren't many who can anger me to this extent, but you are ultimately not Hashirama. Rumble. The Susanoo armored wooden figure launched a fierce attack. Earth release, rock fist technique. The rock fist swung out, Naruto braced himself and met it head on. Crack. One strike broke through, Naruto retreated awkwardly, his arm numb. Whoosh! At this moment, the over-shoulder wooden dragon around the wooden figure's neck, wrapped in Susanoo armor, circled Naruto several times and suddenly bit his lightning-covered shoulder. Naruto exclaimed, "No! This wooden dragon is absorbing my chakra." Whoosh! Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly retreat to a distance. Poof! Madara snorted coldly, the wooden dragon opened its mouth, and the Yata mirror Magatama connected to the hair shot out. Clang 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 clang. Naruto swung his war fan, desperately blocking the Magatama assault. Madara shouted loudly, "Naruto, your Dojutsu mark and Flying Thunder God mark are different and can be nullified. The method you used before to drive me out of the Susanoo's exterior no longer works. Your chakra must be almost depleted, right?" Naruto answered solemnly, "Yeah. I have to get serious now." Clang! The Magatama attack was nearing its end. Naruto released the fan, and the round fan suddenly shrank, falling to a corner of the battlefield. Shinra Tensei! Boom! The repulsion field suddenly erupted, and the remaining Magatama were blasted away by a powerful force. Naruto shouted excitedly, "The power of the Deva Path has finally been restored. Secret weapon, activate! Chibaku Tensei!" Sizzle! Naruto spread his hands, concentrating the gravitational core of Chibaku Tensei in his palms. Unlike before, he didn't throw it into the sky but tightly clenched it in his hands. Rumble! The earth cracked open, countless huge rocks converging toward Naruto's fists, forming the Chibaku Tensei, Rock Fist. Even Madara said in surprise, using this massive body to turn Chibaku Tensei into a rock fist. Purple electric sparks crackled, enveloping the rock fist. Naruto shouted loudly, "Madara, this is the final strike." Madara sneered, wooden dragons growing rapidly inside him, wrapping around the wooden Susanoo's arms. Two gigantic figures collided. Buddha and demon clash, Vajra strength and thunder roar, twin star explosion. At the moment of impact, Naruto increased his power, unleashing earth release, super heavy rock fist. Boom! The wooden arm shattered, cracks appeared on the Susanoo armor, and Naruto was blasted away. This was not about overwhelming numbers but a powerful strike to decide the outcome. Naruto was not satisfied. After his right arm's rock fist fell off, his left fist once again condensed to super heavy rock fist and smashed down. The armor wobbled, and the left arm's rock fist also shattered and fell off. Madara laughed heartily, "How exhilarating! Naruto, even without wood release and sage art, you can rival Hashirama." The wooden over-the-shoulder dragon tightly coiled around Naruto, absorbing his chakra and forcing him to retreat. Naruto could have used Flying Thunder God to escape, but he knew this was the only chance and could not give up. He wrapped his hands around the wooden figure's waist, suddenly lifting it high overhead, lightning wildly erupting, shaking heaven and earth. Thunderclap, peerless explosive bomb. Boom! Mountains and rivers shattered, winds rose and clouds surged, even the distant rain-hidden village clearly heard the loud explosion. The battlefield was torn apart, fragments of Susanoo and wooden debris scattered. Madara was blown away by the shockwave, his body damaged. Naruto's super multiplied transformation inside his body was undone, leaving him skin and bones, sweat soaking his entire body. He gasped, "Chakra consumption is too great, I've already started burning fat, there's no other way." At this moment, Naruto activated the Dustless Maze, concealing his form and chakra, leaving only a Mecha Naruto, Unit 01. In midair, Madara's body gradually restored with the swirling dust. He coldly looked at Mecha Naruto and said, "Mechanical puppet? How boring." Suddenly, a rocket rapidly attacked from below. Shinra Tensei. With a boom, repulsive force blocked the explosion a yard away. The true Sandai flashed, and Mecha Naruto was instantly teleported to another location. Shura Path, backstab mechanism. From Mecha Naruto's arm mechanism, black rods quickly shot out, piercing Madara's not yet fully restored back. Madara's heart tightened, "These black rods are hitting my chakra points?" Naruto revealed his true form, bit his wrist, and dipped his blood to form hand seals. With a hum, the black rods released intense interference. This was the chakra restraint Madara used after his revival, which even Sage Mode Hashirama struggled to resist. Damn! Madara knew that failure would become an eternal regret. Naruto stepped forward, pressing his hand on Madara's chest, and performed the Hungry Ghost Path. Chakra flowed into Naruto's palm, converted by yang release into calories, gradually restoring Naruto's emaciated body. Blocked by chakra acupoints, the Edo Tensei body cannot heal itself. Cracks gradually appeared on Madara's body, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, Naruto suddenly released his grip. Madara angrily questioned, "Why? As long as you drain my chakra, this Edo Tensei will be over. Do you look down on me? Naruto picked up the fan beside him, held it behind his back, and said calmly, do you really think that's the case? The black aura spread rapidly, and Kuratsuchi shouted urgently, Lord Madara, let's retreat first. Madara snorted coldly, you are as naive as Hashirama. Don't regret it later. He sank into the darkness, his Rinnegan eyes fixed on Naruto. Naruto softly mouthed. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, then disappeared along with Kuratsuchi without a trace. The second confrontation between Naruto and Madara ended with Naruto narrowly victorious. Huff. Naruto exhaled deeply, exhaustion washing over him like a tide. He collapsed heavily forward but was caught by a soft embrace. Good job. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, it was. Konan helped Naruto back to Amagakure, where the villagers warmly welcomed him, a scene reminiscent of when he defeated Pain. Naruto felt touched inside, a warm smile appearing on his tired face. Sakura sat at the back of the crowd, sincerely happy for him. Times have changed, but you are still the ninja everyone trusts. The battle caused severe damage to Amagakure, with most buildings destroyed by meteor fragments. Fortunately, Sakura and Katsuyu worked together in the rescue, and no villagers were injured. Afterwards, Naruto gratefully said to Sakura, without you, I couldn't have protected everyone. You played an indispensable role. Sakura said firmly, this is the responsibility I must fulfill as a ninja. In the forest outside Amagakure, Sai led everyone to find the body of the Umbu member killed by Madara before the great battle. It was Umbu Squad 1 Captain Yayu, a subordinate of Nagar. Nagare's voice was low. He was an orphan of the Amagakure War, usually talkative and careless, but actually very serious. Naruto removed his mask, surprised to recognize, it's him? It was precisely the second day after the formation of the rain-hidden Umbu that the young man who had been publicly scolded by Liu Guang and teased by White Zetsu appeared. Unexpectedly, that vibrant young man had become a cold corpse. The thought of Edo Tensei flashed through Naruto's mind, but seeing the ninjas behind him, he decided to give up. Let his sacrifice be a warning bell that is true responsibility. He picked up the bloodstained flying thunder god kunai and said solemnly, the path of a ninja is always accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. I hope you remember your aim, understand your own path more clearly, protect the village, and cherish life. Yoro Aim was given a proper burial, and his name was engraved on the rain-hidden memorial monument. At midnight, homeless rain-hidden villagers set up tents in an open space. Naruto and Konan discussed the village's reconstruction overnight. Konan said, rebuilding requires a large amount of funds. I have applied to the Land of Rain, but their support is limited, we mainly have to rely on ourselves. Naruto asked, how is the village's financial situation? Konan shook her head, the deficit is severe, it's hard to afford the reconstruction. Naruto grew serious. Konan continued, the Akatsuki-S funds were controlled by Kakuzu, the public accounts were all used for Akatsuki operations. I heard Kakuzu secretly hoarded a large sum of money in a money exchange place, but Kakuzu is no longer here, and we can't find that place. If we can get that money, we can overcome this difficulty. Naruto tapped the table, a thought striking him, Kakuzu, we are life and death comrades. Life and death means having once taken each other's lives. He murmured, if that's the case, I'll add him to my recruitment list. He took out a notebook and wrote Kakuzu's name under Uchiha Itachi and Akasuna no Sasori. These three all pointed to one person, the user controlling another Edo Tensei army, Yukushi Kabuto. Naruto put away the notebook and said meaningfully, although we still need Kabuto's help to make Sasuke stronger, what we should take back, we must take back. When Orochimaru returns and finishes what he needs to do, it's about time we have a good talk with Kabuto. Konan asked, then before finding Kabuto, what about the village's funds? Naruto smiled and replied, the funds are for the village reconstruction. First, we'll make use of the meteorite debris that Madara dropped that solves the stone material problem. All right. Konan agreed and immediately made arrangements. Naruto asked again, is Captain Yamato still in the village? Konan said coldly, Yamato? The square-faced guy who was resurrected with Jiraiya? He rushed back to Konoha before Madara attacked the village last night. Naruto rubbed his chin, he left last night judging by travel time, he should have just reached the border of the Land of Rain. Whoosh! Naruto instantly used Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared, returning to Amagakure 10 minutes later carrying Yamato. Yamato was stunned. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto said seriously, for your safety, stay in Amagakure for now. Yamato anxiously said, no. After I was captured by Akatsuki, the village still doesn't know my whereabouts. I have to report back. Naruto calmly said, "Don't worry, Granny Tsunade has already sent a message and is on her way to Amage Cure." Yamato was surprised, the fifth Hokage? Coming here just for me? Naruto scratched his head, mainly for the lecherous Sannin, but also for you. Yamato was gloomy. Naruto laughed, "When Tsunade returns, you can go back with her, isn't that better?" Yamato thought, "You can use Flying Thunder God technique, wouldn't it be faster to just send me back directly?" He asked seriously, "Naruto, since you insist I stay, is there something you want me to do?" Naruto, actually it's like this. Yamato guessed, "Build houses?" Naruto was excited, "Right. Your wood release, continuous pillar technique is unparalleled in the ninja world. We need your help." Yamato sighed, "Forget it. Not to mention you're a rogue ninja now, I'll just consider it repaying my life debt. Show me the place where we need to build." Naruto led him to the residential area of Amage Cure. Yamato looked at the ruins all around and smiled bitterly, "You're really making me repay this favor with my life." Naruto smiled and said, "Not quite, I'll take over what you didn't finish." Yamato shook his head, "Forget it, you don't have wood release anyway." Naruto smiled faintly without speaking, "Not now, but maybe in the future." Finally, at dawn, Orochimaru, who had been away for many days, returned to Amage Cure. Author's note. It seems a lot has happened while I was away. Orochimaru took off his straw hat, looking at the village injured by the rain, his expression complicated. Tsunade approached silently, her face full of confusion. She had met Orochimaru on the way. Although she knew he had been resurrected and joined Naruto, old grudges were hard to resolve. However, she was preoccupied and barely spoke during the journey. "Granny Tsunade, you're here." Naruto and Konan came to the village entrance to greet her. Tsunade asked, "Naruto, what happened?" Naruto replied calmly, "Amage Cure was attacked, but the situation has been settled." Tsunade asked anxiously, "Were there any injuries? Is medical support needed?" Naruto said, "No casualties, only damage to the houses." Tsunade was surprised, such a large-scale attack with no casualties? Could it be? Naruto interrupted, "Let's go inside first, that person is already waiting for you." Tsunade clenched her fists, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, and hurried toward Amage Cure. Shizun held Tun-Tun, following Tsunade, and nodded in greeting to Naruto as they passed by. Rain-hidden village, lakeside. Tsunade stopped, panting heavily, her gaze fixed on the weathered figure's back. Before she could call out, the person turned around and greeted her with lip movements, a warm smile on his lips. Tsunade could no longer hold back and rushed forward, throwing herself into that broad embrace, completely ignoring the mud on her pant legs. The two silently embraced in the rain, their emotions speaking louder than words. "That's great, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya." Shizun held Tun-Tun with one hand, covering her face as tears fell. If there were a song for this moment, only White Reflection would fit. On the distant riverbank, Naruto and Orochimaru stood side by side, watching, moved in their hearts. Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint smile as he opened his oil umbrella. "Naruto-kun, let us not disturb them for now, what do you think?" Naruto nodded, "I think so too." The two turned and walked toward the experimental base. This was an important facility of the rain-hidden village, which had undergone 2 rounds of repairs and reinforcements since the battle with Obito. Madara's attack had not affected this place, which was somewhat fortunate. Naruto asked, "Was the extraction successful?" Orochimaru replied, "Lord Mito's cells were successfully extracted and activated into 2 samples." Naruto smiled. Orochimaru had never disappointed him. After entering the base, Orochimaru closed his oil umbrella. "The one who attacked the village this time must be Madara. Besides him, I can't think of anyone who would personally oversee the operation and cause such severe destruction." Naruto's expression was grave. "Orochimaru has become stronger since escaping from the seabed. If I hadn't combined the secret techniques of the 5 great ninja villages with the new battle strategy of the Rinnegan, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. But all battle techniques are based on chakra, and my current chakra can no longer support more powerful techniques. To break through, I must change from the foundation. The perfect physique of the Uzumaki clan and the wood release power of Senju Hashirama are the breakthrough." Orochimaru said with a smile, "Come on. I'm ready. Let's step into a whole new realm together." This was a power even Naruto, who once possessed the 6 paths power in his previous life, had never touched. Those who transplanted the cells of the first Hokage often grew a face that did not match their body, appearing very deformed, indicating that the power could not be perfectly controlled. Not only was the power incomplete, but it also brought endless troubles. Previously, Orochimaru proposed a solution to obtain the true power of the Uzumaki clan. Even someone as strong as Naruto only has half of the Uzumaki bloodline. Although he has abundant chakra, without the power of the tailed beasts, he cannot rival the first Hokage. The Uzumaki clan is very special. When Senju cells are transplanted into outsiders, they can gain part of the Senju power, but when Uzumaki cells are transplanted into outsiders, there is almost no change, at most slightly restoring stamina. Orochimaru's research found that the Uzumaki bloodline has another major characteristic: cells can be transplanted among clan members to awaken the bloodline. Naruto, having half Uzumaki blood, meets this condition. The world's most perfect bearer of the Uzumaki bloodline is the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. She was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If her cells could be obtained, combined with Naruto's identity as the Ashura reincarnation, it would surely awaken the purest Uzumaki power. Mito's cells are the key, the most perfect key, capable of awakening Naruto's legitimate Uzumaki chakra. What Orochimaru needed to do was inject Mito's cells into Naruto's body. Deep in the laboratory, Orochimaru steadily pushed the syringe until the medicine was fully injected. He said in a low, hoarse voice, "Alright, Lady Mito's cells have been injected. Now we just need to wait. Once your Uzumaki bloodline is fully awakened, whether it's Hashirama's cells or others, you will be able to use them at will." Naruto slowly closed his eyes, thinking, after this is done, how should I find Kabuto? Right, Sakura escaped from Kabuto's lair. I should ask her later. 1,000 miles away, Kabuto's lair training room. After arduous training, the scorching black flames finally condensed into a fiery armor. Uchiha Sasuke held his head high and chest out. This flame-release chakra mode can definitely defeat Naruto's purple lightning release. Yakushi Kabuto should have been pleased with Sasuke's progress, but he was deeply worried due to Haruno Sakura's unexpected actions. He said seriously, "Sasuke, Haruno Sakura has already approached Naruto. Our base might be exposed, we need to move quickly." Sasuke said coldly, "No need. I'm tired of running away. I'll stay here and go nowhere." Kabuto frowned. This. Under Sasuke's sharp gaze, Kabuto finally gave in. "Fine, we'll do it your way." Sasuke looked at the neatly arranged coffins by the wall. "Stop wasting time. Let's start the combat training immediately." Kabuto pushed up his glasses. "Who should we use today?" "I think the third Raikage." Sasuke interrupted decisively. "Use Nagato." Kabuto hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate? Nagato has already mastered the Rinnegan's 6 paths to the peak. Even Naruto now might not be able to match him. Moreover, last time to deal with Konoha's Might Guy, Nagato absorbed the Nine Tails chakra from Kinkaku and Ginkaku, restoring his complete form. Even you now might not easily defeat him." Sasuke reiterated coldly. "I said, use Nagato." "Alright, as you wish." Kabuto formed hand seals with both hands. Clang. The second coffin on the right slowly descended. Nagato walked out stiffly. Although his chakra had been restored, his legs were still inconvenient. Kabuto asked, "Should I control him or let him awaken his own consciousness?" Sasuke said in a low voice, "Of course, activate him himself." "Understood." Kabuto pushed up his glasses. The cold lenses reflected a chilling light, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rebellious Sasuke is really hard to please, so let Nagato play freely. Even if he dies, he can be revived by the path of hell. Sasuke's gaze was like a torch. Naruto only has a single Rinnegan eye. If I can defeat Nagato, defeating Naruto won't be a problem. Nagato opened his eyes, looking at the boy before him wrapped in black flames. "Uchiha, Sasuke?" Sasuke said coldly, "Nagato, fight me with all your strength." Nagato smiled. "Let me ask first, why do you want to risk your life fighting someone who is already dead like me?" Sasuke responded coldly, "I want to become invincibly strong, so no one can stop me." Nagato said calmly, "Becoming stronger is the ultimate goal of a ninja, and so it is for me. But to grow stronger, you must have the right beliefs, or you will only go astray. I have made mistakes and know this truth well. Tell me your reason for becoming stronger, and then I will decide whether to accept your challenge." Sasuke sneered, "I grow stronger for revenge. To seek justice against those who brought pain to the Uchiha. I will use the flames of vengeance to ignite the fires of war. The ignorant fools in Konoha who mocked us when the Uchiha clan was wiped out, I will eliminate them one by one." Nagato's expression darkened. "Revenge against Konoha, so you want to destroy everything Naruto desperately protects?" Sasuke sneered, "Naruto? Actually, he and the Hidden Rain village he belongs to are both my targets for conquest." Nagato's eyes sharpened. "Naruto and the Hidden Rain village? Looks like you really are a big problem while alive." Sasuke sneered, "You mean you want to kill me? Fine, if you can, then try. I won't let Kabuto use Edo Tensei to interfere with you." Go ahead and make your move. Then I shall respectfully comply. Nagato reached out his hand through the air. Universal pull. Gravity quickly pulled Sasuke forward, but he was already accustomed to the power of the Rinnegan and remained unflustered. This is the Rinnegan's gravitational pull, a technique Naruto has used. But in reverse, I can also use it to launch an attack. Nagato watched coldly. Shinra Tensei. With a loud boom, the gravity suddenly turned into repulsion. Ugh! Sasuke was slammed back by a powerful force, crashing hard into the wall and stumbling backward. Kabuto, standing at the side of the arena, pushed up his glasses with interest. Nagato, after fully restoring your form and fighting with your own will, how strong can you be? Let me see. Although Sasuke was heavily struck, the flame-release chakra mode protected him, so he was fine. Nagato's repulsion intervals are 5 seconds apart, his legs are inconvenient, this is the chance. He unleashed Susanu's half-body second form, shooting a large arrow straight at Nagato's feet. Swish! Nagato quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Summoning technique. Bang! A huge summoned panda blocked in front of Nagato, forcibly stopping the large arrow. He continued forming seals, then a summoned bird appeared, carrying Nagato as it rapidly dove towards Sasuke. Scratch! 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 Nagato threw out a black rod from his sleeve, suddenly stabbing into Susanu's bones. Buzz! Susanu's half-body immediately began to collapse. He's injecting chakra with the black rod to disrupt my Susanu? Universal pull. Before Sasuke could react, he was pulled into midair by a strong gravitational force. He thought, this time he didn't use repulsion, is he trying to absorb my flame-release chakra with absorption ability? Too bad this mode isn't for you to absorb. Before you absorb it, I'll destroy you first. Flame-release flame spear. 3 clusters of black flames rose from the flame-release cloak, transforming into sharp flame spears that pierced through Nagato and the summoned birds' bodies. Sasuke sneered, if you weren't an Edo Tensei, you'd be dead already. Bang! In the smoke, Nagato's body turned into a wooden stake. Sasuke was shocked, substitution jutsu? That absorption was just a feint? Ajura Path mechanical arm. Nagato's true body appeared, mechanical arms growing from his shoulders, grabbing Sasuke. Sasuke was surprised, what the hell is this thing? Nagato held a scroll in his mouth, forming hand seals with both hands. Sealing fire hand seal. Sasuke's fire-style chakra was stripped away, flowing into the scroll through the mechanical arm, and was sealed. Ajura Path rocket propeller. The rocket propeller on Nagato's back activated, instantly rushing in front of Sasuke. The realm of humans. His palm reached towards Sasuke's chest, suddenly grabbing his soul. Sasuke was terrified, what is this? My soul is being pulled out of my body. Naruto and Madara never used this move. Instinctively, he activated chakra, summoning Susanu's skeletal hand, desperately trying to hold onto his soul, but it was futile. His face pale, he said, damn it, once the soul is pulled out, my power is also draining away. Crack, crack. Nagato's killing intent was resolute. The mechanical arm quickly transformed into a laser cannon pressed against Sasuke's forehead. Sizzle. The laser waves made Sasuke despair, it's over, I'm dead for sure. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes blazed fiercely, fiery red chakra erupted outside his body, forming a fiery red Susanoo arm that violently tore off Nagato's mechanical arm, and from the mouth of the fiery red gourd, he drew a large sword. Kabuto Yakushi shouted, the sword of Tatsuka. Nagato urgently stopped pulling the soul, using the propulsion device to dodge and avoid the sword of Tatsuka. Kabuto's gaze was deep, the fiery red chakra of the sword of Tatsuka isn't from Sasuke's true body. He recalled, when Might Guy attacked Sasuke before, the Yata mirror also wasn't controlled by Sasuke, showing a similar situation. He looked toward the third coffin by the wall. Itachi, even in slumber, is guarding his brother with those eyes? Sasuke narrowly escaped death, not daring to be careless, activating the complete form of Susanoo, causing the ground to crack. Nagato clasped his hands together, gathering a black gravitational sphere and threw it into the sky. Sasuke stood roaring. Naruto used the Chibaku Tensei, my Susanoo complete form can break free, but a better way is to attack the gravity ball itself. The Tenma Kagakumi bow gathered, Kagetsuchi arrows fired in succession, striking the core of the gravity ball. The gravity ball shattered with a roar, huge rocks falling. Sasuke arrogantly said, any other moves? Nagato murmured, no way. Suddenly, dark golden chakra chains flew out from behind him, wrapping around Susanoo's limbs and neck, dragging it to the ground. Sasuke was suspicious, what is this? Also a Rinnegan ability? In the distance, Kabuto's eyes were sharp, the reflection on his glasses flickering, oh? The Uzumaki clan's diamond shackles is a powerful binding technique that only pure-blooded Uzumaki can use after awakening their power. When Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina used it, the power was enough to suppress the Nine Tails. Although Nagato's Uzumaki chakra is not as strong as Mito's, it is comparable to Kushina's. This diamond shackles is enough to completely suppress Sasuke's Susanoo complete form. Bang! Under the pull of the diamond shackles, Susanoo's feet touched the ground. Damn! Sasuke controlled Susanoo, struggling desperately. Swish! Nagato formed hand seals with both hands, earth release, Yomi swamp. The ground beneath Susanoo instantly turned into a muddy swamp. Sasuke's face changed drastically, bad, no foothold. With wings locked and no support underfoot, Susanoo was pulled by the chains and began to topple forward. Now! Nagato's eyes sharpened, and at the moment Susanoo's head approached, his palm reached out through the air, pointing to the space where Sasuke was. Cho Shinra Tensei! Boom! A powerful repulsive force erupted like a mountain flood. Susanoo's head was blasted to pieces. Ugh! Susanoo bore most of the impact, but the aftershock heavily flung Sasuke away. Bang! The rocket boosters of the Azura Path ignited, Nagato attacked like fire, and the soul-devouring hand of the human path reached toward the already powerless Sasuke. Kabuto, what are you waiting for? Stop him now! Sasuke shouted. It seems Sasuke has already recognized his place. Kabuto Yakushi sneered as he pushed up his glasses, forming hand seals with 2 fingers in front of his chest. Slash! Nagato's palm suddenly stopped right in front of Sasuke's eyes, forcibly halting the Edo Tensei performed by Kabuto Yakushi. Nagato slowly closed his eyes. They will probably change their hideout later, but it doesn't matter. I have already left behind a phantom lantern body. When Naruto finds this place, through the resonance of the Rinnegan, I can tell him the location of the Edo Tensei user. Author's note. Cloud Hidden Village. It has been some time since the Raikage was defeated by Naruto outside the Wind Country's gates and was towed back to the village by the Sand Hidden Village. These days, the Raikage has been having a very hard time. The shame of defeat is secondary. The real problem is that Naruto used the super weighted rock technique to make his body weigh 10 tons. The Raikage can barely move. He crushes the bed when he sleeps and breaks the toilet when he sits. Even his excrement has become abnormally heavy, weighing hundreds of pounds at a time. To maintain his bodily functions, he has to eat a large amount of food every day. Dota couldn't bear to watch and earnestly advised, Raikage-sama, please ask the Iwagakure for help. If not, I will go on your behalf. The super-weighted rock is a secret technique of Iwagakure that Tsuchikage Inoki must have a way to undo it. But the Raikage, too proud to admit defeat, disdainfully said, have me bow to old man Inoki? Never in this lifetime. Dota asked, do you plan to handle daily affairs with this body? The Raikage snorted coldly. After returning, I have come to understand. Though this body is heavy, it is an opportunity. 10 tons is nothing. I will still master it and show them. Once I can move freely, the power of the ninja body technique will shock the world. I want to see with my own eyes the look of regret on Uzumaki Naruto's face when I knock him down. Dota sighed, knowing the Raikage's stubborn nature, and did not press further. The Raikage's ability to master this body is no empty talk. His physical strength and training methods guarantee it. At this moment, news of an attack on the Rain Hidden Village spread throughout the major ninja villages. Dota sought out the Raikage once again. Raikage was struggling to practice walking, each step incredibly heavy, sweat soaking his entire body. After intense training, he finally managed to barely get up and walk, but squatting and lying down remained difficult. Tsukadai said, Raikage-sama, regarding the Rain Hidden Village, I would like to discuss it with you. The Raikage, panting, replied, I want to attack, but I still can't do it now. Tsukadai said, the Sand Hidden and Mist Hidden villages have both sent aid supplies. Although the Stone Hidden village didn't send supplies, they did send personnel to help. The Raikage sneered coldly, that old man Inoki, pretending to care about the Stone Hidden's reputation, trying to save his own legacy. If he had sent troops earlier, but he's old now. Tsukadai continued, I heard that Samui and the others are still alive, being held captive by the Rain Hidden village. The Raikage stopped in his tracks. You mean to send people to rescue them? Tsukadai shook his head, no, I suggest sending financial aid to the Rain Hidden village. The Raikage shouted angrily, what did you say? Tsukadai hurriedly explained, please listen. There are 2 purposes for sending aid. First, to ease the conflict with Uzumaki Naruto. Second, since they receive our help, they will naturally release Samui. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Raikage scolded angrily, what nonsense. Isn't this compromising with the Rain Hidden village and Akatsuki? He then angrily berated Sukadai, and you, the matter of privately handing over the scroll last time is still unsettled. Go back and reflect properly. Sukadai sighed helplessly. The Raikage was too stubborn. Whether this was a blessing or a curse for the cloud-hidden village was hard to say. He suddenly recalled that not only did Uzumaki Naruto not kill the Raikage, but he also applied the super reinforced rock technique. Could it really have been just to humiliate? Rain Hidden Village. Naruto woke up feeling his body was completely renewed. This is the perfect chakra of the Uzumaki clan? I never realized I had such strong power. Orochimaru laughed. Actually, even with the transplantation of Lady Nito's cells, you shouldn't have awakened this quickly. Naruto-kun's training and frequent battles over the years are the foundation. Also, the influence of the Rinnegan cannot be ignored. Naruto smiled. That's even better. Orochimaru said, the Uzumaki bloodline is now complete, but the transplantation of Hashirama's cells still requires caution. Let the body fully adapt first. Naruto nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. He walked to the mirror and noticed that the change was not only in his chakra but even his hair. The stiff blonde hair had turned into soft red hair. Naruto felt emotional inside, red hair just like his mother's. Although he had thought about it before, he never imagined there would really be a day like this. After leaving Orochimaru's base, Naruto immediately went to a barbershop in Amagakure, dyed his hair back to blonde, and styled it, physically restoring his original look. Orochimaru laughed and asked, Naruto-kun, don't you like red hair? Naruto smiled and replied, I do like it very much, but I'm used to how I look now. I'm not only from the Uzumaki clan, but also the son of Minato Namikaze. He also noticed that besides his hair, even the hair there had turned red. Dyeing the hair was one thing, but that part would just stay as it was. Later, Orochimaru seriously asked, about the 9 tails, Naruto-kun, what do you plan to do? Naruto touched his stomach, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness enter the spiritual world, where he met the 9 tails. The 9 tails' vertical pupils carried mockery. Oh, gaining power close to Mito's, coming to show off to me? Naruto ignored the taunt and instead said, the other me, you've seen him, right? The 9 tails' pupils shrank. It turned out that when Naruto awakened his bloodline, the other self hadn't disappeared but had instead reached a deep understanding with the 9 tails. The 9 tails roared angrily, want my power? Defeat us first. Sizzle. The other Naruto appeared in the spiritual world, clad in the golden cloak of the 9 tails chakra mode, his fox-like eyes glaring at him, shouting, I don't acknowledge you as me, give me back my body. The tailed beast bombs rained down wildly, instantly destroying the spiritual world. In reality, Naruto opened his eyes, his gaze firm, before taking back the 9 tails power. I have to go to the real waterfall. This time, it's not about conquering inner darkness, but about overcoming my true former self. Author's note, Jiraiya's revival and the summoning of the 2 great sages means there's no more slacking off. Avoidance never solves problems. Eventually, you have to face them. Naruto decided to go to Mount Mayaboku. Besides explaining the situation to the Great Toad Sage, the 4 symbol seal keys on him were entrusted to the Scroll Toad at Mount Mayaboku, so this hurdle had to be passed. That day, Naruto used reverse summoning jutsu to arrive at the long-missed Mount Mayaboku. The croaking frogs, lotus leaves, and splashing waterfalls, all familiar scenes, reminded him of his past training days. Amid nostalgia, there was also a feeling of apprehension about returning home. Guided by the 2 great sages, Naruto came to the longevity hall of Mount Mayaboku. The great toad sage sat there, old and feeble, eyes squinting as if just waking up. The sage mumbled, huh? Shinsaku, Shima, whose child is this? Shinsaku reminded him, have you forgotten? It's Naruto. The great toad sage was dazed. Oh, Naruto, haven't seen you for days. Why do your eyes look like rings now? As soon as he said this, Naruto felt embarrassed. Sage Shinsaku explained, those are Rinnegan, the eyes of Nagato's 6 paths. Naruto transplanted them after defeating Nagato. The power that revived little Jiraiya came from that. Although we don't like it much, Naruto hasn't used it for evil. Sage Shima interjected, it's not exactly evil, just betraying Konoha and attacking Kumogakure. Naruto lowered his head, speechless. The great toad sage's expression was calm. I understand. Shinsaku, Shima, you 2 go out first. I want to speak with Naruto alone. Shima was dissatisfied. Why do you have to exclude us from the conversation? Shinsaku advised her, listen to the old master. He has his plans. We'll wait outside. The 2 grumbled as they left, and the palace door slammed shut. The great toad sage opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within, and said just one word that made Naruto's hair stand on end. Plow. You came back through that treasure, didn't you? The great toad sage said. Naruto's pupils suddenly contracted. The sage continued, "Don't be surprised. Toads can foresee the future. Changes in the future cannot be hidden from us. The world's development is dynamic, and anything that can interfere with time is an uncertain, chaotic state. The reason the toads are confused is that the world has not yet been fully determined. Your return has made the chaotic state disappear. No, to be precise, it's because the only treasure capable of interfering with time, the plow, has been destroyed." Naruto clenched his sweaty hands and said, "Great Toad Sage, I still don't quite understand." "You mean?" The Great Toad Sage smiled, "Am I making it too complicated? Simply put, the plow is a treasure that can travel through time, possessing uniqueness beyond time itself. Because of the plow, time can be artificially interfered with, and what has already happened can be rewritten, so time is uncertain." Naruto gradually understood. "You mean, whether past, present, or future, the plow is one of a kind?" The Great Toad Sage nodded, "Exactly. After sending you back, the plow exhausted its power and was destroyed. That means nothing can interfere with time anymore. So, from the moment you returned, your actions and your impact on the world determine the one and only final direction of the future." Naruto was shocked. He hadn't expected the Great Toad Sage to already know everything. He suddenly recalled the great calamity that destroyed the ninja world in his previous life, in which the sages also participated. On his deathbed, the Great Toad Sage revealed a startling secret: the origins of the three great sage clans were not on the earth where the ninjas lived, but on the Otsutsuki planet Takamagara. The ancestors of the three great sage clans were contemporaries of the Otsutsuki ancestors. Naruto whispered to himself, "No wonder the Great Toad Sage even knew about the plow. So, I know you are Naruto, and I understand that everything you have done is to prevent history from repeating itself." The Great Toad Sage shifted his tone, "But because the plow has disappeared, the causality related to the plow will also be rewritten. The future will see changes at this starting point that you cannot predict." Naruto pondered. "The causality related to the plow, you mean Otsutsuki Urashiki? In the previous life, it was Urashiki who brought the plow to the ninja world. In other words, with the plow gone, the causal chain is broken, and Urashiki's actions may change. Likewise, the actions of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and those connected to them may also change." The Great Toad Sage said, "That means those people might appear earlier or later than you expect. Later is manageable, but if they appear earlier..." Naruto was sweating profusely. In the previous life, the Otsutsuki led by Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and Urashiki only arrived during Boruto's era, which is more than 10 years from now. If they came later, everything would be easier, but if they come early, the ninja world will be baptized ahead of time." The Great Toad Sage sighed, "This is the price of interfering with time. Risk and opportunity coexist. The key lies in how you grasp it. The night you returned, I had a dream, a revelation. In the dream, the boy who returns from the future will lead the power of the ninja world to an unprecedented height. The true destiny of this world will also be determined at this time, which could be either a peak of prosperity or destruction. Pay attention to the distinction. This time it refers to the entire world, not just the previously prophesied ninja world." Naruto looked up and asked, "So, I bear the fate of the entire world?" The Great Toad Sage said gravely, "If you really are that prophesied child." Naruto suddenly thought, even if the Chibaku Tensei is destroyed, the people who made it can just make another one. The Great Toad Sage smiled, "You really are different now, Naruto. But that's no longer possible. The one who made the Chibaku Tensei was the ancestor who sent me here for refuge 1,000 years ago, the prophet Great Toad Sage ancestor. He has long since died. Both his body and soul have vanished, never to be resurrected." Suddenly, the scroll toad jumped down from his seat, and the scroll beneath him unfurled, revealing the key to the four symbols seal. The Great Toad Sage said, "Naruto, go fulfill your mission. Having been reborn once, you should be more familiar with what to do." "Understood." Naruto rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, bared his chest, and pressed his palm onto the scroll. Shoo shoo shoo. This time, he used his left hand to form the hand seal, symbolizing his determination to take a completely different path from his previous life. The night was slightly cool. By the lake behind the hidden rain village, a pier connected to an octagonal pavilion in the center of the lake. Inside the pavilion, Tsunade and Jiraiya reunited, talking heart to heart, naturally discussing Naruto. Tsunade had drunk quite a bit, her face flushed with intoxication. Having experienced loss, she leaned on Jiraiya's shoulder, gazing at the lake with a lost look in her eyes. "I can't see through Naruto at all now. I don't know why he left the village, nor do I understand what he intends to do. Jiraiya, you're his teacher, what do you think?" Jiraiya was silent for a long time, picked up a pen, but found there was no paper. Tsunade opened her palm and softly said, "Write it here." Jiraiya's expression faltered, and he gently took Tsunade's hand, writing 2 characters in her palm. Trust. A breeze blew by, rippling the surface of the lake and dispersing the confusion in Tsunade's eyes. Jiraiya, if this is your choice, I will firmly support you. After leaving the Mayaboko Mountain Longevity Hall, Naruto declined the invitation from Sage Shima and returned to the Hidden Rain Village that very night. Having obtained the key to the 4 Symbols Seal, he was ready to break the 9 Tails Seal. The next stop was the real waterfall on Paradise Island in the Land of Lightning. Before departing, Tsunade came to see him off. Naruto asked, "Are you leaving, Granny Tsunade?" Tsunade said, "Yes, Jiraiya, please take good care of him." Naruto replied, "Of course, it's what I should do. By the way, about Sakura." Late at night, Haruno Sakura knelt on the road where Tsunade left the village. Tsunade stopped and looked at Sakura. Sakura. Sakura lowered her head and answered, "Master, present." Tsunade's expression grew serious. "Naruto and Katsuyu have already told me, including about your parents." Sakura painfully bowed her head. "Master, I'm sorry, I have failed your teachings." Tsunade said coldly, "From today on, you are no longer my disciple, nor a ninja of Konoha." Sakura clenched her fists tightly and nodded with difficulty in agreement. Tsunade continued, "This is my final teaching, lift your head up." Sakura trembled as she raised her head, tears welling in her eyes, but she gritted her teeth to keep them from falling. Tsunade said sternly, "Medical ninjutsu knows no borders, it exists solely to save lives. You have already mastered the Hyakugo seal and can summon slugs. As a medical ninja, you have surpassed me. From now on, stay in Amagakure, stay by Naruto's side, and use this opportunity to do your best for the village, not just Amagakure, but also Konoha." During the Ninja World War, the great nations ignored the suffering of the small countries in villages. This is also the root cause of pain wanting to destroy Konoha. Konoha is reaping what it sowed. After I woke up and thought deeply, I realized we can't keep fooling ourselves. Even if we defeat pain, as long as the root cause remains, there will be more pains in the future. So now is the time for remedy. But as Hokage, I must consider the interests of the country and cannot overstep my bounds. Sakura, I entrust this important task of remedy to you. Can you accomplish it? As a ninja who started from Konoha and later joined Amagakure. Tears fell, but they were tears of strength. Haruno Sakura, I will never back down. Tsunade showed a relieved smile, helped Sakura up, took off her Konoha Rogue Ninja forehead protector, and put on the Amagakure forehead protector taken from Naruto. Although you and Naruto have left Konoha, Konoha will not see you as traitors. Take this as a new starting point and fully demonstrate your ninja path. After saying this, Tsunade strode heroically into the wind. Shizen walked by holding Tun, giving Sakura a blessing smile. Looking at Tsunade's back, Haruno Sakura bowed deeply. At the entrance of Amagakure. "Lord Yamato, wait for me." Yamato gasped as he caught up. Tsunade stopped. "Tenzo?" Huff Yamato panted, "Please take me back to the village with you." Tsunade frowned, thinking deeply, then said in a low voice, "Naruto was already prepared to use the 9 Tails power. For safety, you should go with him. Your wood release might be crucial at key moments." "Ah?" Yamato hesitated. Naruto is now a rogue ninja of the village and still has ties with Akatsuki. Although I want to help him, there will inevitably be gossip in the village. Tsunade said firmly, "This is an order I personally give as Hokage. I will bear all the consequences." Yamato's expression tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "After completing the support mission, can I return to the village?" Tsunade pondered for a moment and said, "You have to stay and assist in the reconstruction of Amagakure village. Only after the reconstruction is complete can you go back." Yamato nodded, "I understand." Thus, Yamato became one of the companions for this Paradise Island operation. In the Land of Lightning, on the ship heading to Paradise Island, Yamato was restless because Orochimaru was also on board. He sighed inwardly. Naruto was really unlucky to have to be with such a dangerous person like Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned around, a smile on his lips. "It will still be a while before we reach Paradise Island. Why don't you rest for a bit?" Yamato snapped awake. "No, I'm not tired, thank you." Orochimaru smiled kindly. "Don't be afraid of me. After all, you are one of my beloved test subjects. Among all those children, only you survived and grew up. It's truly touching." If Yamato hadn't witnessed the strange battle between Orochimaru and the Four Tails Naruto at the Tenchi Bridge, he might have really believed Orochimaru had turned over a new leaf. He thought to himself, what secret do Orochimaru and Naruto share? Naruto defected from the village, could it have been at Orochimaru's instigation? At dawn, the ship carrying Naruto was approaching Paradise Island. Yamato asked Naruto, "This is the sacred land of the Land of Lightning, governed by Kumogakure village. Did you notify them in advance?" Naruto smiled and said, "I kind of informed them, but whether they agree is another matter." Yamato's heart tightened with a bad premonition. "I'm currently acting with 2 rogue ninjas. If something goes wrong, Konoha will definitely be implicated." He had a sudden idea, took off the face protector from his forehead protector, carved the symbol of a rogue ninja a scratch onto it with a kunai, and then put it back on. He chuckled inwardly, "This way, if something happens, Konoha won't be implicated. I'm so clever." The ship docked, and the 3 disembarked. As expected, a large number of cloud-hidden ninjas were already waiting. Leading them were the cloud-hidden elite Jonin, Darui and C, the Raikage guards during the 5 Kage summit. A few months ago, Darui escaped from Obito's implantation technique, but his left arm was severely injured and amputated. Now he has recovered and returned stronger, with his right arm's power greatly increased, and he has mastered the Raikage's unique lightning release chakra mode. Facing the 3 uninvited guests, Darui held a large bottle tied with a white hemp rope. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he whispered a warning, that is, the amber purifying bottle. This is one of the 5 great tools left by the Sage of 6 Paths. As long as the holder calls out, the target will be sealed inside the bottle. Note, although the red gourd also absorbs ninja tools, it uses Kodadama word spirit, so don't confuse it with the amber purifying bottle. The amber purifying bottle, like the other 4 Six Paths tools, originally belonged to the Gold and Silver Horn brothers of the Cloud Hidden. Later, Gold Horn was defeated by the 3rd Raikage, and the amber purifying bottle was reclaimed by the Cloud Hidden village. Naruto thought to himself, so that's the trick? Darui's mind shifted. Using the amber purifying bottle consumes a large amount of chakra. With my current strength, absorbing chakra once is already an overexertion. The rest is up to you too, see. Smack. He opened the bottle's lid, aimed the mouth of the bottle at Naruto, and shouted, "Uzumaki Naruto." But Naruto raised his hand and performed universal pull. Whoosh! The powerful gravitational force pulled the amber purifying bottle from Darui's hand across the air. Taking advantage of the momentum, Naruto twisted the bottle's mouth, pointing it at Darui. Not good. Darui's heart tightened, and he immediately shut his mouth. Naruto's lips curled slightly, then turned the bottle's mouth again, aiming at C, and shouted, "C." C wasn't so alert and instinctively responded. Whoosh! The amber purifying bottle emitted an irresistible suction. Ah! She screamed, being sucked into the bottle. Darui's face turned pale. "This is terrible." Bang! Naruto capped the bottle, put the amber purifying bottle aside, and stared at Darui, saying, "If you hadn't been unaware of the secret of this amber purifying bottle, today you really would have defeated me, Darui." Darui clenched his fists. "Damn it, attack!" Crackle! Lightning flashed, and the cloud-hidden shinobi swarmed forward. Naruto's eyes were alert. These cloud-hidden ninja are just like those who intercepted me at the Wind Country Gate last time. They've all learned the lightning release chakra mode, and they're even stronger than before. No choice, I have to finish this in one go. He took out a war fan from behind, and from under his sleeve hung a dark golden chakra chain. That was the Uzumaki clan's diamond ceiling. The chain connected to the war fan's handle, wrapped in purple electric light. Naruto swung the chain, opening and closing the war fan widely. Thunder roar, diamond fan. Ugh! Lightning streaked across, and the cloud-hidden shinobi all fell to the ground. Darui broke out in a cold sweat. No way? He just used the amber purifying bottle, and his chakra hasn't weakened at all. Of course, Naruto, having obtained the complete Uzumaki body, could easily wield the 6 Paths tools even without borrowing the 9 Tails power. Yamato behind Naruto was shocked. This is way too chaotic. Orochimaru laughed. The diamond ceiling combined with the war fan wrapped in purple lightning unleashes power far beyond ordinary use. It's unmatched. In just a few rounds, all the cloud-hidden shinobi fell, losing their combat ability. Naruto murmured, "I avoided the vital points, so I didn't kill them, but they'll have to lie down for a while." He put away the war fan, looking coldly at the now silent Darui, and said, "Darui, how about surrendering now?" Darui knew he was no match but remained resolute. The cloud-hidden ninja's dictionary has no word for surrender. Suit yourself. Naruto picked up the amber purification bottle beside him, opened the cap, aimed it at Darui, and shouted his name. Darui gritted his teeth, his face extremely grim. Because the amber purification bottle had another secret, even if there was no answer, as long as silence lasted beyond a certain time, the person would be sucked into the bottle. He quickly thought to himself, defeating him is impossible, but there is still a slim chance to escape. Lightning chakra suddenly enveloped his entire body, activating his flesh and nerves. Using the lightning release body flicker technique, he desperately fled. Naruto chuckled lightly, purple electric sparks swirling around him, clutching the amber purification bottle as he relentlessly pursued. Darui felt hopeless, his speed is even comparable to the peak Raikage. Unable to win, unable to escape, being sucked into the bottle or surrendering would both disgrace Kumogakure. So, he made the only choice. Drawing his ninja sword, lightning chakra wrapped around the blade, he aimed the tip at his own heart, preparing to take his own life. Hey, you wouldn't really do that? Naruto was shocked, hastily removing his mask, his right eye turning into the Mangekyo Sharingan as he stared at Darui. The sword tip stopped at his chest. Phew, finally caught up. Naruto sighed in relief. Darui threw away his ninja sword and knelt before Naruto. Lord Naruto. Naruto asked, where is the Raikage? Darui answered, the Raikage is immobile and is desperately training inside the village. Naruto smiled, that's normal. That muscular uncle needs time to adapt to his overweight body. Darui, from now on, work by my side. Darui took off his Kumogakure forehead protector, carved the rogue ninja symbol on it, then put it back on respectfully. It's my honor. Naruto looked at his missing left arm and thought, I'll use the Shura path later to make him a mechanical arm as compensation. Yamato stepped forward, nervously asking, Naruto, what did you do to him? Naruto turned his head, his eyes returning to the three Tomo Sharingan, smiling as he said, this is the Koto Amatsukami Dojutsu, obtained from Danzo after killing him. It originally belonged to Uchiha Shursui. It can change someone's thoughts unconsciously, leaving no trace, as if it were natural. Yamato's heart tightened, what if he used it on me? Naruto's smile deepened, don't be afraid, Captain Yamato. You're the former Jonin of Team 7, you can count as half my teacher. I won't use Koto Amatsukami on you. Yamato broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, is this the Naruto of today? He sees through everything, acts unpredictably, even more dangerous than Orochimaru. The three Tomo disappeared from Naruto's eyes, and he put his mask back on. His fiery cloud robe fluttered in the wind as Naruto said firmly, let's go, to the true waterfall. The true waterfall is on Paradise Island, a magical place. Sitting before the waterfall, one can see the self hidden deep within their heart. In a past life, Naruto fought with his inner darkness here. Legend says the tailed beasts are embodiments of evil and resentment. As long as there is a trace of darkness in the heart, one will lose themselves when using the tailed beast chakra. Therefore, training at the true waterfall is key to becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Later, Naruto understood more truths. The tailed beasts are not purely evil. Whether one can become a perfect Jinchuriki depends on reaching consensus with the tailed beast. Even if there is darkness inside, as long as the tailed beast doesn't mind, one can use its power. Most tailed beasts are inherently good, so eliminating darkness helps positive development. The true nature of the true waterfall was also revealed. Like Hell Valley, this place is a legacy of the Six Paths Ninja sect, and the waterfall conceals powerfully and release energy. When one's spiritual power is strong enough, not only can they see their inner darkness, but also other existences. In a past life, Naruto's son Boruto also met with Momoshiki here to control the power of the knot. The waterfall creates an illusory battlefield visible only to those involved. Nothing within the battlefield affects the outside world. At this moment, Naruto sat calmly on the stone platform in front of the real waterfall. Amid the sound of the waterfall, the innocent Naruto approached, sneering, Yo, imposter occupying my body, you finally dare to face me. The returning Naruto responded calmly, You are the past me, I am the future you, we are both Uzumaki Naruto. There is no such thing as an imposter. The innocent Naruto arrogantly said, Baka. I don't want to become you. I saw everything you did while occupying my body. Those were all despicable deeds. The returning Naruto did not evade, calmly asking, What you saw was not only my current actions but also everything that will happen in the future, right? Do you want to deny the future as well? The innocent Naruto's expression darkened, but he still firmly said, Even if such a future exists, what you do is wrong. There must be a better way. The returning Naruto asked, Like what? The innocent Naruto clenched his fist, like, everyone uniting together to fight against them. The returning Naruto laughed, That's exactly what I did in the past. And the result? The innocent Naruto clenched his fist tighter, That's because you underestimated them. This time, everyone must become stronger. The returning Naruto smiled and said, My plan is for everyone to become stronger together. But the time isn't right yet, so I'll be the front runner for now. The innocent Naruto reproached, But your way hurts others. There must be a way that doesn't hurt anyone. The returning Naruto shook his head, Not hurting everyone? That's simply impossible. The innocent Naruto retorted, no. As long as you hold on to your beliefs, it can be done. If you give up, there's no hope. The returning Naruto looked up, then let me ask you, you firmly believe the ninja world will understand each other and peace will come. But after you became Hokage, disasters kept happening. Why? The innocent Naruto was momentarily speechless. The returning Naruto stood up and strode forward. Let me ask you again, you promised peace for Conan's Rain-Hidden Village, but now the Rain-Hidden Village has become a nest for the Dark Organization shell, and the people suffer terribly. The innocent Naruto was left speechless. The returning Naruto pressed on, your innocence made everyone believe in you, but the world is unpredictable, and many things are beyond even good intentions. Innocent Naruto roared angrily, shut up. Returned Naruto sneered, what, did I hit your weak spot? Want to escape reality? Or is it because I, this nonsense person, stole your spotlight? The future doesn't matter at all? Innocent Naruto, you shut up. I'm not a narrow-minded person. Look who's there. Returned Naruto pointed to the side. The third Naruto suddenly appeared, with black eyes, exuding a cold and dark aura. Returned Naruto revealed the truth, that's the darkness inside you, containing hatred towards Konoha's enemies, and my unwillingness as the returnee, all manifested by the waterfall illusion. Innocent Naruto was shocked. Dark Naruto spoke, yo, innocent me, let's not talk about the future for now. How about we take down the bastard occupying our body together? Innocent Naruto scratched his head, completely confused, no. I don't acknowledge you. That would make me narrow-minded. This isn't real. You're just an illusion. Returned Naruto shook his head, still afraid to face reality? This time, you're not facing it alone, I'm here too, no wonder it feels tough. Dark Naruto laughed at innocent Naruto, so what if I'm narrow-minded? Only by being true to desires can one live freely. What the returnee did is what I've always wanted to do, just with softer methods. If it were me, it would be more thorough. What to do? Should we first take out all those who bullied us? Anyway, we're strong enough now. Returned Naruto smiled and said, hey, I used to think like that too, slowly starting to understand Sasuke's feelings. Innocent Naruto completely broke down, roaring, you are not me at all. All imposters. All of you disappear. Rumble. The Nine-Tails chakra responded to his anger, transforming into a golden cloak. A flaw has appeared. Dark Naruto sneered evilly, his figure flickering before disappearing. Sizzle. One of innocent Naruto's eyes turned black, symbolizing darkness. At the same time, a layer of black mist rose over the golden cloak of the Nine-Tails chakra. Returned Naruto stared, I didn't expect him to resonate with the darkness in his heart. Nine-Tails, you actually reached an agreement with him before the darkness in his heart was eliminated? That's not like you, it seems you're anxious too. Boom. 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 The golden chakra wrapped in black mist transformed into the shape of the Nine-Tails, opening its huge mouth and condensing a powerful tailed beast ball. Returned Naruto said softly, it seems we still have to settle this with a decisive battle. In their previous life-s duel at the real waterfall, the two were evenly matched, with identical ninjutsu, tactics, and skills. But this time is different, he cannot use the Rinnegan or Sharingan, but he can use the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Clack! Returned Naruto, that is, the current Naruto, holds the future in his hands, his fighting spirit soaring. Alright, past and future, previous life and this life, let's decide the outcome here. Author's note. Facing the massive tailed beast ball, returned Naruto extended his left hand. Hungry Ghost Path Sealing Technique Absorption. Whoosh! A hemispherical barrier appeared before his palm. The tailed beast ball stopped upon contact and quickly shrank. Boom! Innocent Naruto continuously launched small-tailed beast balls, trying to detonate the tail of the tailed beast ball to prevent absorption. Oh? Using this move? Returned Naruto formed hand seals with his right hand. Whoosh! The small-tailed beast balls hit the tailed beast ball but did not explode. Returned Naruto smiled confidently, this is the non-action seal from Suna Village Ebizo, which nullifies the subsequent explosion of the technique. When the Hungry Ghost Path absorbs a large amount of chakra, it won't explode prematurely. Whoosh! The tailed beast ball was completely sealed. Damn it! Innocent Naruto frantically fired small-tailed beast balls. Purple lightning chakras swirled around returned Naruto, who weaved through the explosion light clusters, taking the opportunity to scatter flying thunder god kunai. Whoosh! Seizing the gap, returned Naruto flashed behind the Nine-Tails. You scoundrel running around everywhere! Innocent Naruto had already activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode and entered Sage mode. His perception was extremely sharp, immediately sensing the intent of the returning Naruto. The 9 golden tails suddenly whipped backward. Boom! What? The returning Naruto had just appeared when he was violently slammed into the mountain wall by a tail. Although the lightning protection shield blocked the damage, he was put on the defensive. Whoosh! Innocent Naruto sneered, I know the locations of all the flying thunder god kunai. The 9 tails raised its head, condensing a tailed beast orb in its mouth, which suddenly split into dozens of orbs, precisely striking every flying thunder god kunai deployment point, destroying them all at once. The returning Naruto was surprised. I remember when I first mastered the 9 tails chakra mode, it wasn't this powerful? Innocent Naruto said proudly, you think I didn't prepare after taking over your body? I've been training with Kurama for a long time. Just as he finished speaking, he formed the Shadow Clone Seal, and the giant 9 tails body instantly split into 3, facing 3 directions, fully concentrating the tailed beast orbs. The returning Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. No way, is he going to use that move? That was his strongest ultimate technique in his previous life. The tailed beast activates Sage mode, absorbs natural energy from the earth, and enters the 6 paths, Asura mode. But he quickly dismissed it. No, he hasn't learned the 6 paths Sage technique yet, he can't do it. And that was the truth. Innocent Naruto and his shadow clones were all concentrating tailed beast orbs, launching indiscriminate attacks covering the entire enclosed battlefield. The returning Naruto thought, the flying thunder god can't escape, the hungry ghost path can absorb at most 1 tailed beast orb, the remaining 2 explosions are enough to cover the whole field. But right now, you're still too inexperienced to play tactics with me. He activated the Asura path, mechanical arms extending from his shoulders, tearing off his wrist to reveal missiles aimed at the concentrating tailed beast orbs. Shadow clones concentrate tailed beast orbs slowly, I can't miss this chance. 5 missiles fired simultaneously, precisely hitting 1 tailed beast orb, detonating it prematurely. The returning Naruto stood at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze deep. I can dodge the aftermath, but you'll be in trouble at the explosion S-core. After the explosion, 2 shadow clones disappeared, and the 9 tails body belonging to innocent Naruto was blasted into a shattered mess. Now, counterattack. The true Eye of Sand gathered high in the sky behind the 9 tails, setting up a genjutsu formation to teleport the returning Naruto beside the eye. Swish! Naruto flicked his sleeve, and 9 black rods accurately pierced the golden tails of the 9 tails. Innocent Naruto roared angrily, damn it, the black rods have sealed Kurama. Naruto landed, forming the tiger seal with both hands, his fingertips flashing with sharp lightning. He stared at the spread tail of the 9 tails and whispered, don't blame me for being ruthless, Kurama. Bending both knees, he suddenly sprang up. Thunderclap 1,000 years of death. Howl. The 9 tails let out a piercing, tragic scream. Naruto pierced through the 9 tails' tail, lightning at his fingertips slicing through chakra, striking the head directly, aiming at innocent Naruto. Returning Naruto said coldly, once I catch you, it's all over. You should understand that, right? Damn it, Aya. In desperation, innocent Naruto jumped out of the 9 tails, facing the approaching returning Naruto, creating a clone in midair and condensing the Sage Art Wind Release Raisin Shuriken, throwing it forward. Shinra Tensei. Bang! The Raisin Shuriken was shattered by repulsive force, and returning Naruto continued to close in. Howl, howl, howl. Outside innocent Naruto's golden robe, chakra transformed into a giant hand and swung out. Partial multiplication technique. Returning Naruto's left arm multiplied, surrounded by purple lightning, and with 1 strike shattered the giant chakra hand of the 9 tails. Multiplication cancelled. Naruto reached out his hand across the void. 10,000 phenomena heavenly pull. Whoosh! Gravity pulled innocent Naruto closer, and he calmly released chakra, the palms generated on both sides spinning in coordination. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. Returned Naruto smiled and said, a nostalgic move. Now you should be able to spin chakra on your own, no need to take detours. Innocent Naruto snarled, then wouldn't I become a fallen like you? Is that so? You're quite stubborn. Returned Naruto met him with 1 hand. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. Boom! 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 2 super large Rasengans collided fiercely in the air, spinning into a huge vortex. Swish! Swish! Both retreated simultaneously, landing steadily. Whoosh! The 9 tails golden chakra burned and revived outside innocent Naruto's body. Returned Naruto pressed his palms together, it's time to get serious. Chibaku Tensei. He used a high-level earth exploding star, not creating a gravity ball, but using the 9 tails chakra as the core to create it. Boom! 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 The 9 tails was covered by a giant rock, struggling desperately. Returned Naruto ascended, pressing his palm under the Earth exploding star. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Buzz. The Earth exploding star's weight and density increased thousands of times, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Returned Naruto said, "This is a move even Madara can't counter. If you want to escape, there's only one way. Earth release, super light rock technique. Buzz. The Earth exploding star's effect was destroyed, the Nine Tails power raging wildly, the super light heavy transformation began to collapse. Ha! Returned Naruto laughed. Diamond lockdown. Chuck 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 chuck. Behind returned Naruto, golden chakra chains rapidly extend, firmly wrapping around the Nine Tails' head, hands, and tail. He strides forward and says coldly, "Didn't you say you looked down on using my techniques? So why use super heavy rock?" Innocent Naruto's expression wavers. I just. Whoosh. Returned Naruto, cloaked in lightning, charges into the Nine Tails chakra, his voice deafening. "You know, without this move, you wouldn't be able to break free." Innocent Naruto's face darkens, silent. The Nine Tails roars, "Naruto! Don't waver!" Returned Naruto firmly moves forward. There are always helpless moments in this world. If you can't change the world, then change yourself, right? He approaches innocent Naruto. Exclamation point. Innocent Naruto instinctively becomes alert. But returned Naruto steps forward, tightly embraces him, gently strokes the back of his head. Growth always comes with pain. Taking this step means you've truly grown up. Tears slide down innocent Naruto's cheeks. Sizzle. The left eye, stained black by darkness, returns to a clear blue. Smack. Dark Naruto appears beside them, and as the darkness in innocent Naruto's heart dissipates, his existence also fades into nothingness. At the same time, the Nine Tails golden massive form gradually vanishes. Innocent Naruto lets go of his inner knot. "I'm trying to believe in you, future me." Author says. After reconciling, returned Naruto and innocent Naruto have a long talk under the waterfall. Coexisting in the same body was never a long-term solution, so innocent Naruto decided to leave. Returned Naruto asked, "Who do you want to protect?" Innocent Naruto replied, "There are too many people I want to protect. To be honest, I want to protect everyone." The stubbornness he once had has now turned into conviction. He is no longer innocent. Returned Naruto patted his shoulder. "That's impossible. Choose one. You can't handle it all, and I and our friends will help protect them. I've made my decision." Innocent Naruto thought seriously and made his choice. Whoosh. He transformed into a point of light and dispersed. Returned Naruto stood up to see him off. Innocent Naruto shouted, "Promise me one thing." Returned Naruto smiled, "Go ahead, anything." Innocent Naruto, "No matter what Sasuke becomes, you must bring him back on the right path in the end." Returned Naruto, "No need to say, he is our most important friend." Innocent Naruto, "Protect our home well, don't let that kind of future come again." Returned Naruto, "I will." And also. Before parting, innocent Naruto silently mouthed. Returned Naruto understood, a slight smile on his lips, "I get it. Then I leave it to you." Whoosh. Innocent Naruto turned into a point of light and disappeared into the air. A tear slid down from the corner of returned Naruto's eye. This was the tear of his final farewell to his once innocent self. Konoha village at 4 in the morning was silent and peaceful. On the back mountain, Hinata had just finished her training from the previous day. Since leaving the Land of Iron, she had made up her mind that no matter what Naruto had gone through, she would become someone who could stand by his side. Right now, she could barely protect herself, let alone protect him. Therefore, she had to become stronger. Exhausted from training, Hinata leaned against a wooden post and fell asleep. Suddenly, a firefly-like light coalesced into an illusion of the innocent Naruto. He gazed at the sleeping Hinata, reaching out to touch her face, but ultimately withdrew his hand. He was about to leave, but leaving did not mean disappearing, it meant transforming into a new power. "Hinata, I use my chakra and soul to unlock the true power of the Byakugan for you." Light flowed into Hinata's eyes, and her eyelids trembled slightly as she opened them. "Naruto-kun?" Looking at the illusion before her gradually fading away, she understood the change that had happened to Naruto. "Hinata, no matter the past, present, or future, I will always be with you." The innocent Naruto left behind gentle words before his figure completely vanished. Tears welled up and slid down Hinata's cheeks. Those Byakugan eyes were gradually replaced by a dazzling orange. This way of awakening the reincarnated eye was not a simple fusion of the Byakugan, but a true awakening nourished by chakra and soul through the pure Hyuga bloodline. The innocent Naruto learned this secret from the memories of the returning Naruto and decided to fulfill Hinata in his own way, granting her a power she did not have in her past life and helping her understand all causes and effects. He did not possess the steadfast heart of the returning Naruto and could not bear to let Hinata suffer in waiting. At this moment, all explanations were meaningless. Hinata spoke gently but resolutely, "Naruto-kun, I will protect Konoha and everyone in the village well. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you to fulfill your wish and bring me home." Under the real waterfall, Naruto opened his eyes. He knew that his innocent self had left his body and was protecting him and those important to him in his own way. He stood up, waved his hand, and the waterfall parted, revealing an entrance leading deeper inside. Yamato asked in shock, "This is?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "This is Paradise Island, a special facility created by the Hidden Cloud Village for the Jinchuriki to control the tailed beasts. Behind the real waterfall is the battlefield between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. Naruto-kun, shall we continue forward?" Naruto said in a deep voice, "Since we've come this far, there's no reason to stop now. Orochimaru, the task I've entrusted to you, I leave it in your hands." Orochimaru smiled faintly, responding meaningfully, "Of course." The two of them walked together behind the waterfall. Yamato felt uneasy, following them. What secret are these two up to? The battle was not over, it was just beginning. Ahead of Naruto awaited a challenge both familiar and strange. Passing through the waterfall, the three arrived at an ancient ruin. On the wall was a majestic relief of the 8 tails, surrounded by headless Buddha statues, inspiring solemn respect. Continuing forward, they reached a dark chamber. A hidden door led to the sanctuary, beside which stood a fierce stone statue with its mouth open as if to devour a person. In a past life, Naruto had heard from Kara that entering the sanctuary required passing the statue's test. If there was even a trace of darkness in one's heart, the statue would bite off their head. But in reality, the statue was just decoration, and the test was merely a rumor. Naruto had even joked, pretending to have his head bitten off by the statue, which scared Yamato badly. Naruto recalled, Yamato was there then too. Since he is nervous now, I won't scare him. He pushed open the hidden door, and the scene before him suddenly brightened, revealing a wondrous world. The sanctuary was colorful, resembling the spiritual world of a Jinchuriki. This was also the battlefield for Jinchuriki purification and confrontation with the tailed beasts. Naruto sighed, the land of lightning truly is the heritage site of the Six Paths Ninja sect. Almost all relics related to the Six Paths power are here. Bang! The hidden door closed, isolating the sanctuary from the outside world. Naruto said, as long as you close your eyes and calm your mind, you can communicate with the tailed beast. Yamato asked in confusion, but you can meet the tailed beast anytime, so why must you come here? Naruto smiled, every Jinchuriki can meet their tailed beast in the spiritual world, but only here can you truly duel. No wonder it's called the sanctuary. Arriving at the center, Naruto sat cross-legged. Yamato thought to himself, he is so skilled, this definitely isn't his first time here. Naruto said, if there's no problem, I'll start now. Wait. Yamato said nervously, you're facing the 9 tails, no one knows what will happen, I need to be prepared. Bang! 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 Wooden stakes rose from all around, their tips sharp iron spikes. This was the formation of wood release, entangling ear-piercing hanging hands. Sizzle! Yamato held his right wrist, a black character appeared on his palm. He solemnly said, let us begin. Although he didn't fully understand Naruto's method, as a Konoha ninja, he had to fully support the Hokage in controlling the 9 tails power. Naruto smiled with his eyes closed, Captain Yamato is really reliable. Orochimaru, I'm counting on you too. The scene shifted. Water covered the ankles, inside the 4-symbol ceiling prison, the 9 tails glared fiercely. Naruto smiled and said, yo, finally reached this step, Kurama, your eyes still look pretty unwilling. The 9 tails roared angrily, damn it. Where did you hide the real Naruto? Naruto confidently replied, this is me right now, Kurama. Do you want a tug of war or a fist fight? Choose. The tail swayed, the 9 tails growled, who would want a fist fight a loser like you? Never in this life. Naruto smiled calmly, what a pity. He rolled up his left sleeve, the key to the 4-symbol seal appeared on his left palm, the pattern extending to his arm. He suddenly pressed on the abdominal seal, fingers twisting the 4-symbol seal was undone. Chains clanked, the prison's seal gradually loosened. Boom! The 9 tails broke free from the seal. Tug of war is a contest between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast's chakra. The winner seizes the other's chakra. Opening the seal was just the beginning. Next was to pull the tailed beast's chakra out of the body. In a past life, Naruto completed this with the help of Killer Bee and the 8 tails. This time he was alone. Naruto used the 10,000 phenomena pull, a powerful gravitational force pulling the nine tails. But the nine tails used its chakra to stick tightly to the water's surface, unmoving. Its chakra transformed into the form of the demon fox, surging forward. The nine tails cursed, "Damn Rinnegan, you use it so skillfully, brat." The tailed beast bomb quickly condensed, roaring toward Naruto. Naruto stretched out his hand, a translucent barrier appeared, absorbing the tailed beast bomb into the seal, completing the second step. The third step, Naruto's own chakra connected with the nine tails chakra. Naruto's chakra form emerged from his shoulder, forming a rope connecting to the nine tails chakra. The tug of war began. The nine tails angrily said, "Damn, I can't pull this brat-ass chakra now?" Naruto calmly responded, "Too easy, this one do outside." Orochimaru silently stood up, wood quickly wrapping around him. Yamato asked cautiously, "What are you doing, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru said calmly, "When the fourth Hokage Minato set the four symbols seal, he injected the chakra of Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, into the seal. Kushina's chakra triggers when Naruto was at a disadvantage in the battle against the nine tails." Yamato was puzzled, and then? Orochimaru smiled, "With Naruto's current strength, it's rare for him to be at a disadvantage against half a nine tails, so that's why I'm needed." Yamato was confused, isn't having the advantage better? Why let him be at a disadvantage? Orochimaru said lightly, "No wonder you don't understand. Back then, Konoha completely destroyed Kushina's body to prevent the life substance of the excellent Uzumaki descendant from leaking out, not leaving a single cell. In other words, Kushina cannot be reanimated by Edo Tensei. This is Naruto's only chance to see his mother. How could he not cherish it?" Yamato was silent for a moment. "Can I trust you?" Orochimaru smiled, "This was agreed upon before Naruto and I came here." Yamato recalled the previous conversation between the two and seemed to understand something. The binding ropes loosened. Yamato warned, "I'll be watching you, don't try anything." Orochimaru laughed, "Yamato, you're really reliable. It's wise of Tsunade to send you." Yamato cursed inwardly, "After all, you two have planned this together, so what use am I really?" Orochimaru's fingertips ignited with flames, and with a snap, he pressed them against Naruto's abdomen. "This is the five elements seal, which will seal Naruto's own chakra. I used it when I was young. This kind of combined seal can severely interfere with the nine tails chakra, making it difficult for him to condense chakra. But for the current Naruto, this is still not enough. Let's use the curse seal as well." Orochimaru's neck stretched, circling around Naruto once, biting into his neck. Curse seal chakra continuously injected, interfering with Naruto's own chakra. Ugh! In the spiritual world, Naruto staggered. The nine tails chakra reversed, pulling Naruto's own chakra out of his body. But Naruto smiled, "Finally, it's here." Crackling sounds. Just as Naruto was about to lose control, lines of Vajra seals rose from the water surface, tightly binding the nine tails. Bloodshot eyes of the nine tails burst. "This chakra is Kushina's." In the spiritual world, in a corner where light shimmered. After a long separation of a lifetime, Naruto finally saw that red-haired beautiful woman again. His determined gaze softened, and thousands of words turned into a warm call that transcended time and space. "Mom! Kushina!" Kushina looked at her son before her, her eyes full of deep affection. Naruto suppressed his emotions and showed her a reassuring smile. "Mom, can you wait for me a little longer?" Kushina nodded, "I'll wait for you. The you now no longer needs your mom's help." Smack! Naruto clenched his fist and slapped his palm, spiritedly saying, "That's right, Mom, you just need to watch over me." Though there was no tea, Kushina struck a strongman pose. "Go ahead, Mom is cheering for you." On the battlefield of the spiritual world, Naruto suddenly straightened his body. As expected, no matter the age or experience, blood ties and family bonds can never be broken. "Mom, it's really great to see you again." Boom! Naruto released all his chakra. Outside, Orochimaru was biting tightly on Naruto's neck, using the curse mark's power, but was repelled by a powerful force. Orochimaru looked at Naruto's abdomen in surprise. The five elements seal technique was breaking down. Naruto actually forced his way through the five elements seal with his own power? Impossible. Even with a complete bloodline, it can't be done so quickly. Could it be that he has fully adapted to this body? An orange eyeshadow appeared on Naruto's eyelids. Yamato stared intently. He has already entered Sage mode. The final battle with the nine tails is about to begin. In the spiritual world, Naruto said firmly, "Mom, release the Vajra seal. Next is my battle with the nine tails." Kushina responded, "Alright, good luck." Snap! The Vajra seal binding the nine tails was released. "Damn brat, how dare you underestimate me." The Nine-Tails' anger flared, condensing a tailed beast ball and hurling it at Naruto. Come on! Naruto smiled, raising his palm. In an instant, a massive Rasengan, rivaling the tailed beast ball in power, formed. Naruto leapt up to meet the tailed beast ball Sage Art, Super Ultra Giant Rasengan. Boom! The two collided, erupting in a dazzling blaze. The Nine-Tails roared, using Rasengan to block the tailed beast ball? Impossible! His power has increased. Don't act all hot-blooded in front of me. The tailed beast orbs were launched in succession, lightning flashing as Naruto, clad in purple electric armor, deftly dodged. Both hands simultaneously formed spiral shuriken, the right infused with wind release, the left with lightning release. Kushina's eyes lit up. If Minato saw this, he would definitely call this move my style: gale, thunder, lightning, and flash. Naruto smiled, then let's call it that. Sage Art, my style: gale, thunder, lightning, and flash. Two oversized spiral shuriken fused with wind and lightning release flew out. Naruto, wind release, and lightning release counter each other. Kushina shouted. Then I'll harmonize them with fire release. Naruto calmly formed hand signs. Immediately after, a Sage Art fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bomb pursued. The fusion of three ninjutsu greatly enhanced the power of the technique. Sage Art, my style: gale, thunder, lightning, and flash, Fierce Oil Hero Bomb. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A raging storm of wind, thunder, and blazing fire struck the Nine-Tails' frail body. Ow, 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 it screamed in pain, angrily shouting, you two teaming up has completely enraged me. Naruto clasped his palms together. Diamond Ceiling Formation. Crack, crack. 10 diamond chains wrapped around the Nine-Tails' back. Partial Multiplication Technique. Naruto's left arm multiplied, grabbing the chains and swinging them back and forth, left and right. Boom! 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 After several falls, the Nine-Tails' eyes flashed with stars, its consciousness blurred. Naruto released the chains, and his multiplied left palm suddenly struck out. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom! A powerful force field shockwave. The Nine-Tails chakra was completely drawn out, flowing along the chains into Naruto's body. The golden chakra cloak ignited on Naruto. Black patterns ran through his entire body, and 6 Megatama beads on the collar gleamed. This only extracted part of the chakra, not fully synchronizing with the Nine-Tails, so there was no complete chakra cloak. This form is called the Golden Body Mode. Naruto looked at the emaciated, dazed Nine-Tails in the distance, who didn't even have the strength to get angry, his eyes flashing with pity and pain. Sorry, Nine-Tails, I really wanted to fist bump you, not play tug of war, but I need this power now. Sorry, rest well. Naruto placed his left hand on his abdomen, fingers rotating counterclockwise. Crackling. Bang! The ceiling cage closed again. The Nine-Tails slowly closed its eyes. Naruto, remember this. Mom, sorry to keep you waiting. In the spiritual world, in a corner shimmering with flowing light, Naruto returned once again to Kushina's side. Kushina gazed at her son with deep affection, tears sparkling in her eyes, holding him tightly. These years, you've suffered a lot, I've seen it all. Everything. Naruto's eyes trembled. He understood that what his mother meant by everything was not just 16 years, but 2 lifetimes spanning 100 years. His experiences from his previous life, his mother had also seen them through her memories. This embrace was heavy yet warm. Mother and son faced each other and talked a lot. As the chakra faded, Kushina's figure gradually became ethereal. After all, she was only a remnant of chakra sealed within, a form born of longing. At their farewell, Kushina was reluctant. Naruto, though I hate to leave, Mom has to go now. Naruto silently stood up. Kushina smiled tearfully. Would you like one last hug before I go? She truly wanted to stay by his side, to witness her son's growth. No matter how old a child is, in a parent's eyes, they are always a child. But fate is hard to defy. Uzumaki, Naruto said firmly, this time, I want to keep Mom by my side. Kushina looked at him in surprise. Is that really possible? Naruto reached out his hand, and a glow appeared above their heads. It was the Nine-Tails chakra he extracted from within himself. The Nine-Tails chakra had always been hidden in a corner inside Naruto's body, ready to be used at any time. Madara had cultivated Hashirama's cells using the outer path puppet. Then I can also use Kurama's chakra to nurture Mom, who was once the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto smiled and said to Kushina, Mom, enter this chakra. It can continuously maintain your chakra and let this form of longing exist for a long time. Whenever I use the Nine-Tails chakra, I will be able to see you. In the sanctuary on Paradise Island, Naruto stood up, golden Nine-Tails chakra burning on him. The wooden stakes around him sprouted branches and green leaves from the flames of chakra. Yamato was shocked and said, Is this the vitality of the Nine-Tails chakra? Orochimaru said, although this mode is flashy, its power is far inferior to Naruto's current chakra. Naruto thought, this mode can't fuse with my chakra, I can only use one or the other. When the mode is not activated, my power is actually stronger. But this golden body mode is useful too, it can serve as a chakra reserve, saving chakra in battle or sustaining me when chakra runs out. More importantly, it can sense good and evil. No matter how deeply an enemy disguises themselves, if they harbor malice, they cannot hide. Thinking of this, Naruto felt a wave of emotion in his heart. After the last ninja war in my previous life, I neglected this ability. If I had this perception against Otsutsuki Ishiki back then, his secret techniques wouldn't have been so troublesome. If Momoshiki had hurt Sasuke in the chaos, and I had kept this ability, he wouldn't have succeeded. Click. Naruto clenched his fist tightly. We once learned to fly, but forgot how to run. This time, I will never make the same mistake again. I will keep my feet on the ground, cherish every bit of power, and make every growth more valuable. In the spiritual world, Kushina was swimming in the sea of Nine Tails chakra. Her body, originally weakened by chakra loss, gradually stabilized and even recovered with the nourishment of the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto asked with concern, Mom, how do you feel? Kushina smiled and said, extremely comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring. Hearing this warmed Naruto's heart. He knew that with the Nine Tails chakra, his mother's longing spirit could continue to exist. Kushina said with a hint of regret, it's a pity Minato's consciousness in the seal has already disappeared, otherwise we could soak in the hot spring together. The whole family soaking in a hot spring was something Kushina had longed for since she was pregnant. Naruto said expectantly, there will definitely be chances in the future. Kushina reminded him, Naruto, although the Nine Tails chakra can restore you, don't keep it activated for too long. You have to be mindful of slow and steady. Naruto replied gently, I know, but on the way back to the Rain Village, I want to keep it on and chat with you more. Kushina was indulgent yet helpless, you kid, really impossible to reason with. They did not use Flying Thunder God to return to the Rain Village but took a boat to the port of the Land of Lightning, then traveled on foot to the Land of Rain. Along the way, Naruto kept the golden body mode activated the entire time, chatting nonstop with Kushina. Although they had a long time ahead, he still wanted to make up for the lost happiness of his previous life. Orochimaru took the opportunity to use the device in the scroll to transplant Senju Hashirama's cells into Naruto's body. He estimated that when they returned, the Hashirama cells would fuse with Naruto, granting him stronger vitality and would release power. To obtain the supreme would release? It seemed sudden, but was not reckless at all. Naruto already possessed the true power of the Uzumaki clan. Everything was falling into place. Light and darkness intertwined. In a dark underground lair, Uchiha Madara stared at the flickering candlelight, lost in thought. This confident man had believed that after Hashirama's death, no one could stop him, yet recently he had been defeated twice in a row by the same person. The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second was definitely a gap in strength. Uzumaki Naruto, he adapted to my Rinnegan in a short time, using sage techniques and secret jutsu from various ninja villages, showing power close to Hashirama's. Madara muttered coldly, I, Uchiha Madara, tempered by a century of war, guarantee that no ninja has achieved this at 16. Naruto hides a huge secret. His gaze was fierce, I am very curious about this secret. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Kuratsuchi emerged from the ground, Lord Madara, at this point, don't dwell on it anymore. Madara glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, thinking, does Naruto really have a secret? Before the last battle ended, Naruto left a lip message. Kuratsuchi is Kagaya's will it altered the Uchiha Stone Monument. Madara thought, whether true or not, at least Naruto knows about Kagaya and the monument. Kuratsuchi reported, Sasuke has already gone to Kabuto Yakushi's new base, but Obito hasn't made a move. What should we do next, Lord Madara? Madara's eyes flickered. Whether it's to drive a wedge between me and Kuratsuchi or some other ulterior motive, I have to be wary of Kuratsuchi. But before I reclaim the Outer Path Geto statue and regain control of White Zetsu, I still need Kuratsuchi's help gathering intelligence. Madara said in a deep voice, Sasuke obtaining the Rinnegan isn't something that happens overnight. Until Obito shows himself, we hold our position. Kuratsuchi worried, won't we lose the initiative? Madara looked at his palm, full of cracks, the initiative was lost long ago. Now Naruto is probably even stronger. But my Edo Tensei body can no longer increase chakra. He clenched his fist tightly. I'm really unwilling. I, Madara Uchiha, never teamed up with anyone when fighting Hashirama back then. Now, to deal with Uzumaki Naruto, I have to cooperate with a pawn. A few days later, Naruto returned to Amagakure, bringing Konan, Orochimaru, Kisame Hashigaki, and Yamato to an undeveloped plot of land on the west side of the village. Finally reached this step. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands, his gaze sharp, arms crossed over his chest, radiating overwhelming momentum. Would release technique of the Rengshu clan. In an instant, tens of thousands of saplings burst from the ground, rapidly growing into towering trees, intertwining into houses, neatly arranged, stretching to the horizon. Would release combined with the Senju clan's techniques, though not combat skills, consumed a tremendous amount of chakra and mental energy. The houses didn't appear out of thin air, the user personally constructed them, with every detail meticulously crafted. Yamato was so exhausted from building a house that he was gasping for breath. Seeing these grand buildings rising one after another, Yamato was stunned. Building such a large scale all at once? I know he has plenty of chakra, and I'm familiar with wood release, but this is building houses, not just planting trees. You need to understand architecture and have strong mental power. He's only 16, how is that possible? It should be noted that Yamato had specially studied architecture for a month to make good use of wood release, continuous pillar family. Boom! After finishing the technique, Naruto put down his hands and sighed, phew, wood release really is mentally exhausting. Fortunately, in his previous life, he became Hokage and read a lot of books. He always felt the house was too small and planned to use his savings to build a big mansion after retirement, designing and decorating it himself. For this reason, he had read many architecture books. Glug! Unaware of these details, Yamato swallowed hard and said, "Can I inspect your house?" Naruto smiled and said, "Of course." Having Captain Yamato, the ninja world's architecture expert, inspected is great. After all, this is my first time building a house, so I'm a bit uncertain. Although Naruto was praising him, Yamato didn't feel happy. He put on black gloves and said seriously, "I have to be strict, it concerns living safety, not just looking luxurious on the outside." Naruto generously said, "Please go ahead." Yamato inspected each house one by one. In terms of safety and convenience, they all far exceeded his expectations. He could hardly believe his eyes. Is this for real? Is he really omnipotent? Was that dull guy pretending? No, impossible. So what exactly made him so strong? Could it be related to his status as a rogue ninja? With doubts, Yamato came to the largest mansion at the end. Tenshukaku? He eagerly entered, walking from the entrance all the way to the back, with stairs spiraling upward. The exterior is simple and elegant, the interior is duplex, combining home leisure and ninja training, a truly comprehensive residence. This level of craftsmanship might not even be found in the mansions of daimyo from various countries. Yamato climbed to the top floor and looked out through the window that hadn't yet been fitted with glass, gazing at the sea outside Amagakure. Clatter, clatter. Rainwater flowed down the pipes, driving the mill to keep turning non-stop. I see, this design is to effectively utilize rainwater. Yamato said sincerely, "Naruto, even if you don't become a ninja, this life must be fulfilling." After the inspection was completed, Yamato walked out of the residence and said to the waiting Naruto, "All the houses have passed the inspection." At that moment, he noticed the newly added characters on the plaque beside him and asked, "What is this?" Naruto said sincerely, "Captain Yamato, you've worked hard recently. I've decided to leave this house for you to live in." Yamato felt warmth in his heart. Although many things have changed now, this sincerity remains unchanged. The younger generation is admirable. Although pleased, Yamato said seriously, "Naruto, I'm very satisfied with your kindness. This time, helping you in the Rain Village was the Hokage's commission. The mission is complete, and I should return to Konoha. As for the house, leave it to those displaced people." Naruto said regretfully, "What a pity. How about this, Captain Yamato, I'll leave this house to you. When you come on business to the Rain Village, you can stay here. How about that? I probably won't be able to go to the Rain Village anymore, there is too much going on in Konoha, and I'm overwhelmed." Yamato thought this but couldn't bear to refuse Naruto's kindness. "Then I thank you in advance." Naruto said seriously, "Then I'll use Flying Thunder God to send you back to the village." Yamato thought, "That's good, this trip has been really tiring, I want to get back and rest early." He said, "Alright, but your identity is sensitive now, just send me outside the village. I'll go back on my own." Understood. Naruto placed his hand on Yamato's shoulder, and with a Flying Thunder God technique, they arrived in the woods outside Konoha. Yamato said, "This is fine. You can go now, Naruto." "Okay, I'm off." Naruto vanished in a flash. Yamato sighed, finally back. These past few days' experiences will be unforgettable for a lifetime. He strode toward the village. Izumo and Kotetsu, guarding the gate, saw him and stopped him. Halt! Yamato said, "It's me, Yamato, reporting back." Izumo said coldly, "I know you're Senior Yamato, but you have already betrayed the village." Yamato asked in shock, "I betrayed the village?" Kotetsu pointed at his forehead protector. "Your forehead protector is scratched out. I saw you through a telescope and already reported it to the village. You better surrender obediently." Only then did Yamato remember that before going to Paradise Island, he had scratched out his forehead protector to avoid tarnishing Konoha's name. "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Let me explain." Izumo and Kotetsu drew their ninja tools. "Save your words for Ibiki in the prison." Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, "Izumo, Kotetsu, stop." Yamato was delighted. "Kakashi-senpai. Tenzo Yamato's real name, the Hokage wants to see you." Kakashi arrived and accompanied Yamato to the Hokage's office. Yamato explained the whole situation in detail. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand and said, "I see, I understand now." Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. "So I can go home and rest now, right?" Tsunade sighed and took a booklet from the drawer. "This is the latest wanted list of rogue ninjas. Take a look." Yamato flipped to the end and was shocked to see his own photo. In disbelief, he said, "What is going on?" Tsunade explained, "Some cloud ninjas on Paradise Island saw you and reported directly to the village after returning. Because your forehead protector was scratched out, they didn't ask why and immediately listed you as a rogue ninja. Now you are wanted by all the countries." Yamato sat down heavily, looking desolate. "So, I can't stay in Konoha anymore?" Tsunade said, "I plan to send you on a long-term mission, to let you lay low for a while." Yamato asked, "A long-term mission?" Tsunade said seriously, "Naruto has now mastered Hashirama's wood release. Although wood release consumes a lot of chakra, the real danger is the healing ability of Hashirama's cells. Unmarked healing seems convenient, but it accelerates cell division, shortening lifespan. Even my grandfather, Hashirama, couldn't withstand these side effects and passed away early. Tenzo, I hope you can follow Naruto and constantly remind him to prevent repeating past mistakes." Naruto agreed as well. "This is an honorable yet arduous task. What do you think?" Yamato asked, "So, does that mean I have to return to the Hidden Rain village?" Tsunade nodded, "That's right. You're considered a rogue ninja, and I have the responsibility to help you. During the mission, you will still enjoy the status of a Konoha Jonin. When the time is right, I will personally clear your rogue ninja status. Are you willing?" Yamato hesitated. "I. Tenzo, this is a great opportunity." Kakashi patted his shoulder. Yamato clenched his fist. "I cannot refuse." He shouldered his pack and stepped into the forest outside Konoha. "If I had known, I should have let Naruto return later. Since it's like this, I'll just accept fate." Yamato set off once again on the road to the Hidden Rain. Just as he left, Naruto used Flying Thunder God to return here. It turned out he didn't go directly back to the Hidden Rain but handed over to Konoha the animal path corpse recovered after the pain battle, as well as Jugo, Suigetsu, and Karen, who were captured during Sasuke's attack. Konoha's condition for releasing them was that Naruto would manage their future behavior. Naruto smiled and said, "Huh? Captain Yamato has already left? Then I'll go back to the Hidden Rain and wait for him." In an instant, Flying Thunder God activated, and Naruto led the three back to the Hidden Rain village first. With everything prepared and strength further enhanced, Naruto planned to gather several important ninjas. "The time has come. I need to recruit talent from Kabuto Yakushi. Kido, Akasuna no Sasori, Uchiha Itachi, especially Itachi, whose foresight and wisdom are invaluable assets for the future of the ninja world. Also, Shusui's left eye must be restored through Itachi." The author says. After learning the location of Kabuto Yakushi's hideout from Sakura, Naruto went there with Konan for the first time in a long while. Recently, Jiraiya was resurrected, and Konan was responsible for taking care of him. Now that Jiraiya has adapted to life in the Hidden Rain, he no longer needs Konan's daily company. To put Konan at ease, Jiraiya especially asked Naruto for a telescope, saying it was for gathering material for his new novel. The master and disciple both understood the real reason. After that, Konan no longer went to the open-air hot springs. Instead, she had Naruto use wood release to create an enclosed bathhouse. While traveling, Naruto and Konan chatted casually. Konan asked, "Is Jiraiya-sensei going to write a new work again? What kind of story will it be? Could it be a sequel to Intimate Paradise?" Naruto shook his head, "Probably not." Konan was curious, "Why not?" Naruto explained, "Intimate Paradise is the first in the Intimate series. The sequel is Intimate Violence, and the final installment is called Intimate Tactics. Together, they are known as the Intimate Trilogy. Conan asked in surprise, besides being connected, what else distinguishes the trilogy? Naruto cleared his throat. The level of erotic content varies. Intimate Paradise is beginner level, suitable for newcomers. Intimate Violence is expert level, appreciated even by seasoned veterans. Intimate Tactics is master level, extremely intense, and was banned long ago. It's impossible to find official editions on the market now. It only circulates among veteran readers, and Collector S editions have even sold for tens of millions. Conan was shocked, tens of millions? Even the black market bounties for ninjas aren't that high. It actually rivals a book? Naruto said with admiration, that has long surpassed being just a book, it has become a belief. Conan frowned, I really don't understand treating something like that as a belief. She thought seriously, since Intimate Paradise is beginner level, the code the teacher wrote couldn't be cracked with it. Could the latest code be based on Intimate Violence or even Intimate Tactics? She straightforwardly said, Naruto, later find those two sequels too, especially Intimate Violence and Intimate Tactics. Naruto hesitated, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The content is too. Conan said calmly, it's okay. I'm not a little girl anymore, though I don't have as much experience as you. Naruto ran while thinking, Conan and Yahiko were once lovers. Although they never married, it was normal for them to have had intimate contact. Indeed, that was the case. In the early days of Akatsuki's activity, Conan and Yahiko became a couple. When Yahiko was injured, Conan helped bandage him, and the young faces and fluttering hearts naturally sparked a flame. See manga chapter 511, Conan's memories before her death. Not long after their relationship was established, Yahiko died. For Conan, he willingly collided with Nagato's kunai, killing himself. Yahiko's death became a lifelong, unshakable pain for both Conan and Nagato. Naruto's expression grew serious. Conan, nay, if you had the chance, would you want Yahiko to be revived? Conan was slightly stunned, then said sorrowfully, those who have passed should rest in peace. Cherishing the people in front of you is what Yahiko and Nagato truly want to see. Naruto nodded, I understand your feelings. There is no need for many words between us. I respect your ninja way and sincerely want to help you, asking for nothing in return. Is that so? A flicker of emotion passed through Naruto's eyes. But this debt was too heavy, he found it hard to accept calmly. He silently vowed, Conan, nay, this time, I will definitely lead Amagakure to prosperity. I don't seek to dominate the ninja world, only that no one dares to bully us. Several hours later, they stopped in the forest outside the intelligence location. Through the gaps in the leaves, Naruto looked at the dark mountain wall. This is the place from Sakura's memory. Conan said, I'll send out a paper clone to scout the situation. No need. Kabuto Yakushi is always cautious. He must know your abilities and would be afraid of alerting him. This time, it's up to my new invention. Naruto opened his palm, revealing a delicate disc-shaped device, with a black rod embedded at the back and a mechanical rinnegan at the front. This is the Guardian Mirror drone I made using the Azura Path, a reconnaissance tool. He lifted the drone and flicked it gently. The mechanical rinnegan rotated, infrared light penetrating the mountain wall, transmitting images of the nest to Naruto's eyes. There is no one in the cave, but there are signs of fierce battle. This must be Kabuto Yakushi's lair. We're late, huh? Kabuto probably set traps. Since we're sure he is not here, there is no need to risk going inside. Having lived a second life, Naruto had long developed a habit of acting cautiously. Facing an opponent like Kabuto Yakushi, he was even more careful. Just as Naruto was about to leave and search for Kabuto's whereabouts, the drone caught a fleeting flash of light, drawing his attention. Sizzle! Naruto entered Sage Mode to confirm. No special chakra detected in Sage Mode, only the Rinnegan can pick it up? His gaze deepened as he analyzed. Kabuto also uses Sage Mode. He must be deliberately avoiding detection. The only person who would send me a message like this is... Crack! The drone slid from the cave entrance at the mountaintop into the lair. Whoosh! Naruto and Conan followed the flying thunder god mark and appeared together at the hideout. Retracting the drone, Naruto focused his gaze. Whoosh! A 7-colored light shadow transformed into a familiar figure. Conan's eyes flickered. This is the projection body. The projection body technique is one of the Rinnegan's abilities. Pain receives the thought waves converted from chakra by Akatsuki members, amplifies them, and manifests them as illusions at specific locations. This illusion differs from ordinary images through Pain's relay. Various jutsu can be activated, and the illusion displays 7 colored bright patterns. The early gatherings of the Akatsuki were completed using illusions created by this ninjutsu. It not only facilitated internal communication and eliminated distance barriers but, more importantly, ensured the safety and secrecy of meetings. Once the illusion was discovered, the enemy could only find emptiness. Old friends met, and the image of the projection body smiled and asked, "Naruto, Conan, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Naruto and Conan sighed. Nagato. Conan asked, "Nagato, how did you leave the projection body here?" Nagato answered, "That's a long story." Naruto, can you use the Preta path now? Naruto, yes. Nagato said, "Absorb my projection body, and you will understand everything." Naruto raised his hand and absorbed the projection body using the Preta path. In an instant, memories of Nagato being forced to fight Sasuke after being reanimated by Edo Tensei flooded Naruto's mind. Naruto suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Sizzle. The projection body appeared in Naruto's spiritual world. Naruto, I have shared my perception. By following the connection between the projection body and my original body, you can find Kabuto Yukushi's location. But he controls a large number of Edo Tensei reanimations, so you and Conan must be very careful. Naruto replied, I will. The two set off again, heading toward Kabuto Yukushi's south true hiding place. During this time, Nagato also used his thoughts to resolve the doubts in his heart. So that's it, you transplanted my eyes and left Konoha to go to Amagakure? The masked man who has been guiding my actions is not Uchiha Madara, but an Uchiha named Obito. After I died, Obito found Amagakure to seize Madara's Rinnegan, and Conan lost her life because of it. But your actions changed these tragic outcomes. Conan lived, and Jiraiya Sensei was also revived by you. Naruto apologized, sorry, Nagato. When I was in front of you before, my soul had just crossed time and space, and I hadn't figured things out yet, so I couldn't explain everything. Nagato said, that's only natural. Naruto asked, the path I took is very different from the promise you heard. Don't you blame me? Nagato replied, not at all. You experienced that cruel future but never gave up hope, willing to be reborn and rewrite everything. You fell but got back up, never knowing surrender, moving forward bravely. This is your ninja way, and it's also a promise to me, isn't it? Naruto remained silent. Nagato said, since you've chosen to move forward bravely, as your senior brother, I will always support you and protect your original intention. Naruto sincerely said, thank you, senior brother. Nagato sighed, it's a pity I'm controlled by Edo Tensei and can't act freely. I'm afraid we'll have to fight again. Naruto hurriedly said, senior brother, as long as you know the Edo Tensei seal, you can break free from control. Nagato nodded, I see. The chakra in this illusionary body was left by me beforehand, like a shadow clone after disappearing, the memory returns to the original. But my original body is now sleeping and can't form hand signs by itself. We have to wait for Kabuto to wake me up again. If something happens, you must stop me. You should be able to do it now. I definitely will. Naruto answered firmly. Smack! After landing, Naruto quickly leapt up. The swamp's edge was crawling with small snakes with forked tongues and vertical pupils, all staring at the figure flying overhead. Naruto's eyes flashed, snakes? Looks like Kabuto set up a lot of white snake spies along the path. No sneaking around now. Crackle! Ahead, a flash of lightning appeared, and Edo Tensei Third Raikage thrust forward with his Ippon Gansa Thunder Spear. Killing intent was overwhelming. Naruto calmly muttered, Third Raikage, the strongest contradiction. Before, I barely beat him by using the child's spear against the child's shield. Now there's no need for such trouble. Crackle! Purple lightning wrapped around his left palm, spinning into a 4-foot spiral sword, kneading the Raikage's thunder spear and thrusting fiercely. Thunder roar, spiral sword. Hiss! The Third Raikage's arm was twisted off and shattered. Clatter! Naruto quickly slipped past, and chakra chains shot out from behind, entangling the Third Raikage. Diamond Prison! Kabuto controlled the Third Raikage, shouting in surprise. Whoosh! Bound by the chains, the Raikage regained consciousness, looking at his severed arm in amazement. You actually broke through the defense I pride myself on. The younger generation is formidable. And my life. Just as I intended. Although the Raikage was powerful, it was not enough for Naruto to use the Betsutenjin, and the Raikage himself was unwilling to be bound by Edo Tensei. Sending him to death was the only way. Naruto combined Diamond Prison and Ninjendo. Ninjendo, soul-reaping chains. Hiss! With a pull of the chains, the Raikage's soul was drawn out. The Edo Tensei dispersed, and the body fell heavily into the mud. Nagato's illusionary body praised, beautiful, Naruto, you're much stronger than before. Naruto smiled, right. Then I can rest assured. From here on, it's all up to you. Whoosh! Nagato's illusionary body vanished. Naruto and Konan accelerated forward. Kabuto's lair was right ahead. Inside the lair, Kabuto chuckled darkly, ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. Sasuke asked, Kabuto, what are you laughing at? Kabuto replied, Naruto has arrived. Sasuke asked urgently, where? Kabuto, right outside. Sasuke shouted angrily, this persistent guy, is he coming after me again? Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses, and through the reflection on the lenses, he said, no, I think he's targeting Nagato. Sasuke clenched his fists, full of unwillingness. Kabuto said seriously, no matter who the target is, it's best to avoid it for now, Sasuke. Sasuke shouted, you want me to run away from Naruto? Do you think I'll be a hindrance? Kabuto calmly replied, listen to me. I'll make sure you have the strength to fight him, but the time hasn't come yet. For that day, you must endure, understand, Sasuke? Sasuke finally unclenched his fists and went to take cover. Although unwilling, he knew it was not yet time to confront Naruto. Kabuto smiled and formed hand seals with both hands. Summoning, Edo Tensei. Boom! 6 coffins rose, their lids falling open to reveal 6 former powerful figures, Deidara, Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sand, Hanzo the Salamander, Nagato, and Uchiha Itachi. Since the enemy is targeting Nagato, I'll control him personally to avoid mistakes. Kabuto sneered, forming a seal with 2 fingers. Gee! Nagato's consciousness was instantly occupied by Kabuto. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The grand carnival begins. Bang! The summoned giant bird carrying Edo Tensei Nagato descended in front of the hideout. Naruto stared intently. Nagato couldn't break free from Edo Tensei control, which means Kabuto was deliberately manipulating him. His consciousness is indeed powerful. Kabuto manipulated Nagato to form hand seals, swish. Summoning jutsu. Bang! 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 Deidara, Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sand, Hanzo the Salamander, and Uchiha Itachi appeared one after another. They're here. Naruto and Konan stopped in their tracks. Konan said, everyone you wanted has arrived. Naruto smiled, but it won't be that simple, after all, Kabuto is the one controlling them. Behind the scenes, Yakushi Kabuto was meticulous. Naruto, besides having Madara's left eye, also possessed Uchiha Shirsui's right eye, the only Koto Amatsukami capable of breaking the Edo Tensei Genjutsu. It was ineffective against Nagato but still worked on others. Anyway, Genjutsu can't be used continuously. As long as Itachi doesn't get caught, it's fine to casually send one of Kakuzu, Sasori, Hanzo, or Deidara his way. Swish! Under Kabuto's command, 6 people formed a formation. Sasori, Kakuzu, and Hanzo stood in front, Nagato remained stationary in the center, Itachi retreated behind, and Deidara hovered high on his bird. The 3-dimensional formation was set. Naruto thought to himself, this formation is exactly the same as when I fought the 6 paths of pain. The upper side is also covered, so the misdirection tactic is completely ineffective. Naruto's mind raced. Kabuto set this formation knowing I have the power of Koto Amatsukami, so he pushed the secondary pieces forward to lure me out. My targets are Sasori, Kakuzu, and Itachi, plus the crow Itachi buried inside me. Koto Amatsukami can only be used twice. Surely one is between Kakuzu and Sasori, so I have to rely on other means to turn them. Between Kakuzu and Sasori, who would use Koto Amatsukami first? Just as Naruto pondered, Kakuzu spoke, you wear a mask, dressed in Akatsuki robes, but that distinctive spiky blonde hair must be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki brat from Konoha, the one who took out my 2 hearts. Naruto's expression shifted, and he simply removed his mask. Hey, Kakuzu, long time no see. By the way, I'm now the leader of Amigakure, a member of Akatsuki. Kakuzu sighed, even that hot-blooded brat wears the clothes symbolizing darkness. The shinobi world is truly absurd. Looks like the only reliable thing is money. Konan calmly said, Kakuzu, you're still hiding some money, right? Tell me where the exchange is. You won't be needing it anyway, so why not do a good deed? Kakuzu's eyes flickered. Konan, how do you know about that money? Konan answered truthfully, Haiden accidentally let it slip, I heard it. Kakuzu angrily said, that bastard. If he were in front of me, I'd crush his head for sure. Konan proposed, he is currently in Amigakure. If you hand over the money, I can bring you his head. How about it? Interested? Kakuzu said coldly, sounds good, but I want to keep that money to earn interest. I can't let you squander it. Conan looked at Naruto. He said that. Naruto smiled. What a pity, Kakuzu, then you become Amagekyo's accountant. Gee, Naruto's right. I suddenly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan as he locked eyes with Kakuzu. Koto Amatsukami. Buzz, the contact for Kabuto Yukushi and Kakuzu's Edo Tensei was instantly severed. Deidara. Black tentacles extended from Kakuzu's shoulder. Boom! Boom! Hanzo and Sasori immediately distanced themselves from Kakuzu on both sides. Behind Kakuzu, Nagato reached out his hand. Universal pull. Whoosh! A strong gravitational force pulled Kakuzu backward. Yukushi Kabuto schemed, used the human path to take down Kakuzu, then perform Edo Tensei again. That way Naruto's Sage of Six Paths power will be wasted. Naruto shouted fiercely, no way! He also raised his hand. Universal pull. Whoosh! The forward pull and backward drag intertwined, causing Kakuzu to fly backward and stop midair. Crack! 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 Kakuzu's Edo Tensei body began to split, on the verge of breaking apart. Rustle, rustle, rustle! Sand gathered beside Kakuzu, forming the true eye of the sand. Blade of reversed fate. Whoosh! A vortex engulfed Kakuzu, teleporting him beside Naruto. Kakuzu's shattered body, accompanied by rising dust, gradually repaired itself. Naruto smiled and said, Kakuzu, let us work well together from now on. Kakuzu responded coldly, don't forget, I'm money above all. Every expense in the Hidden Rain village must be approved by me, and you're no exception. His obsession with money actually overrides the control of the other heavenly gods? Naruto's eyes lit up. Alright, I agree. The financial authority of the Rain Hidden Village is yours. Kakuzu nodded. It's settled. Let's end the battle quickly. I can hardly wait to start counting money. Kabuto sneered upon seeing Kakuzu defected. Losing Kakuzu isn't bad at all. With the deterrence of the other heavenly gods lifted, we can operate more freely. In the sky, Deidara roared, Naruto, remember me? My art gave you a hard time back then. Naruto looked up. Who are you? Deidara rolled his eyes in anger. You actually forgot me? Compared to that money-grubbing old man Kakuzu, have you forgotten my great art? Kakuzu warned coldly, Deidara, what's your attitude? Deidara shouted furiously, bastard, let my art be your funeral. He waved his hands, scattering countless clay spiders. Naruto lightly brushed his sleeve. Purple lightning transformed into 1,000 needles, precisely hitting the spiders, which instantly became duds. Deidara frowned. Damn, when did he learn lightning release? Conan warned, be careful, Deidara's aerial combat is very dangerous. Naruto nodded, I know. He formed hand seals, and a thick wooden stake suddenly rose from the ground. Everyone was surprised. Would release. Naruto changed his hand seals. Senju would release combined with Nara shadow, would release, shadow stake technique. The shadow of the wooden stake extended, connecting to Deidara's shadow. Deidara flew on his giant bird but crashed into a wall at a certain distance, unable to move forward. He turned in other directions but was still restricted. He sneered coldly, I see, using the wooden stake as the center, the shadow defines the activity range. Then just blow up the wooden stake. He prepared to throw the flying bird bomb but found the bomb stuck firmly to his hand, unable to be thrown. Deidara was stunned. What's going on? The bomb is stuck? Naruto lowered his hand signs. It's not just you who has restricted all objects connected to your shadow or bound, so the bomb can't be thrown either. Deidara was shocked. What a joke, isn't my art ruined? Naruto ignored Deidara and turned his gaze to the four powerful Edo Tensei in front of him, focusing fully on dealing with them. Conan volunteered, leave Hanzo to me. Naruto nodded, alright, then I'll take care of Sasori, Itachi, and Nagato. The two sides faced off, the situation tense. Kabuto thought to himself, Hanzo's ability affects others, Naruto's Baryon mode has already been used, so it's better to fight separately here. Hanzo swiftly darted away like a salamander. Conan transformed into paper sheets and pursued. In the sky, only Deidara was circling in place, with only Sasori and Itachi left beside Nagato. Kabuto calculated in his mind, Naruto has the Rinnegan, the human path can erase Edo Tensei. Even if I have the advantage, I must be cautious. I'll use Sasori to probe his hand first. But Sasori had no puppets in hand, and his Edo Tensei was not revived as a puppet either, so Kabuto decided to provide some pieces for him to control. Nagato formed hand signs with both hands and chanted the summoning technique Edo Tensei. 10 coffins rose into the air, including the former 7 ninja swordsmen, gold and silver horns, and the magnet-release ninja Troy. Hozuki Mangetsu quickly summoned the exploding blade, splash, severing blade, decapitation great sword, blunt blade, scalp cutter, long blade, sewing needle, and thunderblade Fong from scrolls, returning them to their original owners. A phase twin blades Flounder and Soul were not summoned, nor was Kisame's greatsword Samahata. Suigetsu was brought back by Naruto, but the decapitation greatsword was confiscated by Konoha and was ownerless, so it was also summoned by Hozuki Mangetsu. Unable to retrieve the ninja swords, the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hozuki Mangetsu, and Kisame replaced their weapons with chakra-made ninja swords. Kinkaku and Ginkaku summoned 6 paths ninja tools, including the 7-star sword, the hurricane rope, the red gourd, and the banana leaf fan. Troy manipulated the wind demon shuriken spinning around him. After being fully equipped, the 10 people's eyes dimmed, their consciousness stripped away. 10 chakra threads extended from Akasuna no Sasori's body, wrapping around the back of their necks. Yamori Kabuto's voice echoed in Sasori's mind, Sasori, I have taken their consciousness. With your skills, you can surely restore their strength. Now, show me your performance. Sasori's eyes were dark and emotionless, like a puppet. Yamori Kabuto, you were once controlled by my technique, yet now you manipulate me and the dead. How ironic. Life will eventually fade, only art is eternal. Sasori's 10 fingers danced swiftly. 10 fingers, Shio the old lady, let me recreate your ultimate technique. White secret technique, Chikamatsu 10 puppeteers modified. Naruto's eyes were resolute, Akasuna no Sasori, I know that a ninja like you with unique beliefs is hard to move even with great power. Only within the same realm can resonance be awakened. This is what I specially prepared for you, the Feast of Azura. Naruto waved his hand, unfurling a long scroll. On 4 formation positions, 4 Azura path puppets appeared. They were Mecha Naruto, Unit 01, Mecha Sasuke, Unit 01, Mecha Sakura, Unit 01, and Mecha Kakashi, Unit 01. Azura Path Formation, Team 7. Rumble. Amid the explosion, dust billowed. Salamander Hanzo, holding a sickle and chain, looked at Conan spreading paper wings in the air inside. Conan, I never expected someone like you to survive in this chaotic ninja world and become so strong. The paper quickly rolled into a spear, slanting downward at Conan's gesture. She said coldly, have you always thought I was weak? Hanzo blocked the paper shuriken with his blade, not answering directly, but countered. Nagato was resurrected as an Edo Tensei. That boy who looks a lot like Yahiko, his name is Uzumaki Naruto, right? Why does he possess Nagato's Rinnegan? What exactly is his relationship with Pain? Hanzo died at Pain's hands, and on his deathbed, he saw Yahiko wielding Nagato's Rinnegan, an overwhelming power judging him. He never understood the truth about Pain until his death. Conan's expression was stern, Pain is no more. Uzumaki Naruto has inherited the will of Nagato and Yahiko, and will lead the Hidden Rain Village to prosperity, bringing peace to the ninja world. Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo's eyes dimmed. Compared to you newcomers, my era has ended, but I am unwilling to accept it, and I don't understand why it has to be this way. Hanzo quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a salamander appeared at Hanzo's feet. Poisonous mist spread and filled the air. Hanzo's voice came from within the poisonous fog. Conan, as a former enemy, can you tell me why I failed? Why was I eliminated by this era? A flicker of thought passed through Conan's eyes. If it weren't for Hanzo, we wouldn't have grown. All right. Paper wings fluttered as Conan charged deep into the poisonous mist. What? You're not wearing a gas mask, yet you're immune to the salamander's poison. Hanzo was stunned. Conan quickly formed hand seals, pressing her palm to the ground. Summoning, exploding great flame formation. The ground's talisman glowed and surged toward the salamander. Hanzo was shocked. That's my technique. You can perform it on such a scale. Conan's tone was low. You've been stuck in the glory of your demigod past, afraid of death and loss, so you've stagnated. But we have long since moved beyond that. Hanzo, we once respected you greatly, but you lacked the faith and persistence a true strong person should have. In the end, you failed and were replaced by Pain. And now, Naruto, who defeated and replaced Pain, continues to grow through hardship. He knows that if he ever stops moving forward, he will repeat your mistakes. Hanzo trembled as he asked, you say that Naruto really defeated Pain? That untouchable existence was defeated by him alone? Conan replied coldly, you were once the pinnacle in our hearts. After this explosion, the paper will seal you. Any last words? Perhaps, I truly understand now. Hanzo smiled and closed his eyes. Please give Amagakure a bright future. Conan responded firmly, we will, because Amagakure is me, it is our home. Boom! The explosion roared thunderously. After the explosion, Hanzo's figure disappeared. He did not resurrect, and the paper lost its sealing target. As long as the reanimated shinobi resolves their regrets from life, their soul can break free from the sacrifice's bonds and return to the pure land. Conan gazed deeply at the shattered land, then turned and ran toward the battlefield where Naruto was. The perspective shifts to Naruto's main battlefield. He was ready to engage in fierce combat with Akasuna no Sasori, who controlled 10 reanimated shinobi, using the mecha puppets created by the Shirato. Shirato Formation 7th Squad. Composed of Mecha Naruto Unit 01, Mecha Sasuke Unit 01, Mecha Sakura Unit 01, and Mecha Kakashi Unit 01, this was Naruto's most complete Shirato formation to date. Mecha Sasuke Unit 01 carried no heavy weapons, lightly equipped with high mobility, paired with laser-cutting weapons, excelling in close-range charges as the formation's vanguard. Mecha Naruto Unit 01 was equipped with light firearms and saw-like weapons, along with various grabbing mechanisms, balanced in offense and defense, responsible for mid to close-range support. Mecha Sakura Unit 01 was loaded with heavy firearms, primarily guns and cannons, with tremendous destructive power, serving as the formation's mid to long-range firepower output. Mecha Kakashi Unit 01 had no offensive weapons but was equipped with advanced auxiliary machinery, built-in sensors, connected to the underground Shura factory of Amagekure, able to summon powerful mechanical reinforcements at any time, undertaking long-range support. In the future, Naruto even planned to equip Mecha Kakashi with an intelligent core, making him the commander, but due to technical and financial limitations, this has not yet been realized. Akasuna no Sasori stared at the 4 metal mechas opposite him, suspiciously asking, "Those are puppets? He can control them without chakra strings?" Kabuto Yakushi looked at the battlefield through Nagato's eyes and sneered, "It's just Shirato, flashy nonsense. Shirato is just summoning special ninja tools, why not use ready-made ones? Making these mecha puppets is just killing time." Even if his power increases, Naruto is still just a kid who hasn't grown up, playing with these toys. He used Nagato's voice to remind Sasori, "Don't be scared, those things are just black rods of the Rinnegan 6 Paths technique, powered by chakra, easy to operate, and share visual information. They're not that powerful. The Edo Tensei puppets in your hands are all unkillable." Sasori said coldly, "In my field of art, don't come giving orders. Whether it's strong or not is up to me to decide." He waved the chakra strings, and the Edo Tensei Zabuza swung his giant sword, charging into the enemy formation. This was just a probe. Naruto smiled, raised 2 fingers, Feast of the Azura, begin. Mecha Team 7's first battle starts. Mecha Sasuke charged forward, 2 laser swords emerging from his arms, blocking Zabuza's giant blade. The laser swords instantly cut through the wide blade, breaking it into 3 pieces, and Zabuza's arm was also severed. Sasori squinted, this kind of weapon is not simple. The chakra strings pulled Zabuza back. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a mist instantly enveloped the battlefield, blocking the Rinnegan's vision. Mecha Naruto rushed forward, his arm turning into a vacuum drill, fiercely sucking up the mist, draining it all in one breath. Sasori manipulated the 7 ninja swordsmen's blades to attack en masse. Mecha Sasuke retreated quickly, Mecha Sakura locked onto the 7 ninja swordsmen with the Rinnegan, and cannons behind her opened fire, missiles pouring down like a rain of fire. She raised a modified Gatling gun, wildly spraying the 7 ninja swordsmen Edo Tensei. In an instant, the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen were blown to pieces. Naruto said proudly, "These 6-barrel guns were inspired by the Akatsuki scientist Tamato." Sasori's eyes flickered, "These weapons use chakra as ammunition, combined with the mecha structure, their firing rate is something ninjas can't achieve." The 7 ninja swordsmen revived. Hey-8 Gecko used his lightning blade to stab the ground, unleashing his ultimate technique lightning release, Thundergate. Electricity guided by the blade summoned heavenly thunder, creating a large area lightning strike attack. Sasori sneered, "Metal conducts electricity, don't underestimate this move." Boom! Just as Thundergate was activated, Mecha Sakura raised her hand and fired a cannon blast, shattering the lightning release. Hey-8 Gecko was blown to pieces from the chest up. Immediately after, she fired a grenade launcher, creating a fiery zone, leaving the remaining 6 unable to dodge in time. Mecha Kakashi summoned a huge magnetic disc, infused it with lightning, and the powerful magnetic field sucked all the ninja blades away, smashing them hard against the iron disc. The blades emitted a piercing sound of breaking. Mecha Sasuke's entire body was flashing with laser blades, combined with high-speed spinning slashes, instantly destroying the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen, preventing them from using ninjutsu. Slash! 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 The hatch behind Mecha Naruto opened, releasing 21 spindle-shaped devices divided into 3 groups, flying above the 7 ninja swordsmen, releasing lightning attribute beams that wrapped around and spun rapidly. Naruto's gaze was serious. Once the light spindle is set, you won't be able to move. Akasa no Sasori gripped the golden horn and silver horn Trojans, preparing to strike. Click! Mecha Kakashi raised his finger high, and a snap echoed. On the ground, hundreds of small robots loaded with high explosive bombs rapidly converged on Sasori. Click! Another snap. The sky instantly darkened, and the Shurapath fighter jets roared past, dropping powerful aerial fire support. Seeing this, Akasa no Sasori completely gave up resisting. In the activation domain, you have surpassed all puppeteers. I admit defeat. Your puppetry is unparalleled. Old man Sasori, that's not art. Art is an instant explosion. In the sky, Deidara's body began to rapidly expand. Kabuto Yakushi's face changed drastically. Deidara is about to self-destruct, trying to take me with him. Conan urgently said, the explosion is enough to destroy 10 square kilometers. I understand. Naruto raised his hand and summoned 10,000 snakes pull. The body of Akasuna no Sasori was pulled over from a distance. Naruto grabbed Sasori with his left hand, held Conan with his right, and used Flying Thunder God Jutsu to flash back to Amagekure. Swish! At the moment of the explosion, Naruto flashed back again, snatched the 4-6 paths ninja tools from the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and quickly returned to Amagekure. Rumble! The explosion's firelight instantly engulfed everything. Inside Amagekure, Naruto said, Sasori, as long as you form these seals, you can break free from the control of the impure world reincarnation. Sasori asked, why did you risk bringing me back? Naruto admitted, my ability to surpass you in puppetry relies entirely on the convenience of the Rinnegan's Azura path. But I know everyone has their strengths. Are you willing to take it a step further? I have a proposal, let you become a half pain, retaining your thoughts and personality, but your body becomes my pain Azura path, so you can wield the power of the Azura path. After some thought, Sasori agreed. At this moment, Naruto had to return to the battlefield. Because the most important Uchiha Itachi was still there. Author's note. Yakushi Kabuto's base has been reduced to rubble by the explosion. Dozens of kilometers away, the impure world reincarnation of Kimimaro poured fresh blood from a bottle. This was Kabuto's reserved contingency. He formed the summoning seal, pressed his palm to the ground, and struck fiercely. Boom! Amid thick smoke, a summoned snake corpse larger than the 10,000 snakes collapsed to the ground. Its mouth slowly opened, and Kabuto and Sasuke emerged from inside. Sasuke looked at the corpse in surprise. Isn't this the 10,000 snakes? Wasn't it already dead? Kabuto's face darkened. This is the second generation 10,000 snakes I cultivated using cells from the original 10,000 snakes. Its size and strength surpassed the first generation. I didn't expect it to be killed by Deidara's self-detonation like this. That guy exploded without reason. I must strip away his consciousness and turn him completely into my pawn. Sasuke frowned and asked, where is Naruto? Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses. He can use the Flying Thunder God technique, moving freely. No matter how strong the self-destruction, it can't harm him. Hearing this, Sasuke's frown eased a bit. Yakushi Kabuto thought to himself, not only were the 7 ninja swordsman's blades taken, but even the 6 paths ninja tools of Kinkaku and Ginkaku were taken by Naruto. But it doesn't matter, the 9 tails chakra inside Kinkaku and Ginkaku can no longer regenerate, and the power of the 6 paths tools can't be unleashed. Taking them only intensifies the conflict between Naruto and the Cloud Village. Suddenly, Yakushi Kabuto frowned. Wait, my and Sasori's Edo Tensei sensing has disappeared. Could it be that he lost to Naruto? His pride hurt, the Edo Tensei released? He sneered, I really can't stand these so-called artists, and Naruto, knowing that Bentenjin is ineffective against Edo Tensei Nagato, yet still obsessed with him. There is only one possibility, Naruto sees Nagato as a threat and wants to eliminate him. Otherwise, there is simply no other explanation. Both are Rinnegan holders, but Naruto only transplanted one eye, while Nagato has 2. The hardware is far inferior. Last time Sasuke fought Nagato, I also figured out Nagato's abilities. This time, with me personally taking action, I absolutely won't lose to Naruto. Dust flew as the Edo Tensei revived one after another. The carriers of the Flying Thunder God mark should have been affected by the explosion, but Edo Tensei are special. When Naruto took the 6 paths tools, he left the Flying Thunder God mark on Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Just as the 2 recovered, Naruto appeared and used the human path to extract their souls. Deidara was also revived. Looking at his reborn body, he was full of dissatisfaction. TCH. Not even dying from self-destruction, this body goes against my art, really annoying. Seeing Naruto, Deidara frowned, still alive? Space-time ninjutsu? When did that Uzumaki Naruto master so many techniques? Damn it! The explosive clay is all used up, it's too late to make a self-destruction right under his nose. The previous stakes could still restrain me, but now, I might as well. After weighing his options, Deidara chose to turn and flee. Yukushi Kabuto focused all his thoughts on Naruto, having no time to care about Deidara. He just wanted Deidara to get far away and not cause trouble. He would consider recovery after the battle ended. Looking at the corpses of Kinkaku and Ginkaku as living sacrifices, Yukushi Kabuto said softly, "This useless Edo Tensei can only have their souls drained by Naruto for nothing. Whatever can be collected, let's collect it." Clap. Nagato clasped his hands together. Bang bang bang. One coffin after another rose, putting the 7 ninja swordsmen and Troy inside before disappearing. Only Nagato and Uchiha Itachi remained on the battlefield. Nagato lacks mobility, summon some toads, let Itachi charge first to buy me time. Swish! Itachi appeared in front of Nagato, facing Naruto head-on. Since being summoned to join the battle, he had been secretly observing the situation, especially Naruto's performance and expressions. He had also almost gathered enough intelligence. Fire release, impatience claw crimson. Blazing flames erupted. Under the interference of the impure world reincarnation, Itachi was forced to form hand seals. The shuriken combined with the phoenix fire blazed fiercely like blooming impatience flowers. Clang clang clang. Naruto waved his war fan, knocking down the kunai. Although Itachi was controlled, his mind was racing. Nagato's Rinnegan and Shursue's right eye are both on Naruto, plus what I saw through Sasuke's eyes while dormant, I can basically piece together the cause and effect. He really is Naruto, no doubt. Also, such a drastic personality change in a short time could mean 2 things. 1, the past personality was a disguise, like I did in front of Sasuke. 2, he experienced a major upheaval. It should be the latter. I have a decent eye for people. Dong dong dong. After a light exchange, the two parted. Itachi probed, "Naruto, what exactly happened?" Naruto glanced sideways at Nagato, who was controlled by Kabuto and continuously summoning. He said with a startling tone, "Itachi, use Amaterasu on me!" Exclamation point. A glint flashed in Itachi's eyes, then he said deeply, "Are you serious?" Naruto smiled, "I'm always serious." Itachi's lips curled into a smile, "Then I can rest assured." Sizzle. Itachi's right eye instantly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Tick-tock, blood flowing. Naruto's throat tightened, he opened his mouth, and the hidden crow finally appeared, carrying Uchiha Shursue's left eye. Sizzle. The moment their gazes met. Itachi had preset the Protect Konoha Genjutsu linked with the bident of the heavenly deity in that eye. Buzz. Uchiha Itachi broke free from the control of the Edo Tensei. He adjusted his perspective, and the charged Amaterasu ignited Nagato. What? Dozens of miles away, Kabuto's face instantly turned pale. Cold sweat slid down his cheek. How could this be? Hasn't Naruto already used all the bident of the heavenly deity techniques? Even if he had obtained Senju Hashirama's cells, it was impossible to use it twice in such quick succession. Could it be that the crow was carrying Uchiha Shursue's left eye? Why did Naruto already know the left eye was hidden inside him? Could it be that he wasn't targeting Nagato, but Itachi? If that's really the case, Kabuto realized the situation had exceeded his expectations. Ka. After casting the spell, the crow stopped on Naruto's shoulder and flew toward Itachi's outstretched hand. SSS. But Naruto reached out and caught the crow. Itachi was slightly surprised. Itachi, I need this eye. Naruto calmly took Shursue's left eye from the crow's eye socket and placed it into a bottle prepared in advance. Itachi slowly put down his hand and said calmly, "Whatever happened, you have to tell me everything in detail later." Naruto smiled and said, "Of course, I'll tell you everything I know, nothing held back." Whoosh! Itachi turned to Nagato, who was absorbing Amaterasu with the hungry ghost path, and asked Naruto, "Do you need my help?" Naruto nodded, "Yes, help me catch up to Deidara. He's 2 kilometers away at the 6 o'clock direction, preparing for a second self-detonation. If he succeeds, it will be trouble." "Alright, leave it to me." Uchiha Itachi sped off. Nagato stood up, eyes bloodshot, and Yukushi Kabuto roared, "Naruto! Now, I can focus on fighting you. Nagato is my respected senior, but I can't let you be used as a pawn, Yukushi Kabuto." Smack! Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest. Would release, tree birth. Boom! The ground shook, giant trees burst from the earth, forming a dense tree barrier that rolled toward Nagato's direction. SSSSSS. Nagato waved his hand, sharp wind blades cutting the approaching trees, but there were too many, and the effect was limited. Damn it, the range is too large. Using Super Shinra Tensei to clear the field would be too wasteful. This is just the birth of the tree barrier. The summoning bird carried Nagato into the sky, but the summoned beasts on the ground were entangled by the tree world and mercilessly strangled. Naruto looked at Nagato's shadow on the ground and formed hand seals. Would release, shadow stake technique. Snap. Wooden stakes stood on Nagato's shadow. Naruto's eyes were deep. When the shadow stake overlaps with the target's shadow, the target can only move vertically. SSS. Nagato, ascending, immediately realized he could only move up and down, unable to move left or right. Kabuto frowned. Damn, this technique not only restrains but also prevents projectile jutsu. We can't use the flying bird to bomb that wooden stake anymore. Naruto's gaze shifted. Then the only thing he can do is already within my expectations. Bang! Helpless, Nagato released the summoning of the flying bird, his body falling from midair onto the top of the wooden stake, activating the hungry ghost path to absorb the shadow. The opportunity has come. Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Would release, violent spear tree. Tree spears burst from the ground around the shadow stake, piercing Nagato's Edo Tensei body. Naruto's left eye, the Rinnegan, suddenly brightened. In this situation, how about a Chibaku Tensei? You can't block that either, right? A black gravitational sphere flew into the sky. Rumble rumble, the earth cracked, giant rocks in the tree world gathered as Naruto raised his hands high, converging into a star that blocked the sky and sun. Naruto clenched his palm, solidifying the celestial body. Wind rose beneath his feet as he controlled the force field flying into the sky. As soon as I release a super heavy rock, the battle will be over. Boom! However, the Chibaku Tensei was suddenly destroyed by an internal repulsive force explosion. It turned out Kabuto had long known that once Super Heavy was applied, it would be over, so he had Nagato use the Super Shinra Tensei. Tendo's ocular power temporarily failed, and facing Naruto, who also possessed the Rinnegan, Kabuto fell into a passive position. Looking at the scattered boulders and the freed Nagato, Naruto sneered, "Oh? It's not that simple." Several dozen kilometers away, Kabuto clenched his fist tightly. Damn it! Naruto's prediction is too strong. He has calculated almost every step. He just got the Rinnegan and would release. How can he pull off so many tricks? You can't use Tendo's ocular power, then I'll use this move. Naruto raised his palm. Universal pull. Gravity pulled Nagato across the air. Damn it! Behind Nagato, a dozen or so Vajra seals shot out, instantly wrapping around Naruto. Vajra seals? I can use them too, and I can release more. Naruto also shot Vajra seals from behind, colliding with Nagato's, instantly binding Nagato's arms. With both hands bound, you can't form seals, and Tendo's repulsive force is gone, so what will you do? Naruto waved his sleeve, several black rods flying toward Nagato's face. Black rods aimed straight at the Rinnegan. Kabuto manipulated Nagato to lower his head. The black rods flew over his head, then new black rods appeared in front of his eyes. What? There are black rods hidden within the shadows of the black rods. Two black rods pierced the Rinnegan of the Edo Tensei Nagato. Like this, the Predapath's ability is also nullified. It can't absorb the incoming attack. Naruto's mouth curled into a confident smile, his hands forming seals. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. The shadow beneath his feet extended, connecting into Nagato's shadow. Shadow imitation technique, success. The Vajra seal binding Nagato's arms instantly loosened. Naruto released his hand from the hand seal. Shadow imitation technique is the most basic skill of the Nara clan, allowing the affected enemy to mimic their own movements. Nagato cannot be controlled by Genjutsu. To free him from the control of Edo Tensei, he must form the Edo Tensei hand seal himself. But under manipulation, how could he possibly form the seal on his own? The method is. Naruto raised his hand, and Nagato followed suit. Naruto formed the hand seal, and Nagato formed it as well. The seal Naruto formed was precisely the Edo Tensei seal. Nagato formed the same seal. Naruto thought to himself, without chakra cooperation, forming a seal is just a gesture. But senpai, even under control, wouldn't completely lose consciousness, right? So, you would cooperate with this seal and mobilize your chakra. I believe that's exactly it. Buzz. As the seal was completed, a fierce wind suddenly rose. The black rods scattered into dust from Nagato's eyes, and his dim eyes regained clarity. Nagato successfully broke free from the control of Edo Tensei. Thud. Several dozen kilometers away, Kabuto Yukushi angrily pounded the ground. Naruto, he actually discovered a loophole in Edo Tensei. So, he didn't use Koto Amatsukami to free Haruno Sakura from control before, but instead told her how to form the seal. So, from the start, he planned to use the shadow technique to guide Nagato in forming the seal. Cold sweat drenched Kabuto Yukushi's back. Scorpion didn't break free from Edo Tensei because of an attack, but because Naruto informed him of the seal, and he broke free himself. Naruto, just how far can his eyes see? Nagato looked at his junior brother with relief. Naruto, you really did it. Naruto smiled, I never go back on my promises. That's right, always moving forward, doing what you say. This is my junior, Uzumaki Naruto. Suddenly, Nagato's Edo Tensei body was surrounded by white light. Naruto was surprised. Senpai, you. Cracks appeared on Nagato's body, but he wore a calm smile. Naruto, seeing you like this now, I have no regrets. I am going back to Yahiko. Naruto's expression was complicated. Is this your choice, senpai? Nagato said farewell with great anticipation. Make sure I get to see your story. You are the conclusion of the trilogy. The first part was the perfect Jiraiya, the second part was terrible, just like me, not even recognized by the master. The third part is your past life, the growth arc, which, though with regrets, is deeply moving. The fourth part, your return arc, is the true supplement and completion of the entire series. You must use your brilliant pen to reverse the past decline and regrets, and bring everything to a perfect close. Naruto's expression was serious as he gave a thumbs up, bidding farewell to his senpai Nagato. Then, Konan, Jiraiya-sensei, and the Hidden Rain Village, this ninja world is in your hands. Nagato's soul left the vessel and flew toward the Pure Land. He resolved his regrets, broke free from Edo Tensei, and could no longer be summoned. Looking at the drifting dust, Naruto sincerely said, Senpai, thank you. Time rewound to when Naruto and Nagato fought. Itachi approached Deidara, who was about to self-detonate. Knowing it would be hard to stop him if he stubbornly self-destructed, Itachi deliberately provoked him. Deidara, sneaking around to self-detonate, is that your art? Ha! Deidara retorted confidently, art is the instant explosion. Explosions are pure and unrestricted by the outside world. Don't sully my art. Itachi chuckled quietly. Deidara angrily asked, why are you laughing? Itachi said solemnly, you claim that explosion releases an art, but the eyes of the Uchiha can see through fakes. Deidara was surprised, what did you say? Itachi looked him straight in the eye and said, with all due respect, your explosion releases a fake in front of the Sharingan. Deidara trembled all over. Itachi calmly said, let's speak with facts. You are my defeated opponent, and years later you still lost to my brother Sasuke. Ha ha ha. Deidara laughed wildly. Alright, let's have a contest. The loser keeps quiet. Itachi casually brushed his hair back, deliberately provoking him. How do we play? Itachi asked nonchalantly. Deidara pointed his finger gun at his temple. Break the head and you win. Itachi pondered, the vital point is not just the head, the heart counts too, right? Deidara laughed, if the heart is shattered, sometimes a ninja can take the opponent down with them. If the head is broken, death is instantaneous, so if the head is broken, you lose. Itachi asked, and if you lose? Deidara, bow your head in submission and forever be my defeated subordinate. How about that? Itachi smiled faintly, Deidara, you really are like a child. Deidara urged, will you agree or not? Itachi said calmly, alright, I agree. Deidara smiled proudly, humph, don't regret it, Itachi. I've long wanted to settle the score with you and vindicate art. Bang! A large bird made of explosive clay carried Deidara flying high into the sky. Deidara looked down at Itachi on the ground and muttered to himself, Itachi, years ago during that encounter at the Akatsuki temple, I suffered losses because I didn't understand your abilities. You can't fly, you can't reach this height, you don't have wings like your brother. More importantly, you're not good at lightning release, so you can't turn my bombs into duds. When I just tried to self-destruct, to prevent Naruto from chasing me, I planted a large number of landmines that could flatten this entire area in an instant. You were doomed to fail from the start. He raised two fingers, shouted, and the sound of landmines exploding continued incessantly. However, only the spot where Itachi stood remained completely unharmed. Deidara exclaimed in surprise, what's going on? Itachi calmly replied, your landmines can't escape my Sharingan. The place where I stand is exactly the blank zone of the explosions. It was a mistake to detonate the landmines as soon as you came up. If you had airdropped bombs to lure me to move, then those landmines would threaten me. Unfortunately, you've already used up the landmines, so I can dodge with ease. Deidara was unwilling to accept this, so what? To me, you're just a living target now. He quickly took clay from his ninja tool pouch, infused it with chakra, and after finishing, he smiled. C3 number 18, no matter how you look at it, it's a perfect piece of art. I'll use it to bury you. At that moment, fiery red chakra flared around Itachi, transforming into the second form of Susanoo. Deidara was stunned. That technique is a Mangekyo Sharingan exclusive, used by Sasuke. But it can't stop the power of C3 number 18. He prepared to throw the C3. Suddenly, Susanu's palm condensed into a fiery red Magatama and suddenly hurled it into the sky, the Yata Mirror Magatama. Crack! The giant bird Deidara was riding was shattered by the Magatama. This attack's range and accuracy are incredible. Itachi whispered, the Yata Mirror Magatama is equivalent to a shuriken technique released by Susanoo, making it extremely easy to hit. Deidara roared angrily, don't underestimate me. He threw the C3 number 18 while falling. Bang! After forming the hand seals, the C3 quickly grew larger and fell downward. Itachi calmly observed, a high-altitude explosion won't affect the ground beneath. The Yata Mirror is enough for perfect defense. Susanoo transformed into the Crow Tengu form, with the fiery red Yata Mirror covering the front. Deidara formed hand seals and shouted. Boom! The explosion roared through the sky. The explosive firelight illuminated the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Thud! Deidara landed outside the blast radius, proudly saying, how is it? Blown to pieces, right? However, as the firelight and smoke cleared, Itachi stood safely within Susanoo, the Yata Mirror blocking all attacks. Deidara's face suddenly changed. How is this possible? My C3 number 18 bomb couldn't shatter him. The counterattack begins. Itachi formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, wave riding attack. The water instantly spread out ahead, and Itachi slid forward at high speed with Susanoo. Not good. Deidara hurriedly retreated. Thud thud. Shuriken landed where he had just been standing. Deidara busily worked on crafting bombs with both hands, thinking, Genjutsu doesn't work on me, and Itachi's outer chakra shield is different from Sasuke's, it doesn't cover his feet. As long as I dodge the head attacks and lay landmines, I have a chance. Are you sure Genjutsu doesn't work? A faint voice came from behind, startling Deidara, who turned around. Itachi looked him straight in the eye. You've already fallen into my Tsukuyami. In desperation, Deidara threw out a bomb centipede. Boom! After the explosion, Itachi's figure disappeared. Deidara's heart tightened, a shadow clone, not Tsukuyami. He's trying to confuse me. Whoosh! The real Itachi was already close, his 10-fist sword stabbing into Deidara's chest. Deidara's eyes widened. Itachi, you. Itachi said calmly, smashing your head 1T make you surrender, you would only self-destruct. So this is the safest way. He said meaningfully, according to the rules, you haven't lost either. If we work together in the future, there is no need for awkwardness. My art is actually a fake? Deidara murmured, his body turning into liquid, flowing along the sword into the gourd. Boom! Susanoo was dispelled. Itachi turned to look at Naruto, his expression calm. Where is Kabuto? Aren't you going to chase him? Naruto smiled. What I wanted, I've already gotten. It's not suitable to kill Kabuto completely for now. Itachi pondered, is that so? Naruto invited, come back to Amagakure with me, I will tell you the whole truth. Back in Amagakure, Naruto and Itachi talked through the night, telling him everything about the future. Itachi listened, feeling both comforted and saddened. Although Sasuke had taken many detours, he ultimately became a capable ninja who protected Konoha and the ninja world, restoring the Uchiha's reputation. That was reassuring. Sadly, whether it was Sasuke, Konoha, or the entire ninja world, none could escape such a bleak ending. Naruto's expression was serious as he said softly, for this, I came back. I broke free from the village's constraints and started acting alone, all to prevent that kind of ending from happening again. Letting Sasuke grow freely was also to turn his hatred into motivation to become stronger. After all, power itself knows no rank or status. Do you blame me, Itachi? Itachi walked to the window, his back heavy. I also used the hatred inside Sasuke. When I decided to die by his hand, I regretted not trusting his strength sooner. If I had been honest then, maybe the ending would have been better, but... He clenched his fist. If there really is an enemy beyond reason, that's another matter. Facing the survival crisis of the ninja world, duty and personal feelings must give way. Those hollow ideals are just self-comfort. Once dead, everything ends. Facing reality, as long as Sasuke can ultimately return to the right path, that's the best outcome. Itachi. Naruto looked at his back, his feelings complicated. He knew Itachi valued Sasuke more than Konoha, and to say such words meant he had undergone a great awakening. Itachi turned, his gaze firm. Don't hesitate, go for it, I'll help you. Naruto was overjoyed. Really? Aren't you under the Protect Konoha Genjutsu? I did implant Shirsui's left eye Genjutsu, the content being Protect Konoha, but I was that kind of person to begin with. This Genjutsu doesn't affect my thinking or actions, it's just an extra safeguard to eliminate the theoretical possibility of opposing Konoha. Your plan also includes this layer of Protect Konoha, right? At this, Itachi showed a slight smile. Naruto, actually you still have selfish motives, don't you? Before, to obtain the secret scroll, you were determined to attack Kumogakure, even prepared to take action against Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunigakure, but you never thought of moving against Konoha. Naruto scratched his head. You've seen right through it. Itachi patted his shoulder. It's okay, everyone has selfish desires. True care is having genuine love for the things around you. Love starts with oneself and extends to others. Hollow love is fleeting and cannot last. Naruto sincerely sighed. Itachi, you're really suited to be a life mentor. Late at night, the two strolled along the empty street in the rain. Under the streetlight, Naruto touched the newly built cement wall and said with emotion, Madara came here not long ago. AIM had just suffered a heavy blow, and the village was only just rebuilt. Thanks to everyone's help, the village was able to hold its foundation. I can finally step out from behind the scenes and become the village leader recognized by all. Itachi, you once bore the blame and silently sacrificed in the darkness. This time, I truly hope you can stand in the sunlight. Naruto turned to face Itachi, so please, become the deputy village leader of AIM. The streetlight stretched Itachi's shadow, his face was calm and deep. A ninja's talent and management ability are two different things. Crows are born to walk at night, returning to darkness is their destiny, he said. I appreciate your kindness. Compared to deputy village leader, there are other things more suited to me. Itachi declined Naruto's offer and shifted the topic. You said that after Kaguya Otsutsuki consumed the god tree fruit, to guard against her clan, she used infinite Tsukuyomi to cultivate white Zetsu, and also used Rinne's Sharingan to alter space so the clan couldn't sense us. The arrival of the three Momoshiki was caused by spatial turbulence. Can you explain in detail? Naruto recalled, that was years after I became Hokage. Shinsuke Omien, my son Boruto's peer, was actually the only daughter of the root remnant Shinraku Tanuki. Her father, before dying, implanted Danzo's legacy ox-headed Heavenly King into her body. Anne was unaware and summoned Nu with ox-headed Heavenly King for revenge. Although the chaos was quelled and she returned to the right path, it planted a hidden danger. A rift appeared in space, and our planet was sensed again by a clan. Then the three Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki came as vanguards. The new incident might have been the beginning. But N wasn't born yet at that time, so maybe there's no need to rush. Itachi pondered. The great Toad Sage said the only one who can interfere with time, Ri, has been destroyed, and the causality related to Ri will also be rewritten. The Otsutsuki Urashiki who holds Ri, and those closely related to him, Momoshiki and Kinshiki, will become variables deciding whether that clan arrives earlier or later. We cannot be careless. The time of growth will determine the success or failure of your plan. Right now, N is not born, Shinraku Tanuki is still alive, and Danzo's legacy ox-headed Heavenly King is still in his hands. The situation is unstable. As Konoha's Umbu, closely connected with Root, no one is more suitable for this task than me. I will try to find Shinraku Tanuki and seal ox-headed Heavenly King, maybe delaying that clan's arrival, buying time for you in the ninja world. Naruto was surprised. Itachi, you thought this far in just one night? When do we leave? Naruto asked. Before dawn, Itachi answered. Naruto nodded. Then I'll send someone to accompany you. Itachi was curious. Who? Naruto smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Before dawn, the entrance of Amigakure. Itachi saw the tall figure behind Naruto and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Kisame? Under the straw hat, Kisame Hashigaki smiled and said with emotion, Itachi-san, I didn't expect we'd be working together again. Naruto handed over a brand new fire cloud robe and a ring symbolizing the Suzaku of Akatsuki, smiling as he said, Itachi, welcome to Mingxiao. Itachi said nothing, donned the fire cloud robe, and extended his right hand from his sleeve, revealing the ring on his ring finger. Sizzle! The tomo in his Sharingan began to spin. He put on the straw hat with his left hand and turned to walk into the rain. Let's go. June 9th, today is Uchiha Itachi's birthday. Fate is truly strange. Author's note. Itachi and Kisame set out together on a journey to find the ox-headed Heavenly King. Naruto returned to Amagakure, holding the left eye of Uchiha Shisui in his hand. I have gathered both of Shisui's eyes and the right eye of Kagami. Only Kagami's left eye remains, which should be in Yakushi Kabuto's possession. Naruto originally planned to fuse all the eyes at once to create the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But during his battle with Madara, he learned more secrets about the Sharingan. Naruto asked, Madara, can your dojutsu make Susanoo stronger? Madara replied, that's right. This is a new dojutsu that awakens alongside the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, greatly enhancing the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and dojutsu without needing to be actively released. Naruto suddenly understood that although Sasuke had the Eternal Mangekyo in his previous life, he had not awakened this new dojutsu. The Heavenly Hand power is an ability of the Rinnegan. Madara said, the transition of ocular power takes time. If it happens too quickly, some aspects will be missed and are difficult to recover. Naruto realized that Sasuke's transition from Eternal Mangekyo to Rinnegan was too fast, causing some abilities to remain unawakened. This clarified his path to awakening his eyes. He reflected, you can't rush from Eternal Mangekyo to Rinnegan. Similarly, from Mangekyo to Eternal Mangekyo, you have to proceed steadily and carefully. So he decided to first transplant Shisui's eyes, and when his vision was about to fail, then replace them with Madara's eyes. Although there was no concrete evidence, he unexpectedly came close to the truth that Madara had never explicitly stated. The Mangekyo Sharingan's power gradually seals itself with use. This sealing is essentially a seal on the ocular power. Blindness does not mean the ocular power disappears, it is sealed within the body. The key to unlocking the seal is the other Mangekyo Sharingan from a third-generation blood relative. Therefore, if the Mangekyo Sharingan has not reached the brink of blindness, hastily transplanting the other eye will not fuse into an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Because the ocular power seal is essentially storage, if it hasn't reached blindness, it cannot be stored, and the transplant is just swapping a pair of eyes. From this, we can deduce another truth. The eyes removed after blindness have had their ocular power stored, becoming empty shells. The idea that brothers can exchange eyes and both obtain the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is fundamentally impossible. End of above. Have you made your decision? Naruto Koen, Hashirama cells can only prevent one Mangekyo from going blind. If it's both eyes, you will face the risk of blindness. Naruto and Orochimaru walked deeper into the experimental base together. At this moment, Naruto's eyes were already Shisui Uchiha's. He possessed the Uzumaki clan's constitution, compatible with Uchiha ocular power, equivalent to the original owner. If both eyes eventually evolved into the Rinnegan, Naruto would become the true owner of those Rinnegan. That's right, I've decided. Blindness is a hurdle I must overcome, only then can I obtain true ocular power. Haha, true ocular power, huh? I'd like to see what that would look like. Orochimaru smiled and pushed open the door to the operating room. Sakura was already waiting inside. Orochimaru said, this surgery is extremely delicate. In the past, I needed Kabuto's top-tier medical ninjutsu to assist me. Now that Kabuto is not here, Tsunade's direct disciple, Haruno Sakura, is indispensable. Sakura couldn't help but worry, Orochimaru, is it really okay to entrust such an important matter to me? This concerns Naruto's future. Orochimaru smiled and said, I will teach you hand by hand beside you. Don't you have confidence in yourself? Sakura looked at Naruto. Naruto smiled, Sakura, come boldly and confidently. I believe in you, no problem. I really can't help you. Sakura smiled helplessly yet touched, tied her headband, put on medical gloves, and said efficiently, let's begin. The surgery Naruto was to undergo was called Shiroketsu opening technique, which involved creating eye holes in the palms of both hands, then reconstructing the nerve lines and connecting them to the eye meridians. Orochimaru had performed a similar surgery for Danzo before. But this time, what was being transferred to the hands was not the Sharingan, but the Rinnegan, which had extremely strong ocular power and was more difficult. Naruto took out the left Rinnegan eye that had been removed and preserved beforehand and the hidden right Rinnegan eye, placing them on the table. He sat down, spreading his hands open. Sakura secured his hands and took out the anesthetic injection. Naruto said, no anesthesia needed. Sakura was stunned, are you serious? The pain will be beyond your imagination. Let's begin. Naruto calmly closed his eyes. Are you really sure? Sakura asked worriedly, putting the anesthetic needle away. Under Orochimaru's guidance, let's begin. Sakura glanced at Naruto from time to time, seeing him sweating profusely but not uttering a word, amazed. It's so painful, yet he can endure it? How strong is his willpower? But she didn't understand why Naruto refused anesthesia. Is he just trying to be tough? Impossible. Naruto now is mature and unfathomable, he wouldn't stubbornly endure such a minor thing. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and decided not to overthink it. Forget it, Naruto must have his reasons. I'll focus on my work. Hang in there, Naruto. I'm going to start pulling the nerves in your left hand. Sakura took off her gloves, gathered chakra, placed it on Naruto's wrist, and slowly moved upward. Thick smoke rose, and the intense pain twisted Naruto's left hand fingers violently, his eyelids trembling fiercely. After finishing the left hand, the surgery on the right hand went much more smoothly. Phew! Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Next, only the eye transplant remained, which was a minor procedure for her. She opened the container holding the Rinnegan. Orochimaru's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Naruto is the weakest right now, and the only pair of Rinnegan in the ninja world is right in front of me, too tempting. But his evil thoughts quickly dissipated. Forget it, watching Naruto's journey, I'm sure he is that unique wind in the storm. At this moment, Naruto's mouth curled into a slight smile. Orochimaru, you have passed my final test. If you had made a move just now, I would not have gone easy on you. The surgery was successfully completed, and Madara's Rinnegan was transplanted into the palms of Naruto's hands. Because of the Hashirama cells, the optic nerves connected quickly, no waiting needed. Naruto clenched his palms, the eyeballs fitting perfectly, with no swelling or pain. Fortunately, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Orochimaru said solemnly, Naruto, although the significance is limited, I must explain that this palmar foramen surgery does not create optic nerves out of thin air, but rather modifies the sympathetic nerves in your palms, connecting them to the optic nerves, allowing you to transfer your eyes to your palms. Naruto nodded, half understanding. Oh, I see. Orochimaru continued, the sympathetic nerves control sweat glands. From now on, your hands will no longer sweat. This has pros and cons. The downside is that sweat cannot be discharged, pores may clog, causing itching. The upside is that during intense battles, it prevents sweat from flowing into the eyes on your palms, affecting performance. Naruto stroked his chin and said, a bit inconvenient in daily life, but very useful in battle, totally worth it. Orochimaru smiled, yes, actually it's not a big problem. Soaking in hot springs often or getting professional massages can relieve it. Naruto nodded, got it. Snap. Haruno Sakura took off her headband, revealing short pink hair. She asked, Naruto, with eyes on your hands, won't it be inconvenient to hold weapons? Naruto said, no, it won't. Back then, Momoshiki had eyes on both hands and could still skillfully wield the red light crescent blade. Sakura was still a bit worried. Then I'll teach you the medical ninjutsu palm immortal technique, which can sterilize and prevent bacteria from harming your eyes. Naruto happily said, great, thank you, Sakura. He quickly learned the palm immortal technique, and other medical jutsus were unnecessary since the Hashirama cell's innate unmarked healing was more powerful than all ninjutsu. Leaving the experimental base, Orochimaru opened an umbrella. Naruto-kun, you now have a pair of Rinnegan, so all Rinnegan-related ocular powers will be enhanced. Naruto couldn't wait, great. I can't wait to try it. The two arrived at the training ground of Amigakure. Orochimaru drew a distance grid and gathered chakra under his feet. Among the 6 paths abilities of the Rinnegan, the one that best demonstrates the difference in ocular power is Deva Path. Come on, Naruto-kun. Naruto took a deep breath and extended his palm. Shinra Tensei. With a loud boom, repulsive force erupted. Although Orochimaru had chakra adhering to his feet, he was pushed backward until he stopped at the edge of the grid. He looked at the marked distance in amazement, 17.5 meters, a 1.5 times increase from the 7 meters with a single eye. Naruto said quietly, this is the lower limit increase. The upper limit might not have risen much since the power of jutsu depends not only on the number of eyes but also on the amount of chakra. Try this one. Smack! Naruto clasped his hands together, forming the gravitational sphere of Chibaku Tensei, and threw it high into the sky. Rumble rumble. The mountains outside Amigakure cracked and collapsed, transforming into a massive star that blocked the sky. Naruto estimated and shook his head. The maximum scale of Chibaku Tensei is about 1.5 times the previous size, only a 0.5 times increase. Orochimaru nodded, given the base amount of Chibaku Tensei, 0. It increased 5-fold, and the effect was astonishing. At least Sasuke's complete Susanoo could hardly break free, and Madara's might barely cope. Naruto quickly formed hand seals. The black lines around Chibaku Tensei blurred and then fell heavily to the ground, causing a tremendous roar. Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, this is Naruto lowered his hands and smiled. After transplanting the pair of eyes, I can directly use super weighted rock technique on Chibaku Tensei without having to fly up to touch it like before, greatly improving its practicality. Orochimaru sighed. This is truly a revolutionary breakthrough. Naruto asked, Orochimaru, can you use my shadow clone? I want to try a technique. Shadow clone? Easy. I even have a stronger snake shadow clone. Orochimaru's giant snake on his shoulder split, turning into another version of himself. The snake shadow clone has extremely strong resistance to attacks, unlike ordinary shadow clones that disappear after a heavy hit. But the downside is you can only use one at a time. One is enough. The original and the clone will attack together. Orochimaru's original and clone stood on either side of Naruto. Naruto explained, after combining hand and eye, I can assign tasks to both hands, achieving left watches while right watches. It's not just literal, I can even perform more complex operations. Naruto spread his arms. His left hand emitted the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, while his right hand used the attractive force of Bansho Tenin. Boom! The repulsive force on the left knocked Orochimaru's original body over 10 meters away, with only 2 legs visible, spread apart. The attractive force on the right grabbed the snake shadow clone, suspending it in midair. Naruto's eyes shone. The attraction and repulsion of the Rinnegan's Deva path are hard to balance, but I've done it now. The suspended snake shadow clone widened its eyes and trembled. This is terrifying. The snake shadow clone turned into snake skin and disappeared. Naruto walked over and pulled the original out of the pit. He brushed the dirt off Orochimaru's body with the back of his hand, showing care. Then he said excitedly, I still have an ability I haven't tried yet. His words were interrupted by Konan. Testing should be done in moderation. That star that just fell, the villagers thought it was a meteor and are clamoring to evacuate. Naruto scratched his head. Oh, Konan, nay, sorry, I accidentally went a bit overboard. Konan shook her head indulgently. I really can't do anything with you. Next time, don't test inside the village, go to Kumogakure. More importantly, Kakuzu and Sasori are waiting for you. Hurry up and assign them tasks. Amagakure doesn't keep idlers. Alright, I'm going now. Naruto and Konan walked shoulder to shoulder into the rain. Orochimaru folded his sleeves, his gaze deep. Naruto-kun, before we knew it, we've come this far. If we go any further, we'll be touching the sage art of freedom mastered by the first Hokage. After Naruto's defeat, Kabuto lost another stronghold and had to relocate overnight to the borders of the Land of Grass. In the new base, Kabuto and Sasuke walked one after the other, heading deeper into the lair. Suddenly, the Kusanagi sword was placed against Kabuto's neck. Kabuto stopped and asked calmly, Sasuke-kun, what does this mean? Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flashed with a cold light. Kabuto, I'm starting to doubt your strength. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Are you talking about the modifications to your body? We've just settled and the time isn't ripe yet. Sasuke said coldly, no. So far, you've only shown the ability to control Edo Tensei. If you were really as powerful as they say, would you be this weak yourself? Kabuto glanced sideways behind him. Then what do you want to do? Sasuke said coldly, fight me. If you can withstand 10 of my attacks, I'll admit you have skill. Kabuto smiled. Can you give me 5 minutes to prepare? 10 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes. Sasuke sheathed his ninja sword and turned to walk outside the base. Kabuto's glasses reflected a white light as he murmured, it seems things have come to this. Naruto needs to vent, but you, Sasuke-kun, are far more than that. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 5 minutes later, in a dark room, a snake's vertical pupil was thrown into a solution, gradually dissolving into blood. Blood trickled down from Kabuto's tightly shut left eye, smoke rising in wisps. The left eye slowly opened, the 3 tomo spinning into the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Staring at himself in the mirror, Kabuto's eyes darkened. Uchiha Kagami's left eye, this time it should be interesting. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sasuke-kun. 10 minutes later, Yukushi Kabuto walked out of the hideout. Sasuke looked back at him, just swapping a Sharingan? You're not going to use Izanagi like Danzo to save yourself, are you? Surviving 10 moves isn't hard, that rule needs changing, I'm going all out. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, meaningfully. Nagato is no longer here. If something happens to me, resurrection is impossible. You have to remember that, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke sneered coldly, you'll leave yourself some way out, right? You know medical ninjutsu, don't you? Kabuto lowered his head and chuckled softly, forming hand seals. 4 white snakes slid out from under his robe, gradually growing larger, flicking their forked tongues, 4 pairs of vertical pupils fixed intently on Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, thinking, is that Orochimaru's summoned snake? Could it be from transplanting Orochimaru's cells? Why has it become so huge? Yakushi Kabuto's voice was low. No, Sasuke-kun, you misunderstand. I hope you take care of yourself and don't get injured to the point where even medical ninjutsu can't heal you. Otherwise, you'll have to rely on Edo Tensei. That kind of body can enhance chakra, and you'll just be used as a pawn. You wouldn't want that, right? Sasuke gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly, his eyes colder. You mean to say that I, who possess the Uchiha's supreme ocular power, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, would lose to someone like you, who only has a fake transplanted Sharingan and plays with Orochimaru's outdated tricks like an amateur? Fine, if that's how you want to see it. Kabuto sneered disdainfully. Exactly, that's what I mean. How dare you? Sasuke's anger exploded. Susanoo instantly appeared, and a purple arrow shot toward Kabuto. Such arrogance. How do you expect to withstand this power? The arrow pierced Kabuto's body, and the white snakes scattered across the ground beneath his gray robe. Sasuke stared at the white snakes on the ground. This is Orochimaru's shedding technique. A voice came from the snake's mouth. You're wrong, Sasuke-kun, this isn't a shedding technique. I'm from the Hozuki clan with a hydrating body, able to turn into liquid and leave the body, so it only looks like shedding. The scattered white snakes gradually melted into water, only the host snake coiled on the stone remained. Sasuke sneered, just the water mirror ability. You think dodging the arrow means you can stand against Susanoo? The white snake opened its mouth, and Do's arm extended, wagging a finger at Sasuke. Susanoo? Then I'll show you how I, possessing the sage's power, deal with you. Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted. You said. Sage power? The white snake shed its renewed hood, emanating a different aura all over its body. Two pairs of horns symmetrically distributed, light purple eyeshadow extending from the corners of the eyes to the wings of the nose, the cornea covering the right eye. Kabuto's mouth curled into a wild laugh. Sasuke, this is the sage mode of the Dragon Earth Cave. The sage power is tens of times your previous cursed seal power. Burn to ashes. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of Sasuke's left eye, blood vessels spreading across the sclera, his gaze locked on Kabuto. Amaterasu. Black flames burned Kabuto's body. Amaterasu? In Sage Mode, I can freely use Orochimaru's shedding technique. The white snake connected to Kabuto opened its mouth, spitting out a brand new Kabuto body. The old Kabuto, burned by Amaterasu, turned into dry snake skin and vanished into ashes. Then let me give it a try. Sizzle. Sasuke's vision focused again Amaterasu. Blazing flames erupted, but Kabuto quickly escaped by using the same trick. This battle repeated 4 times, Kabuto's chakra remained undiminished, and only then did Sasuke become certain that Kabuto was not bluffing. He shouted angrily, Kabuto, is that the only move you have? Kabuto pushed up his glasses and sneered, of course not. But Amaterasu is indeed troublesome. I don't have the Rinnegan, nor do I know Jiraiya's sealing fire technique, so I can only use it to cope temporarily. By the way, aren't you going to keep burning? Or is your chakra exhausted? Although it's the eternal Mangekyo, it must consume chakra, right? If you can't keep burning, I'll make my move. Let me tell you, I'm going to target the weak spot under your half-body Susanoo's feet. Damn it! Sasuke glared angrily, his right eye flashing Kagetsuchi. Black flames rose at his feet, forming a protective barrier to defend against attacks from below. But Kabuto paid no mind, forming hand seal sage art, inorganic reincarnation. Crack, crack, crack. The ground seemed to come alive, sharp thorns instantly piercing through Kagetsuchi's defense. Sasuke dodged in shock. This is Earth Release. Impossible. How can Earth Release break through Kagetsuchi? Kabuto pushed up his glasses and explained, inorganic reincarnation is a reincarnation ninjutsu that grants life to inorganic matter and controls it. It's not ordinary chakra manipulation, so its power is naturally extraordinary. Don't underestimate me. Boom! Susanoo's form shifts and fully unfolds. Kagetsuchi's arrows shoot toward Kabuto. But Kabuto's body twists strangely, easily dodging all the arrows. In Sage Mode, natural energy is my ally. This kind of attack is useless against me. Sasuke roars, then try this. An arrow breaks the air, an explosion stirs an updraft, forming a cumulonimbus cloud. Then, raging lightning like a Kirin appears, roaring down. Sasuke grips the Chidori lightning ball, raises it to summon the thunder lightning release, Kirin. Kabuto smirks slightly, a lightning strike? Without Minato Namake's reflexes, you can't dodge it. Sage Mode is no exception. Boom! The Kirin's thunderous power shakes the sky. But Uchiha Kagami's dojutsu is another matter. Sizzle! Kabuto's left eye instantly transforms into a Mangekyo Sharingan. He commands, "Stop." The roaring Kirin lightning abruptly halts above Kabuto's head. Sasuke is shocked. What? Kabuto's left eye glows red, he slowly rises and commands again, "Disperse." No sooner said than the nearly 100-meter-high Kirin collapses with a crash. Uchiha Sasuke is dumbfounded. Yakushi Kabuto's gaze is deep. Uchiha Kagami's left eye, Iratama Nakoto. The name of this dojutsu means it can freely manipulate Kodadama word spirit. It pairs perfectly with the 6 paths word spirit ninja tools Red Gourd, 7-star sword, and holographic gold rope. Unfortunately, those 3 tools were taken by Naruto. Even without the tool's aid, this dojutsu was more than enough to handle you, Sasuke. Author says. To distinguish the idiom, the previous is changed to. Sasuke clenched his fist. Yakushi Kabuto could use shedding skin to dodge the black flames, and also use his dojutsu to counter Kirin. Sasuke understood how troublesome Kabuto was now. Even Kirin, which controls natural lightning storms, can be broken by him other ninjutsu or even easier. Now only overwhelming power can deal with him. Damn it, having to use this move again. Sizzle. Sasuke's eyes shone brightly. Susanoo complete form. Boom. A dark purple chakra torrent surged into the sky, gradually forming the majestic Susanoo complete form. Yakushi Kabuto looked calm. Am I already pulling out the trump card so soon? Wise move, this technique consumes chakra but avoids waste. Sasuke's figure had already risen to the forehead of Susanoo, hundreds of meters above the ground. He looked down at Kabuto, who was as tiny as a matchstick below, and said with authority, "Kabuto, every dojutsu has its limits. Dare to use to command this Susanoo complete form? If you can, I will immediately admit defeat and kneel before you." Yakushi Kabuto laughed. With my current strength, I still can't control your Susanoo, but... Boom! The Susanoo complete form raised its massive foot weighing thousands of tons and stomped fiercely toward Yakushi Kabuto. Like a mountain falling, there was no way to avoid it. But Kabuto remained unflustered. Boom! The ground was crushed. Rustle, rustle. A trickle seeped from the cracks, gathering into Kabuto's figure. It turned out that at the moment before being stomped, he had completely liquefied his body. Sasuke snorted coldly, so annoying. I know the Hozuki clan's water weakness is lightning release. Lightning release wildly entwined in the palm of Susanoo. Boom! The complete form of Susanoo flapped its wings and leapt up, its massive body locking onto Kabuto's position, then suddenly dove down. Susanoo, Chidori. Kabuto whispered lowly, looks like you really want to kill me. Fine then. Smack. Both hands rapidly formed seals. Sage art, 8-headed technique. Boom! An 8-headed giant serpent suddenly appeared, tightly coiling around Susanoo's arms and body. Sasuke frowned. Damn, Kabuto has even mastered Orochimaru's strongest move. Susanoo swung the Chidori lightning, cutting off the approaching snakeheads, but those heads quickly regenerated. TCH. Since you resist stubbornly, I'll chop this 8-headed serpent to pieces first, then subdue you. The complete form of Susanoo retreated, the lightning in its hand dissipated, replaced by a great sword, which it swung through the air. The sword light intertwined, suddenly slashing toward the massive 8-headed serpent. The serpent's body gradually showed signs of decline amid the slashes and regeneration. From the middle snake head, Kabuto's sticky body emerged. The 8-headed technique is strong, but against the complete form of Susanoo, it still feels weak. It's time to end this farce. He formed seals with both hands and spat out a white dragon. Tai Mianming. His left eye glowed red as Kabuto commanded, white fierce technique, pursue Sasuke, detonate upon close contact. The white dragon clutched a dark chakra orb in its claws, rushing straight at Susanoo. That's Kabuto's jutsu. Sasuke was alert. Susanoo swung its sword to strike the white dragon, but Kabuto ordered, bend. The blade suddenly twisted in midair, shocking Sasuke. What? Kabuto said grimly, I can't defeat the entire Susanoo, but at least I can handle this one strike. The white dragon bypassed the blade, rushed to the forehead, quickly spun to envelop the dark chakra ball, and suddenly exploded. A white light instantly filled the vision. Sasuke covered his ears in pain. It's not just my ears, my bones feel like they're being rubbed. The white flash technique violently vibrated the surrounding air, causing the attacked person's entire skeleton to ache and go numb. The intense light and sound further damaged vision and hearing. Though the complete Susanoo was strong, it couldn't defend against this auditory and visual divine technique. I can't hold on, Susanoo is about to collapse. As the shockwave spread, Susanoo began to disintegrate. At this moment, the 8-headed serpent rushed in. I used the snake's cornea to shield my eyes, allowing me to ignore the light. My water transformation body lets me ignore the vibration sounds. Only I can move freely. Suddenly, Kabuto felt a sudden palpitations in Sage mode. He hurriedly jumped out of the eight-headed serpent. Slash! The next moment, a fiery red greatsword pierced through the white light, stabbing straight into the eight-headed serpent's body. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The eight-headed serpent's body rapidly shrank, flowing along the sword into the gourd. Sasuke stood on the ground, his eyes dazed, but a fiery red Susanoo surrounded him. The one who sealed the eight-headed serpent was precisely the Susanoo wielding the Tatsuka blade. Thud! Yukushi Kabuto landed 100 meters away, witnessing the scene, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. This is the third time already, and it's still Itachi? He's warning me this way not to harm his little brother. He pushed up his glasses and exited Sage mode. Forget it, like this, Sasuke should stay quiet for a while. Boom! The fiery red Susanoo dissipated. Sasuke let out a thud and collapsed to the ground, returning to his original form. In the desert thousands of miles away, Kisame looked at the stopped Itachi and asked, "Mr. Itachi, what happened?" Sizzle! Uchiha Itachi's eyes reverted from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the three-tomo Sharingan, and he said calmly, "Nothing, let's keep moving." In the darkness tens of thousands of miles away. Whoosh! A space-time vortex spun, emitting an ominous aura. During my absence, how much bloodshed and turmoil has the ninja world endured? But everything will end. With my invincible eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Having gained new ocular powers and eternal light, Uchiha Obito makes a comeback. Whoosh! The space-time vortex rotated as Obito and Tobi appeared on a high mountain outside Amagekure. During this time, Obito used Sasuke's severed arm and Tobirama's forbidden jutsu to transform himself into Uchiha Sasuke, his blood brother. He also transplanted the eyes of Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku, activating the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobi asked, "Should we attack immediately?" Obito replied cautiously, "No, the lessons from the last two times taught me how unpredictable he is. I need to first confirm Naruto's current strength." Obito half closed his left eye and peered through his fingers, observing the tall tower in the southern district of Amagekure, his pupils gradually focusing. This was Obito's unique telescope ability, allowing him to see the pores on someone's face from thousands of meters away. Soon, he saw Naruto walking in the rain together with Konan. Obito was surprised. "Oh? This is Naruto?" After switching the Sharingan, the Rinnegan gathered in both eyes and transferred to the hands Orochimaru's handiwork, but surely there's more to it. Sizzle! His left eye was lit by a red glow, the Great Dojutsu. This is the special ocular technique of Uchiha Fugaku's left eye, capable of photographing and recording the target's chakra, jutsu, combat intelligence, and hidden abilities. At this moment, all combat-related qualities were recorded into the IS database. Then, he could call upon the mental battlefield that comes with the Great Dojutsu at any time for simulated training. After the recording was complete, Uchiha Obito closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and cold sweat slid down his cheeks. Fa asked, "What's the result?" Obito calmed himself and said in a deep voice, "After simulating the battle 100 times, I lost every time to Naruto. Naruto's strength now far surpasses before, even exceeding Madara at his peak." Fa was nervous. "Is it really that serious?" Obito's tone shifted. "However, I have already grasped his ninjutsu, secret techniques, and tactical combinations. As long as I conduct targeted simulated training, I can find a way to defeat him within a day. Let us go. Tomorrow at this time will be the decisive battle between Naruto and me." He disappeared into the time-space vortex with Fa. Naruto and Konan arrived at the dojo, which was strictly protected by barriers and built specifically by Naruto for training. Naruto walked to a large wooden pillar and tore off the forbidden character on it. Another Naruto appeared opposite him, the mirror attacker technique. After tearing off the forbidden character, a clone identical in appearance and ability to the one who tore the seal is created, and then the battle begins. The clone's strength remains constant. Naruto engaged in an intense fight with his own clone. Konan, who was observing nearby, had a complex expression. "This is a secret technique Pain used against strong enemies. I didn't expect Naruto to use it for training." Now that Naruto's strength was formidable and opponents were rare in the ninja world, he never let his guard down. He set a goal for himself to defeat the same-day version of himself every day. For Naruto, defeating the version of himself from yesterday was natural. Only by overcoming his present self could he consider his time well spent. So he chose the mirror assault technique, which is the unique Great Battle Debate of Uzumaki Naruto. The next night, after finishing training, Naruto was browsing through scrolls in the study. Konan entered with a serious expression. "Violet has been kidnapped." Naruto put down the scroll. Conan handed over a blank scroll. This scroll was left at the place where she disappeared. Can you make out anything? Naruto unrolled the scroll, which was indeed blank, but when his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, the writing appeared. Meet me at the Kanabi Bridge for a life or death battle. No shadow clones allowed for reconnaissance, or this woman will be dead. Uchiha Obito, reporting. Naruto closed the scroll and put on his fire cloud cloak. Conan, I'm heading out now. Conan frowned. Is it Uchiha Obito? Violet is probably in great danger. Naruto said firmly, no, Obito won't kill her, he just wants to lure me over. Conan said worriedly, that must be a trap. Naruto replied firmly, Violet is an important subordinate of mine. Even if it's a trap, we have to go through. Otherwise, how can I earn everyone's trust? Conan pleaded, then take me with you. He only said no shadow clones to scout ahead, but didn't he say anything about bringing others? Naruto shook his head and said, no, Obito has been lying low for a long time and must have gained new powers. Until we understand those powers, Conan, I can't let you take any risks. Conan's face darkened. Naruto comforted her, don't worry, Sister Conan, I'm not fighting alone. A surge of golden chakra ignited within Naruto, and he clenched his fists. Conan understood and sparred fists with him. Suddenly, the scene changed, and she saw the red-haired woman in Naruto's spiritual world. Conan was surprised, you are. Kushina smiled and said, Conan, right? I'm Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina. I've seen how well you take care of my son, so don't worry, you have me, his mom, here. Conan relaxed and smiled, then I'm relieved. Nice to meet you. Sorry for not tidying up properly. Kushina half joked, it's okay, you're really beautiful and gentle, just like me. How about becoming my daughter-in-law along with Hinata? Conan immediately panicked. Naruto angrily said, Mom, don't say that. Are you trying to embarrass Conan? The ninja world is strictly monogamous. Kushina laughed heartily, ha ha, monogamy, one madam and one wife, exactly. Naruto retorted, then what about Dad having a monogamous relationship? Kushina immediately showed double standards, what's that? That's just Minato, I'm giving him face. Naruto shook his head helplessly and said to Conan, sorry, Conan, for making you laugh, my mom is like this. Conan smiled, it's okay, Kushina is really an interesting woman. The little interlude ended. Naruto clenched his fist confidently and said, well, I'm off, Conan. Conan's gaze was firm, go, and come back early. The battle at Kanabi Bridge was a crucial fight in Kakashi's youth alongside Obito and others. This battle completely changed the lives of Kakashi and Obito. Konoha also saw the birth of two heroes possessing the Sharingan because of it. This fight profoundly influenced the future history of the ninja world. So Obito chose this place as the battlefield for the reckoning. The wind howled desolately. Obito sat atop the stone pillar, staring at the moon covered by dark clouds, lost in thought. Below the pillar, Violet was bound by chains, head bowed, silent. Fa asked, will he come? Is it really worth the risk for a subordinate? Obito said coldly, I interrogated her with genjutsu. She's not an ordinary subordinate, she's one of the Umbu captains from the Hidden Rain Village and has ties to Minato. Naruto will definitely come. If he really doesn't come, then it proves he's as cold-blooded as I am, only after benefits. He spared my men twice before, and the purpose is clear, he's afraid that if I die, the Outer Path Ghetto statue will never appear in this world. A few minutes later, White Zetsu emerged from the ground and reported, Naruto, he's here. Obito stood up, that was pretty fast. A golden light flew rapidly from afar. Obito stared at the light, that's the mode he shows after taking the Nine Tails chakra. I studied it during the Great Ninja War. In this mode, Naruto can't use his own chakra and actually becomes weaker. However, he has the special ability, perception of good and evil. Naruto approached while forming hand seals. Secret technique, True Eye of Sand. Rustle, 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 sand gathered in front of the stone pillar forming an eye. The dojutsu Fuinjutsu, reverse death, pulled Violet in and teleported her to Naruto's side. Violet said with guilt, Lord Naruto, it's all my fault that you got into trouble. I will take responsibility and atone myself. Naruto responded gently, don't say that. Whoever he wants to take won't be taken. You just happened to get caught up in this. Obito calculated in his mind, using the True Eye of Sand to turn the Mangekyo into sand, freely gathering and dispersing it. This dojutsu Fuinjutsu, reverse death, is also a spacetime dojutsu. Although not as strong as Kamui's inner space, it can be used as a teleportation tool. This way, the Flying Thunder Goddess barrier can't contain it, which doesn't affect Naruto much now. Obito said in a deep voice, take her and come back. If you don't return, I'll hunt in the hidden rain village every day and make your lives miserable. Naruto said calmly, no need to threaten. I never intended to run. No need to beat around the bush. Are those 600 billion explosive tags weighing on your mind? Obito was speechless. Naruto carried Violet on his shoulder, used Flying Thunder God Jutsu, returned to the rain-hidden village, and then dashed back to the battlefield. He kept a distance of 200 meters from Obito, farther than the previous 150 meters, because no one could guarantee that Obito's new eyes would extend the range of Kamui's vision. 150 meters was already unsafe. Obito looked into the distance. You're still so cautious, afraid I'll use my left eye Kamui to snap your neck? Naruto replied calmly, better safe than sorry. Besides, this distance is good for you too. If the 10 tails succeeds, everything will be over. Obito smirked, the 10 tails? Suddenly, Obito grasped a wind-style shuriken in each hand, leapt down from the top of a stone pillar, and charged straight at Naruto. Naruto's gaze sharpened, charging straight at me like that? No concern at all about my 10 tails? Obito was deep in thought. His right eye was the original Uchiha Fugaku's Dojutsu Teni Kakashi. This eye didn't require activation and granted the user immunity to all mental attacks, including various genjutsu, even secret techniques like the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch. However, Teni Kakashi conflicted with his own genjutsu Izanagi, preventing the latter from being activated. But this new eye extended the duration of Kamui's time-space penetration to 10 minutes, making Izanagi irrelevant. With Teni Kakashi, Naruto's eyes had no effect on him. Obito quickly threw 2 wind-style shuriken, which spun rapidly in the air, aiming directly at Naruto. Naruto flicked his sleeve, splitting his kunai to block the 2 shuriken. When the shuriken collided with the kunai, a powerful Kamui vortex was unexpectedly triggered. Naruto was surprised. He combined Kamui with wind-style shuriken? He can do this without Susanoo? More shurikens surged out from the Kamui vortex, each infused with Kamui's power. Naruto realized he can continuously extend Kamui using the shuriken until they run out. Naruto quickly retreated. The shuriken hit the ground and triggered Kamui vortices again, spinning and attacking in overwhelming numbers. Obito said darkly, you mentioned 600 billion explosive tags before, right? I'll pay a little tribute. Inside Kamui space, I prepared 60 million wind-style shuriken for you, each infused with Kamui's power, forming an endless chain. Fuma Shuriken, I also call it the Mad Demon Shuriken. Only a mad demon is truly alive. This Kamui, Mad Demon Frenzy will end you, Uzumaki Naruto, the undefeated legend since Nagato. Naruto analyzed nervously, 60 million shuriken is an astonishing number, but the attacks increase incrementally, each wave more than the last, lasting about half an hour. With my current chakra and the training these past 2 days, I might just be able to hold my own. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. Then, for the next half hour, continuously release Tree World Descent until all his shuriken are used up. Would release, Tree World Immortality. Author's note. Would release, Tree World Immortality is an enhanced version of Tree World Descent. The hand seals remain the same, and chakra consumption is disregarded to continuously stimulate the growth of the Tree World. Only overwhelming chakra and mastery of Tree World Descent can unleash Tree World Immortality. Even when conditions are met, this technique consumes massive chakra, and even Senju Hashirama used it sparingly in life. Now, facing Obito's deadly attack, Naruto's most direct method is to temporarily evade with Flying Thunder God. But Naruto thinks further. As long as Obito's shuriken aren't used up, he remains a threat. Better to exhaust them all at once. Rumble Mad Demon Shuriken wildly dance, the tree world is reborn amid destruction. Both sides' scale keeps expanding. The land of Canopy Bridge has become a sea of trees, with whirlpools and ripples stirred by Kamui. The scene is grand, beyond words. More than 20 minutes pass, Obito clenches his fist. In simulation, 50 million Kamui Mad Demon Shuriken were enough to defeat Naruto. I prepared 60 million, so why can't I win? Is there an error in the simulation? No, absolutely not. Obito realizes with shock Naruto's strength has increased dramatically in just 1 day. How did he do it? Finally, the attacks begin to affect Naruto. Golden light shines as Naruto continuously switches between his own chakra and the Nine Tails chakra. This approach not only reasonably allocates chakra but also flexibly activates the Nine Tails golden body mode, maintaining awareness of the enemy's malicious intent. After all, no one can guarantee that Obito and Deidara won't sneak attack while his hands are trapped. The mad dance is coming to an end, and the final wave of attacks is the most fierce. I can't stand watching anymore. The Kamui vortex swirls, and Obito appears in the sky from behind, ready to ambush with his dojutsu. Naruto immediately reacts with clone technique. Several wood clones instantly appear behind him and fly into the sky. 2 clones are immediately killed remotely by Obito's left eye Kamui, while the remaining 4, glowing with golden light and holding Rasengan, charge at Obito. Obito is shocked. He can even use Hashirama's wood clone technique? And manage it during intense battle? After Obito eliminates all the wood clones, Kamui mad dance finally ends. Naruto exhales deeply and releases the hand seals. Except for his hands, which don't sweat due to sympathetic nerve modification, his whole body is drenched in sweat not from fatigue, but from exhilaration. Obito lands and says in a deep voice, even if you alternate, your Nine Tails chakra is almost depleted. I only used pre-prepared ninja tools, so my chakra consumption is almost zero. Naruto turns around and says meaningfully, preparing so many shuriken must have taken a lot of manpower and resources, right? Obito frowns and asks, what are you trying to say? Naruto answers methodically, a major ninja country uses about 80 million shuriken and kunai annually. On average, the Cloud Village tops out at just over 100 million. Kazekage's shuriken are even more valuable. With Akatsuki's finances, preparing this many ninja tools must have taken who knows how long. Obito clenches his fist, as long as I defeat you and take back Madara's Rinnegan, no cost is too great. Naruto smiles faintly and raises his hand. Obito instinctively steps back, creating distance. Naruto points at Obito's face and says, you're not wearing a mask anymore, and you're not called Madara. Obito replies coldly, so what? Madara and Obito are just code names. As long as the infinite Tsukuyomi succeeds, none of it matters. Naruto says deeply, you 1T admit it, but deep down you actually long for another kind of salvation, don't you? Obito vehemently denied, nonsense. That's just your self-satisfaction. Naruto spoke startlingly, in the little Nine Tails chakra I have left, my mother Uzumaki Kushina is watching you through my eyes. Obito's pupils suddenly contracted. Naruto whispered, want to know how she sees you? Obito roared angrily, enough. I've had enough of you. Boom. Obito's external black chakra surged skyward, dazzlingly dark. Naruto looked on, Susanoo complete form? Snap. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Wood release, wood clone technique. Towering wooden clones rose from the ground. Naruto closed his eyes and said, the power of the wooden clones can rival the complete Susanoo. The downside is their protection isn't as strong as Susanoo's, but it can compensate. G. The 3 Magatama transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. The silver-gray Susanoo chakra morphed into a skeletal frame wrapped with muscles and clad in armor, forming the Crow Tengu form. This gray color symbolizes his trials through hardships, neither falling into dark revenge nor losing his true self. Steady and weighty, it also represents Naruto's current ambiguous stance between good and evil. Looking at the Crow Tengu Susanoo atop the wooden clones, Obito sighed, Naruto, being able to awaken Susanoo with Shirsue's eyes, the Uzumaki clan is truly extraordinary, but... Crack! The complete Susanoo quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Whoosh! Obito's eyes swirled with the divine Uzumaki power. The 8 Tails Bijou Orb was triggered by the whirlpool, firing like a volley of bullets, fused with Susanoo hand seals to form Kamui Shuriken. My power is absolute. Kamui-tailed Beast Jade Shuriken. Naruto took a deep breath, raising 2 fingers upright in front of his chest. Crack! Susanoo's chest armor split open, revealing a blazing hot crimson chakra source, crimson Magatama shooting out like rain. Naruto formed the wood dragon hand signs. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The wood dragon clone, holding a crimson Magatama in its mouth, charged forward. Susanoo Crimson Lotus Dragon Roar. Boom! The Kamui vortex wildly swirled, the explosive torrent engulfing the wood dragon as well. Obito snorted coldly, long battles are unwise, full power, quick fight, quick finish. Naruto released the Nine Tails golden form, unleashing 20 Vajra seals, entangling Obito's Susanoo. Obito stared intently, this is the same ability as Kushina. Boom! The wooden clone leapt high, forcefully pressing Susanoo's throat to the ground. Damn it! Obito's left eye locked onto the wooden clone. Kamui. Crack! The wooden clone's head was twisted off, sucked into the space-time vortex. Naruto, clad in Susanoo armor, leapt down, a gray spiral sword appearing in his hand. Naruto shouted loudly, the divine weapon Dainichi Shaku Kusanagi sword, unstoppable. Snap! The sword tip pierced Susanoo's forehead, cracks spreading, the blade spinning rapidly as it stabbed deeper. Whoosh! Obito pierced through to escape, targeting the Vajra seals binding his arm. Kamui. Crack! The chains broke, Susanu's arm condensing jet black Magatama. Naruto's pupils constricted, that is, the Yata Kamui Magatama. Last time I fought him, I already experienced the power of the Magatama. Its attacks penetrate and cannot be blocked, and the Magatama can track the enemy. Swish! The Nine Tails Divine Might Magatama was thrown at Naruto. Naruto released Susanoo, quickly dodging with Flying Thunder God, but the Magatama changed direction to pursue. Naruto's eyes filled with doubt. Why is this happening? This time Obito clearly didn't set up a barrier to restrict Flying Thunder God, which means he knew I could use Flying Thunder God to escape the fight. So why is he still using this move? Naruto stared at Obito in the distance, seeing his left eye half closed, as if preparing something. Could it be? Naruto's heart stirred, guessing something. The Nine Tails Divine Might Magatama rapidly tracked forward. Without thinking much, Naruto immediately used Flying Thunder God to exit the battle. Naruto, I used the Great Battle Debate to simulate tens of thousands of battles, and finally, with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I nurtured a new ocular jutsu. Now, I only have one chance. This move is the finishing blow I prepared for you. It's over. Obito slightly parted his fingers, his trembling pupils fixed on the spot where Naruto disappeared. Umadaru. A white vortex spun. Naruto had just escaped the battle but suddenly returned to the original spot, his face shocked. This is? Obito's face was pale but his expression fierce. Umadaru, an ocular jutsu that can manipulate time reversal, you can't escape. The Nine Tails Divine Might Magatama suddenly struck inside Naruto's body. The vortex swirled, pulling Naruto into a time-space dimension. Susanu's complete form roared and vanished. Obito looked up and sighed deeply. It's finally over. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and Naruto launched a surprise attack from behind. Penetration mode instantly activated. Obito was stunned, confused in his heart. How is this possible? Could he have used Izanagi? Impossible, I already pulled him into the time-space. It's not a shadow clone, because the Yata mirror of the Nine Tails Kamui can identify the original body. It's absolutely impossible to fool me with a shadow clone. Lightning covered Naruto's hand, closely overlapping with Obito's body. Naruto's eyes were deep and calm as he said, this is the second such a Kage split. No hand seals needed, instantly splitting into two. Both count as the original. The one absorbed into the time-space is the split body, while my original immediately uses Dustless Maze to hide itself. Also, I know that your position in the phasing mode changes with the time difference. After the split body was absorbed, my original immediately launched an attack. Obito, you understand what this means, right? Inside the time-space, Obito's attacked body saw the Naruto split body in front of him, his face darkened. You know the secret of Umadaru? Otherwise, there's no way to explain Naruto's terrifying reaction speed. The Naruto split body said calmly, no, I don't know, I just felt something was off, guessed you'd leave a backup, so I was cautious. The lightning-covered palm swept across Obito's chest. Outside, a gash opened on Obito's chest, blood splattered everywhere. Bancho Tenin. Naruto's offensive was fierce, and the battle suddenly reversed. Naruto waved his left hand, and gravity pulled back the blood splattered from Obito. Suddenly, Sai launched a surprise attack from behind with a wooden stick. Naruto calmly stretched out his right hand, releasing Shinra Tensei. With a loud boom, Sai was repelled by the repulsive force. At the same time, Obito's blood condensed into a blood ball in Naruto's left palm, and he calmly took out a bottle to seal the blood ball. Obito, injured, quickly put distance between himself and Naruto. To avoid being trapped, he immediately released Naruto's split body from the time-space. The split body quickly returned behind the original, chakra fully restored. Naruto was shocked in his heart. The split body is unlike a clone, it cannot dissolve itself. If Obito permanently traps it in the time-space, half of my power will be restricted, extremely dangerous. In this life and death struggle, Naruto took a gamble, fortunately winning. Naruto threatened coldly, Tobi, your blood is in my hands. If you dare return to the Hidden Rain village and kill recklessly, I'll have Hyden leave a hole in you so you won't have a place to be buried. Obito understood that from the moment his blood was taken, the outcome was already decided. He had the chance to kill Naruto just now, but chose only to injure him. Was he afraid that the clone would never escape, or was there another reason? Obito was puzzled, his body spinning with the Kamui vortex. Forget it, you are more skilled. But I'm telling you, the next time we face off will be our final battle. The whirlpool closed, and Obito and Deidara left the battlefield. This whirlpool battle between Naruto and Uchiha Obito ended with Naruto's victory. Naruto released the Nine Tails chakra and only relaxed after confirming there was no hostility around. Obito's potential is terrifying. I need to quickly make up for my shortcomings in Senjutsu. After the battle, Naruto returned to Amigakure. Konan witnessed the entire process through her telescope technique, and Captain Yamato was also present. Yamato came to Amigakure on a long-term mission with Tsunade. Tsunade instructed Yamato, Tenzo, Naruto has already mastered the wood release of our grandfather Hashirama. Although wood release consumes a lot of chakra, more importantly, it carries the healing ability of grandfather's cells. This healing is convenient but hides risks. Human cells have a limited number of divisions. Overuse shortens lifespan. Even my grandfather Senju Hashirama couldn't escape the side effects and died young. So, Tenzo, I hope you can accompany Naruto, supervise and remind him to avoid repeating grandfather's mistakes. Naruto has agreed this is an honorable and arduous mission. What do you think, Tenzo? In the southern district of Amigakure, inside a tall tower, Captain Yamato seriously reminded, Naruto, you recover quickly now, but still try not to get injured. During the Warring States period, cell research was limited. Even the first Hokage Hashirama didn't know the drawbacks of the unmarked healing. So, during battles, he didn't dodge attacks much, sometimes even deliberately getting hurt, out of respect for his opponents. Using unmarked healing after severe injuries, the long-term side effects caused this great Hokage to die prematurely. You must remember, avoid taking hits if you can. Don't recklessly use up your cell division count just because regeneration is strong, understand? Naruto smiled and listened attentively. Don't worry, Captain Yamato, I know. Besides Samahata and Sasuke, no one can make me bleed. By the way, is the new house comfortable? Yamato scratched his head. The house is indeed nice. I've never lived in such a spacious place. But is it really good to live alone in such a big house? Naruto teased. What, planning to marry a wife in Amigakure? Yamato blushed. My roots are in Konoha. If you don't mind, I might consider bringing a woman from Amigakure back to live in Konoha. Naruto laughed and patted his shoulder. Next time, go ask Kakuzu to get this monthly salary. Yamato was surprised. Salary? I already have one from Konoha. Is it appropriate to get one from Amigakure too? Naruto beamed. Double salary is great. Save more money while you're young, enjoy a peaceful retirement later. That's the best fate for a ninja. Yamato asked, Naruto, what about you? Me? It's so that more ninjas can have a place like this to belong to. After saying that, Naruto walked into the fine rain. Peaceful times always have someone bearing heavy burdens. Konan held an umbrella and followed him. Yamato stood still, his expression complicated. The two shared an umbrella and walked toward Orochimaru's experimental base. Konan asked, what about Uchiha Obito's blood? Naruto answered, keep it as a deterrent for now. He said that his final battle with me means he must have made a big decision and is absolutely confident to show up. Naruto's gaze was deep, and before he makes a move, he will definitely deal with Haiden first. Konan frowned, then we need to strengthen protection for Haiden? Naruto shook his head. Obito has a terrifying spacetime dojutsu. No matter how much we protect Haiden, it might not be enough. I have an idea, let Orochimaru clone a fake Haiden and hide the real one. The fake Haiden will appear and be taken out by Obito, so Obito will feel assured to face me in the final battle, and we won't lose Haiden, an important trump card. Konan sighed, the fact that you can think of such a strategy is truly terrifying. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Naruto straightforwardly said, Orochimaru, I want to learn Senjutsu from Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, put down the instrument in his hand, and turned around. Naruto Koan, you finally made up your mind? Naruto sat up straight and asked seriously, tell me, the origin of Hashirama's Senjutsu. Orochimaru leaned against the table, his eyes deep. Senju Hashirama's Senjutsu is called Free Senjutsu. It doesn't belong to any of the Mayaboko Mountain, Silent Bone Forest, or Dragon Cave schools, but it integrates the strengths of all three. Naruto pinched his chin thoughtfully. I know a bit about the Senjutsu of the three major schools. Dragon Cave's Raging Senjutsu is known for its wild physical energy, activates quickly without meditation, lasts long, but the body deforms and the mind becomes extremely agitated. Silent Bone Forest's Silent Senjutsu enhances spiritual energy, making the mind calm like still water, allowing calm judgment in battle and reducing mistakes, but it requires long meditation to activate. The harmonizing sage art of Mount Mayaboku excels at sensing and manipulating natural energy. It can use natural energy for attacks, requires a short meditation time, but its duration is also short. Orochimaru nodded with a smile, that's right. Lord Hashirama mastered the three great sage arts, refining the essence to create the free sage art. It enhances the body, mind, and natural energy, requires no meditation, has no side effects like physical changes or mental agitation, and boasts extremely strong endurance. It can be called a dreamlike sage art. The author says. Naruto, wearing black gloves on both hands, supported his chin, so, to learn the free sage art, you have to first master the 3 great sage arts? Orochimaru nodded, exactly. Naruto Koen has already mastered the sage art of Mount Myaboku, so you have a good foundation. Mastering the other 2 is not difficult. Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest, which one do you want to go to first? Naruto adjusted his sitting posture. Why do you recommend Ryuchi Cave? Because you know the white snake sage? Orochimaru ran his hand through his hair and said seductively, whether I know him or not doesn't matter. Ryuchi Cave has always been fair to practitioners. No matter if you are righteous or evil, as long as you pass the trial, the white snake sage will teach you sage power. Whether you survive after receiving the sage power and how well you master it depends entirely on your own fate. The white snake sage doesn't interfere with what you do with the sage power, as long as you don't make enemies of Ryuchi Cave. So free, so fair. The Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku and the Slug Sage of Shikatsu Forest are much stricter with practitioners. The Slug Sage especially refuses to give sage power to those he dislikes. You have a point, Naruto pondered. If Sasuke wants to learn sage art, he should go to Ryuchi Cave, right? If the 2 of us run into each other, it would be a big problem. So, Ryuchi Cave is not suitable to go first. Naruto decided, let's go to Shikatsu Forest first. Inside the land of grass, Yukushi Kabuto's lair. After waking up, Sasuke stared blankly at the candle flame. He doubted Kabuto's abilities, was defeated badly after provoking him, and felt depressed. Sasuke Koen, don't be so down, eat something. Yukushi Kabuto entered the room and put down food and water. Sasuke was indifferent. Kabuto sighed and pushed up his glasses. Sasuke Koen, to be honest, I see you as a little brother. Little brother? Sasuke glanced at him, aren't you trying to take over my body like Orochimaru? Kabuto laughed, there are plenty of opportunities like that, but I won't follow Orochimaru's path. I want to surpass him, I have higher ambitions. What ambitions? Sasuke asked. Kabuto sat down and said seriously, Orochimaru follows Naruto, but I want to personally make Sasuke Koen stronger than Naruto. Only then can I prove that I have surpassed Orochimaru. Sasuke sneered coldly, just for that reason? A guy like Orochimaru is easy to surpass. Kabuto said solemnly, Orochimaru is the person I admire most. Although there are ninjas stronger than him, no one has his charisma. What Sasuke Koen considers trivial, I value more than life itself. Believe it or not, that's the truth. After hearing this, Sasuke fell into thought and slowly began eating his food. After finishing, he made up his mind, Kabuto, teach me your senjutsu. Oh? Kabuto's eyes lit up, then he immediately became serious, that is the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave. You must go there and pass the trial, personally taught by the White Snake Sage. Sasuke's gaze was firm, then take me to Ryuchi Cave to meet that White Snake Sage. Amigakure, Orochimaru's experimental base. Orochimaru asked curiously, Shikatsu Forest? Fine, but why choose such a difficult place to conquer first? He wasn't referring to the difficulty of learning senjutsu, but the obstacles faced. Naruto explained, solve the hardest first, the rest will be easier. I like it that way. Orochimaru smiled faintly, Slug Sage is straightforward and likes straightforward people. Naruto, your actions won't escape his ears, I'm afraid he won't agree easily. If Tsunade vouched for you, maybe it would be different. Naruto pondered, Grandma Tsunade? We've already drawn clear boundaries publicly. I don't want to trouble her. Orochimaru laughed, then find someone else. Lady Uzumaki Mito is the best candidate. Naruto was surprised, Mito? Orochimaru explained, she was the first ninja to summon slugs and has the closest relationship with the Slug Sage. If Mito vouches for you, this matter can be settled. Naruto was puzzled, but isn't she already? Orochimaru laughed, forgot? I extracted 2 samples of Mito's life material, one to help you awaken your bloodline, the other reserved for Edo Tensei. But Naruto suddenly realized, so you had prepared this all along. Orochimaru said seriously, although Mito has passed away, her appearance had aged, so directly reincarnating her would be disrespectful. I want to revive her in the prime of her youth. To do that, we first need to retrieve the chakra Itachi sealed inside the 10-tailed sword gourd. Naruto nodded, we need to go through Itachi? Leave it to me. He closed his eyes. Thousands of miles away, in the dark night, Itachi stopped and said, is that Naruto's contact? Kisame, let's use that technique. Kisame removed his samahata, sat on a rock, and together with Itachi, crossed their legs and transmitted the wave of thoughts. In the rain-hidden village, Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Phantom lantern body technique. Whoosh whoosh. The phantom lantern bodies of Itachi and Kisame appeared before Naruto and Orochimaru. Naruto said, Itachi, clear out the 10-tailed sword gourd. Understood. Itachi's phantom Susanoo flared up. The 10-tailed sword gourd opened. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sealed chakra returned to Orochimaru's body, restoring his full power. Also released together was the Edo Tensei Deidara. Deidara shouted, Art is. Sizzle. Naruto's Benten Shin immediately activated. Art is, the explosion that serves Lord Naruto. And just like that, Deidara pledged allegiance to Naruto. Whoosh! A few minutes later, Naruto captured a white Zetsu. The technique is complete, the living sacrifice is in place, the life energy is ready. All set, let's begin. Orochimaru's long hair fluttered as he formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. Uzumaki Naruto. Countless white Zetsu, if one falls, there are still thousands more. Amid the screams, a woman in white with red hair and an extraordinary demeanor appeared. She opened her eyes, calmly assessing the person before her, and said with authority, You must be the user of this impure world reincarnation technique. You look somewhat familiar. Very well, being summoned back to the living world in my youthful form proves you are not an unknown ninja. State your name. Orochimaru respectfully replied, Junior Orochimaru, honored to welcome the strongest female ninja of the Warring States period, Lady Uzumaki Mito. Mito nodded faintly. Orochimaru, huh? I remember now, Konoha does have a disciple like you, a student of Hiruzen. So, tell me, what is your purpose in summoning me? Orochimaru said bluntly, This Uzumaki Naruto wants to learn the sage art of Shikatsurin. Uzumaki. Mito's gaze shifted to Naruto beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru promptly added, He is the son of Kushina Uzumaki. Author's note. Mito and Kushina have a connection. Decades ago, Mito was Konoha's first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and on her deathbed, she had to choose a successor. Kushina, with her outstanding bloodline, was brought to Konoha. As a child, she faced her fate with anxiety and uncertainty. The elderly Mito held her hand, offering care and guidance. Hearing that the heir already had a child, and that the child was right in front of him, Mito looked at Naruto with relief. This child has the same constitution as me, and also the power of Hashirama. This is the Nine Tails chakra Kushina has already. Inferring that Kushina has passed away, Mito felt sorrow in her heart. Mito stared at Naruto, and Naruto was also sizing her up. This is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki from before, my mother, with red hair, truly beautiful. Our Uzumaki clan really produces beauties, but none more beautiful than my mother. Is she the wife of the first Hokage? The first Hokage was Ashura in a past life, and I am Ashura in this life, how confusing. She is my mother's elder, Tsunade's grandmother, so she is my great-grandma? After confirming the identity, Mito's expression softened, Child, your name is Naruto? Who is your father? Naruto said solemnly, My father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Mito suddenly said, Oh, is he that introverted little boy from the Namikaze family? I have some impression of him. The child looked fragile, but I didn't expect him to have the talent of a Hokage. Speaking of which, what exactly happened to your parents? Also, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, why are you wearing the Rain Village forehead protector? Naruto's expression grew serious. Well, it's a long story. I have a way to let you quickly understand everything. Sizzle. 3 Tomo appeared in Naruto's eyes. Mito's eyes narrowed. Sharingan, it seems you've been through a lot. Naruto calmly said, Great-grandma, do you mind if I use the Sharingan to transmit information? With your strength, if you resist, the ocular power 1T take effect. Mito closed her eyes and pondered, No harm done, let me see. Excuse me. Sizzle. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Mito's mind raced, quickly digesting the vast information. I see, unbelievable. There is one thing I need to confirm. Roar. Golden chakra ignited from Mito's body, forming an outer cloak. Naruto was surprised. This is Kurama's chakra. Mito said calmly, Back then, I also tugged with the 9 tails, extracting its chakra, carrying it with me until my last breath, and even after being reanimated, I could still use it. She activated her perception, her expression turning grave. I don't sense any malice from you, which means everything you showed in the genjutsu is true. Sai, I really wish you were lying to me. I don't want the peaceful era we worked so hard to create to end in tragedy, but it seems things have gone against our wishes. Mito sighed and deactivated the 9 tails chakra mode. Her gaze was gentle, full of trust. Kushina, inside your chakra, right? Let me see her. Naruto smiled and raised his hand. Of course, to be honest, Mom also wants to see you. Tick-tock. The two bumped fists, and ripples appeared in the heart lake. Mito saw Kushina in Naruto's spiritual world. The Kushina before her seemed to return to those years, excitedly saying, "Grandma Mito, I never thought I'd see you again, I'm so touched." Mito felt heartache and sorrow. "We have all passed on, but seeing you so spirited is truly comforting." "I'm sorry you suffered, Kushina." Kushina's eyes glistened with tears. "My life was short but full and happy. When I first came to Konoha, it was you who gave me the courage to face reality. Your teachings filled me with love and hope, ultimately leading me to meet the person I love most in this life, and gave me this son to be proud of." Mito sincerely said, "Although I couldn't watch him grow with my own eyes, seeing him like this now makes me both proud and heartbroken as an elder. If our generation had worked harder, the next wouldn't have to endure so much. Kushina, take good care of yourself, leave the rest to me." The meeting in the spiritual world ended. Mito looked at Naruto's expression, growing even more affectionate. She took Naruto's hand and gently said, "Child, want to learn the Shikatsurin Senjutsu? I'm willing to be your guarantor." Naruto gratefully said, "Thank you so much, Great-Grandma Mito." Mito laughed, "Calling me Great-Grandma sounds too distant. We're of the same clan, I consider Kushina my daughter, so just call me Grandma." A feeling of closeness naturally arose. Naruto excitedly shouted, "Grandma Mito." Mito smiled broadly, "What a good kid. I'll summon the slug now, let us find a more open place." They arrived at a clearing outside Amigakure. The Ein seal on Mito's forehead was lifted. It turned out she was not only the first ninja to summon slugs, but also the creator of the Ein seal, and the first to master the Shikatsurin silent senjutsu. She formed hand seals with both hands, pressing her palms to the ground. Summoning technique. A massive summoning jutsu appears, and a storm suddenly rises. Naruto shields his face with his hand, his clothes fluttering, exclaiming, "So powerful! Even stronger than the summoning jutsu Tsunade and Sakura combined can perform. Can it summon the full body of the slug sage?" Orochimaru said seriously, "The full body is impossible, but Lord Mito can summon 2/10 of the body, which is enough." Boom! Amidst the smoke, the slug descends. That body, even more magnificent than Susanoo, is actually only 2/10. Mito greeted, "Sister Myo, long time no see." The slug's eyes were moist, responding gently, "Sister Mizu, it's so good to see you again." Mito waved her hand, "I have something to quietly tell you." The slug bent down, leaning close to Mito. Mito whispered, "Search, search, search like this." The slug readily agreed, "Understood, let Naruto come with me to the wet bone forest." Naruto followed the slug sage to the wet bone forest. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Earth Cave, Sasuke swept through the trial like a whirlwind. This was no surprise. Kabuto had taught him the clearance strategy, and combined with Sasuke's own strength, it was easy. Sasuke was full of confidence. The Dragon Earth Cave trial is nothing more than this." Approaching the White Snake Sage's temple, Kabuto reminded, "Sasuke, passing the trial is good, but when facing the White Snake Sage, you must be respectful and not offend her." Sasuke glanced at him. "Kabuto, haven't you always looked down on everyone except Orochimaru? Why are you so polite to this White Snake Sage?" Kabuto said seriously, "I consider myself superior, but the three great sage masters are extraordinary. They live long lives and their strength far surpasses ordinary ninjas. They are witnesses of history, even on par with the Six-Path Sage. You must hold them in reverence, otherwise, if you easily anger them, your life won't be safe." Sasuke agreed on the surface but thought otherwise inside. If they're so powerful, why haven't I heard of them before? The temple gates opened, and upon entering the inner hall, Sasuke saw the legendary White Snake Sage. She was perched on the throne, her figure enormous. Sasuke was shocked and thought, as expected of a monstrous snake, Orochimaru's snake form is much weaker than hers. Could this White Snake Sage be an enhanced version of Orochimaru? The White Snake Sage puffed on her pipe, coldly staring downward. "So it's Kabuto Yukushi." Kabuto knelt and presented a scroll. "Sage, I bring this token of respect, hoping you will like it." The White Snake Sage asked, "What is it?" Kabuto replied, 200 human hearts, useful for alchemy." The White Snake Sage sneered, "You sure know how to come prepared. Recently, there have been fewer challengers, and hearts are running low. This comes just in time to relieve my urgent need." A maid took the scroll, and the White Snake Sage exhaled smoke. "Want to improve your sage techniques? Kabuto, your body's strength has already reached its limit." Kabuto respectfully said, "This time, the one learning sage techniques is Sasuke. He has passed the trial." The White Snake Sage glanced at Sasuke, those eyes, "Uchiha, it's no surprise he passed the trial." Kabuto urged, "Sasuke, pay respects to the sage." Sasuke coldly clenched his fist but hesitated to move. Kabuto anxiously said, Sasuke. Sasuke firmly said, I passed the trial, the sage power should be passed to me. The white snake immortal stared coldly at him and said, I do not like your attitude. Sasuke reiterated, I passed the trial and deserve a reward. The white snake immortal exhaled a puff of smoke and said, You have passed the trial and are qualified to receive the immortal power of the Dragon Earth Cave, but whether I actually teach you depends on my interview. I usually don't make things difficult, just a kowtow will do. Since you have shown me respect, I can overlook your earlier rudeness. Kneel down and kowtow. Sasuke clenched his fists and shouted angrily, In my entire life, I have never knelt before anyone. The white snake immortal responded coldly, Then start learning humility from now on. Don't go too far. Sasuke snapped, his eyes suddenly turning into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kabuto Yakushi's face turned pale. Sasuke, don't do this. Sasuke shouted angrily, Enough. I've had enough of her acting all high and mighty. Not giving me the sage power? Then I'll take it myself. His left eye aimed at the white snake sage, black flames igniting, Amaterasu fiercely burning the white snake sage's body. Sasuke sneered, This is called Amaterasu, the eternal flame that never extinguishes. Even if you live for 1,000 years, being burned by it means death. Transfer the sage power to me, and I'll help you put out this fire, how about that? Kabuto sighed. The white snake sage squinted, I've seen all kinds of monsters, but this is the first time I've seen such flames. Suddenly, her whole body trembled, scales falling off, and the black flames were stripped away. Sasuke was shocked. What? The white snake sage sneered, Do you know the consequences? A white storm raged in her eyes, and the temple was engulfed in an oppressive aura. Sasuke was horrified, this killing intent. I can't move. The only time I felt this was during the Chunin exams facing Orochimaru. This time I've surpassed Orochimaru, but in front of her, I'm powerless. He gritted his teeth, trembling as he grabbed a kunai and stabbed it hard into his own thigh. Blood gushed out, and the pain slowly restored his stiff limbs. Dark purple Susanoo chakra flared outside his body. He formed a large arrow and shot it at the white snake sage. The white snake sage inhaled and exhaled thick smoke, forming a barrier that blocked the arrow. She said lightly, The heavenly Makakago Bao, so you are the reincarnation of Indra, no wonder it feels so familiar. Meaningful words came from behind the smoke. Sasuke crouched on the ground, gasping, struggling to maintain Susanoo. The white snake sage said, For the sake of an old friend, I'll give you one chance to apologize to me. Having witnessed the overwhelming power of the white snake sage, Sasuke ultimately chose to compromise. He bowed his head and saluted, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have offended you. Author's note. The cultivation of the three great sage arts is a step-by-step process. First, you must absorb a certain amount of sage energy to let the body adapt to the state of a sage, then seek a breakthrough. The methods vary. At Dragon Earth Cave, the white snake sage directly injects sage energy, brutal and straightforward. At Ntemaya Boku, toads apply toad oil on the skin, passively absorbing natural energy. In the Shikatsu forest, one soaks in the slug sage pool, actively drawing in energy through mind cultivation. If the mind is not calm, the power won't move. Sasuke apologized sincerely, and the white snake sage no longer cared. Come here. Sasuke took 3 steps forward. The white snake sage leaned from his throne, his sharp teeth biting into Sasuke's neck. Sage energy flowed in his skin, instantly turned grayish-white, hair grew, wrinkles appeared on his nostrils, and strange palm-shaped wings sprouted on his back. Kabuto Yakushi watched closely, that is the cursed seal Sasuke once lost, awakened by the white snake sage's energy. The white snake sage stared at Sasuke's transformation, thinking, Orochimaru once tampered with him, making him highly compatible with white snake sage energy. I want to see how much he can endure. Kabuto Yakushi was even more nervous than when he received sage energy himself. This was just the beginning, the key is still ahead. Can Sasuke hold on? As excessive sage energy was injected, the pressure surged. Veins bulged, Sasuke's body became covered with polyps, and his body turned uneven and bumpy. Kabuto Yakushi exclaimed, Sage, if this continues, Sasuke will die. The white snake sage sneered, if he can't even endure this, is he worthy of being Indra's reincarnation? He did not stop at all. Sasuke howled in pain, his body swelling. The white snake sage finally withdrew his teeth, retreated to his throne, and coldly watched him struggle. Sasuke had almost become a humanoid python. Kabuto Yakushi's face turned ashen. Sasuke, having transformed into a snake to this extent, how much longer can you hold on? I can't lose, I can't lose. I bear the mission of avenging my clan and revitalizing the Uchiha. I can't fall here. With firm resolve, Sasuke's chakra points inside his body opened one by one. The raging sage power transformed into a spiritual white snake, surging out from the holes in his body. Kabuto Yakushi breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to control the sage-transformed body and release the excess sage power beyond your limit, you really do have the transformation talent. Although you can't absorb all the sage power, at least it keeps you alive. Sasuke's snake-shaped body gradually returned to human form. All curse mark features disappeared. The black dots in his Sharingan stretched into a vertical line. A curved horn protruded from his forehead, followed by a pair of symmetrical horns growing from the center of his forehead. Sage transformation was finally successful. Phew! Kabuto Yakushi exhaled in relief. The white snake sage calmly exhaled a puff of smoke. The sage power I gave you, you only absorbed a third of it, but that's not bad, right? At that moment, Susanu's chakra suddenly ignited, forcibly binding the scattered sage power snakes inside Susanu. The white snake sage showed surprise. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes lit up. Sasuke compressed the unbearable sage power using Susanu. Could it be that he intends to? Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was resolute. White snake sage, I accept this sage power. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After the sage power merged, Susanu's color remained unchanged, but its form changed. The head armor grew several long horns, and a purple python coiled around the arms. This is Susanu in sage mode, even more obvious in its complete form, the white snake sage said with a smile. Now that's more like it. She thought to herself, but there's still a long way to go. Indra endured several times the sage power with his own strength, then used Susanu to contain 10 times that. The gap between you and him is still huge. Sasuke is still young, his future achievements are uncertain, but he has potential. The white snake sage said in a deep voice, Sasuke, you have initially mastered sage transformation. Right now, your sage power is just the beginning. To truly succeed, you must be able to enter sage transformation at will. Go train in the back mountain. From now on, it depends on your and Kabuto Yakushi's efforts. Understood. Sasuke nodded, no longer arrogant. Kabuto Yakushi stepped forward and said, Sasuke, go to the back mountain first. I need to discuss something with the white snake sage. Don't keep me waiting too long. Sasuke turned and walked out of the temple. After Sasuke left, Kabuto Yakushi respectfully asked, Sage, I have a question I'd like to ask. The white snake immortal exhaled a puff of smoke. Go ahead and tell me. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said sharply, you have mentioned Indra several times. Could you tell us more about his background? The white snake immortal's expression was subtle. You do want to know quite a lot. Yakushi Kabuto said politely, next time I come, I will definitely repay you with a proper gift. The white snake sage said in a deep voice, forget it, these are all old matters anyway, it won't hurt to tell you. Indra was originally the eldest son of the six-path sage Hagoromo and was supposed to inherit the ninja clan, but he was treated as an outcast. After Hagoromo's death, he led his people and the clan led by his younger brother Azura in a struggle, but was at a disadvantage. In desperation, he came to the Dragon Cave and asked me to help him with immortal power. Back then, there was a 9-headed serpent immortal in the Dragon Earth Cave, which was a great trouble for me. Indra, to show his sincerity, single-handedly helped me eliminate the 9-headed serpent immortal and its snake demon subordinates. He was indeed very strong, one of the old acquaintances I admired. Yakushi Kabuto was shocked upon hearing this and said, are you saying that the reincarnation of Indra is Uchiha Sasuke? That's right. So when Sasuke defied me, I made an exception and gave him a chance at fate to settle old karma. The white snake immortal's expression grew solemn as he recalled, speaking of cause and effect, decades ago, the reincarnation of Ashura also came. After his trial, he kept bowing before me, begging me to teach him immortal power, saying he wanted to use this power to protect the world. His name was Senju Hashirama. Although powerful, he was born with a short lifespan and indeed died young. Ashura's current reincarnation whereabouts are unknown, but it doesn't matter anymore, it has nothing to do with me. Yakushi Kabuto bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Sage, for informing me. His heart was filled with excitement, finally understanding why Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were different, and also seeing the potential within Sasuke. Now that that's the case, Sasuke growing strong enough to defeat Naruto is no longer just empty talk. The future is already decided. Could Naruto be the reincarnation of Ashura? Absolutely impossible. In the Wetbone Forest, Naruto sat cross-legged shirtless by the slug immortal pool, entering a state of calm and stillness. The immortal power in this celestial pool has been purified and infused over many years by the slug sage. How much a cultivator can absorb depends on their own potential and destiny. A faint blue glow enveloped Naruto's body surface, and as his meditation deepened, the immortal power began to flow in. On the Guannail platform by the pool, Mizuto watched him and sighed, saying, Naruto truly has extraordinary talent. The purer the heart, the better one can grasp the secrets of the silent immortal technique. This mindset is called the innocent heart. Hashirama back then quickly mastered the art with a pure and innocent heart. Although he pursued power, he did not harbor selfishness or ambition, which caused many others to fail in their training. Naruto has faced such a heavy future. I originally thought he would be impatient and struggle to succeed in his training, but unexpectedly, his progress has been smooth. Why is that? The experienced Mito suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps he has witnessed stronger power before and has a mature mindset, so the increase in power does not excite him. This is the meaning of once you've seen the vast ocean, other waters seem insignificant. Mito's guess hit the mark. Orochimaru stepped forward. The slug silent sage art is the most difficult of the three great sage arts to master. To this day, only you, the first Hokage, and the imperfect first Mizukage Byakuren have perfectly mastered it. Watching Naruto's rapid progress, Mito sighed, from today, there is one more perfect master. Sizzle! Naruto opened his eyes, the Sharingan shining brightly. Orochimaru asked, how does it feel, Naruto-kun? Naruto answered calmly, the world in my eyes has become clearer. Mito explained, the silent sage art of the wet bone forest focuses on spiritual energy, with ocular power as its main manifestation. The slug sage art is best suited for the Uchiha, but they often struggle to master it due to their greed for power, which is quite ironic. Naruto, try your ocular power now. Good. Sizzle. Naruto's eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Silver-gray Susanoo chakra rose, dozens of meters tall, standing firmly, with Naruto positioned at its chest. Orochimaru exclaimed, that is. This was not the complete Susanoo, but the full body form that only the eternal Mangekyo can use. After entering the silent sage art, Naruto's ocular power increased, allowing him to activate this form. The full body form is not the complete form. Mito nodded, that's right, this form has no weaknesses underfoot and consumes little chakra. Madara calls it the energy-saving form. Whoosh! Susanoo dissipated, and Naruto landed on the observation platform, gratefully saying, thank you, Grandma. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to learn the slug sage technique. Mito smiled and said, no need to thank me. Just use this power to protect the world. I'm your guarantor because I believe you will keep your word, don't let me down. Naruto patted his chest and said, definitely. Mito continued, while we're at it, I'll teach you the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Mind-Eye, an innate sensory ability. Even without sage mode, you can sense chakra over a wide area. Thus, Naruto learned the Kagura Mind-Eye, greatly enhancing his perception. That night, he said goodbye to the slug, left the wet bone forest, and returned to the rain-hidden village. Mito said, I can help you with the wet bone forest, but the dragon cave over there is more difficult. Orochimaru said, leave the white snake sage to me. Lord Mito, what do you plan to do? This question was also what Naruto was most concerned about. Mito pondered for a long time and said, I am already among the departed and should not interfere with the living world, but since I know there is a terrible enemy in the future, how can I stand by and do nothing? Entrusting the future to the next generation is the wish my husband and I shared, but things have not gone as we hoped. She chose to stay and face the new challenges. The body of the reanimated cannot increase chakra through training. Mito had her own plan, chakra can't be raised, but complementary battle techniques can be developed. Reanimation is originally a means to drag enemies down together, and with this body, many jutsu that living people can't use can now be performed. She said to Naruto, prepare a separate room for me. I need to practice the forbidden technique there. No one must come near, to avoid harming the innocent. Understood, leave it to me. This is the origin of the White Room in the Hidden Rain Village, where many undisclosed forbidden techniques were developed. After everything was arranged, Mito said, let's go, it's about time we head to the Dragon Cave. Naruto and Orochimaru set off on the road to the Dragon Cave. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had just finished training at the Dragon Cave, returned to the ninja world together with Kabuto Yukushi. Due to the time difference, the two did not encounter each other. Kabuto Yukushi received news from somewhere. Naruto just came back from the wet bone forest and then went to the Dragon Cave again. Sasuke frowned, hasn't he already mastered the sage jutsu of Mount Mayaboku? Why is he still going to the wet bone forest and the Dragon Cave? Yukushi Kabuto's gaze was heavy, his ambition goes beyond that. Having Hashirama's cells isn't enough, he also wants to master the sage techniques just like Hashirama. Sasuke sneered, humph, let him be. That actually suits me just fine. Yukushi Kabuto asked, Sasuke, what do you plan to do? Sasuke, full of confidence, that Mato guy who could open the 8 gates is dead, and Naruto isn't in the ninja world. No one can stop me now. If not now, then when? The chance to wipe out Konoha is right before my eyes. Yukoshi Kabuto pushed up his glasses, reminding him, when Naruto returns and finds out you destroyed Konoha, he'll definitely come after you. You've grown stronger, but you're still no match for him. Shoo! Sasuke's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his hands covering his eyes as he peered through the gaps at the dark night clouds, speaking in a low voice, "It doesn't matter. I've already mastered the power to kill Naruto." 3 days later, another challenger arrived at Ryakudo, easily passing the trial and reaching the temple, where he met the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage looked at the familiar figure before him and joked, "Orochimaru, I thought you were dead. Didn't he expect you to show up again? You've only learned the basics of fighting, but you've really mastered the art of survival." Orochimaru humbly replied, "You flatter me. This time I was really on the brink of death, almost didn't get to see you. Your silver tongue is well practiced." The White Snake Sage stared coldly at Orochimaru's empty hands and asked, "You came empty-handed?" Orochimaru helplessly spread his hands. He had wanted to bring some living human hearts as gifts, but Naruto didn't agree. That said, he didn't dare say this in front of the White Snake Sage. He said somewhat embarrassed, "I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything. But you have so many heavenly treasures here, surely you won't mind my small token." The White Snake Sage replied coldly, "Whether you're sincere or not is another matter. Orochimaru, you've died once already, have you forgotten the manners of being human? This is what I'll do, my apprentice in charge of the alchemy room is going home to visit family, so you'll cover for him during this time." Orochimaru asked, "For how long?" The White Snake Sage blew a smoke ring, "Not long, about 10 years. Orochimaru shrugged helplessly, "I'm willing to serve, but I'm not free to choose. After all, I'm an indispensable assistant to Uzumaki Naruto." "Oh?" Uzumaki the White Snake Sage's gaze shifted to Naruto beside him, his expression suddenly becoming amused. "This momentum is strange. The reincarnation of Indra just left, and the reincarnation of Ashura has arrived." Naruto responded calmly, "Sasuke really has been here." "Oh?" The White Snake Sage was surprised and intrigued. "Looks like this generation of Ashura is much more agile than the last. You know the rules here, right?" "I know, isn't it just kneeling and bowing?" Naruto said lightly, pulling over the cushion and lifting his hem to sit down. The White Snake Sage's eyes narrowed. "I told you to kneel, not to sit." Naruto smiled and said, "White Snake Sage, your cultivation is profound, you are the venerable lady I respect." White Snake Sage exhaled smoke. "No matter how much you brag, this kneeling is unavoidable. If you don't kneel, don't expect to learn immortal power." Naruto remained calm and unhurried. "Venerable lady, why kneel? Why don't we have a good talk instead?" Kneeling is a form of respect from a subordinate to a superior, from a younger generation to an elder, and it is also a grand ceremony when asking for something. The White Snake Sage said, "You are not a junior, and I am not a senior, and you are not here to beg?" Naruto sincerely said, "That's true. I can kneel, no problem. But after I kneel and you pass on your sage power to me, then we have no further ties, this bond would just be a formality." The White Snake Sage squinted. "Interesting, go on." Naruto said gently, "If you let me off kneeling, I will forever remember your kindness. In the future, if you have tasks you can't handle, I will definitely take care of them for you. Mutual respect and long-term cooperation are more practical than simple kneeling and worship. What do you think?" The White Snake Sage laughed. Quite interesting. If Sasuke had even half your skill, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state." Naruto made a gesture as if to kneel. "Then tell me, should I kneel or not?" The White Snake Sage said straightforwardly, "No need to kneel. Come up quickly." Naruto bowed slightly, then stood and stepped forward. Orochimaru secretly admired, thinking, Naruto is really experienced in dealing with people. Even the White Snake Sage, who is hard for me to handle, was persuaded by him like this. If both sides maintain mutual respect, it will be very beneficial for Naruto. Suddenly, the White Snake Sage leaned forward from her throne, her sharp teeth biting toward Naruto's neck, her eyes filled with flowing sage power. Naruto showed no reaction, his expression remained calm. The White Snake Sage was surprised, quickly increasing her sage power, but it was still ineffective. She thought, no one has ever withstood my sage power so easily before. What exactly is he? The sage power poured like a flood, but Naruto's body was like a bottomless pit, unmoving. This kid really came prepared. Come on, let me see his limit. She poured in her sage power again. A fierce wind suddenly rose, Naruto's robes fluttered wildly, his face flickered with light and shadow, and he clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, snake-shaped vertical pupils appeared in his eyes, and 6 horns sprouted from his hair. The white snake sage withdrew her body, sighing, finally filled. This is 1% of the sage power I have accumulated over 1,000 years. You are even more complete than Senju Hashirama, truly rare. Naruto humbly said, not at all, just barely holding on. The white snake sage laughed, you don't look like you're barely holding on at all. Being able to withstand it is your blessing. Naruto bowed again, thank you, senior. The white snake sage restrained his expression, you know about Indra and Azura, and that you and Sasuke are their reincarnations, even having been to Mayaboko Mountain and the Shikatsu Forest. Tell me, how much do you know about the secrets of this world? Silence filled the temple, smoke swirling around. Orochimaru held his breath. After a long moment, Naruto answered, I know everything, including the truth that you all come from Takamagara. The white snake sage's vertical pupils suddenly contracted sharply. The white snake sage pondered for a moment, then said, it was that old toad, Gamamaru, who told you, right? She couldn't think of any other possibility. Naruto had no right to meet Hagoromo, only the three great sage masters knew the past. Slug was reserved by nature and wouldn't bring up such matters on his own, so only Gamamaru remained. Naruto shook his head, not the great toad sage. I have my own sources. For now, I can only say that I am an ally of the three great sage houses, not an enemy. In the future, we will join forces to fight against the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the heavens. Hearing the words Otsutsuki, the white snake sage sighed, you already know so much. Do you know that Gamamaru's ancestor created a sacred treasure called Ri that can travel through time? Naruto nodded, I know. The white snake sage continued, the toad's ancestor predicted that the Otsutsuki would dominate the world, unbeatable by anyone, so he made this treasure to leave a glimmer of hope for the world. But that treasure later fell into the hands of the Otsutsuki and its whereabouts remain unknown. Ri had already fulfilled its mission and disappeared after sending Naruto back to the past. Naruto did not tell the white snake sage this, after all, they had just met and there was no need to say too much. Since Ri was no longer around, Naruto felt that the present future was the only solution. He opened his eyes wide, rather than hoping for unknown variables, it's better to take control of the present. The white snake sage snorted lightly, that sounds like something Azura would say. Decades ago, your predecessor Senju Hashirama also came here. He was very strong, and in the future, you might be even stronger. But you are still human, and cannot escape birth, aging, sickness, and death. Your lifespan limit is 100 years, and even with life extension, at most 300 years. Naruto was surprised, 300 years? What do you mean? The white snake sage said meaningfully, do you know about year rings? Trees have growth rings, and humans have year rings too. Even if the body does not age, the time the soul remains in the world is limited. 300 years is the human limit. Naruto silently lowered his head. White snake sage turned to stare at Orochimaru. Your reincarnation technique aiming to extend life and master all truths is actually unfeasible. Each time you reincarnate, it only lasts 3 years, and even 100 times has an end. Orochimaru clenched his fists tightly. He had just learned about the existence of the time wheel, and as someone who pursues truth, he found it hard to accept. But he soon came to terms with it, the time wheel is also a kind of truth. With the reincarnation technique, theoretically I still have 300 years to explore the truth. By then, perhaps I can find the true method of immortality. White snake sage sighed, you are truly naive. I have lived for 1,000 years and can live for several thousand more, yet I dare not make such bold claims. In history, those who have achieved greatness are often people like you. She shifted her tone, speaking of immortality, there is currently only one recognized method, the chakra fruit, which comes from the god tree. As long as you eat it, you can break the lifespan limit. But this fruit is not for mortals to consume. It is a sacred object of the Otsutsuki clan, and only they can take it. Others who eat it will die instantly. Forget it, if you are not destined to receive it, don't even think about it. Naruto kid, you and Orochimaru go to the back mountain and fuse the sage techniques. I think you have the ability to comprehend the sage art of freedom. Hashirama Senju fused the three great sage arts and created this strongest human sage art. Although it looks ordinary, it is indeed a masterpiece. So, Naruto and Orochimaru went together to the back mountain of Ryuchi Cave and sat cross-legged. White Snake Sage's words still echoed in their ears. Orochimaru worriedly said, if the lifespan issue isn't resolved, no matter how strong we become, we still can't surpass that clan. Naruto said in a deep voice, immortality used to be something I despised. The will of fire in Konoha is the righteous path for passing on to future generations and the most ideal continuation of humanity. But reality doesn't allow it, so we have to take another route. If we can't find another way, then we have to find a way to obtain the chakra fruit. Orochimaru stroked his chin, but isn't that an ironclad rule? Only the Otsutsuki clan can consume it. Maybe. I have a way. Naruto closed his eyes, but it has to be step by step. First, I need to master the sage art of freedom. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with a complicated gaze, thinking to himself, you haven't told me about your experiences until now. Is it because you don't trust me, or because you trust me too much? In any case, you understand me too well. Maybe it's more exciting to let me find the answers myself. Awesome. He licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with light. Only you can do it, no one else can give me that kind of happiness. I can't stand being a bystander anymore. I want to truly merge into your wind. Even if it leads to destruction, I will never change. Naruto, I will follow you until the moment the world is reborn or destroyed. Being alive is truly wonderful. At the entrance of Konoha village, in the darkness, a pair of eyes welcomed the dawn. Looking at everything before him as usual, Kabuto Yukushi sighed. It seems this time, Konoha cannot escape disaster. But speaking of strategy, how do you plan to attack, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke responded coldly, strategy? Simple. I will destroy everything in sight. Buildings, plants, people, and livestock all must be eliminated. This is the purification of the Uchiha clan. Is that so? Yukushi Kabuto clasped his hands together. Summoning, Edo Tensei. Rumble rumble. One by one, coffins rose, and the Edo Tensei resurrected by the second Mizukage Jinjutsu Hozuki were awakened. Yukushi Kabuto said sincerely, I don't have many powerful pieces left in my hand, so I'm sending these to assist you. After fulfilling your long-cherished wish, I hope you will stop, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke snorted coldly, drew his sword, and leapt onto his horse. Then I'll follow your lead. Let us go punish Konoha together. Author's note. Boom. The gates of the Konoha ninja village shattered with a roar. Whoosh. More than 20 figures rapidly approached. Sasuke reacted quickly, performing several backflips to create distance, staring at the Konoha ninjas gathered at the village entrance, surprise flashing in his eyes. How could this be? I decided to attack on the spur of the moment, yet they seem to have anticipated it. It turned out that before Naruto set out for the Shikatsu forest, he had already sent messages to Shikaku and Tsunade, indicating he would be away for a while and requesting heightened vigilance against potential threats. That was why the current situation had unfolded. Among the crowd, the fifth Hokage Tsunade strode forward. Sure enough, Naruto's worries had come true. Uchiha Sasuke had arrived. She stopped and ordered, Uchiha Sasuke, cease your atrocities immediately, or Konoha will spare no effort to eliminate you. Sasuke sneered, Tsunade, you're just one of the 3 legendary Sannin, at best on Orochimaru's level. As Konoha's strongest Hokage, this is still not enough to impress me. The Konoha ninjas cursed angrily, madman, how dare you disrespect the Hokage? Sasuke taunted, what can you do about it? Sizzle. His pale purple eyes curved, white snake-like vertical pupils appeared, and 3 horn-like protrusions emerged at the center of his Sharingan. He spread his arms wide, with my perfect Rudo Senjutsu power. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Sage energy overflowed, transforming into 4 entwined spiritual white snakes. Boom! The wild wind ravaged in all directions. This is the final form of Sasuke's Sage Mode. In the forest outside Konoha village, Kabuto Yukushi watched the battlefield through the eyes of the reanimated. He pushed up his glasses, sage energy turning into snakes. Sasuke's Sage Mode is nearly perfect. That white snake sage may complain, but he actually admires him. After all, he is the reincarnation of Indra. Sasuke in his sage form exuded an overwhelming aura, shocking all the Konoha ninja. The chakra is too strong. That's the same Sage Mode as Naruto's. No, in terms of sheer sage energy strength, it's even superior. A ninja who didn't understand much about sage power angrily questioned, Isn't Mayaboko Mountain our ally? Why would they teach such dangerous techniques to this kind of person? Shikaku Nara calmly analyzed, it's not Mayaboko Mountain. Sasuke mentioned Ryuchi Cave. That's the true source of his sage techniques. Ryuchi Cave is no ally. Behind it is probably Kabuto Yukushi. If that's the case, this is a big problem. Not just Sasuke, but the reanimated might also intervene. Taste the flames of revenge. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals with both hands and unleashed Sage Art. 5 dragon flame bullets. 5 huge dragon-shaped pillars of fire roared, carrying scorching flames, charging wildly toward the Konoha front line. That fire release is terrifying. Water Release Ninja, support quickly. The Water Release Ninja ahead immediately joined hands to form seals, casting Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Dozens of ninja combined their efforts to create a solid water wall. Fire and water intertwined, thick steam rising. But the flames still pierced through the water curtain. The 5 shrunken fire dragons still powerfully broke through, rushing downward. The water release ninja were shocked. The combined water formation can't stop it. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake quickly stepped forward, placing both hands on the ground to perform earth release, earth flow wall. The earthen wall rapidly rose, with 5 dog head reliefs vividly lifelike. Kakashi changed his hand sign and launched water release, Fong bullet, dog tooth shaped water bullets firing like a machine gun toward the fire dragon, successfully intercepting it. The surrounding ninjas exclaimed in amazement, the reliefs on the earthen wall aren't just decorations? They used to be just decorations, but Kakashi being able to use this technique shows he has improved a lot. Kakashi whispered, after losing the Sharingan, the side effects on my body disappeared, my chakra is more abundant, and my ninjutsu is more flexible. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared from the steam, his gaze coldly fixed on Kakashi atop the earthen wall. Kakashi, your tricks are many, but they're useless against absolute power. Use the technique you taught me, come and die. Chidori lightning flashed, electricity wrapping around both hands, for sage snakes approaching, infusing sage energy into the lightning sphere. The electric light instantly turned pure white, Kakashi's pupils sharply contracted, white lightning. Sasuke stomped the ground and charged toward Kakashi at an astonishing speed. Die! Sage art, White Knight Chidori. Sasuke's palm mercilessly pierced Kakashi's chest. Kakashi's eyes widened, Sasuke, you. His body instantly transformed into lightning, conducting through Sasuke's entire body. Sasuke frowned in pain, it's a lightning release shadow clone, damn you, Kakashi. The shadow quickly climbed the earthen wall and slipped beneath Sasuke's feet. It was the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikaku calmly shouted, shadow imitation technique successful, Inoichi. Yamanaka Inoichi waved his hand, you heard Ino, now you'll pay with your life. Mind-body switch technique. With a hum, the mind-body switch succeeded, Sasuke's body was taken over. Sasuke. I will avenge Teacher Kai. Rock Lee activated the 6th gate, his eyes blood-red, and threw a fierce punch at Sasuke's face. Sheikah called out, Haichi, release the heart turn now. The heart turn was undone, and the spirit returned to Haichi's original body. Rock Lee's fist connected seamlessly, smashing heavily into Sasuke's face. Crack, cracked the sound of skull bones shattering. Suddenly, 4 sage snakes condensed into a white snake, spitting out a new Sasuke. The original body was shriveled like snakeskin. This was Orochimaru's substitution technique. Sasuke stood up arrogantly and said, no matter how well you cooperate, it means nothing before me. Now, no one can defeat me. Rock Lee leapt up, his fists swinging rapidly, friction igniting flames in the air. Towards the peacock. Flames rained down, covering the sky. Sasuke sneered coldly, starting a fire with fists? 8 gates taijutsu? Not even worth comparing to Might Guy. Flame release chakra mode activated, black flames enveloped the entire body. The moment the flames touched the black flames, they were instantly burned away. Rock Lee was drenched in sweat, morning peacock is useless? The 6th gate limit has no effect on Sasuke? Sasuke swung the Kusanagi sword. Flame release, Kusanagi style. A black flame spear shot out from the sword, heading straight for Rock Lee. Hyuga Niji's eyes glowed white, and he clapped his hands. 8 trigrams air palm. The palm force shattered the air, dispersing the black flames. Akimichi Choji caught Rock Lee with his doubled arm. Sasuke looked coldly at the one-armed Choji. How does it feel to have your arm cut off? Choji's arm had been ignited by Amaterasu and had to be severed to survive. But Choji said without hesitation, to protect my comrades, I am willing to lose an arm or even my life. That will of fire is disgusting. Then I'll just help you with that, the opponent sneered. Susanoo half-body rose, the heavenly bow of Ama no Makihiko was fully drawn, and the Kagetsuchi arrow locked onto Choji. Choji! Kakashi hurried forward, but Tsunade was faster, biting her finger and forming hand seals. The Kagetsuchi arrow shot through the air. Tsunade pressed her palm to the ground, activating the summoning jutsu. A huge slug appeared, the arrow pierced it and stopped. The slug's body writhed, splitting off the ignited part and spraying a large amount of acid toward the top of Susanoo. The acid contains senjutsu power. Sasuke sensed sharply and quickly retreated. The acid fell, corroding and melting the earthen wall, leaving the ground in a mess. Sasuke flipped several times, landing far away, and said coldly, what an infuriating bunch of guys. At this moment, the Edo Tensei resurrected shinobi led by the 2nd Mizukichi Hozuki Genjutsu appeared before Sasuke. Kabuto Yakushi, using Edo Tensei, controlled Genjutsu Hozuki's consciousness. That's enough, start the full-scale attack. Shikaku Nara took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, Tora, mi, Inu, Tatsu, as long as we form these seals, we can break free from the control of Edo Tensei. What? Kabuto's pupils shrank. No, we must immediately change their action patterns. Although Kabuto reacted quickly, some experienced Edo Tensei shinobi had already completed the hand seals. Kato Dan, Granny Chiyo, Hayashi Hyuga, 4th Kazekage Raza, and Asuma Sarutobi. Once freed from control, they immediately switched sides. Granny Chiyo smiled, the Nara children are really smart. Shikaku Nara responded modestly, you flatter me. Kato Dan looked at Tsunade, his former lover atop the slug, and sighed, Tsunade, you became Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga whispered, Hizashi. Hizashi turned to look at Niji, brother, it's so good to see you. Niji, you've grown up. Niji replied softly, father. Asuma Sarutobi asked, Shikamaru, how is Kurenai? Shikamaru Nara smiled, she's fine, your child will be born soon. Asuma was relieved, I hope she can become an excellent jewel like you all. Kabuto Yukushi's face darkened, damn Shikaku, he outsmarted me. But this kind of loss is still controllable. Shikaku waved his hand, Sealing Squad, prepare. Yes. The ninja of the Sealing Squad holding scrolls appeared one after another. Kabuto Yukushi frowned, they even prepared a sealing formation, obviously targeting the reanimation jutsu. Konoha is too well prepared this time. Combined with what Shikaku said earlier about a way to get rid of the reanimation jutsu, could this information have come from Naruto? Nara Shikaku's eyes were deep, Naruto gave me the list of reanimated shinobi you have a long time ago. Since then, I have anticipated the battle situation and formulated tactics based on their abilities. Those reanimated shinobi are tough, but they can't cause a big stir. The real trouble is Sasuke, his current strength far exceeds expectations. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and quoted Hozuki Genjutsu, to fight Sasuke against multiple core, you must first take out key figures. Randomly choosing targets will only waste chakra. Tsunade-sama's slug technique can heal all the ninja, making her the hardest to deal with. Nara Shikaku, as Konoha's strategist, coordinates the overall situation and plays a role not to be underestimated. Moreover, Konoha is much better prepared this time than last. Even if you have become stronger, you might not break through easily. In short, to win this battle, solving these two first is the key. Sasuke looked at Tsunade with the slug on her head, slowly raised his hand, bit his finger to draw blood and formed a seal, then pressed his palm to the ground. Advanced the execution fire style. Summoning jutsu. Bang! White smoke dispersed, revealing a huge blue snake. Sasuke leapt onto the snake's head and shouted, Blue snake, restrain that slug. Understood, young master Sasuke. The blue snake quickly circled toward the slug. The slug said, the blue snake is an elite of the Ryuchi cave, very powerful. Tsunade asked, can you handle it? The slug replied, no problem. Slash. The slug spat out a large mouthful of acid. The blue snake shouted, young master Sasuke, watch out. Humph. The Susanoo above Sasuke's head transformed into a crow tengu form, blocking the acid. The acid burned through the heavy armor, and the crow tengu retreated to its second light armor form. The blue snake's body was scorched by the acid, covered in wounds, but instead of retreating, it advanced and entangled the slug. The slug urgently said, Lady Tsunade, get off my head quickly. Swish. Tsunade flipped backward and leapt down. Bang. The slug split into countless pieces, breaking free from the blue snake's entanglement. Blue snake, hold it back. Sasuke ordered, jumping down from the snake's head to chase Tsunade. Behind him was the Konoha army. Retreating would mean heavy casualties. There's no other way. Sizzle. Tsunade's Byakugo seal on her forehead fully activated, the markings spreading all over her body. She no longer retreated, meeting the fierce Sasuke head-on. Sasuke, in sage mode, sensed a change in Tsunade's power. Oh? So it was you who taught Sakura her power, but your regeneration is useless against me. Whoosh. The black flame transformed into a giant blade, slashing down fiercely. Nara Shikaku shouted, Lord Hokage, be careful, that's too dangerous. Snap. Tsunade's expression was resolute, clenching her fists, ready to rush forward to protect everyone. Swish. At that moment, a figure dashed out from behind the ninja formation. Lady Hinata. Hinata. Niji and Hizashi were astonished. Naruto-kun isn't here, I'll protect everyone. Hinata sprinted with all her might, releasing hidden power, her Byakugan eyes lit up with an orange glow. Boom! Golden chakras surrounded her body like a cloak, her skin and hair also dyed golden. Reincarnation Eye chakra mode activated. Hisashi Hyuga stared intently at his daughter's unfamiliar silhouette, incredulous. That chakra, is it really Hinata? Even Tsunade was stunned. Drink! Hinata's palm erupted with momentum. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. In Reincarnation I Chakra mode, one can freely release the Seeking Path Orbs. Though these derived Seeking Path Orbs are not as powerful as the Ten Tails original Seeking Path Orb, they are essential tools for great dojutsu. Whoosh! Hinata shot multiple Seeking Path Orbs from the palm of her right hand, their surfaces shimmering with golden chakra as they spun. Whoosh! The Seeking Path Orbs formed a silver ring, then unleashed a massive tornado. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Boom! The tornado swept through, and Sasuke's Susanoo Black Flame Greatsword instantly shattered. Boom! The tornado struck his sturdy armor, breaking it in an instant, his bones severely damaged, his whole body staggering. Without the protection of Susanoo, the Silver Will Rebirth explosion tore through the fire-style chakra on Sasuke's body, and the intense aftershock sent him flying hundreds of meters away. One move to decide the outcome. The battlefield fell into sudden silence. That is Hinata? That once fragile girl who could barely keep up? What has happened to her to cause such an astonishing transformation? Everyone was filled with doubt. Sasuke angrily demanded, "Who exactly do you think you are?" Hinata earnestly said, "Sasuke-kun, please stop. Don't keep making mistakes." Sasuke angrily questioned Shinobi, "Forget Naruto, even you, the perennial underdog, dare to lecture me?" Kabuto, speaking through Hozuki Genjutsu, shouted, "Sasuke-kun. That girl's chakra and eyes are off, retreat immediately." Sasuke stubbornly replied, "Retreat now? Where's my pride then? I learned sage techniques for today, to destroy Konoha here. I, Uchiha Sasuke, swear to stop at nothing." Dark purple Susanoo chakra rose into the air, merging with a large amount of sage power, forming an unprecedented form. Horns grew on Susanoo's head, and 8 dark purple giant serpent armors wrapped around his arms. It's over. Before this Yamata no Orochi Susanoo complete form, everything is meaningless. The 8 giant serpents converged, sage power condensed into a huge Yamata orb, blazing with black flames, greatly increasing its destructive power. Niji shouted, "Lady Hinata. That move is dangerous, don't force it." Hinata's gaze was firm, "I know. Sasuke is important to Naruto. If it were Naruto, he would do everything to stop him, trying not to kill him." She rushed toward the sky, breaking free from the bonds of gravity. Disappear! Kagetsuchi, 8-headed Great Ball Launch. Hinata spun the Seeking Path Orb with both arms, forming a halo before striking with both fists. 2 silver wheels of reincarnation explosion collided ahead, delivering a powerful impact to the 8-headed Great Ball. Boom! In the explosion, both sides' techniques simultaneously dissipated, black flames scattering everywhere. Except for the 2 combatants, everyone else retreated to avoid being caught in the blast. They understood now Hinata was not reckless, she truly had the strength to stand against Sasuke alone. Sasuke clenched his teeth tightly, bloodshot eyes burning with rage. "Enough. I've had it, Hyuga Hinata. Even if I don't complete my revenge today, I will utterly destroy you." 2 black flame greatswords condensed in the hands of Susanoo's complete form. Hinata opened her reincarnation eyes wide, the floating Seeking Path Orb gathered before her palm, spinning and transforming into a golden chakra sword, soaring straight into the sky. Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted. "What is that?" Hinata gripped the sword and struck fiercely. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Sasuke hurriedly crossed his twin swords of Susanoo to block. Slash! The Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion easily cut through the twin swords, slicing Susanoo in half from head to toe, cleaving into the earth. 10 kilometers away from Konoha, Kabuto Yakushi's peripheral vision flickered, a golden light flashed by, and a stone struck his face. He turned his head in shock, seeing a bottomless cut extending from Konoha's direction all the way behind him, even splitting the mountain range. Nearly half of the Land of Fire's territory was cut open? That girl's technique was really that powerful? The pain from the stone made Kabuto slowly come to his senses. Who exactly was this girl? The Hyuga clan actually hid such potential? The Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion deliberately avoided Sasuke himself. The complete form of Susanoo Uchiha Sasuke glared fiercely. "I absolutely refuse to admit this." Amidst the loud roar, the giant snake behind Susanoo suddenly opened its mouth. A brand new complete form of Susanoo was spat out. Sasuke shouted wildly, "That move just now required the black sphere to work together, and you've already used it up, so there won't be a next time. With the 8-headed serpent replacement technique, as long as I live, Susanoo can continue." The old Susanoo disappeared, and the new one landed with a thunderous roar. Hinata sighed, but her determined gaze remained unchanged. Her palm was enveloped in a golden glow as she pressed it against the ground. Summoning jutsu activated. The earth shook, its power comparable to a tailed beast. As long as she does not die, she can regenerate infinitely. The reincarnation Eye Hamura statue rose from the ground. The golden wool reincarnation just now exploded at a distance of only 1 meter from Sasuke. Sasuke was shocked. If that move hadn't missed, I might have been dead. Although Susanoo was protecting him, against an instant kill technique, defense was useless and instead limited his mobility. So he used substitution jutsu and controlled Susanoo to attack. The sudden appearance of a huge stone statue disrupted his rhythm. Susanoo's fierce attacks were all blocked by the statue. In terms of strength, the statue was superior. Back then, Otsutsuki Shaman used it to suppress Naruto's 9 tails. Although Sasuke's Susanoo was fused with Senjutsu, it was only Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, not Rinnegan, and was no match at all. The battle was intense, with Susanoo and the statue clashing fiercely. Hinata and Sasuke confront each other. Hinata pleads, Sasuke-kun, please stop, I don't want to hurt you. Sasuke responds coldly, you mean you can hurt me anytime? Hinata shakes her head, that's not what I meant. Sasuke interrupts angrily, enough. I don't want to be submissive to anyone anymore. Blood slowly flows from the corner of his left eye. That statue is the summoning beast you called forth. According to the principles of summoning jutsu, if you die, the statue will disappear too. As he speaks, fierce black flames Amaterasu ignite on Hinata. Hinata's eyes, with the Rinnegan, focus sharply, activating repulsion jutsu. A strong force field pushes the Amaterasu flames away. Sasuke is surprised, her eyes can control force fields too? Immediately, a black sphere appears behind Hinata, the Kyudo Jayaku. Sasuke is alert, that black orb again, but only one this time, so its attack power should be limited. He quickly retreats, creating distance. The Kyudo Jayaku flies to Hinata's palm, dyed golden by the Rinnegan, pointing remotely at Sasuke. Sasuke's chakra is absorbed remotely by the Kyudo Jayaku, flowing inside it. He exclaims, remote chakra absorption? What a joke! As his chakra decreases, Susanoo's movements slow down. The statue seizes the opportunity to grab Susanoo's throat, pressing it hard against the ground. Sasuke hastily retreats. 4 sage snakes transform into sage energy, replenishing his chakra. Susanoo spits out new blades again, cutting off one arm of the statue, but the severed arm quickly regenerates. Sasuke knew that as long as he didn't defeat Hinata, the statue could never be completely destroyed. After failing time and again, Naruto, Obito, Madara, Nagato, Kabuto, and now even you stand in my way. I've had enough. Since killing Itachi, Sasuke had suffered continuous defeats, each time facing stronger enemies, completely shattering his pride. Perhaps revenge was just an excuse. What he truly longed for was a victory to reclaim himself. His gaze was dark and gloomy. Hyuga Hinata, this is a secret technique I specially prepared to kill Naruto. It can't be dodged or absorbed. Taste its power. He half covered his left eye, his pupil trembling as he locked onto Hinata. After training in the Dragon Cave, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan finally awakened a new dojutsu that had long remained dormant. Magabir lightning. Boom! It unleashed earth-shattering power. A deep blue lightning pillar descended from the sky, striking Hinata's frail body with speed and force surpassing the Kirin. Ah! Hinata screamed in pain. The Rinnegan favored offense but was weak in defense. After the lightning pillar dissipated, a deep crater was left on the ground. Huff, huff, Hinata gasped at the bottom of the crater. The Rinnegan chakra mode protected her from being killed by the lightning pillar, but her chakra was clearly greatly reduced. Damn it, I didn't kill her. Sasuke shouted angrily, clutching his bleeding left eye. This time, I'll use the right eyes. Take Manakata together, controlling the Magabir lightning form to pierce through her in one strike. He decided to go all out. Just as he was about to cast the technique, Hyuga Hizashi rushed forward and used the 8 trigrams air wall palm to shock Sasuke back. Tsunade arrived beside Hinata and released the power of the 100 healings to treat her wounds. Hinata looked at Tsunade gratefully, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade said firmly, you did very well. We'll buy time for you to recover. Trust your comrades. Hinata nodded, her injuries gradually improving. She stood up again, her eyes shining brightly. Next, I will end this battle. She took a step forward, the quest jade in her palm turning golden and spinning. Seeking the Jade Sunban. The golden seeking Jade Sunban, combined with the insight of the reincarnation eye, precisely strikes the chakra points. Sasuke's pupils suddenly contract. No, it's a pressure point strike. Susanoo, disturbed by chakra interference, collapses with a roar. Thief, prepare to die. The elite Jonin of Konoha rushed towards Sasuke, the situation critical. At the crucial moment, the sage transformed Yakushi Kabuto personally appears. Sage art, white flash technique. A blast of sound and light sweeps across the battlefield. Yakushi Kabuto's legs transform into a serpent's tail, his eyes covered by corneas. Amidst the chaos, he approaches and swallows the incapacitated Sasuke to protect him. He then quickly flees, and to prevent pursuit by Konoha, he even abandons the Edo Tensei reanimated shinobi to block the enemy. Sasuke's revenge against Konoha ends in failure once again. The Konoha ninja jointly seal the remaining Edo Tensei reanimated shinobi left behind, but Yakushi Kabuto has long since escaped without a trace. Shikaku walks over to Tsunade, looking at Konoha's damaged gate, and says, "This will have to be repaired again." Tsunade smiles and says, "Fixing the gate is definitely better than dealing with funerals." Shikaku lights a cigarette and sighs. Sasuke learns Sage Jutsu and has completely changed. After Guy's death, no one in Konoha can face him head-on. If it weren't for Hinata this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Her eyes and power are definitely the village's top concern. Tsunade thoughtfully says, "Hinata is now the village's hero. All matters must respect her wishes." Hinata sits on a bench, head lowered, hands awkward, a stark contrast to her heroic presence on the battlefield. Surrounding her are many Konoha ninja. "Miss Hinata, your power just now was incredible." The Hyuga clan truly is prestigious. Defeating Uchiha was no surprise. And no, not at all. Hinata is uneasy and flustered. "How did you gain such power? Can you tell us?" Hinata doesn't know how to respond. At this moment, Niji stepped forward to defuse the situation. "Miss Hinata is very tired, let her go home and rest first." Back at the Hyuga base, Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief. "As expected, I'm not suited to face everyone's expectations, it's too oppressive." Niji said gently, "You'll get used to it gradually." Hinata was surprised. "Brother Niji, aren't you going to ask me about the source of my power?" Niji smiled. If Hinata wanted to tell us, she would have done so long ago. Hinata nodded. "I don't think it's necessary to make a fuss. As long as I can use this power to protect everyone, that's enough." Niji said, "Lord Hizashi is waiting for you, there's no need to hide this from him." Hinata nodded and prepared herself. In the tatami room, Hinata sat facing her father, Hizashi. Hinata began, "Father, I." Hizashi interrupted, "Hinata, are you using the power of the Tensigen?" Hinata looked up in surprise. Hizashi continued, "The Hyuga ancestors recorded that the ultimate form of the Byakugan is the Tensigen. But for hundreds of years, no one has truly awakened it. The conditions are unclear, only the heads of the main family through generations know the secret." He looked Hinata in the eye. "Tell me, how did you awaken it?" Hinata clenched her fists tightly. "It was Naruto-kun." Hizashi was shocked. "What did you say?" Hinata recounted the details. After listening, Hizashi pondered deeply for a long time. He stood up and opened the door. After confirming the corridor was safe, he formed hand seals to set up a barrier that blocked sensing and sound. Hinata asked, "Father, do you believe me?" Hizashi sat back on the cushion and said, "At first, I didn't believe it. But you can clearly explain the conditions for awakening the reincarnation eye, and you're even willing to use your soul to help open it. That is more convincing than any evidence." Hearing Hizashi affirm Naruto, Hinata felt the heavy burden in her heart lighten considerably. Hizashi said seriously, "Hinata, I believe him, and I also guarantee that in the future you will marry Naruto and become his wife. But for now, this matter cannot be spoken of outside." Hinata lowered her eyelids and nodded silently. Hizashi continued, "Words can be frightening. I am doing this for your own good. Naruto is a rogue ninja, and the village constantly criticizes him. Regardless of the facts, everyone only believes what they want to believe. But I promise you, when necessary, the Hyuga clan will secretly support Naruto." Hinata's eyes brightened. "Really?" Hizashi smiled and said, "Of course. Although he is a rogue ninja, he has received secret support from Ino Shikacho and the Hokage. I have never seen a rogue ninja who is specially cared for. More importantly, that child made me see you clearly, that strong and excellent daughter I once overlooked. He changed Niji, and he changed you. I have always felt there was more to Naruto's betrayal of the village, and after hearing you, I am completely at ease. You are strong enough to be the clan head, but I don't want you to step forward too early and bear the brunt of the turmoil. For now, stay at home and keep a low profile. I will handle the other matters." Hinata knelt and said, "Thank you, father." Silently she thought, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." The news spread quickly. Konoha advisors Tazun Koharu and Mizuta Momonen found Tsunade. Mizuta Momonen said, "That girl named Hinata is very powerful. If she goes against the village, no one can control her. That itself is a threat. Tsunade frowned, you are worrying too much. What motive would she have to do that? Tazun Koharu said, Tsunade, don't forget she once saved Naruto. She has feelings for the rogue ninja Naruto, and that is her reason for betraying the village. Tsunade said coldly, that is just your speculation. Mizuta Momonen said, no, that is the opinion of many. It's just that the Hyuga clan's status is high, so no one dares to say it openly. Tazun Koharu added, public opinion cannot be ignored. We represent everyone in hoping you take action. Tsunade's gaze was icy cold, then what do you want? Mito Imanen replied, seal her eyes and chakra. The key to unsealing is in our hands. This way, we can respond in emergencies and prevent her from becoming a threat. In other words, you want to treat her as a convenient tool, right? Tsunade slammed the table in anger, strode forward quickly, and grabbed the two of them. Mito Imanen shouted, Tsunade, what are you trying to do to us advisors? Koharu Utatane angrily said, are you still naive? Have you forgotten the consequences of your favoritism towards Naruto? Tsunade's voice was resolute, it is precisely because of your stubborn and heartless ways that many ninjas who should have devoted themselves to Konoha have turned rogue. Wherever I, Tsunade, am, you have no right to speak. Your advisory roles are now revoked. Go quietly and enjoy your retirement. Mito Imanen angrily retorted, our advisory positions were appointed by the daimyo, you have no authority to revoke them. Koharu Utatane threatened, if you act so arbitrarily, retribution will come sooner or later. Who cares about that? Tsunade said, then ran up and threw the two out of the second floor window. The two got up, faces covered in dust, and left in a sorry state. Finally some peace, Tsunade clapped her hands and turned to leave. Shikaku leaned against the wall and said, those two are different from Danzo, they are just old-fashioned, and strictly speaking, they do care about the village. Tsunade said decisively, I understand their thinking. This is giving them face by letting them retire. Shikaku asked, what about those Edo Tensei resurrected? If we let them go back, they might still be a threat. After some thought, Tsunade said, like Team Taka, let Naruto take over. Has he returned yet? Shikaku looked out the window, no news from Amagakure yet, but it should be soon. Ryuchi Cave, Back Mountain. Boom! Naruto opened his eyes, surrounded by 10 sage snakes. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, 10 sage snakes, one more than the 9 Lord Hashirama cultivated back then. This is Naruto's form under the Ryuchi Cave's accelerated sage technique. Naruto said calmly, I see, the Ryuchi Cave's accelerated sage technique lives up to its reputation, but this level is still ordinary. All 3 great sage techniques have been perfectly mastered, now begin to transform into the Sage of Freedom. The author says. In the Dragon Cave, in the mutated sage mode, Naruto attempts to enter the silent sage mode of the Wetbone Forest. Rustle rustle. The sage snake and horns instantly disappear. The power does not vanish, but becomes more restrained and introverted. Naruto sighs, the restless emotions under the mutated sage technique are balanced by the silent sage technique, achieving a new balance between body and spiritual energy. Orochimaru analyzes, the sage technique of Mount Mayaboku is also called the harmonizing sage technique. As the name suggests, it balances physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. The stronger the first two, the more natural energy is absorbed. Lord Hashirama's Sage of Freedom technique is powerful because of this. Naruto closes his eyes and activates the Mount Mayaboku harmonizing sage technique, with vast natural energy surging into his body. Orochimaru asks, how does it feel? Golden eye shadow flashes, Naruto opens his eyes and says, although powerful, it's just a combination of the 3 great sage techniques, with no innovation. I'm sure this is not the Sage of Freedom. Orochimaru strokes his chin and says, rumor has it that when the Sage of Freedom technique succeeds, a special mask beyond the 3 great sage techniques appears. Naruto ponders, is that a completely new sage technique? I've been too fixated on the traces of the 3 great sage techniques. From now on, I must let go of these, forget them, and seek new breakthroughs. The white snake sage looks at the back mountain through a crystal ball and sighs. He already understands that forgetting both self and object is the key to the Sage of Freedom technique. He is only one step away from comprehending it. Late at night, Kabuto Yukoshi returns to the grass country base. In the battle at Konoha, he nearly lost all his Edo Tensei chess pieces. But he knows Edo Tensei has loopholes and can be actively undone, so he no longer relies on it so much. Losing the pieces doesn't matter to him. As long as Sasuke is safe, that's all that matters. Sasuke wakes up, staring at the ceiling, silent. He has been defeated again, and lost to the one he least should have lost to. Kabuto comforts him, Sasuke-kun, you have to believe in your own strength. You rank among the top in the ninja world, you just keep choosing the wrong opponents. Sasuke angrily punches the bedboard. Don't give me that kind of childish comfort. After a few minutes of silence. Ugh. Sasuke wiped his tears. Kabuto, do you think I'm really this useless? I can't even take revenge, and I can't even beat Hinata. Sigh, after all, he's still just a kid. Kabuto sighed in his heart and said gently, Sasuke-kun, I understand how you feel. This time, it was my fault for the lack of intelligence. I didn't expect Konoha to be so well prepared, and I certainly didn't expect that girl named Hinata to be so strong. Sasuke shook his head. It's not your fault. I attacked Konoha by surprise and wasn't prepared. Seeing Sasuke able to reflect on himself warmed Kabuto's heart. He quickly hid his emotions, pushed up his glasses, and said seriously, it's okay. From now on, we'll act cautiously and not fight unprepared battles, alright? Sasuke wiped his tears. I'll listen to you. I'm hungry and want to eat something. Kabuto stood up. Alright, I'll go prepare the meal right away. After eating, Sasuke noticed that the wounds from the Konoha battle had already healed, and the skin had turned white. He asked, Kabuto, what did you do to my wounds? Kabuto said, I transplanted Hashirama's cells into your wounds. Sasuke asked, can the transplant only be done when injured? Kabuto said seriously, when wounds heal, they release a large number of white blood cells that kill bacteria. These white blood cells can also suppress the side effects of Hashirama's cells. Kabuto sighed in his heart. Sasuke-kun is not from the Uzumaki clan. To safely obtain Hashirama's power, this is the only method. Sasuke turned his head and asked, by the way, who is Uchiha Shin? Kabuto answered truthfully. Sasuke then asked, his cells seem to resist rejection, right? You also used his cells when modifying Danzo? Kabuto smiled and said, resistance to rejection is Shin's only advantage. He can accept various powers, like a jack of all trades, but a jack of all trades never truly unleashes its real strength. He thought to himself, Uchiha Shin is nothing more than a degraded Uzumaki bloodline. If he wants stronger power, his cells will sooner or later become a burden. Sasuke stared at the wound with the transplanted Hashirama cells and asked, after I adapt to these cells, will I be able to awaken the Rinnegan? Yakushi Kabuto pondered, regarding this point. He recalled the hypothesis with Orochimaru, speculating that the evolution of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan. He also knew that Uchiha Madara only awakened the Rinnegan at the moment of his death after acquiring Hashirama's power. But Kabuto was never sure whether Madara awakening the Rinnegan was an exception or the rule. Until that time at Ryuchi Cave, when the White Snake Sage said Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra, he finally deduced the true condition for awakening the eye. The combination of Indra and Asura's powers is the key to unlocking the Rinnegan. Hashirama was the previous Asura, Madara was the previous Indra. The power of the previous Asura is effective against the previous Indra, but whether it works on the current Indra remains unknown. For Sasuke's future, even if Hashirama's cells are effective, they must not be used hastily. He solemnly said, the amount of Hashirama's cells I transplanted into you is very small, insufficient to catalyze the Rinnegan, but enough for you to initially master would release. Sasuke asked disappointedly, then when will I become truly strong? Yakushi Kabuto comforted him, don't rush, great talents mature late. Your future achievements will surpass Naruto's. He thought to himself, the key is to determine who is the true reincarnation of Asura. Both previous Indras came from the Uchiha, so the reincarnation of Asura should be among the Senju clan, right? But very few Senju remain. Could it be Tsunade's brother Nawaki? But he is already dead. Or Yakushi Kabuto suddenly realized. Wait, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju's son has never been recorded in any files, and the cause of his death is a mystery. Could it be that Hashirama's son left descendants, and this generation's Asura reincarnation is hidden among those unidentified descendants? Behind Ryuchi Cave. A red circle in the center of the forehead, adorned with red arrows pointing to the eyes, a face bearing the same Sage of Six Paths mask as Hashirama. From Naruto's eyes extend two arrows, passing through both arms, pointing directly to the Rinnegan in the palms. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly rose. Orochimaru was blown back 100 meters, covering his face in astonishment. This is finally mastered. Naruto whispered. He had mastered the sage art of freedom. Author's note. After completing his cultivation, Naruto returned to the temple in the Dragon Earth Cave to bid farewell to the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage, perceiving the millennia-old divine mechanism, sighed, the younger generation is formidable. This generation of Asura once again stands before Indra, as if destined. If not for the sage's blessing, you wouldn't have reached this point. Naruto responded humbly, expressing his gratitude. The white snake sage repeatedly praised, truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Naruto suddenly asked, on our way, we saw ancient bloodstains on the cliff wall that have lasted for 1,000 years without fading. Do you know their origin? The white snake sage replied, that was the battlefield nearly 1,000 years ago where Indra fought my old nemesis, the nine-headed snake sage. The nine-headed snake sage's blood merged with the immortal power of the Dragon Earth Cave, which is why it has been preserved until now. Naruto was surprised, the guy who even gives you a headache was actually defeated by Indra alone? The white snake sage said, back then, my cultivation was shallow, now I no longer regard the nine-headed snake sage. Although Indra won, he was also injured, so his blood might be mixed in with the stains. Naruto's heart stirred, Indra's blood, then. The white snake sage saw through him, don't tell me you want to use Edo Tensei to scheme with it? Naruto hurriedly denied, absolutely not, how could I have such evil thoughts? The white snake sage sneered, I believe you wouldn't do it, but what about others? Her gaze shifted to Orochimaru behind her. Orochimaru was startled and said, I admit I was tempted, which is why I asked Naruto to seek your opinion. The white snake sage firmly refused, no. Indra was an old friend of mine. If his blood leaks, it would be unjust to me. If you have plans outside, I have nothing to say, but this Dragon Earth Cave absolutely forbids it. Orochimaru respectfully said, understood. The white snake sage warned, I travel once every 3 years, the next time is in half a year. Don't think you can secretly scrape the scabs while I'm away, thinking I won't notice. Such small tricks won't work on me. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he said, of course. I act openly and honestly, and would never do anything sneaky. The white snake sage sneered, good that you know it in your heart. If you harm the interests of the Dragon Earth Cave, you won't escape no matter where you run. And so, Naruto and Orochimaru bid farewell to the white snake sage, left the Dragon Earth Cave, and returned to the rain-hidden village. Mito and Konan came to greet them. Mito looked at the transformed Naruto and sighed, this time you returned, putting aside combat experience, your strength has already far surpassed Hashirama at his peak. Naruto only gave a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. Konan asked with concern, tired? Do you want to go soak in the hot springs first and eat something? Naruto shook his head. Maybe tonight. By the way, while I was away, has there been any movement in the ninja world? Konan handed him a letter. The Hokage asked me to deliver this. Naruto opened the letter. Tsunade detailed the course of the Konoha battle and also mentioned Hinata. I see. Naruto sighed in relief. So Kabuto and Sasuke have made their moves. Thanks to Hinata, otherwise this could have been a disaster. Konan's eyes grew serious. Kabuto is fully aware that you are not in the ninja world. Our hidden rain village may have been infiltrated by high-level spies. Kabuto once served Danzo and worked as a spy for multiple countries. The intelligence about Naruto's whereabouts is definitely not from an ordinary person. Naruto said in a low voice, I've been using the tailed beast chakra mode to scan for hostility every half hour, but I haven't detected any source of enemy intent. At least in the past 2 weeks, no one I've come into contact with is a spy. Konan lowered her head in thought. Then it only leaves those with status who haven't met us face to face in the last 2 weeks. The list isn't long. Naruto's expression grew grave. It's too early to draw conclusions. I have to investigate personally. Night fell. Naruto and Konan arrived at the hidden rain village's Umbu base, in front of Minato's residence. This is the home of the Umbu squad leaders Ryuko and Setsuna. Naruto asked, do they live together? Konan nodded. Yes, for personal reasons, they specifically requested it. I didn't ask further. Naruto frowned. He had thought only one person was suspicious, but now that two share a room, the other is likely involved as well. Hopefully, we're wrong. Naruto silently infiltrated the residence, concealing his chakra and form. Ryu, K.O. Set, Suna, that. A faint voice came through. Naruto frowned. Why are they not sleeping in the middle of the night? What are they up to? He decided to use ninjutsu to investigate. Forming a two-finger seal would gate. On the floorboard, an eye slowly opened, and the scene before Naruto almost suffocated him. He left the residence and came before Konan, his face pale and speechless. Konan gazed intently. So, those two really have a problem? Thud. Naruto punched the utility pole, a big problem. Konan frowned, should we capture and interrogate them immediately? Naruto sighed, don't rush. I think they've also been under great pressure. As the one who discovered their ninja talents, I haven't fully seen through their relationship, which means my skills are still lacking. Konan was even more confused. What exactly is going on? What did you see? Naruto sighed deeply, full of admiration. Their relationship goes beyond ordinary male friendship, entering a realm we can't understand. To be honest, even Sasuke and I, at our closest, couldn't do that. Conan was surprised. Could it be? Naruto smiled and nodded. Exactly that. They are not the spies. I confirmed this using the tailed beast chakra mode. Conan whispered, then who could it be? Who is the Seme? Who is the Yuke? And who is the spy? Naruto's gaze was deep. I guess it's her. Connected to Kabuto Yukushi, but outside our line of sight. But let's observe first. Kabuto is very cunning and hard to deal with. Maybe in the future, if we take down Kagami's left eye, we can rely on her to counterattack. Author's note. The next day, Naruto secretly met with Konoha. The handover involves the impure world reincarnations sealed during the Great Battle. The contact person is Shikaku. We decided to keep the Konoha impure world reincarnations. The others from different villages have all been accounted for. Naruto looked at the countless bandaged dummies scattered around, nearly 100, and asked, have they all been freed from the impure world reincarnation control? Shikaku nodded, yes. Kabuto Yukushi stripped them of their consciousness so they can't form hand seals on their own. To prevent Kabuto from using them again, we used shadow imitation and mind transfer techniques to control them into forming seals that break the impure world reincarnation curse. Considering most of them are dangerous individuals or hostile ninjas, we sealed them again. Naruto, from now on you'll lead them. Use them as you see fit as long as it doesn't harm the ninja world. Naruto smiled, don't worry, no matter how evil they are, they will serve the ninja world. Shikaku asked, how is Hataru? Mitarashi Hataru was once kidnapped by Naruto to resurrect Orochimaru, and Danzo killed her teammates to slander Naruto because of that. Shikaku believes Hataru is key to clearing Naruto's name and can't be sent back to Konoha, fearing Danzo and Root would harm her severely. He suggested Naruto keep her in Amigakure, protect her well, and wait for the right time to clear everything up. Naruto said, Hataru is fine, but now is not the time yet. Shikaku also nodded, although Danzo is dead, his influence hasn't completely disappeared. Those who stayed in Konoha are under strict surveillance, but many of Danzo's loyalists have escaped the village. Konoha has been hunting them down, especially one person to watch out for. Naruto stroked his chin, Uncle Shikaku, you mean Yamanaka Ryoma, right? Shikaku replied, exactly. Yamanaka Ryoma is a rare elite of the Yamanaka clan. When Orochimaru served Root, he partnered with him. Ryoma masters the Yamanaka clan's most powerful insect curse technique, whose poison is even deadlier than Yamanaka Shikaku's nanoscale poisonous insects. It can even parasitize the human body, control nerves, and kill silently. When Danzo and Kabuto were in contact, Ryoma was with them. After Danzo's death, Ryoma's whereabouts are unknown. He was Danzo's trusted aide and won't give up easily. He can't openly fight you, but he is clever and will definitely cause trouble secretly. You need to keep a close eye on him. Naruto nodded, don't worry, Uncle Shikaku. Like a lion hunting a rabbit, I'll give it my all and won't underestimate any opponent. Shikaku praised, no matter how strong, always stay cautious. This quality will keep you undefeated. Naruto waved his hand, and several humanoid bandages flew into the air. Naruto said, I'll take these impure world reincarnations back. Say hello to Granny Tsunade for me. Shikaku laughed and said, by the way, Naruto, Hinata's growth is related to you, right? Naruto sighed, you really can't be fooled. Shikaku smiled, then I can rest assured. Inside a hidden lair in the land of grass. Snap! Wood strips sprouted from Sasuke's arm, converging and striking the mountain wall. Sasuke stared intently, so this is wood release? I feel my chakra is more abundant than before. Kabuto Yukushi smiled, Hashirama's cells can enhance physical energy. Even a small amount implanted will bring a noticeable boost. Sasuke pondered, there's a white Zetsu named White Zetsu around Uchiha Obito who also uses wood release. What's its background? Kabuto pushed up his glasses. White Zetsu is an extremely special white Zetsu, born from the outer path golem, inheriting Hashirama's wood release power. With wood release, Sasuke became more interested in Hashirama's cells. Those white Zetsu have extremely long lifespans, even longer than Senju Hashirama. How is that possible? Aren't they supposed to be degraded products of Hashirama's cells? Kabuto smiled, good question. Through years of experiments with Orochimaru, we found that Hashirama's cells possess both animal and plant characteristics. Sasuke focused, animal? Plant? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, animal characteristics mean a living, flesh and blood person with metabolism, requiring food and excretion. Injuries cause bleeding, aging leads to death, but the power is extremely strong, almost godlike. The true power of wood release can only be manifested through the animal aspect. Hashirama is the ultimate embodiment of animal power. And the plant aspect is essentially a plant, no longer human. The white Zetsu's Hashirama cells fully express the plant characteristics. They are like conscious trees that can exist for a long time as long as they are not killed. The downside of the plant aspect is weak power. Most white Zetsu cannot even use wood release. That white Zetsu named White Zetsu is the ultimate expression of plant power. You can think of him as Hashirama's plant form. White Zetsu, this special white Zetsu born from the golem, is the ultimate representative of the plant aspect of Hashirama's cells, called the child of the golem by Orochimaru. Sasuke nodded, so that's how it is. Kabuto continued, the Hashirama cells inside Obito also come from white Zetsu, so they contain plant components. He can survive without eating, but because the other half of his body is human, he still ages and dies. Sasuke murmured, that guy hides so many secrets inside him, and I never knew before. Kabuto said seriously, but it doesn't matter. No matter how strong Obito is, he cannot awaken the Rinnegan. To become the second sage of the six paths in this era, only you, Sasuke. Sasuke half closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Rinnegan, huh? Yukushi Kabuto stood up, we still have a long way to go for this goal. Sasuke, get ready to depart. Sasuke asked, where to? Yukushi Kabuto smiled mysteriously, I'll tell you when the time comes, just follow me. Wearing a cloak, a straw hat, and carrying a backpack, Yukushi Kabuto looked up at the sky, wisdom shining in his eyes. The mystery of Ashura's reincarnation, after days of investigation, finally reached a conclusion. Excluding Senju Hashirama's son, because Hashirama was still alive at the time, so reincarnation into his son was impossible. Shinju was also impossible, because he was already deceased. So, only one possibility remains. Hashirama's son, whose cause of death was unknown, still has descendants in an unknown place. Ashura's reincarnation is hidden among those descendants. The wind gently brushes the night, the road is long and perilous. Yukushi Kabuto's eyes are resolute. I must find Senju's orphan. Author's note. Nearly 100 Edo Tensei resurrected from Konoha were brought back, their sealing bandages displayed under the rain-hidden tower. Konan, Orochimaru, Haruno Sakura, Yamato, and former members of Team Taka were all present. Naruto has fused Shirsue's eyes, combined with Hashirama's cells, allowing him to use Baryon mode twice a day. If these Edo Tensei cannot be persuaded, then Baryon mode will be used to suppress them. Naruto cautiously said, to avoid trouble, we'll dismantle them one by one. If there's no problem, we'll dismantle the next one. We've used Baryon mode twice today, so we'll continue tomorrow. Konan looked at the bandaged humanoid on the ground, hesitating slightly, so, who do we start unwrapping first? Naruto smiled, it's like opening a blind box, you don't know what's inside until you open it, that's the surprise. Just unwrap any one of them. He raised his hand, the bandages in the center floated up, the sealing talisman disappeared, and the bandages began to disintegrate. Hozuki Suigetsu held his head, showing sharp teeth as he laughed, who could it be? A fierce villain? The bandages fell away, revealing a delicate and handsome young boy landing on the ground. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, and the rain instantly froze into frost. The scene was stunningly beautiful. Sakura, it's actually him. Her eyes immediately lit up. The boy slowly opened his eyes, his pupils dark yet clear, looking at Naruto with a gentle smile on his lips. Long time no see, Naruto, you've changed. What a big surprise right from the start. Naruto's mind returned to the beginning, to memories in the land of waves. That beautiful young boy who died protecting someone important still lingered in his heart. Naruto asked calmly, Shiro, long time no see. You're still the same. This Edo Tensei body, do you want to stay? I can give you a new home. Shiro turned his head, his gaze locking onto the pile of bandages in an instant. As long as it's not Lord Zabuza, this is my place. I understand now. Naruto raised his hand, the bandages floated up and broke apart, revealing Zabuza. He had fought against Yukushi Kabuto and was familiar with the 7 ninja swordsmen, so Zabuza was no stranger. Zabuza sneered, back then you were just a genin, now you can handle things on your own. You've grown faster than Kakashi. Naruto scratched his head, don't laugh at me, I'm still a genin now. Zabuza was puzzled, once a ninja becomes a rogue ninja, that's it. When did you defect? How are you still a genin? Naruto laughed, that's a long story, I'll tell you when there's time. Do you want to stay in Amigakure? You were originally a rogue ninja from Kirigakure, this is your only home. If you want to return to the Pure Land, I won't stop you, after all, you're an old friend. Old friend. Zabuza murmured, a tender light flashing deep in his eyes. Having made his decision, I'll stay. All right. Naruto took out a scroll and summoned the broken ninja sword split into 3 pieces. He picked up the piece with the hilt and handed it to Zabuza with both hands. Suigetsu reached out, my execution sword. Naruto said solemnly, this sword should return to its true owner. Zabuza took the broken sword and said coldly, this execution sword can regenerate by drinking blood. Broken like this, it would take killing a few people to be enough. Conan said lightly, later, find someone called Haiden. His blood flows endlessly, enough for you. Understood, it's settled then. Zabuza sheathed the sword and exchanged glances with Haku, understanding each other. Haku, this time, you are no longer a tool but a true person. Zabuza and Haku joined Naruto's ranks. Naruto rubbed his chin, who to dismantle next? Sakura, you decide. Me? Sakura hesitated. Naruto smiled, it's okay, give it a try. Let's all share the fun. Sakura reached out and pointed at a chubby man wrapped in bandages. That guy's body shape. Naruto recognized him, able to judge his identity just by appearance. Anyway, he has to be dismantled sooner or later. Naruto waved his hand, and the bandages tore open. Bang! The rotund man fell heavily to the ground. Sakura tilted her head, who is he? Suigetsu was shocked, could it be the former 7 ninja swordsman of the mist, Suikazan Fuguoni? The previous wielder of the execution sword Samahata. Suikazan Fuguoni said angrily, I was so glorious in life, and now in death, I'm being used as a pawn. Naruto asked, Fatty, will you serve me? Suikazan said coldly, huh? Why would I serve some outsider kid like you? Then there's nothing to discuss. Gee. Naruto's right eye transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't, Tenshin. Bang. Watermelon Mountain immediately bowed low, Lord Naruto, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Suigetsu was scared stiff, is this for real? Yugo frowned, with this kind of dojutsu, if he wanted to, we would have already. Naruto said seriously, Suikazan, you were the former owner of the great sword Samahata, but Samahata is in Kisame's hands, so it's unlikely to be returned. Suikazan said, it doesn't matter, I'm not picky. Naruto asked, any special skills? Tell me about them. Suikazan, top-notch swordsmanship, able to wield all kinds of ninja swords. Naruto nodded, how about the butcher's cleaver? Suikazan, this. Naruto said, you can just be the butcher. Amagekure is opening up trade and bringing in a large number of pigs. I hope you can handle this important task. Suikazan, if it's an order from Lord Naruto, I will not hesitate. Naruto thought, this will save manpower. The village's chief butchers are all elite jonin, definitely able to become a big name. And so, Suikazan the pufferfish demon rejoined the team. Naruto raised his hand, who's next? The seal was lifted, chakra surged strongly, immediately drawing attention. It was a man with no eyebrows and a small mustache. Naruto smiled, didn't he expect to draw the wild card so quickly? The mustached man looked around and muttered, what kind of godforsaken place is this? After the control was lifted, I was immediately sealed and smuggled here. What exactly is that Nara kid from Konoha up to? He then looked at Naruto, who are you? Naruto introduced himself, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, the village chief of Amagekure. Hozuki Genjutsu tilted his head, Amagekure? That inconspicuous little village? The second Mizukage Hozuki Genjutsu perished alongside the second Tsuchikage in the First Ninja World War, never having seen the salamander Hanzo of the Rain Hidden Village active during the Second Ninja World War. Naruto smiled and said, the village may be small, but it has all the essentials. I 1T beat around the bush. I want to ask you to serve the Rain Hidden Village. Genjutsu smiled and said, young man, you are straightforward, but I have long since died and care little for these conflicts. I know you are strong. Can you help me undo this impure world reincarnation? Any method will do. I want to return to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Naruto sighed inwardly, I respect Senior Nagato's wish to return, but Senior Genjutsu, we have no relation. I don't want to be the nice guy anymore, sorry. Sizzle. His left eye transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Naruto prepared to unleash the second Susanoo of the day. At that moment, Hozuki Suigetsu stepped forward, are you Grandfather Genjutsu? The author says. Grandfather. Genjutsu scrutinized the boy before him, who clearly bore the Hozuki bloodline, and asked in puzzlement, so, you are Amatsuki S. Suigetsu replied, Hozuki Amatsuki is my father, and I am your grandson, Suigetsu. Genjutsu asked, I died early. How did Amatsuki die? Suigetsu said solemnly, my father sacrificed himself for the village, leaving me and my older brother. Genjetsu was surprised. You have an older brother? Suigetsu whispered, Hozuki Mangetsu, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but he died young. Genjetsu felt a pang of sorrow. Ah, my poor grandsons. Suigetsu sighed emotionally, Grandfather, it's so good to see you. After all, the bond between relatives who haven't met for a generation is shallow. It's okay with elders, but almost no feelings for juniors. But Suigetsu was smart and had a plan in mind. The ninja world is dangerous. With Grandpa Mangetsu backing me up and building a good relationship with Uzumaki Naruto, the future is limitless. Truly clever. Mangetsu never expected to see his grandson after death, tears streaming down his face. No regrets now, Suigetsu, it's so good to see you. I can finally rest peacefully in the Pure Land. Whoosh! A white soul light enveloped Mangetsu's body. Suigetsu exclaimed, Brigato, wait. Whoosh! Mangetsu's soul left the living sacrifice and ascended to heaven. Suigetsu, you must take good care of yourself. Grandpa is leaving first. Grandpa, how could you just leave like this? Suigetsu stomped his foot, tears pouring down like rain. My great pillar of support, how could you be gone in the blink of an eye? Couldn't you stay to protect me? The ninja world is so dangerous, would you really let me face it alone? Amidst the swirling dust, the living sacrifice collapsed to the ground. Everything was settled. Losing such an important combat force, Naruto felt regretful but understood in his heart, the saddest must be Suigetsu, right? Naruto comforted him, Suigetsu, don't be sad. Senior Mangetsu left with a smile. Suigetsu cried, I know, I'm happy for Grandpa. Naruto smiled, alright then, next one, you go ahead and dismantle it. Let's go with this one. Suigetsu casually pointed. Good. Naruto raised his hand and clapped. The ceiling talisman flew up and was undone, revealing before them a young man with sky blue hair, resembling Suigetsu. Suigetsu widened his eyes, no way? You're kidding, right? It turned out to be Hozuki Mangetsu, his brother. Mangetsu's expression was complicated. Suigetsu, you've grown up. Brother. Suigetsu rushed forward and tightly hugged Mangetsu's leg. Brother, you won't leave, right? You'll stay and be with me, won't you? Mangetsu was active during the Blood Mist era. Not wanting his younger brother to grow up in the Blood Mist, he sent Suigetsu out of the village to be raised when he was young. Because of this, Suigetsu was able to have a relatively stable childhood and did not become bloodthirsty. As for later being valued by Orochimaru and becoming an experimental subject, that was another matter. Mangetsu said indulgently, no, brother will stay. Orochimaru watched this scene and smiled meaningfully. Suigetsu, when you joined my ranks back then, it was also because you wanted to see your brother again one day, wasn't it? And so, Mangetsu left, and Suigetsu and Mangetsu reunited. Another cycle of cause and effect completed. Naruto continued to dismantle. Grandma Chio appeared. Haruno Sakura was shocked. Grandma Chio. Grandma Chio looked at the Edo Tensei Sakura with old eyes, full of disappointment. Sakura, such an outstanding ninja, how could you fall so early? Haruno Sakura smiled bitterly, it's complicated. I was once lost, harmed everyone, and ended up like this. Maybe it's retribution. Grandma Chio sighed, who hasn't taken a wrong path when young? Everyone makes mistakes, but unfortunately, some people never return to the right path in their lifetime. At this moment, Akasuna no Sasori stepped forward. Yo, old lady, are you hinting at me? Sasori. Grandma Chio said calmly, to let someone see themselves clearly after death, maybe that's the meaning of Edo Tensei. Akasuna no Sasori sneered, see myself clearly? About killing you, I have no regrets at all. Grandma Chio smiled, but in the end, you still held back, didn't you? Akasuna no Sasori was silent, then said, if you know I held back, then I still died in the end. Looks like I didn't value my own life enough. Grandma Chio shook her hair, hope is left for those who come after. That's what I learned from the young. Scorpion of the Red Sand helplessly shrugged, sigh, I really can't stand you, old lady. Hurry up and break free from the impure world reincarnation, let your soul return to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Naruto felt a tightness in his chest upon hearing this. Grandma Chio mischievously said, no, the more you say that, the more I want to stay and see what my grandson is up to. Scorpion sneered coldly, suit yourself. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, did Scorpion deliberately see through Grandma Chio's personality? Swish. Naruto raised his hand again. Smack. The bandages unraveled, and a white-haired youth appeared, wearing a gray shirt, strikingly handsome and ethereal. Tenbin Jugo calmly looked at him, excitedly saying, Kimimaro. Kimimaro stared at Naruto, seeing you like this now, time really flies. Sasuke has grown much slower than you. Naruto said nothing. Kimimaro, you want to say something to the people behind me, right? Kimimaro stepped forward, smiling and asked, Jugo, long time no see, have you found your own shackles? Jugo sighed, I looked, but those shackles couldn't bind me. Beside them, Uzumaki Karen's face darkened. Kimimaro patted Jugo's shoulder, then let me be your shackle. Jugo's eyes trembled, really? Kimimaro smiled, this impure body won't suffer pain, I will always be with you. Shogo sighed with emotion, that's great. Kimimaro looked at Orochimaru, thinking to himself, everyone longs to be needed. Shoji needs me, I need Orochimaru, and even he is the same. He turned his head to look at Naruto, wanting to see where a person needed by Orochimaru would go. Today, Naruto used Betsu Tenjin to deal with the ninja Troy from the Hidden Cloud, marking the completion of the blind box unboxing mission. As the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, he deployed the Edo Tensei resurrected shinobi and defeated himself using the mirror attacker technique. After dinner, he worked with Sasori to develop puppets for the Path of Azura, living a fulfilling and busy life. At night, on an island far from the ninja world. Yo, Obito, you've gotten better, much easier to find now. Madara, at this point, why does a defeated dog like you still come before me? Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, the two meet, and a storm is about to unfold. The author says. Obito spoke insolently, and Madara frowned, a stray dog? Kid, watch your words. Obito spread his hands, confident, isn't that true? An old man who has lived nearly 100 years repeatedly loses to a 16-year-old boy and has no choice but to come to me. Let me guess your intention, Madara. The Rinnegan is in Naruto's hands, and the Outer Path demonic statue needed to revive the 10 tails cannot be easily used. To continue the Eye of the Moon plan, we must first reclaim the Rinnegan, even if only one. After all, the fake Rinnegan you use with Edo Tensei can't summon the statue at all. Here's the problem, you, who like to act before thinking, why would you take the initiative to come to me? The Rinnegan is not in my hands, the statue is with me but can't be used. There is only one reason you want to team up with me to deal with Naruto. Am I right, Madara? Madara chuckled lightly, as always, good at seeing through people. Setting that aside, are you sure you can keep the statue safe? Obito answered calmly, of course, the statue is sealed deep within the space-time dimension by me. Naruto cannot summon it. Madara leisurely said, but you can't do anything to Naruto either. As his strength grows, he might be able to ignore your space-time seal and summon the statue directly. You know how complicated the situation will be then, right? Obito said in a low voice, so, this is why I want to team up with you, right? Madara replied matter-of-factly, I saved your life, gave you a reason to exist, I am your benefactor and guide. Regardless of reason or emotion, teaming up with me is the best choice. Do you have any other path? Otherwise, you wouldn't be hiding on this deserted island. We are both stray dogs. Obito responded decisively, that's right, we are both stray dogs. But I'm different from you. At least the Outer Path demonic statue and the 8 tails are in my hands. I'm still alive and can be a Jinchuriki. What about you? You can't even hope for the Rinne Tensei technique. His gaze sharp, honestly, from my current perspective, your power isn't that impressive. Whether we team up or not makes no difference, and I might even be outsmarted by you. Madara lowered his head and chuckled darkly, your wings have hardened, you want to fly on your own now, huh? Fine, I'll set the record straight. Forming hand seals with both hands, fire style, Great Fire Annihilation Arrow. A fiery arrow shot through the air. Kamui. Within the spacetime vortex, Obito appeared high in the sky. Madara's mouth twitched slightly. A sky-blue Susanoo rose, forming a two-faced head deity, coordinating with the main body to form different hand seals. Heavenly Obstruction Star. The sky suddenly darkened, and a massive meteor blocking the sunlight roared down with blazing flames. Obito calmly looked up, a meteor? Its momentum is impressive, but useless against me. The meteor passed right through him. Madara's gaze grew heavy, you're still inexperienced, Obito. Buzz. Madara raised his hand, and the huge meteor suddenly stopped midair. Obito, when your body overlaps with an external object, you enter a phasing state. The phased parts in the real space are loosely connected and require ocular power to maintain, like a spring, always tending to snap back. In the phased state, to use any jutsu, you must establish your presence in real space, that is, materialize. But if you materialize inside the meteor, the internal pressure will instantly crush you. Moreover, if your entire body is phased, you won't be affected by gravity and naturally won't fall. The only thing you can do now is move through the interior of the meteor. But you're currently in the middle of the meteor. At your speed, it will take at least 3 minutes to reach the boundary, and Madara's Susanoo flared up again behind him, forming 3 heads, and he began forming hand seals with both hands. Earth release, ultra lightweight rock technique. Buzz. The floating meteor rapidly reduced its weight. Even with greatly reduced density, the meteor can still compress your body, and Madara waved his palm. Heavenly obstruction star manipulation. Buzz. The meteor began moving diagonally downward. I can control the meteor, moving it along the direction you are traveling. Although the meteor isn't faster than you, it can extend the time it takes for you to reach the boundary to about 5 minutes, which is enough. 4 minutes and 30 seconds passed, and Obito was close to the meteor's edge. Almost there. 5 minutes was your previous limit. Now that you've activated the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 5 minutes might no longer be the limit. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Black rods emerged, injecting chakra into Madara. Smack! He clasped his hands together, his aura overwhelming. Then, what if I inject a massive amount of chakra into the Tengai Shinsei as a gravitational core to create the Chibaku Tensei? Chibaku Tensei. Booming sounds, the island cracked, countless huge rocks converging toward the Tengai Shinsei, rapidly increasing in size. Madara lowered his hands and said softly, though the Chibaku Tensei is large, what determines your escape time is the radius, not the volume. The farther from the core, the harder it is to extend the radius. The weight is also uncontrollable, but your escape time can be extended to 8 minutes. Approaching the half-minute limit, Madara's gaze darkened. Based on my understanding of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, your penetration time should be 10 minutes. Would release, multiple wood clones technique. Swish, swish, swish. 30 would release clones appeared, each wielding Susanoo, with Yata Mirror and Yasukani Magatama poised to strike. Madara clasped his hands together, his aura intimidating. Would release, flower tree realm descends. Rumble rumble. At the edge of the Chibaku Tensei, the tree world broke open, flowers bloomed, pollen spread, enveloping the perimeter into a forbidden zone. Next, I will maintain lethal firepower continuously, making it impossible for you to cancel the penetration. This requires extreme prediction and delicate operation, consuming immense mental energy. Although the Edo Tensei body does not consume chakra, full concentration still drains mental strength. Uchiha Madara smiled wickedly. I can maintain full concentration attacks for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which is more than enough considering the margin for error. Whoosh! As Uchiha Obito left the edge of the Chibaku Tensei, Yata Mirror and Yasukani Magatama flew in from all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Madara's wood clones deployed 30 Susanoo, throwing Yata Mirror and Yasukani Magatama with precise rhythm. Relentless attacks combined with powerful wood release, making it impossible for Obito to cancel the penetration. Rumble rumble. Obito could only hold his breath and escape the pollen zone, continuing the penetration mode. Madara knows my abilities too well, he's well prepared. But he must maintain full concentration, any external interference can break his attack. Obito thought to himself, Afei is already ready. Clang! The sea churned as white Zetsu Afei forcefully descended, shooting insertion wood at Madara. Madara's eyes flickered. Afei is on Obito's side now, but I am prepared too. Black Zetsu. Understood, Lord Madara. Clang! Black Zetsu rose from the sea, blocking the insertion wood. How is that possible? Obito exclaimed in shock. Wasn't Black Zetsu sealed by my 10 Directions Divine Sword in the Void Forbidden Zone? How could he appear? Black Zetsu sneered darkly. Obito, you only sealed my split form. I was prepared long ago. Obito focused and pondered. Madara didn't retrieve the outer path puppet. White Zetsu doesn't obey his orders. Only Tobi knows my hiding place. To prevent information leaks, Tobi cut off contact with the other White Zetsu. If Madara can track my movements, it must be Black Zetsu secretly gathering intelligence. Black Zetsu asked, Lord Madara, are you ready to kill Obito? Madara said, exactly. After killing him, use Tobi as a sacrifice to perform the impure world reincarnation on him. This way, his ocular powers, outer path puppet, and tailed beasts will all be under my control, and I will have complete initiative. Rumble rumble rumble. The deadly firepower coverage still hadn't stopped, clearly about to break Obito's limits, yet Madara showed no intention of stopping. Obito's expression was grave. I activated the right eye's Tenai Kishi, which makes me immune to all genjutsu, but I lost the ability to use Izanagi. At this rate, you won't succeed. Tobi suddenly shouted, palms pressed together, as a small true thousand hands rose from the sea, rapidly approaching. Black Zetsu cried out, I can't block this. Madara smirked, and 5 wooden clones charged out to confront Tobi. 4 were knocked down, and the last one fell in front of Tobi, suddenly throwing a kunai. A kunai, ha! Tobi murmured, stepping back. Swish! At that moment, Madara's figure emerged through the kunai, a black rod stabbing straight into Aburame's chest. Obito was shocked. Flying Thunder God. Terrifying chakra surged into Afei's body through the black rod, rendering him immediately immobile. Madara's eyes were icy cold. To deal with Naruto, I learned the technique I once despised the most. Do you know how humiliating that is for me, Obito? Taking advantage of Madara being distracted attacking Obito, Obito quickly recovered, and the dark Susanoo chakra overflowed from his body, forming its complete form. Madara sneered coldly, "Humph, it seems you held on again. I heard your Susanoo weapon can seal Black Zetsu's yin-yang release, which is indeed troublesome, but as long as it doesn't hit, it's useless." Obito pondered, "My long-range divine tool, the Nine Tails Kamui Magatama, can track targets and penetrate, but the penetration effect shares the same duration as my own penetration. Now that my penetration time is up, the Magatama can only track but not penetrate. To deal with Madara, I still have to use the 10 Directions Divine Sword to completely seal him." Boom! Obito's Susanoo in its complete form gripped the pitch-black greatsword and fiercely stabbed at Black Zetsu on the sea surface. Madara stared at the miniature True Thousand Hands above his head. His target is actually Black Zetsu? Although it makes some sense, it's a bit strange. Black Zetsu retreated hastily. "I am the will of Lord Madara, this move is ineffective against me." Sizzle! Obito ignored Black Zetsu and quickly shifted his gaze beneath the sea surface. Yamato Stream. A white whirlpool spun rapidly. Madara, standing on the miniature True Thousand Hands, suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Madara's pupils suddenly contracted. "This is the time I technique." His target is not Black Zetsu, but the position where I activated Flying Thunder God. Crack! The 10 Directions Divine Sword pierced through Madara's body. The whirlpool spun at high speed, engulfing Madara into the spaceless Forbidden Zone. Obito said in a deep voice, "Madara, it's over." Whoosh! Madara's body was completely transferred by the 10 Directions Divine Sword, and all the wooden clones around him fell one after another, turning into lifeless dead wood. Black Zetsu exclaimed in shock, How could this be? Lord Madara, actually." Obito coldly stared at Black Zetsu. "Black Zetsu, you're next." Boom! The sea surface suddenly rose with colorful waves. The sky blue Susanoo in its complete form broke through the waves, stirring up huge waves. Obito's pitch-black Susanoo also stood aside. The two each occupied half the sky. Madara stood in the square on the forehead of Susanoo, arms crossed over his chest, voice firm. "Obito, do you really think I was unprepared for your supposedly reserved Nuai technique? From the moment I decided to use Flying Thunder God to ambush Afei, I left behind wooden clones and hid my true body beneath the sea surface." He calmly analyzed, "With your current eyesight, you can theoretically see through wooden clones, but you were careless in your haste and rashly used your last eye technique. You hurried to drive me away from Afei because you were worried and lost your composure, right?" Obito clenched his fists tightly. Yamato Stream cannot be used continuously. Since he failed to seal Madara and was exposed, the difficulty of success next time would be even greater. Could he use Kamui to immediately withdraw from battle? But Afei was pinned down by Madara's black rod at this moment, so Obito could only retreat alone at most, unable to take Afei with him. He was frustrated in his heart. When Madara launched the meteor attack, I should have retreated into the space-time dimension early to avoid it, not fought head-on. As a result, one mistake cost me everything. Madara's mind raced. Obito's complete Susanoo is really hard to deal with, and he can abandon Afei and escape at any time. Although he still has a trace of innocence, when his life is at stake, he will definitely abandon Afei to save himself. To kill him, even using Edo Tensei 1T be easy. Madara raised his eyes and said, "How about this, Obito, we both take a step back, return to the original negotiation point, and discuss teaming up against Naruto. After witnessing my strength, you 1T make foolish decisions again. After all, you're still smart otherwise, you 1T have been chosen as the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan." After much thought, Obito finally loosened his clenched fists and compromised. "Alright, I agree to team up with you and release Afei." The next day, after the Byakugan's power was restored, Naruto came again to the rain-hidden village's tall tower and began dismantling the bandages of the Edo Tensei reanimated. Perhaps having heard about yesterday's dramatic scene, even more people gathered today, and even Kakuzu put down his work to watch the spectacle. Naruto hesitated about where to start dismantling when Suigetsu spoke. "I've thought since yesterday that these bandages are too small. Could it be that there's a child inside? That is indeed strange. Let us start here then." Naruto raised his hand, and the bandages slowly floated up, the sealing talisman breaking apart. A short, bald old monk appeared before everyone, scratching his head. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Naruto stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" The old monk respectfully replied, "I am called Zhongjue, a monk of the Fire Temple." Kakuzu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "What is your relationship with Chiriku, the guardian of the 12 shinobi?" Zhongjue said, "Chiriku is my disciple." Naruto was curious, "Then you must be very powerful, right?" Zhongjue smiled and waved his hand, "No, I am only his scholarly master, I do not know any ninjutsu." Hearing this, everyone's interest greatly diminished. Naruto thought, it seems Kabuto's Edo Tensei also includes such failures. Though not strong, since Kabuto went through so much trouble to find them, keeping them can still serve as an immortal shield. Naruto calmly said, "Master Zhongjue, how about I help you return to the Pure Land? What do you think?" Zhongjue clasped his prayer beads and spoke with compassion, "All sentient beings bear heavy karmic sins. Since I have been summoned back to this world, there must be an unfinished mission to spread the Dharma." Naruto hesitated. The rain-hidden village has no temple, building one would be time-consuming and laborious, and Kakuzu might not agree. But he underestimated Kakuzu's obsession with money. Naruto asked, "If you were the head of the temple, how much incense money could you make in a year?" Zhongjue walked to Kakuzu's palm and gestured, "About this much. Based on the scale of the Fire Temple, it could pay off in 3 years. Kakuzu stared at him, "Are you telling the truth?" Zhongjue solemnly said, "Monks do not lie." Kakuzu nodded, "All right, leader, keep this person." Naruto smiled, "Since Kakuzu has decided, I have no objections." "Master Zhongjue, besides chanting sutras and reciting Buddha, do you have any other specialties?" Zhongjue said, "I am a monk, and my best skill is breaking seals, like this." Before he finished speaking, he threw out a string of prayer beads. Smack! The beads landed on the bandaged ceiling talisman. Zhongjue raised 2 fingers and chanted a spell. Soon, the seal was broken. Everyone exclaimed, "Not bad." The seal disappeared, and a strong chakra fluctuation appeared. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, broke free from the seal. The 3rd Raikage had already been defeated by Naruto, his soul taken away. The Gold and Silver brothers were subdued. The 2nd Tsuchikage was defeated by Madara, and the 2nd Mizukage had passed away. Hanzo was defeated by Konan and also gone. All of Konoha's Edo Tensei reanimations had been dealt with by Konoha. By calculation, the 4th Kazekage Raza was the strongest remaining Edo Tensei. Naruto laughed, "Master Zhongjue, you have really good luck." Zhongjue put his hands together, his expression profound, "My Buddha is merciful." Suddenly, Raza surged out from underground, and the sand gold instantly buried Zhongjue. The sand gold deep within the earth was instantly refined. "Sand gold magnet release, impressive!" Kakuzu exclaimed. Raza crossed his arms over his chest, his dim eyes fixed tightly on Orochimaru, exuding a cold murderous aura. Orochimaru smiled and said, "4th Kazekage, it has been 3 years since the Konoha Chunin exams, hasn't it?" Gee! Rosa's dark circles appeared, and the full power of the Shikuten magnet release was unleashed. A surging tide of Shikuten erupted from underground. Kankuro's dark green eyes trembled, ugh ugh ugh. Rosa's expression turned serious as he waved his palm. Magnet release, Shikuten Great Burial. Rumble. The wave of Shikuten poured down. Although the target was Orochimaru, everyone was enveloped within it. No one dodged because there was the safest shield before them, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto took off his black gloves, released the Rinnegan in his palm, and aimed at the falling Shikuten. Shinra Tensei. Smack! Directional repulsion scattered the Shikuten. Rosa's eyes tightened as he looked deeply at Naruto. Naruto said calmly, "You are Gaara's father, right?" "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the current Kazekage, and also Gaara's friend." Rosa's pupils suddenly contracted. "What did you say? Gaara became Kazekage? And made friends? How is that possible?" Grandma Chio smiled and said, "It's true, Rosa. That child is now the pride of Sunigakure, his virtues renowned throughout the ninja world. Especially this Uzumaki Naruto here, who, when Gaara was captured by Akatsuki and lost Shikaku, risked everything to rescue him from afar." Rosa asked in shock, "Grandma Chio, he lost Shikaku? How did he survive?" Akasa no Sasori said coldly, "It was this old lady who saved him with reanimation jutsu, even betting her life." Rosa was stunned. "You actually did such a thing?" Grandma Chio shook her head, "Sasori, don't say more. Even enemies were ignored." Rosa was immersed in shock. "I never truly understood Gaara, only treated him as a tool, never gave him a shred of fatherly love. Yet he overcame hatred, achieved success, and so many cherish him." Kiba hurriedly shouted to Naruto, "This is bad. Use the dead demon consuming seal quickly." If he breaks free from the reanimation jutsu, we'll be in big trouble. Naruto steadied his mind. Don't rush, wait a moment. After all, Raza is Gaara's father, and Naruto wanted to save the power of the dead demon-consuming seal. Raza looked up and asked Naruto, is Gaara here? Naruto answered truthfully, this is the rain-hidden village. Gaara is stationed at the sand-hidden village. He can't leave unless it's serious. Raza lowered his eyelids, is that so? He probably doesn't want to see me, his father, either. Naruto said emotionally, it's not like that. To be honest, Gaara's greatest regret is that he never got to be honest with you and get along well. A flicker of emotion passed through Rasha's eyes. Naruto continued to persuade, so, please stay. One day, I will make it possible for you and your father to meet. Besides, Your Highness Rasha, you died young, so you must have many unfinished wishes, right? Rasha lowered his head in thought. You were able to tame Orochimaru and Sasori, and even Granny Chiyo is willing to follow you, which shows you truly have talent. However, I have a question. Naruto smiled and said, please, go ahead. Rosa looked up, her expression complex. Grandma Chiyo said that Gaara was kidnapped by the Akatsuki and lost Shikaku. But why do most of you, including you, wear Akatsuki attire? Do you think that because I died early, I never dealt with the Akatsuki? The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Naruto shrugged helplessly, his Sharingan flashing as he prepared to use Koto Amatsukami. Just as the situation was about to reach its worst, Rosa changed her tone, so, when necessary, please tell me the twists and turns. Until then, I will wait patiently. The Sharingan faded, and Naruto smiled, of course, on behalf of Amagakure, I welcome your joining, Prince Gaara. The author says. Gaara returned to his place, and Kakuzu actively approached him. Fifth Kazekage, your gold dust magnet release is the most profitable ninjutsu. The desert in the land of wind hides a large amount of gold dust, so why is Sunagakure the poorest among the 5 great nations? Gaara sighed, my gold dust magnet release can indeed mine gold dust, but the desert is a resource of the land of wind. We have to pay at least 95% tax on the gold dust we extract. More importantly, we ninjas lack smelting technology and cannot refine pure gold, so we can only sell gold dust at low prices. The sales channels are also controlled by the land of wind, with high circulation costs, so we barely make any money and can only treat it as a side business. Kakuzu's eyes were deep. To put it bluntly, the daimyo of the land of wind does not want ninjas to earn money outside of missions, fearing they might get out of their control. Gaara nodded. The total number of ninjas including genin in the 5 great nations is only a few 100,000, while the population is in the billions, a huge disparity. Ninjas rely entirely on external supplies for living resources. Ninjas are just tools in the hands of the daimyo. Once funding is cut off, it's hard for us to survive. The so-called ninja world is actually just a comforting term used internally by us ninjas. Ordinary people never call this world the ninja world. Gaara's words revealed the hardships of this niche group of ninjas. It also explained why, despite their strong martial power, ninjas still have to obey the daimyo. Suddenly, the bandages unraveled, and an orange-haired Kunoichi appeared before everyone, wearing Sunegakure's forehead protector. Gaara's expression changed drastically. Yakura. Yakura is a scorch-release ninja from Sunegakure, skilled in scorch-release, oversteamed kill, powerful and hailed as a hero of the village. Unfortunately, she was deceived by the 4th Kazekage Gaara into going to Kirigakure, where she was ambushed and killed by Kirigakure ninjas disguised as allies, becoming a casualty of war. Her eyes were cold and resentful. Prince Gaara, long time no see. Naruto knew a bit about the grudge between the two and advised, Kazekage-sama, Yakura, please settle this privately. Grandma Chiyo also said, I'll accompany you to prevent any trouble. So, the 3 left privately to resolve this old grudge. Naruto quickly unwrapped the next bandage, revealing a delicate young boy wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Naruto was shocked. Uncle Shikako said all Konoha ninjas stayed in the village, so did someone slip through? At that moment, Edo Tensei Sai, riding a Sumi E-bird, shouted from the air, Shin. The boy before them was Root member Shin, not Uchiha Shin. Shin is Sai's older brother, a member of Root under Danzo, with a personality like Naruto's, very caring toward Sai. Due to harsh internal tests, Shin chose to end his own life to save Sai. His story is recorded in Sai's sketchbook. Naruto understood. Shin, you must have something to say to Sai. You two talk alone first. I respect your choice. Shin nodded in thanks, jumped onto the ink blackbird, and flew with Sai to a quiet place. Naruto unwrapped another bandage, revealing a person wearing a gas mask and the traditional attire of a rain-hidden ninja. This is Konan, what do you think? Naruto looked at Konan. Konan stepped forward, her orange eyes coldly saying, "This outfit probably means he's one of Hanzo's subordinates." Hanzo, ha! Naruto murmured to himself. It seems that he really isn't Hanzo's subordinate, just on a different side. If not handled well, problems will arise sooner or later. The subordinates of Hanzo, resurrected by Kabuto using Edo Tensei, should be quite powerful, right? Naruto asked, "What was your position under Hanzo?" The Rain Ninja replied, "I was the right-hand man." Naruto's eyes lit up. "You were Hanzo's right-hand man?" The Rain Ninja scratched his head, more precisely, the right-hand man of the right-hand man. Everyone thought to themselves, isn't that just a small-time lackey? It seems, like Chijaku, this right-hand man must be a failed product of Kabuto's Edo Tensei. Naruto rubbed his forehead. "Can you take off your mask so I can see your face?" The Rain Ninja shook his head. "No, I have principles. As a ninja, I will never take off my mask." Naruto smiled, quite the personality. "But sorry, your stance is against the rain hidden, and your strength isn't enough. I'll have to send you off with the Chidori." With that, Naruto dashed forward in a single step. The path of humans. Whoosh! The Rain Ninja's soul was pulled out from his body. Crack, crack! The gas mask shattered first. Naruto opened his eyes wide, trying to see his true face, but beneath the gas mask was yet another mask. The living sacrifice collapsed. Naruto sighed with a mix of helplessness and admiration. "You really have personality." Next, Naruto repeatedly hit a wall, encountering Kurosame Kurumuru and Mori Jinpachi from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielding the long sword Fushin and the explosive sword Hibana, respectively. These two had lived through the Bloody Mist era and had rebellious personalities. After subduing them with the Benten God, Naruto returned their ninja swords to them. Although he couldn't completely solve the problem, Naruto had used up all the Benten God techniques for the day. He gritted his teeth and refrained from further attacks, turning to handle other matters. At dinner in the evening, Konan brought news. Just as you suspected, Hiden's substitute was killed, and the one who did it was none other than Uchiha Obito. Naruto paused mid-bite, surprised. Obito acted faster than I imagined. Could he have teamed up with Kabuto? Konan said, "Kabuto seems to have gone traveling the ninja world with Sasuke, but the purpose is unclear." Chewing on his rice ball, Naruto's gaze grew deep. "If it's not Kabuto, then it must be Madara. If the two join forces, we have to be careful choosing the battlefield. The lands of small countries can't take much turmoil." Setting down his chopsticks, Naruto took the napkin Konan handed him to wipe his mouth. "Why not choose the land of lightning as the battlefield? It's vast and rich, perfect for reclamation. A fierce blaze burned an unknown skull. You once made outstanding contributions to Akatsuki. If there's blame Naruto. It was he who made you a threat to me." Uchiha Obito left these words and turned to enter the nest behind him. He had decided to join forces with Uchiha Madara to jointly suppress Uzumaki Naruto. By the candle holder, Uchiha Madara propped his cheek with one hand, glancing sideways at Obito, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. "Since you've obtained the blood and have such convenient techniques, in my opinion, you should have delivered a fatal blow long ago. As for the golem and the tailed beasts, just take your eyes back and release them." Obito flicked his cloak and slowly sat down, staring at the flickering candlelight, speaking softly. "I don't understand what Naruto's true intentions are." Madara was equally puzzled. In their first encounter, Naruto suppressed him under the sea with an ultra-heavy Chibaku Tensei, seemingly in full control. In the second battle, Naruto blocked his chakra points with the black rods and absorbed chakra using the Hungry Ghost Path. He could have completely drawn out Obito's soul with the human path, but didn't he? Instead, he warned him of Korazetsu's existence. Naruto said Korazetsu was Kagaya's will and had even altered the stone monument left by the Sage of Six Paths. Madara clenched his fist, shaken inside. If that was true, wouldn't the salvation path of the infinite Tsukuyomi be a lie? Would decades of effort all have been a joke? If Hashirama were aware underground, how could he save face? Back then, in front of the stone monument, he solemnly explained his understanding and even mocked Hashirama for not having the Sharingan, saying he couldn't see the true path. But now. No, I can't waver, can't turn back. Turning back is a dead end. The candle suddenly went out, and Obito looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" The fire was rekindled, and Madara had regained his cold and calm expression. "Naruto's motives can wait until after we've accomplished our main goal. What's more urgent now is something even more important than the Eye of the Moon plan. As long as my Rinnegan and the Nine Tails fall into Naruto's hands, the Eye of the Moon plan will have to be put on hold." Obito nodded. "You are right. But I have fought Naruto 3 times and lost each time. Every time, he breaks expectations with stronger chakra and new powers, and this time will likely be no exception. Madara asked, out of the 3 battles, which one were you closest to winning? Obito answered, to be precise, it was the second battle. At that time, he had not yet gained the power of the Uzumaki clan or the wood release of the Senju. If it weren't for Conan detonating the explosive tags under the rain curtain, the outcome would have been uncertain. Mentioning the explosive tag disguised as an ocean, Obito clenched his fists tightly. It was a shadow he could never shake off. Madara pondered, that means when he fought Naruto 3 times, he already possessed the powers of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, resulting in a leap in strength. The enhancement brought by elements was the most obvious, while ninjutsu and experience require long-term accumulation, making significant short-term progress difficult to see. Obito's face was dark. Madara raised his hand and said, then let's consider, what other key elements could significantly enhance his power? Obito blurted out, dojutsu and senjutsu. Madara smiled, Naruto is not the original owner of the Rinnegan. Do you know whose Mangekyo those are? Obito answered, Uchiha Shisui, a rare genius who awakened the Kotoama Tsukimi Dojutsu. Madara asked, did Shisui have any siblings? Obito shook his head, no, his parents died early. Uchiha Kagami was Shisui's grandfather, but the whereabouts of his eyes are unknown. Madara sat up straight, crossed his arms, and said intently, the grandfather never passed down the 3rd generation, which means Naruto might be able to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. But the Kotoama Tsukimi Dojutsu, as I know, without Hashirama's cells, can only be used once every 10 years or so, and at most twice a day. At that frequency, blindness is very unlikely. Blindness is the process of storing Dojutsu power. Without blindness, transplanting the eyes won't awaken the eternal Mangekyo. It's absolutely impossible in a short time. Madara summarized, so in terms of Dojutsu power, Naruto's improvement is limited. Obito thought for a moment, what about Susanoo? Frequent use could accelerate blindness, right? Madara laughed, Obito, your understanding of the clan's Dojutsu nature is still shallow. Susanoo only stores Susanoo's Dojutsu power and can be activated without using the eyes. To become completely blind, all Dojutsu power must be stored. He can't avoid the heavy use of Kotoama Tsukimi. Obito nodded, understood. Madara said seriously, then the key for Naruto's improvement is Senjutsu. He has already mastered the Senjutsu of Mount Myaboku, which is a foundation. Learning the other 2 great Senjutsu won't be difficult. Let's assume the worst case, Naruto has integrated all 3 great Senjutsu and acquired Hashirama-level free Senjutsu. His power will surely leap. Moreover, Naruto is cunning who knows what tricks he'll use. Although we are unwilling, even if we join forces, victory is not guaranteed. Obito said meaningfully, it's hard to believe that Uchiha Madara would say something that both praises others and belittles himself. Since you are so calm, you must have a countermeasure, right? Madara stood up, released the golem. Obito was surprised, what did you say? Madara said in a deep voice, the 8 tails is no threat to the current Naruto. Seal the 8 tails inside the golem, enhance the golem's power, and then use it to fight. Obito frowned, release the golem here? Aren't you afraid Naruto will try to summon the golem through his summoning jutsu and take it away? Knowing Naruto's style, he would really dare to do that. Madara taunted, so you're scared? Obito replied calmly, yes, I'm scared. The golem can't have any mistakes. This is crucial to the success or failure of the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara laughed, fortune favors the bold, Obito. Obito countered seriously, fine, if we're going to seal the 8 tails, that's acceptable. Both the golem and the 8 tails are in my spacetime dimension, let's go together. Or are you afraid that once you go in, you won't come out? The moment he said this, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Madara shrugged, I'm just making a suggestion that's beneficial to both sides, no need to take it so seriously. He sat back down and crossed his legs. Obito also sat down, if you don't trust going with me, I and Haiden will go in to seal it, but it will take a bit longer. Madara asked, how long? Obito answered, 6 days. Madara vetoed, too long. If you kill Haiden, Naruto will definitely realize you're making a move. Even if you and I team up, he can still anticipate it. If he's well prepared, our chances of winning are slim. Obito frowned, then what do we do? Madara sneered, child, why the rush? He stood up, supporting himself on the table. Since you want me to release the golem, it means I have a way to ensure Naruto can't summon it away. Black Zetsu, Haiden, prepare yourselves. Black Zetsu and Haiden emerged from underground. Obito asked suspiciously, what are you planning to do? Madara said calmly, you'll see soon enough. On the clearing outside the lair, Madara, Obito, Haiden, and Black Zetsu formed a quadrilateral and made hand seals, pressing their hands to the ground. A crimson wall rose up, forming a massive enclosed barrier, the Four Crimson Sun Formation. Obito exclaimed, "This is the legendary strongest barrier that requires 4 ninja with the strength of Hokage to activate. Its strength is more than 10 times that of the Uchiha Fire-style formation." "What next?" Madara said, "Inscribe your Kamui into the 4 red Young formation in the form of a cursed seal. This way, the space will be isolated, and Naruto won't be able to summon the demon statue." Obito thought to himself, so that's it, combining Kamui with the 4 red Young formation isolates space even more effectively than Kamui combined with the fire formation. Sizzle! Obito's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo, and the dark cursed markings surged from his palm into the ground, quickly spreading to the surrounding barrier walls. The space was firmly sealed, and the barrier was formed. Obito stood up and said, "In a sense, this barrier is like my own spacetime. Naruto really can't summon the demon statue." Madara ordered coldly, "Release the demon statue and the 8 tails." As Kamui was activated, the outer path demon statue and the 8 tails were successively released. Obito asked, "Do you want to seal the 8 tails while maintaining the barrier? That would be too much to handle at once. Even if we don't maintain the barrier, fully sealing the 8 tails would take more than 2 days." Madara, however, was unconcerned. It's not that complicated at all." Obito could hardly believe it. "What did you say? Your fake Rinnegan from the Impure World reincarnation can also control the Geto statue?" Madara's eyes turned cold as he looked at the chest of the outer path Geto statue, where protruded the Hashirama artificial body he had cultivated years ago using the outer path Geto statue in Hashirama's cells. That artificial body was not a white Zetsu in a sense, it was equivalent to Hashirama Senju himself, just without consciousness. Obito stared at it and asked, "You plan to use that artificial body? How?" Madara said calmly, "Didn't I teach you already? Just do it like this." He raised 2 fingers, and a black rod emerged from the artificial body's chest. Chakra flowed along the black rod, beginning to control the unconscious artificial body. The artificial body's hands slowly moved, forming hand seals in front of its chest. Madara said in a deep voice, "This artificial body was cultivated by the Geto statue and can synchronize with it. By controlling the artificial body with the black rod of the 6 paths technique, you can control the Geto statue." With a click, the outer path Geto statue opened its mouth and shot out the Geto chains, hooking the 8 tails necklace and dragging it forward. Uchiha Madara shouted dominantly, "Bring the pet home, it's a matter of minutes." With a thunderous sound, the 8 tails was swallowed by the Geto statue, completely absorbed in less than a minute. The Geto statue's mouth closed, the black rod in the artificial body's chest retracted, and the hand seals were released. After absorbing the 8 tails, the Geto statue's appearance remained unchanged, but its chakra greatly increased. Madara lowered his 2 fingers and said calmly, "See, problem solved." Black Zetsu sighed, "Lord Madara is truly formidable." Obito looked at Madara, shocked in his heart, "Maybe I have not only underestimated Naruto but also the man before me." Madara said, "Obito, take the Geto statue back. Use it the same way you use the 8 tails. With your current ocular power, you can definitely do it." The Kamui whirlpool spun as the outer path Geto statue was absorbed back into space, and the 4 red Young formation was lifted. Obito asked, "Madara, tell me the hand seals for the Impure World reincarnation." Madara raised an eyebrow, "What? Interested?" Obito replied, "A bit curious, can't I say?" Madara smiled, "It's no harm telling you." Madara told Obito the hand signs for the Impure World reincarnation technique and said, "Everything is ready, let's go to the Hidden Rain Village." But Obito said, "We can't go to the Hidden Rain Village." "Why? Afraid of fighting on their home ground? Anywhere else is fine, just not the Hidden Rain Village." "Then how do we get Naruto, who is skilled in Flying Thunder God, to fight?" After thinking, Obito said, "It's actually not that complicated. I know Naruto well. I'll send him a challenge directly, he'll definitely accept." Madara was unconcerned, "Alright, since we're trying to flush them out, let's do it your way. If he doesn't accept, we'll just go to the Hidden Rain Village directly." At dawn, a white Zetsu appeared at the entrance of the Hidden Rain Village. Naruto and Konan sensed it using the Rain Tiger Freedom technique and immediately rushed over. White Zetsu's expression was dull, clearly controlled by Obito's Genjutsu. "Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Obito challenges you. You can choose the location, but you must accept the fight. If you refuse, we'll force you to fight in the Hidden Rain Village." Konan sneered, "Let them come to the Hidden Rain Village. I'll go evacuate the villagers first." Naruto placed his hand on Konan's shoulder and said to White Zetsu, "Go back and tell Obito and Madara that I accept the challenge." See you in half an hour at the Wanha Plains in the Land of Lightning. White Zetsu agreed and quickly dove underground. He secretly rejoiced, luckily, I pretended to be controlled, or else I definitely wouldn't have escaped Naruto's deadly hands. Conan frowned tightly, are you really going alone? At least take Lady Mizuto with you. Naruto shook his head, maybe they'll use a feint attack. Grandma Mizuto will stay in the village, I feel more at ease that way. Conan looked at Naruto's profile, helpless yet affectionate. The excitement on your face makes you look like a child eager for battle, getting more and more enthusiastic about fighting. She warned, go carefully. If you can't win, use Flying Thunder God to return to the village. With our strength, we won't lose to those two. Haiden isn't dead yet, and Obito's blood is still in our hands, they have no chance of winning. Naruto laughed and said, that's right, Sister Conan, you go back to the village, have some tea, and wait for the news. As soon as he finished speaking, a round fan unfolded behind Naruto, his fire cloud robe fluttered, and he transformed into a flash of flying thunder godlight and disappeared. Elsewhere, Obito asked Madara, should I use Kamui to send you over? Madara replied, no need. I had Black Zetsu leave marks in the 5 great nations' capitals. I'll use Flying Thunder God myself and take the opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way. Obito smiled, you're really bored. Let's split up. I'll wait for you outside the Wanha Plain, and we'll enter the battlefield together. After saying that, he withdrew his gaze, and the Kamui vortex absorbed him into his body. Madara's lips curled slightly, this brat is really cautious everywhere. After dealing with Naruto, next up is you, Obito. Whoosh! He vanished in the light of the Flying Thunder God. Wanha Plain, Land of Lightning. Uzumaki Naruto stood alone, facing the Uchiha duo, the decisive battle about to erupt. Author's note. Wanha Plain is not far from Kumogakure, originally an open flatland, but due to frequent lightning strikes, the terrain became uneven, hence the name Wanha 10,000 Ravines. In the center of the plain stood 3 mountains of equal height, forming a triangular encirclement. Naruto sat atop the southern mountain, facing the wind, waiting for the Uchiha duo to arrive. The sun rose, and on Thunder Mountain, the Kumogakure Umbu patrolled as usual. A ninja stood on a tree branch using binoculars to observe, suddenly fixing his gaze on the central mountain of Wanha. There's someone on that mountain, he shouted nervously to his companion below. His companion was alert, only a ninja could get there. Let's see which village they're from, daring to trespass on our territory. Through the binoculars, the person was wearing Akatsuki attire. Akatsuki, the ninja on the tree exclaimed. What? The companion jumped onto the tree trunk and took the binoculars, his face instantly turning pale, not just Akatsuki. It's Akatsuki's #1 rogue ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Is it the rogue ninja who attacked the village twice, broke into Hell Valley to ambush the Raikage, and led a group to illegally land on Paradise Island? Not only that. He seized the position of the reigned hidden village's leader, Samui, Kamui, Omoi, and others were captured, their fate unknown. Even Lord Darui suffered misfortune. He is our Cloud Hidden Village's #1 enemy. What should we do? Hurry and report to Lord Raikage. A leaf fell with the wind, and Naruto picked it up, playing with it. Suddenly, Obito in a black robe descended from the northern left hill, his demeanor calm. Naruto lowered his head and asked, are you alone? Obito replied indifferently, you expected I wouldn't come alone, otherwise I wouldn't have had White Zetsu relay the message saying I and Madara are together. Naruto looked up, you misunderstood, I was asking if that curly-faced White Zetsu didn't come with you? Obito's pupils contracted slightly, then he calmed down immediately, oh, you mean Ife? He won't be participating in this battle. Naruto dropped the chipped leaf blade and slowly stood up, what a pity, I was quite looking forward to seeing it. Suddenly, a kunai landed on the right mountain peak to the north, and Uchiha Madara appeared. Naruto was surprised, oh? My Flying Thunder God, you can use it too? But is it okay to use this before the battle even starts? Madara stood firm, arms crossed over his chest, calmly saying, there's no need to hide anything. The 3 of us all know spacetime ninjutsu. If we keep dodging and hiding, this fight will never end. Naruto laughed, it wouldn't be bad if it never ends, we could enjoy the fun of fighting even more. Madara chuckled lightly, if it were just you and me, that would be fine. But this time, I'm teaming up with Obito, and we're determined to take you down. Let us set a rule, no matter how the battle goes, no one is allowed to use spacetime ninjutsu to escape. Naruto smiled and said, that's what you say, but when life and death are at stake, the body always has instinctive reactions. Suddenly, Madara said, there's a scheming man in Konoha who invented the Tongue Calamity Curse seal. Have you heard of it? Naruto thought for a moment, oh, that's recorded in the Book of Seals. It's a curse that brings disaster upon oneself if one breaks an oath. Danzo and the Root Organization's tongue calamity eradication technique seems to have evolved from that. Madara proposed, the three of us use the tongue calamity curse seal together, swear a deadly oath, and guarantee no one will run away. How about it? Naruto shrugged, I don't mind. But you two teaming up to challenge me is unfair in itself. Madara asked, then what do you want to do? Naruto raised a finger, you have to add a condition, no matter the outcome of the battle, neither of you can attack Amagakure or Konoha. If you agree, I'll agree too. Obito and Madara exchanged a glance and nodded, alright, we agree. Then let us begin. The three simultaneously performed the tongue calamity curse seal and swore their oaths. Naruto said, I, Uzumaki Naruto, swear that no matter how dire this battle becomes, I will never use space-time ninjutsu to escape the Valley of 1,000 Hollows, or else I shall meet a terrible end. Obito said, I, Uchiha Obito, swear that I will never use space-time ninjutsu to escape the Valley of 1,000 Hollows, and regardless of victory or defeat, I will never attack Amagakure or Konoha, or else I shall meet a terrible end. Madara said, I, Uchiha Madara, swear that I will never use space-time ninjutsu to escape the Valley of 1,000 Hollows, and regardless of the outcome, I will never attack Amagakure or Konoha, or else even as an Edo Tensei, my soul will be shattered and never revived. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. As soon as the oaths were made, a pitch-black curse seal immediately appeared on each of their tongues. Madara laughed, I can't wait any longer, let's begin. Gurgle gurgle. At that moment, the people of the Cloud Village pulled a carriage and suddenly burst into the Wanha Plain. Clang clang clang. The terrain was rugged, the carriage jolted violently, but the fourth Raikage, sat steady as a mountain, eyes wide open, angrily cursing, Damn Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you bring the Akatsuki to rampage in the Cloud Village, not taking this old man seriously at all. Madara asked coldly, who is that? Obito answered, the fourth Raikage. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain, the Raikage stood up and roared, today, none of you will leave, this old man will eliminate you one by one. Although Naruto was surprised that the Raikage adapted so quickly to the super heavy body, this situation was not something he could intervene in. He hurriedly advised, retreat quickly, you're not qualified for this stage yet. The Raikage shouted angrily, shut up. Today, I'm here to ruin the show. Boom! Lightning release, lightning flash exploded, the 10-ton body crushed the carriage and slowly charged toward the mountain where Madara stood. Madara muttered, the slowest Raikage I've ever seen. Susanoo appeared, transforming into a deep blue skeleton. The Raikage threw a punch, and the bones instantly shattered. Madara frowned, this power is off. The Raikage's feet landed, and half of the mountain cracked open suddenly. He roared wildly as he charged, the skeletal Susanoo shattered, and his fist aimed straight at Madara's face. I see, super heavy rock style, the technique of Iwagakure Sanoki, nothing special. Madara's gaze sharpened. Raikage's pupils constricted, his body froze, falling into an illusion. The mountaintop collapsed, and Raikage lost his footing and fell. Damn it, hit by a mere Rinnegan Genjutsu. Raikage crashed heavily to the ground, unable to get up. The ninja from Kumogakure hurriedly carried him off the battlefield. The brief incident quickly ended. Madara sneered coldly, how much skill do you think this Raikage has? Not even good for warming up, truly embarrassing. He formed hand seals, his voice steady, the insignificant players have exited, the main event begins. Naruto, if you lose, hand over the Rinnegan and the 9 tails. Fire release, great fire annihilation ignited. There is no hope left in the ninja world, only the Eye of the Moon plan can bring salvation. Naruto, you are obstructing everyone's happiness. Obito formed hand seals, Kamui spun, and a storm suddenly rose. Fire release, storm wild dance erupted. The two prodigies' fire styles intertwined, blazing flames roaring. Naruto showed no fear, counterattacking with fire release. Fire release, toad oil flame bomb exploded loudly. 3 streams of flames suddenly collided, instantly dyeing the sky over the Wanha Plain a deep crimson. The bloody battle officially began. Author's note. The 3 great fire styles merged into a massive fireball, instantly engulfing the mountaintop where the 3 stood. The 3 simultaneously leapt back, the waves of fire blocking their sight. Naruto opened his war fan in hand, gripping it tightly in readiness, eager to strike. So, where will the next attack come from? Boom! Above the sea of fire, Madara rode the complete form of Susanoo, flying rapidly. Naruto exclaimed, hey, starting off this intense? Crack crack! Susanoo formed 2 swords with both hands, Uchiha Madara made hand seals with both hands. Fire release, flame blade. Blazing flames instantly wrapped around the twin blades, the fire so hot it almost engulfed the entire blade. Madara looked down at the earth, his gaze sharp. Naruto has already mastered the power of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, his chakra is abundant and recovers quickly. I must use the advantage of stable chakra from the Edo Tensei body to maintain high-pressure attacks, effectively weakening Naruto's chakra and creating opportunities for Obito. Swish swish swish. Susanoo wielded the twin flaming swords, continuously slashing through the air. Susanoo, Crimson Lotus Slash. The fiery red slashes, like lotus petals, came one after another, carving cracks into the ground, from which molten hot air surged out, as if the earth itself was bleeding. These areas became forbidden zones. Naruto switched to Nine Tails chakra mode, moving through the scorching air cautiously, alert for any surprise attacks from Obito. Boom 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 boom. The slashes in the sky grew denser. Although it was difficult to hit Naruto, the cracks on the ground kept increasing, gradually compressing the space Naruto could dodge in. Ordinary ninjutsu was useless against stopping Madara piloting the complete Susanoo. Naruto's mind lit up. I see, Madara wants to force me to use high chakra consuming ninjutsu. If it were a one-on-one fight, I could unleash freely, but having to guard against Obito's ocular powers at the same time is like slow suicide. Then I'll try using small to win big. Earth release, clay drop. The sky partially changed color, large amounts of clay descended from above, directly smashing into the back of Susanoo. Madara looked coldly. That's clay drop, one of Konoha Umbu's secret earth release techniques. You want to use small to win big, but this is too childish. Besides ruining the aesthetics, it's completely useless. Naruto changed his hand seals. Earth release, steel puppet technique. This was a secret technique Naruto learned during his visit to Iwagakure, additionally taught by the Earth Shadow Inoki, able to create hard stone statues using earth release. Crack, crack. The clay quickly gathered, shaped, and solidified into a huge stone statue. Although its size and strength were far inferior to the complete Susanoo, using it at a critical moment had an astonishing effect. Crunch, crunch. The statue straddled the back of the Susanoo, firmly grabbing both wings with its hands, instantly disabling its ability to fly, causing it to fall to the ground. Poof. Madara snorted coldly, controlling the Susanoo to swing its quenched great sword, swiftly slashing at the statue behind it, instantly destroying it. But the Susanoo had already descended to a low altitude. At this height, even ordinary wood release can take effect. Naruto clasped his hands together. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Rumble rumble, rows of wooden dragons sprouted from the ground, tightly wrapping around the Susanoo's limbs and torso. Madara sneered, that kid Naruto has a new trick again. He is on the ground but can create statues hundreds of meters in the air. Suddenly, a space-time vortex spun, and Obito appeared behind Naruto, his left eye locking onto Naruto's unguarded head. Kamui. Amid the piercing sound of the wind, Naruto vanished instantly, reappearing in another spot, Kamui failing to hit. Naruto sneered, Obito, I've already sensed your restless malice. Obito's Susanoo transformed into a Karasa Tengu form, condensing a Magatama in his hand, locking onto Naruto, charging to throw it. Nine Tails Kamui Magatama. If you don't abandon your chakra clone, you'll be trapped in spacetime. Naruto moved quickly, the Magatama shadowing him like a shadow. This move doesn't work on you, and it won't work on me either. His eyes fixed on the Magatama, hands forming seals. Wood release, shadow stake technique. Boom! A wooden stake burst out from the ground, its shadow extending and connecting to the shadow of the Magatama. The Magatama continued its pursuit, the shadow stretching longer. Naruto quickly retreated, but was still caught up by the Magatama. Just as the Magatama was about to hit, it stopped right in front of Naruto's eyes. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. How is this possible? Naruto's gaze was firm. The Nine Tails Kamui Magatama can penetrate objects outside the target, just like your own Kamui technique. But as long as there is a shadow, the Nara clan's shadow technique can take effect. The Magatama's shadow being stretched that's its maximum flight range. Obito sneered, I see, shadows. You combined wood release and shadow techniques to affect the Nine Tails Kamui Magatama. Unexpected, but you still underestimate me, Naruto. His left eye suddenly locked onto the wooden stake 100 meters away. Kamui. The wooden stake was destroyed, instantly shifting into the spacetime dimension. The Shadow's restriction was lifted, and the Nine Tails Kamui Magatama charged straight at Naruto. Obito roared, now, what will you do? Naruto calmly raised his hand, making the classic hand sign. Secret technique, inorganic mind transfer. His spirit left his body and entered the Nine Tails Kamui Magatama. Obito's face changed drastically, my connection to the Nine Tails Kamui Magatama is cut off. Susanoo broke free from the wooden dragon's restraint, and Madara fell to the ground. He muttered softly, "That's inorganic mind transfer. Earlier, he temporarily took away my Susanoo technique. This time, even Obito was caught? The divine tool was taken, but it's fine. Obito is a Kamui user, the Magatama is useless to him, and even if it hits, it has no effect." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth. Besides, after using this move, Naruto's spirit will temporarily leave his body. If we don't strike now, then when? Before he finished speaking, Madara used the Flying Thunder God Kunai to quickly rush toward Naruto. In the next moment, the Nine Tails Kamui changed direction and blocked Madara's attack head-on. Using this move? Madara squinted, abruptly stopping and retreating. "Obito, I'll hold this Magatama back. You quickly take down Naruto. His spirit isn't in his body." "Understood." Obito swiftly charged toward Naruto. The Nine Tails Kamui Magatama said, "Mom, it's up to you." Outside Naruto's body, the golden Nine Tails chakra suddenly turned blood red, resembling a chili pepper. Obito frowned, "This chakra." Naruto closed his eyes and opened them again, calmly staring at the outstretched palm, but his voice had changed to a deep female tone, "Obito." Obito's hand stopped, his eyes trembling, "Master's wife." Laughter came from the shadows. "Heh, so it's true. Last time Naruto said you were residing in his Nine Tails chakra, I thought he was lying to me." Obito clenched his fist, tears glistening in his eyes. "Master's wife, do you hate me?" Kushina said in a deep voice, "You did this because of Rin, right? You took out your anger on Minato for not arriving in time, but actually..." Obito interrupted, "I know about Rin. It wasn't the teacher's fault. The fault lies with this world full of conflict, hatred, and lies. I want to cut off all these causes and effects at the root." Kushina questioned, "So you caused the Nine Tails incident 16 years ago?" Obito said righteously, "Master's wife, I never intended to harm you back then, only because the Nine Tails I needed was hidden inside you. When a female Jinchuriki is about to give birth, the seal loosens, and I had no choice but to make you the sacrifice. Minato is your husband and also the Hokage of Konoha. Our positions were different, we became enemies, and I had no choice but to eliminate him." Kushina's expression darkened, "No choice." Obito smiled sickly, "Yes, no choice. You became the Nine Tails Jinchuriki unwillingly as well. Konoha, the ninja world, forced this on you without considering your wishes. All this helplessness ultimately turned us teacher and student into enemies. In this absurd ninja world, this is a curse. So, I must end it." Kushina questioned, "After taking the Nine Tails, why didn't you leave to plan the Eye of the Moon plan, but instead went straight to Konoha, manipulating the Nine Tails to wreak havoc?" Obito was silent for a moment. Kushina pointed at Obito through Naruto's hand, striking at the core, "You still harbor hatred in your heart, so you took the Nine Tails during my childbirth, destroyed Konoha, and let other villages seize the opportunity to rekindle war and vent your hatred." Obito was speechless. Kushina said softly, "At that time, you were not a dreamer, but an avenger." Obito said bitterly but firmly, "Shinobi wife, you are better at preaching than teacher Minato. Whether chasing dreams or seeking revenge, it won't change my determination to carry out the Moon Eye plan." Kushina said sadly, "If we weren't so shallow, if we had seen through your mask back then, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. Even so, I still hope you stop and don't disappoint Rin. Is what you are doing now what she wants to see?" Obito closed his eyes. At that moment, Naruto's spirit occupied Obito's Yata Mirror Magatama, relentlessly pursuing him. Madara dodged and counterattacked Susanoo through the Yata Mirror Magatama, but it was pierced through by Naruto's Magatama. So that's it, Obito's divine tool can penetrate everything, cannot be intercepted, and after being hit, it transports to his spacetime dimension. The best counter is to use spacetime ninjutsu to leave the battlefield, but Naruto used 2 countermeasures in a row, clearly well prepared. Madara thought, "I am an Edo Tensei, being hit means being transported to Obito's spacetime. Obito is my ally, so no problem, but..." Suddenly, a white spirit appeared on the swirling black Magatama, transforming into Naruto's upper body, teasing, "After being transported, whether you can get out depends entirely on Obito's mood. That must hurt your pride, right? Naruto, trying to guess my thoughts is foolish and dangerous." Madara shouted coldly, and Susanoo's blade swept backward. Naruto's spirit hurriedly withdrew into the Magatama. Madara looked back while running toward the distance, where the Naruto surrounded by red chakra appeared. The Nine Tails chakra suddenly turned red, obviously not Naruto's. This means another spirit is still residing inside Naruto? So when facing 2 people, he actually dared to use inorganic mind transfer. Madara frowned tightly, but after all, that is not Naruto himself controlling it. This once in a millennium opportunity, what on earth is that Obito guy stalling for? Uchiha Obito opened his eyes, his gaze cold and resolute. Whether the result is what Rin wants to see is not important. The key is that in the infinite dream, Rin's tragedy will not happen again, and that is enough. He suddenly took a swift step forward, his palm reaching straight for Naruto. Bear! 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 Four red chakra hands burst out from the chakra cloak outside Naruto's body, rushing straight ahead. Obito's eyes narrowed. You know I must materialize when I touch? Fine. Susanoo unfolds, blocking the chakra hand, the 10 directions divine sword condenses, suddenly stabbing forward. Swish! A flash of red light, Naruto instantly switches positions. Using body flicker technique to dodge the 10 directions divine sword, the speed of the 9 tails mode is indeed astonishing. But I won't give you a second chance. Sizzle! Obito's right eye locks onto the position where Naruto was just moments ago. Yumitaryu! A white whirlpool begins to spin. Naruto inside the Yata mirror of the 9 tails Kamui sees, that's Yumitaryu, the time has come. Whoosh! The Naruto inside Kushina is forcibly rewound back to the original spot. Almost simultaneously, the inorganic heart turns off, and Naruto's spirit returns to his body. Boom! The 10 directions divine sword pierced the earth, unleashing divine power that swept up large amounts of soil and rock. Obito coldly watched the flying thunder god escape with Naruto in the distance, really troublesome. Kushina said dejectedly, Naruto, sorry, mom couldn't convince Obito. Naruto comforted her, it's okay, changing someone isn't done overnight. I believe this conversation has already planted a wedge in his heart. Boom! Madara landed beside Obito, coldly saying, you acted too slowly, Obito, wasting a perfect opportunity. Obito glanced at him sideways. If you had deliberately let the Kamui Magatama hit me, I could have used Kamui to teleport directly in front of you. The two of us working together, how could we have let her go? Or were you worried about that insignificant face? Poof! Madara snorted coldly, forget it, what's done is done. No use talking. Let's get serious, bring out the scroll. Whoosh! Obito said no more and released a huge scroll from the spacetime dimension. Clatter! Madara unrolled the scroll and pressed it down. Summoning technique. Bang 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 bang. White smoke rises, and one by one, colossal figures take shape, neatly lined up on the battlefield. Hey hey hey! Is this for real? Even Naruto was stunned by this spectacular scene. Madara stood up. These are the 108 wooden puppets I prepared in advance, sealed in scrolls. Naruto laughed, don't scare me. Although the Edo Tensei body doesn't consume chakra, the chakra peak doesn't change, you can't control so many wooden puppets. Is that so? Madara's lips curled slightly. Rustle rustle rustle. A tree trunk sprouted from Obito's right shoulder, connecting to Madara's chest and extending straight to Hashirama's face. This way, Obito's and my chakras synchronize, and then. Madara raised 2 fingers. Crackling sounds. Black rods of the 6 paths technique emerged from behind the 108 wooden puppets. Obito formed hand seals with both hands and said in a deep voice, this way, I can transmit the chakra of the outer path Geto statue through spacetime to the wooden puppets and control them. Buzzing. The wooden puppet's eyes lit up with golden light, all activated. Sweat appeared on Naruto's forehead as he clenched his fists. This is no joke. The Uchiha duo, imposing and fierce. This is the outer path, 108 wood clone formation, Uzumaki Naruto, prepare yourself. Madara said coldly, begin. Boom. 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 108 wooden puppets stomped forward, shaking the earth and sky. The visual impact alone was enough to instill fear in ordinary ninjas. Naruto was first shocked, then calmly analyzed. The wooden puppet's chakra comes from the outer path Geto statue, Obito only transmits it, Madara controls them, their consumption is not large. Use that move? Forget it, even if it could solve it, the chakra consumption is too great, and I would be at a disadvantage. With their trick of manipulating the wooden puppets using the outer path puppet technique, their real trump card hasn't been revealed yet. I can't show my hand so easily. The black rods controlling the wooden puppets are Madara's 6 paths technique. Obito must form hand seals with both hands to transmit chakra, which means he has to maintain a physical form. Madara and Obito are connected by wood release, greatly reducing their mobility. Not fighting the wooden puppets head-on, but striking directly at the core is the best strategy. Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Bang! A summoning giant bird appeared amidst smoke, carrying Naruto into the sky, preparing for a sneak attack. Madara looked up and said, Naruto seems to have found a breakthrough. Obito said in a low voice, I can't separate my hands, or the chakra transmission will be cut off. We're still connected by wood release, our movements are restricted, and we can't catch up to Naruto. Madara whispered, no choice, leave the 8 wooden puppets to guard. Thud. The 8 wooden puppets retreated to Madara and Obito's side, tightly forming an ironclad formation, surrounding them completely. Madara smirked, 100 wooden puppets, that should be enough to keep him busy. Whoosh! Naruto flew past on the giant bird, looking down at the dense wooden shadows below, laughing, a bunch of wooden blocks can't even fly. Wooden puppet A firmly lowered its center of gravity, clasping its hands together. Wooden puppet B stepped on puppet A's hands, using the leverage to leap. Puppet A forcefully lifted, helping it soar. Puppet B jumped, stepping on puppet A's shoulder, then jumped again, making a scrape sound as it leapt toward 100 meters high. The over-the-shoulder wooden dragon rapidly extended. Naruto gathered a massive raisin shuriken in his palm, striking back the wooden dragon. Aiming at the wooden puppets below, he followed up with a Shinra Tensei. With a tremendous explosion, the wooden puppet fell in response. More wooden puppets bounced up and down, intertwining into a wave. The giant bird carrying Naruto circled higher in the sky. The wooden puppets quickly gathered, stacking like a human tower, higher and higher. The puppet at the top leapt, directly attacking Naruto, swinging a heavy hammer with both hands. Boom! The giant bird was shattered, smoke spreading. Naruto jumped down, activating the Rinnegan's Deva path, manipulating a force field to float. The Nine Tails chakra cloak blossomed, a golden giant hand extended, grabbing a wooden puppet. Naruto quickly formed Hand Seal's Earth Release, ultra-light rock technique. The wooden puppet instantly became as light as a feather. Naruto lifted it, aiming at the stacked wooden puppet human tower below. Changing the Seal's Earth Release, ultra-heavy rock technique. The wooden puppet instantly became extremely heavy, breaking free from Naruto's chakra grip, and fell heavily. Rumble! The nearly 1,000-meter-high wooden puppet human tower instantly collapsed. The wooden puppets scattered like dumplings, and the heavy wooden puppet smashed through more than a dozen puppets, severely damaging the ground, creating a bottomless human-shaped pit. The earth shook and the sound lasted for a long time. Inside the wooden puppet ironclad formation, Obito coldly said, "Look how much fun he's having. If we don't target his flight, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage." Madara smiled calmly, "Why rush? The puppet's chakra is still abundant." Obito frowned, "The puppet's chakra is the 10 tails chakra, I don't want to waste it. Stop playing around, use your most brutal methods to deal with him." Madara laughed, "Brutal? This is called the aesthetics of violence." Susanoo rises, transforming into a 3-faced head deity. Madara forms Hand Seals and unleashes Super Heavy Rock, Heavenly Obstruction Tremor Star. Boom! The sea of clouds is torn apart, a massive meteor that blocks the sky and sun is weighted 1,000 times heavier, roaring down with black streaks. Obito nervously says, "Once that thing falls, we're done for." Madara calmly replies, "Naruto won't let it fall. The hidden cloud village is nearby. Besides, he has been sparing you all, and this time won't be any different." Obito snorts coldly, "Using the enemy's mercy like that is really despicable, Madara." Madara is unfazed, "War is like that." Naruto's gaze is deep as he stares at the meteor. If he really wanted to stop it, there are at least 10 ways he could easily do it. By the rules, you can't use space-time ninjutsu to escape battle. Such a world-shattering move only has one possibility: Madara must believe I'll desperately block the meteor. He really has me figured out. But honestly, Uzumaki Naruto, will outlive you. As an old fox, I'm even more cunning than you. A sly smile appears at the corner of Naruto's mouth. You think I'll block it? Well, I won. Whoosh! The next second, Naruto falls headlong toward the ground without looking back. Obito's eyes narrow. Naruto, is he crazy? Madara frowns deeply. He really intends to do this? Whoosh! The super heavy meteor is flying toward the 10,000 Valleys plain. If not stopped, it will strike in seconds, and even the 1,000 Thunder Mountain where the hidden cloud village lies won't escape the catastrophe. But Naruto remains unwavering. Madara clenches his fists, he is serious. Obito urgently says, "Stop him quickly." Swish! Madara's Susanoo swings, and his hand seals change. Earth Release, ultra-lightweight heavy rock technique. Buzz! The meteorite's weight suddenly decreases, stopping just 50 meters above the ground. Thud! A kunai is driven into the bottom of the meteorite. Naruto swiftly moves behind and quickly forms hand seals, pressing his palm against the kunai. Obito's eyes tense. What exactly is he trying to do? Madara gazes intently. At this height, even with ultra heavyweight, the meteorite's destructive power only affects the wooden dummy directly below. Earth Release, ultra heavy rock technique. Buzz. The meteorite becomes heavy again, crashing down to the ground, delivering a devastating blow to the wooden dummy. The earth trembles continuously. Madara speaks softly, he's counterattacked. This formation no longer needs chakra transmission, it's already ruined. Obito releases the hand seals, and the wood connecting his right shoulder to Madara's chest breaks. Boom! 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 The formation of 8 wooden dummies collapses. Slash! The wind fluttered the clothes. Naruto stood alone, looking down at the two geniuses. Obito gripped his shoulder tightly. Tactics 1T work. Obito, unleash the trump card. Obito confirmed, are you sure? Right here? Uchiha Madara said seriously, yes, right now. Obito sighed helplessly, alright, an ancestor like me forced into a desperate situation. The two resolved to use their trump card. Fa and Black Zetsu appeared on the ground. A large number of white Zetsu immediately appeared, surrounding Naruto in a circle. Naruto tilted his head, what's the meaning of this? One white Zetsu honestly said, Obito and Madara are about to unleash their trump card. Fa and Black Zetsu are here to assist, we're responsible for dragging you down and preventing your interference. Naruto suddenly understood, oh, so it's a cannon fodder tactic, but this doesn't seem quite by the rules, does it? Another white Zetsu sneered, rules? Our battle agreement doesn't say we can't call for outside help. Naruto said quietly, indeed, it seems there's no such rule. Another white Zetsu mocked, you can also go back to the rain-hidden village for help. Don't forget you're restricted by the tongue curse seal, you can't return until the fight is over. The white Zetsu all chimed in, we've scouted, you're the only one here. Hurry back and call for reinforcements. Go quickly. Naruto calmly took off his war fan, bound the handle with the diamond seal, and said coldly, you can't even protect yourselves, yet you're here boasting. The white Zetsu were furious, you know well what you've done. We white Zetsu swear to be your enemies to the death. Even cannon fodder has pride. Even if you kill me, you must not disgrace me. Charge. Each of us will drown this yellow-skinned rat in one breath. They rushed forward recklessly. Naruto sighed, to be honest, after fighting you all for so long, not a single one of you has bowed your head to beg for mercy. You really have some backbone. Actually, I don't even have the heart to kill you, I even want to recruit you as my subordinates. Delusional. Everything exists within infinite Tsukuyomi, so stop struggling. Uzumaki Naruto, we, the white Zetsu, will never bow to you, even in death. That's truly a pity. Purple lightning ran along the chains wrapped around the fan. Naruto swung the fan, and the chains emitted a thunderous sound. Thunder roar Vajra fan. Amid screams, the white Zetsu fell to the ground one after another. Taking this opportunity, Madara, Obito, Sai, and Black Zetsu took their positions and jointly unleashed. Barrier 4 Crimson Sun Formation. A crimson barrier rose, separating Naruto and the white Zetsu. Obito pressed his palm to the ground, the Kamui spacetime seal entwining the barrier wall, isolating the inner and outer spaces. Madara said, this way, we won't be ambushed by summoning. Release it. Obito freed the outer path Geto statue's spacetime, leaving a shadow clone to guard the formation, and Madara also left a wood clone. The two originals leapt onto the statue's head, wooden branches sprouting from Madara's chest and Obito's shoulder, connecting atop the statue's head. The outer path Geto statue broke its chains and stood tall and imposing. Madara glanced sideways, the statue's size far exceeds the 9 tails. I alone am not enough for this move, the two of us must combine to summon Susanoo, giving it our all. At this point, how could I hold back? Obito's eyes widened, the pitch-black Susanoo chakra spreading like armor, covering half the statue. Poof. Madara's lips curled slightly upward, sky-blue Susanoo chakra armor covering the other half of the outer path Geto statue. Half sky-blue, half pitch-black, the two-tone armor fit perfectly, wrapping the statue flawlessly. Madara pondered, this alone isn't enough. Obito, engrave your Kamui spacetime seal onto the Susanoo armor. Obito did not hesitate, no need to tell me, I've already prepared it. A dark seal rapidly spread, flickering patterns appearing on the full-body Susanoo armor. Madara smiled with satisfaction, from the Warring States era until now, the most terrifying weapon has been born. Its combat power definitely surpasses the 10 tails, second only to the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Even Hashirama would be helpless. Obito agreed, exactly, this is our final trump card. Outer path Geto statue ascends to tribulation. Obito said calmly, disengage the 4 red young formation, it's no longer needed. Madara responded indifferently, there is a faster way. Susanoo condensed a sky-blue greatsword, and the outer path puppet swung the blade to strike the 4 red young formation. SSS the formation shattered instantly. Madara and Obito's clones immediately disappeared. Obito, be careful. Lord Madara, I wish you great fortune in battle. Afe and Kuratsuchi both retreated underground. Naruto, holding a war fan, stood before a ground littered with white Zetsu corpses, staring in shock at the scene before him. The puppet has absorbed 8-tailed beasts? Madara and Obito combined their power, covering the puppet with Susanoo. The power is earth-shattering. Boom! The armored puppet strode forward majestically, easily crushing the 8 wooden figures fallen before it. Madara said coldly, the battle only begins now. Naruto, show me your true skills. The Susanoo's faceplate opened, and together with the puppet opening its mouth, a terrifying tailed beast orb condensed in front of it. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply, a puppet that absorbed 8-tailed beasts. This tailed beast orb's power far exceeds Kurama's, second only to the 10 tails. The puppet swung its blade, inserting the blade into the center of the tailed beast orb. Obito said in a deep voice, Naruto, behind you is Mount Chisai, the location of Kyomogakure. The meteor just fell, and you deliberately held back because you saw through Madara's intentions, knowing we would intervene. But now it's different. If you run away, Kyomogakure will be instantly reduced to ashes. Boom! The tailed beast orb blasted forth. Naruto, cloaked in Kurama's chakra cloak, flashed swiftly in midair, formed hand seals, and tightly gripped the flying thunder god kunai spacetime barrier technique. ZZZ. The spacetime barrier rapidly expanded, and the tailed beast orb collapsed the moment it touched it. Whoosh! As the kunai disappeared, the tailed beast orb's attack was redirected. Boom 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 boom. Explosions thundered tens of kilometers away, fierce winds howled, and the blasts were unending. The 9 tails chakra retracted, the fire cloud robe fluttered, and Uzumaki Naruto's expression grew solemn. The time has come. Smack! He pressed his palms together, and the mask of the free life technique was about to appear. Crackling sounds, the free life technique chakra surged, transforming into a thunderous sonic boom. Rumble rumble. After decades, that spectacular scene reappeared in the ninja world. Immortal technique would release True Thousand Hands. On the Wanha plain, 2 colossal giants stood divided north and south, facing each other. Uchiha Obito was surprised, just sitting cross-legged and able to look eye to eye with the golem. Could that move be? Uchiha Madara calmly said, True Thousand Hands, would release immortal technique Hashirama used to counter the beast's difficulty. But I'm sure it can't break this golem's tribulation. Naruto whispered, so that's how it felt when Hashirama used it back then. Rumble rumble. The True Thousand Hands stood tall, its gaze shifting from eye level to looking down. Reaching almost to the clouds, Naruto murmured, True Thousand Hands is my first time using it in actual combat. Judging by Senju Hashirama's past achievements, this move is powerful but can't match the golem forged by 2 people's combined Susanoo. Without a new move, the chakra might be wasted. Madara and Obito put great effort into perfecting this move. It must be their strongest killing technique. The outcome is right before us. We can't hold back chakra. Snap! Naruto pressed his hands together again. Crack! On the elliptical board behind the True Thousand Hands, countless palms simultaneously flipped their wrists. Whoosh! A massive amount of immortal technique chakra was released from the palms, converging and spinning, compressed into countless immortal technique super large Rasengan. Obito and Madara on the golem were shocked. Obito sighed, that's the Rasengan, Naruto's signature ninjutsu. He can quickly produce Rasengan matching the number and size of the palms. Madara sneered, the chakra used to create these Rasengan probably exceeds that of the True Thousand Hands itself. A blood-red smile ignited in his eyes. In other words, Naruto's free life technique even surpasses Hashirama's? Fascinating. Boom! Madara didn't wait for Obito's response, manipulating the golem with one hand, stepping forward. Obito laughed, so restless, then I'll fully cooperate. Countless golem-tailed beast orbs embedded with Susanoo blades and Kamui shurikens surged forward like fish swimming upstream. Naruto shouted, come on! Top-level Buddha transformation heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Countless wooden palms holding giant Rasengan spiraled down like a shower of heavenly flowers. Boom 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 boom. Heaven and earth collided, all phenomena were annihilated, turning into terrifying chaos. Within the chaos, the roaring of Kamui whirlpools, the explosions of tailed beast orbs and Rasengan, the whistling of blades cutting through the air, and the rushing sound of wooden arms splitting currents echoed continuously. Both sides in the fierce battle were mentally tense and full of passion. This fight was unprecedented. No one dared to claim certain victory. Who could break through this chaos remained an enigmatic unknown. The momentum was so immense that it was deafening even 10 miles away. At the summit of Mount Thousand Thunder, Dota, the elite jonin of Yunnan village, stared fixedly at the horizon. What exactly is that? Could it be the end of the world? Dota clenched his fists tightly, his expression calm as if seeing through life and death. Not quite the end of the world, but this very well could be our end. The gathered ninja were terrified and uneasy. What should we do? Hide? Dota smiled bitterly. Hiding is useless. Once caught in it, you won't even feel pain. We can only pray that Yunnan village still has a fate. This man, who thought himself experienced, was utterly shocked at this moment. What are ninja villages? What are the 5 great nations? These people before him, if they wished, could destroy the world with ease. Our perspective is simply too narrow. Thinking of this, Obito fell silent in deep thought. Uzumaki Naruto chose to fight beneath the hidden cloud village. Is it to make us truly feel this grandeur and insignificance? Or is there a deeper meaning? The battle on the Wanha plain did not pause for the observer's contemplation. Rumble, rumble. In the end, emerging from the chaos were the wooden hands, half eliminated but still astonishing in number. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In front of the wooden hands, the massive-tailed beast Rasengan gathered once again. The heavenly maiden scatters flowers, blooming for the second time. Obito's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good. Retreat quickly. Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit was intense. Retreat where? Uchiha Madara, fight above all. Slash slash. The twin blades swung in the demon statue's hands, cutting like the wind, severing hundreds of wooden hands at the forearms. Naruto saw this and hesitated not for a moment. Boom! True Thousand Hands stepped forward, spreading his hands from his chest, quickly grabbing the twin wrists of the outer path demon statue. Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly maiden scatters flowers, crashing against the armor like a fierce wave, bursting into countless luminous mushrooms. Crack, crack. The outer path demon statue retreated step by step, the Susanoo armor cracking. Damn it! Obito waved his hand, and 10 pillars of lightning were released from the broken tail of the outer path demon statue. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. The small faces on True Thousand Hands' foreheads simultaneously sprayed out 5 powerful wind pillars. The wind pillars countered the lightning pillars, 5 against 10, the situation looking very favorable. Bang! The moment arrived. True Thousand Hands removed the backplate, moving out lightly. Clatter! 36 Vajra seals shot out from behind Naruto, aiming straight at the half-masked Susanoo demon statue. Smack! Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, his fighting spirit undiminished. Dozens of wooden dragons emerged from behind the outer path golem, rushing straight toward the chains. Crackling sounds as the chains skillfully wrapped around the wooden dragons. Wooden Cannon tightened the chains with her left hand, forcing the golem to step forward. With his right fist clenched, he gathered strength for a strike, smashing it into the golem's chest. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Super-weighted rock Vajra strength fist. Boom! The Susanoo chest armor shattered, the Vajra seal broke, the outer path golem staggered and fell, shaking the ground. Naruto leapt down from the top of the True Thousand Hands, his body inverted, swinging his palm. Super Shinra Tensei! Uchiha Madara was not to be outdone, striking out with the same move. Boom! Naruto's repulsive force was stronger, and the golem's armor was completely broken. Madara hurriedly jumped off the golem's head. This is bad, the protection is gone. Naruto could summon the golem at any moment. I have to retract it. Obito disregarded the danger, stabilized his stance, pressed one hand on the golem, and with his eyes divine power erupting, swept the golem away. Obito's chakra is extremely depleted. Madara's Edo Tensei chakra is stable, but he just used Super Shinra Tensei, exhausting the Deva Path's power. The remaining sage energy I have is only this. Naruto resolutely formed hand seals. Sage Art Myojin Gate. Boom! A crimson Tori descended from the sky, pinning Madara down. Madara laughed toward the sky. Ha, Naruto, you are the strongest ninja I have ever seen. The free immortal technique mask disappeared. Naruto was still catching his breath when he turned to Obito and praised, "You guys are really amazing, Obito." Obito bowed his head and hunched over, saying gloomily, "Don't rush to celebrate, Naruto." Naruto frowned. "I still have the real finishing move." Obito sneered, bloodshot eyes revealed. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan simultaneously activated Yamatsu Higuri, exhausting his ocular power but triggering an unsolvable effect. Yamatsu Higuri, time stop. Author note. Yamatsu Higuri, time stop. Sizzle. Centered on Obito, a large area turned gray, the air and sand all froze. The only thing moving was the caster, Obito. At the gray edges, Naruto's figure was frozen, his skeletal outline faintly visible. Obito was surprised. Oh? Just before time stopped, Naruto unconsciously activated Susanoo. His battle awareness is really strong. Tap. Obito stepped forward step by step, and the gray time stop area centered on him advanced accordingly. Madara, pinned under the Myojin gate, stared at the approaching gray area and said in a deep voice, "Obito, you never told me you had this move." Obito replied coldly, "Madara, I never considered you a partner. I originally planned to team up with you to defeat Naruto, then use this move to guard against you. But Naruto helped me deal with you, so I can safely use this move. Rest while I will complete the Moon Eye plan." You better be careful, Obito." Before Madara finished speaking, the gray time stop instantly enveloped him, freezing his figure and the smile at the corner of his mouth. Obito quickly rushed toward Naruto, thinking to himself, the time stop is limited. If Naruto activates Susanoo, I'll use this move to kill him. His black Susanoo transformed into the 10 Directions Godless Sword, stabbing straight at Naruto. Crack! Naruto's Susanoo was easily pierced by the sword's edge. The black sword almost penetrated his body. A fierce expression appeared on Obito's face. "It's over." Suddenly, Obito's movement froze, and the Susanoo disappeared. He clutched his right abdomen, blood staining his clothes, eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? Under the tall tower of Amigakure, the battlefield appeared in the crystal ball. Konan stood within the ritual circle, an iron spike piercing Heiden's lower back. Heiden cried out in pain, "Ichiki." He was engulfed in immense bliss. Konan cast a cold glance at the image in the crystal ball and whispered, "Your reinforcements have arrived." The iron spike twisted, tearing through Heiden's abdomen. Obito let out a piercing scream, collapsing into a pool of blood. His kaleidoscope eyes closed, the gray of time stop dissipated, and time resumed flowing. Everything returned to normal, except the fact that Obito was still injured. Panting, he looked up, sweat sliding down his cheek, fully realizing, so Heiden is still alive. You made a fake Heiden and even altered his memories. Truly flawless. Naruto's voice was low. "This is reality, Obito." Obito asked, "If you didn't have the Heiden card, how would you have dealt with that move just now?" Naruto answered without hesitation, "I just used Susanoo, and you saw how fast I reacted. Without Heiden, I would have directly activated Izanagi and given you one of my eyes." His gaze drifted toward the empty Myojin gate as he said softly, "It seems Madara really did that." Obito smiled bitterly, "Looks like I've completely lost, once again." Naruto smiled, "Didn't you say this was the last time?" The wind howled, leaves scattered, and the battlefield fell silent. Heiden emerged from underground, spreading his vine-like body, tightly wrapping around Obito. Obito, weak but resolute, said, "That's right, this is the last failure. Next time I will definitely win." Heiden wrapped Obito and retreated underground. Naruto did not stop him, only asked, "What if you lose again next time?" Obito replied calmly, "Then it proves that I, Uchiha Obito, am nothing more than this. What does it matter to hear your opinion?" After saying this, Obito left the battlefield. Naruto watched him leave, silently thinking, "Alright, I truly look forward to that day." The battle between Uzumaki Naruto and the Uchiha duo ended with Naruto's victory. In a dim cave, Madara leaned against the wall, his right eye now pale. The delayed activation of Izanagi, at the cost of sacrificing light, finally freed him from the constraints of the Myojin gate. Kuratsuchi sighed, "Lord Madara, although the Rinnegan is a false one created by Edo Tensei, the cost was too great." Madara responded in a deep voice, "There is nothing to regret now. More importantly, did you find what you were looking for?" Kuratsuchi nodded, "I did. With Kabuto away, I found it without any trouble." As Kuratsuchi raised his hand, a coffin rose to the surface. Madara stared at Kuratsuchi with his one eye and said coldly, "How did my body end up in Kabuto's hands? You owe me a reasonable explanation." Kuratsuchi remained expressionless. "Lord Madara, when Nagato used the Rinne Tensei to revive the Konoha ninja, Obito did not keep his promise. I had no choice but to deliberately guide Kabuto to discover your body and revive you through Edo Tensei. At least with you back, the situation can be prevented from worsening. I have no ill intentions toward you." Madara gazed at Kuratsuchi and finally toned down his aura. "Fine, let us assume that that's the case." Kuratsuchi asked, "Then why did you have me retrieve your body?" Madara's tone was astonishing. "I found a way to revive myself without relying on Rinne Tensei." Kuratsuchi was surprised, "Really?" Madara formed hand seals with 2 fingers, his left eye wide open. The path of hell. The statue of the King of Hell seemed to rise behind Madara. Madara stood up, threw the coffin containing his body into the mouth of the King of Hell statue, and formed hand seals again. Soul transformation technique. Madara's soul left his body and flew into the mouth of the King of Hell statue. The statue chewed on the coffin, then opened its mouth wide. Madara returned with a young, flesh and blood body, the face of Hashirama still on his chest. As he walked, his eyes shattered and peeled away, and the King of Hell statue behind him gradually went dark. Kuratsuchi bowed deeply. "Welcome back, Lord Madara." Madara bit his palm, tasted the burning hot blood, and a wild smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This is my blood, that's right. Finally freed from the shell of Edo Tensei, I've had enough of that uneventful life." Kuratsuchi asked, "What do we do next?" Madara pressed his hand to his chest, pondering, "I need to obtain the power of Sage Jutsu. With Hashirama gone, I have to work hard to acquire the Sage Jutsu of the 6 paths. There is no choice but to first go to the 3 sacred sites. I've already inquired about their locations. Back then, Hashirama went to the Forest of Death first, so I'll start from the Forest of Death as well." In the Kamui space, Obito and Kakuzu stood before the Outer Path Geto statue. Obito said, "Haiden is still alive. The blood I lost from my injury must have been collected by Naruto. As long as Haiden is alive, it's easy for him to kill me." Kakuzu asked, "Then what do we do?" "Haiden's death technique relies on blood, and no one has cracked it yet. Killing him is almost impossible." Obito clenched his fist tightly. "I hate being controlled. If I can't kill him, I'll find another way." Kakuzu was puzzled. "What kind of way?" Obito stared at Kakuzu. "Listen carefully, Kakuzu, listen closely." After hearing Obito's crazy plan, Kakuzu was silent for a long moment. Finally, he said, "Are you really going to take this path?" Obito said firmly, "Naruto is too strong, I can't open the Rinnegan. Defeating him is almost impossible. This is the only way out. If I succeed, I can regain the initiative." "Kakuzu, I've made up my mind." Kakuzu nodded. "All right, if you're determined, I'll support you with all my strength." "Thank you, Kakuzu. You're the only one I can trust." Obito slowly stood up, looked up at the Hashirama artificial body on the chest of the Outer Path Geto statue, jumped up, and pressed his palm against it. "Using the method Madara used back then with yin-yang release to create Kuratsuchi, I'll inject my consciousness into it." Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Black energy flowed from his palm, covering half of the Hashirama artificial body. Like this artificial body now has my consciousness, becoming my avatar. Rustle, rustle. The artificial body's hands extended from the golem, forming a hand seal. The 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal, a technique to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The outer path golem that seals the 8 tails is just one step away from becoming the 10 tails. With this technique, my avatar can become a golem Jinchuriki. Rustle, 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 rustle. The outer path golem turned into liquid and surged into the back of the Hashirama artificial body. The artificial body quickly grew lower limbs and a head of jet black long hair, standing before Obito and Kabuto. Like this, I can perfectly utilize the golem's power and avoid being summoned by Naruto. But what comes next is the key. Obito laughed maniacally, then shockingly raised his hand and gouged out his own eyes. Blood gushed from the hollow eye sockets as he handed the eyes to Kabuto. Kabuto took Obito's eyes and inserted them into the eye sockets of the Hashirama artificial body. Obito, still smiling aimlessly, said, "Now, this avatar not only has Hashirama's physical energy and the outer path golem power of the 8 tails, but can also use my dojutsu. Go bring it here, Kabuto." More than 10 minutes later, Kabuto brought another white zetsu. Obito apologized, "This is how it is. Sorry, I have to sacrifice you." White Zetsu responded firmly, "It doesn't matter. I have only one wish to kill Uzumaki Naruto and complete the Eye of the Moon plan." Obito said resolutely, "I promise you." White Zetsu closed his eyes. "Let us begin." Kabuto drew the Edo Tensei formation on the ground and prepared Obito's life material. White Zetsu voluntarily stepped into the formation to cooperate. Kabuto looked at Obito with complexity. "I finally understand why you asked about Madara's Edo Tensei seal before. You had this plan from then on." Obito admitted, "That's right. When I saw Madara manipulating the golem with an artificial body, I had the blueprint. I originally hoped to team up with Madara to defeat Naruto but didn't make up my mind. This failure made me determined to burn my bridges." Kabuto stepped forward holding a kunai. "Honestly, I don't want to see you like this." Obito smiled bitterly, "Neither do I, but I can't fail." He continued, "Madara left a curse on my heart to stop me from ending it myself. Do it, Kabuto, please." Click. Kabuto pierced Obito's heart. Blood splattered on the white curly hair, and sadness shone from the black eye sockets. Obito spat blood, his face pale but smiling. "Is this the pain Rin felt back then? But this pain is not even 1/10,000th of losing Rin." Kabuto withdrew the kunai, leaving a huge wound. Obito's body slowly fell, his life gradually fading away. The rest is up to you, Afe. Obito exhaled his last breath. Afe formed hand seals with both hands and performed the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Aga White Setsa screamed miserably, and in the dust, his body gradually transformed into the form of Uchiha Obito. The black robe tore, and the body was covered with cracks. His closed eyes opened, revealing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan once again. He looked at his cracked palm and murmured, "This is the body of impure world reincarnation, it doesn't consume chakra, and it even has a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." The Obito Zetsu clone, an artificial Hashirama body, opened his eyes and stepped forward to kneel on one knee. The impure world reincarnation Obito said in a deep voice, using Senju Hashirama's body and Uchiha Obito's consciousness, "Your name shall be Tsukuma." Tsukuma replied respectfully, "At your command, Lord Obito." Thunder and rain raged outside Konoha village. The Umbu discovered a corpse. Kakashi Hatake arrived, staring at that familiar face, clenching his fist tightly. "Obito." That was truly the corpse of Uchiha Obito. Under the shadow of distant trees, Afe covered Obito, Tsukuma wore a mask, and the two stood side by side. This way the world will only believe that Uchiha Obito is dead. We can use this information gap to accomplish many plans. Everything before was just a test, the real battle starts now. Thunder roared, rain poured down, and Uchiha Obito and Tsukuma disappeared into the vortex of time and space. Obito proved with his actions that he had burned his bridges and was determined not to retreat. Rain Hidden Village. When Uzumaki Naruto heard the news of Obito's death, he immediately tried to perform the impure world reincarnation using Obito's blood, but failed. Conan speculated, could someone have beaten him to it? Naruto stared out at the rain through the window, pondering, doesn't seem like it. I feel there's a conspiracy behind this. At this moment, Akasuna no Sasori arrived at the base of the tower. "Leader, it's time, let's go." Conan reminded him, "The earlier you leave, the earlier you'll return." "Understood, Sister Conan." Naruto waved his robe and leapt down from the tall tower, thinking to himself, "Once I retrieve that thing from the Land of Wind, I will officially activate the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." The matter with Obito gives me a bad feeling. Naruto and Akasuna no Sasori stepped into the swirling sands of the Land of Wind. Note, after careful consideration, Naruto and Sasori's destination has been changed from the Land of Lightning to the Land of Wind. Why head to the Land of Wind? It all starts with the mecha puppet jointly developed by Naruto and Sasori. The advanced mechanical technology of the Rinnegan's Azura path greatly expanded Sasori's horizons. After entering the path of Azura, Sasori's talent in puppet techniques surpassed before, reclaiming the title of the ninja world's top puppeteer. The Azura Path mecha puppets must rely on the black rods of the Six Paths technique and receive Naruto's chakra to operate. Although this is a huge improvement over traditional puppet techniques, it also limits flexibility in actual combat. In high-intensity battles, the user has no time to spare to transmit chakra and control the puppets. Sasori of the Red Sand bluntly said, "Puppets are meant to assist in battle and should not become a burden to the user. The primary challenge is to overcome the difficulty of automatic chakra transmission and control." Later, Sasori drew on the development experience of the human puppet, endowing the mecha puppets with humanoid instincts, allowing them to actively receive chakra and possess a certain level of combat awareness, solving the dilemma of manual transmission. But new problems arose. During battle, Naruto no longer needs to focus on transmission and control, but the mecha puppets continuously consume his chakra. Over time, this burden is not small. Suddenly, Sasori had a flash of inspiration. Change the source of chakra transmission, establish an external chakra source, and create a command tower. This external chakra source must be large and stable, inexhaustible like tailed beast chakra, but without the consciousness interference of a tailed beast. The dragon vein fits perfectly. The dragon vein is the chakra core of the earth, surpassing other regional chakra aggregates, but improper use could destroy the entire land. There is only one dragon vein in the ninja world, hidden in the ruins of the ancient Lulan kingdom in the Land of Wind. Naruto had been there during a secret mission in his previous life, Naruto movie The Lost Tower, where he met Minato before he became Hokage. After the mission, Minato learned Naruto was his child and sealed both their memories with a sealing technique, also sealing the dragon vein to prevent malicious use. Naruto said, "I've heard of the dragon vein, but isn't it already sealed?" Sasori replied, "Then break the seal." Dragon vein chakra is no weaker than tailed beast chakra and lacks tailed beast consciousness, making it ideal as a command tower. After careful thought, Naruto decided, "You're right. I'll go to Lulan in the Land of Wind soon, but first, I need to inform Gaara." He wrote a letter to the Kazekage Gaara, explaining the purpose of the trip and the use of the dragon vein. Crossing the sandstorms, Naruto and Sasori arrived at the gates of the Land of Wind. Gaara, along with Jonin Maki and others, had long been waiting. Naruto, long time no see. We just saw each other last month. The two embraced warmly, reluctantly parting. Gaara looked at the scorpion behind Naruto. Is this the scorpion of the red sand? Scorpion took off his straw hat, his short hair slightly raised, revealing a delicate smile. Kazekage, didn't he expect to see you again? Kankuro's heart darkened at the mention of Scorpion's name, his hand instinctively pressing on an old injury. Scorpion's gaze swept over him. You're called Kanpachi, right? Tough luck, still alive after my poison. Kankuro hurriedly said, Kankuro, remember my name. Scorpion said slowly, I don't remember the names of the dead, but since you're alive, that's different, Kanpachi. Kankuro was about to lose it. My name is Kankuro. Scorpion nodded seriously. Got it, Kankyu-sen. Kankuro was completely speechless. Naruto laughed and said, Scorpion, don't make things hard for Kanpachi anymore. From now on, we're all family. Scorpion obediently nodded. Understood, you speak with weight. The people of Sunagakure looked on with complicated expressions. Elite Jonin Maki thought, Orochimaru has resurrected many strong warriors through Edo Tensei, including Scorpion and the previous Kage Nin, all of whom have been recruited by Amagakure. I didn't believe it before, but judging by Scorpion's attitude toward Naruto, it seems to be true. By the way, Naruto took out a scroll from his bosom. This is the scroll I mistakenly took before. Thanks to Sakura's reminder, I realized it was the forbidden technique self-reincarnation used by Granny Chiyo. Now I'm returning it to Sunagakure. Actually, that scroll was mistakenly given to Naruto when I was drunk, but he claimed he took it by mistake and even mentioned Sakura borrowing the scroll under the Hokage's name. Lady Tsunade has already apologized privately. Naruto saying this is helping both me and her, so I have to cooperate with him. Good that nothing bad happened. Gaara took the scroll and said calmly. Then he turned around and walked into the desert of the Land of Wind together with Naruto. The Sand Village shinobi closely followed behind, deliberately keeping their distance from Sasori and staying alert. Ignoring the thoughts of their subordinates, Naruto and Gaara immersed themselves in their own world. Naruto said, Your father, Raza, is now in the Rain Village. He misses you a lot. I originally planned to bring him along this time, but it wouldn't be appropriate in front of the Sand Village comrades. Gaara replied, Then I'll visit the Rain Village another day. I wanted to go last time during the reconstruction support, but I was tied up with official duties. Naruto smiled and patted his shoulder. Alright then, I'll wait for you in the village. We'll soak in the hot springs together. Gaara smiled sincerely. That sounds great. Along the way, the two talked and laughed. Not wanting to arrive too early, they decided to rest midway. Inside the tent, Gaara and Naruto sat facing each other drinking tea, naturally starting to talk about Sasuke. Gaara raised his tea and said, Have you heard? Someone spotted Sasuke at sea. Naruto was surprised. Sasuke went out to sea? Although he kept an eye on Sasuke's whereabouts, the Rain Village had limited manpower and couldn't cover every situation. Naruto asked, Which sea? Gaara put down his teacup and crossed his arms. When our village's ninja escorted a Land of Wind merchant ship to the Land of Water, they encountered another ship. Sasuke and someone suspected to be Kabuto were on that ship. After receiving the intelligence, I worried they might target the Mist Village, so I informed the Mizukage to prepare in advance. Naruto hesitated. Sasuke shouldn't have a reason to attack the Mist Village, right? He still approved of Gaara's approach. You did the right thing. Although we can't be sure if Sasuke will attack the Mist Village, he has been through the failure in Konoha and is emotionally unstable. We can't rule out the possibility of him striking the Mist Village. Naruto held the empty cup, his mind heavy. I'll have to send the Umbu to the Land of Water to investigate later. With Obito mysteriously dead and unable to be reanimated, it's truly a mystery now. Sending people there at this time might be. Gaara saw Naruto's difficulty at a glance and smiled. Naruto, I'll have the Sand Village Umbu keep an eye on Sasuke's actions and inform you as soon as there's news. Naruto hesitated. The Sand Village Umbu have their own missions too, they can't be distracted just for me. Gaara said firmly, This isn't just for you. Sasuke's movements affect the stability of the entire ninja world. Since the Sand Village knows, how could we not take it seriously? Hearing him say this, Naruto could no longer refuse and gratefully said, Thank you so much, Gaara. Gaara smiled, We are friends, don't mention it. After packing up the tea set in tents, the group continued on their journey. By evening, they arrived at the Lulan ruins in the Land of Wind. Lulan had long since become a ruin, with only the temple housing the dragon vein remaining intact. Standing in front of the temple, Naruto felt strange. He had clearly never been here before, so why did he have a sense of déjà vu? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Maybe it's because I've seen too many Otsutsuki temples, and whenever I see a temple, it reminds me of them. Gaara said, the dragon vein is the lifeline of the earth, and this shrine seals the source of the dragon vein. Removing the entire dragon vein is not a small task. Naruto was concerned about the aftermath. Lulan is the heritage of the Wind Country. What does the daimyo of the Wind Country think? Gaara said reassuringly, I have already consulted the daimyo. They believe that although the dragon vein is sealed, it still poses a potential danger. Being able to transfer it away is a good thing for them. Naruto nodded, that's good, as long as it doesn't trouble the hidden sand village. Gaara said, I'll help you. I'll use sand to lift the land covered by the dragon vein to the surface. Everyone automatically stepped back. Gaara raised both arms, and a massive amount of sand lifted the shrine and the surrounding land together. He was sweating profusely. Naruto, it's up to you. All right. Naruto clasped his hands together. Chibaku Tensei. The dragon vein contained enormous chakra, just right to be used as the core of Chibaku Tensei. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire land of the ancient Lulan kingdom cracked and turned into countless huge stones, sealing the dragon vein and forming an unprecedentedly vast Chibaku Tensei, covering the sky above. The hidden sand villagers watched in astonishment. Kankuro exclaimed, hey, this really isn't a joke, right? Temari exclaimed, his power has already surpassed us by so much. Maki nervously said, Uzumaki Naruto is really scary. Luckily, he's not an enemy of the hidden sand, or the consequences would be unpredictable. Gaara looked at the starry sky and said calmly, this thing is so big and heavy, using Flying Thunder God to transfer it is unrealistic. It will take some effort to carry it away. Naruto smiled and formed a hand seal, adding, I have a way. Earth Release, Ultra Light Rock Technique. The weight of the Chibaku Tensei instantly reduced by thousands of times. Naruto put down his hand and said, now I can use Flying Thunder God Technique. Gaara sincerely praised, truly worthy of you. Naruto said seriously, Gaara, the hidden sand village has helped me so much, and I haven't really repaid them yet. Gaara asked, what idea do you have? As the Kazekage, although he did not care about personal gains or losses, he represented the stance of the hidden sand village. Helping Naruto would invite criticism and affect the Kazekage's prestige. Naruto understood this well and did not want to put him in a difficult position. The vast desert of the Land of Wind is resource poor and economically backward. I want to turn part of the desert into an oasis, which would benefit the development of the Land of Wind. Maki was dismissive, Lord Naruto, this idea is too naive. The terrain was formed over thousands of years. The Land of Wind has long tried, but it's simply impossible to change. Naruto smiled and said, human power can't change it, but ninjas can. Maki frowned, aren't ninjas also humans? Naruto did not answer, only formed hand seals. Buzz. The mask of the sage art appeared. Maki and the others were shocked, this chakra. Naruto said firmly, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, used would release to pacify the chaotic world and was revered as the god of shinobi, comparable to the sage of six paths. Maki was stunned, could it be that you also possess his power? The silent Akasuna no Sasori suddenly spoke, no, it's power beyond the god of shinobi. Smack! Naruto pressed his hands together. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Rumble, rumble. In the vast desert, trees grew wildly, blooming with flowers, stretching for hundreds of miles. Everyone was dumbfounded. Naruto smiled and said, this tree world will exist forever. The great trees will nourish the soil and water. Maybe in 5 years, 10 years, or even longer, one day the desert will become an oasis. Gaara reached out his hand and sincerely said, Naruto, on behalf of the billions of people of the Wind Country, thank you for your gift. The dragon-seeking journey ended, and Naruto returned to the rain-hidden village with the dragon vein. He immediately dug similar grooves in the southern district of the rain-hidden village according to the dragon vein terrain. The Earth Release, Heavenly Star was lifted, the dragon vein embedded into the grooves, fitting tightly, with only the shrine standing on the surface as the source. The dragon vein transfer was successful, only the seal remained to be undone. But Naruto still had one important thing to do. Orochimaru, how is the preparation going? Naruto asked. All done, Naruto-kun, follow me. Orochimaru led Naruto and Sasori deep into the underground experimental base. The finished brain, please look. Orochimaru unveiled the curtain, revealing a huge brain in a giant petri dish. Naruto stared. Is this the command tower? This was the core of Sasori's plan to control the dragon vein, but it involved life technology, which was Orochimaru's specialty. Orochimaru used Naruto's cerebral cortex and, through a more advanced creation technique than cloning, made this artificial substitute brain. The substitute brain was connected to two nerve cords, linked to a huge eyeball in the adjacent petri dish. Orochimaru explained, that is the terminal eye made from Naruto Koen's eyes, connected to the substitute brain. Naruto Koen can give commands to the substitute brain using Betsu Tenjin. Naruto nodded, thoughtful. He walked to the terminal eye, his eyes turning into kaleidoscopes. Substitute brain, I inject my knowledge and experience. You must operate based on this. First, control the dragon vein chakra to prevent it from running wild. Second, use the dragon vein chakra as the chakra source for my Shura path. Third, when executing any command, the highest principle must be to protect the rain-hidden village. Bubbles rose from the petri dish as the substitute brain's oxygen consumption increased. Naruto's eyes turned into 3 tomo, then finally back to black pupils. Orochimaru laughed, issuing 3 commands at once. Impressive. Naruto replied, using Betsu Tenjin, I can issue 1 more. Orochimaru suddenly understood, I see. Transfer the substitute brain to the shrine. I want to unseal the dragon vein. Naruto raised his cloak and turned to leave, with Orochimaru respectfully following. Half an hour later, the substitute brain petri dish was placed on the dragon vein seal pedestal in the shrine. Seal released, purple dragon vein chakra overflowed, and the nutrient solution turned purple. 6 paths black rods emerged from the artificial brain cortex, responsible for synchronizing the dragon vein chakra with the Rinnegan and transmitting it to the Shura path mecha puppets via specific frequency bands. After the major task was completed, Naruto walked outside the shrine and sealed the shrine's main door with a sealing technique. Sasori of the Red Sand said, finally, we can move freely and get to work. Orochimaru said, dragon vein chakra is inexhaustible and endless. Its future uses will be even broader. Konan said, another important location has been added in the hidden rain village. It must not be destroyed. Naruto took out 3 scrolls and handed them to Sasori of the Red Sand, Orochimaru, and Konan respectively. The 3 were puzzled. What is this? Naruto said, these are the keys to enter the shrine. All 3 combined are needed to open the sealed door. And also, Naruto assembled parts into a remote control and handed it to Konan. With this remote control, you can synchronize the artificial brain and control the dragon vein chakra. If I'm not in the hidden rain village in the future and face a strong enemy, you can use it. Sister Konan, keep it safe. Understood. Konan accepted it solemnly. At that moment, Kakuzu approached. Boss, don't rush. The maintenance cost for that artificial brain is staggering. The nutrient solution needs to be replaced every month, and the annual conservative estimate is 300 million ryo, equivalent to the heads of 10 Earthland shinobi. Naruto scratched his head. How much is left in the village as public funds? Kakuzu said grimly, less than 100 million ryo. Naruto was surprised. That poor? Wasn't there still 180 million ryo before? Kakuzu said that 80 million was the budget for the Middle Awakening monk to build the Temple of Rain, remember? I asked you before. Naruto slapped his forehead. I actually forgot. Kakuzu sighed helplessly. You need to pay more attention. You are the village leader. Late at night, the 7th floor of the hidden rain village's tall tower. Naruto lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came. Naruto turned on the light and asked, Konan, is that you? Outside the door, Konan said softly, can't sleep, let us go for a walk. The 2 strolled together in the rain. Konan asked with concern, are you worried about village affairs? Naruto confessed, yeah, the official duties keep increasing. I used to rely on shadow clones to share the workload, but my body is barely holding up. This time, I don't want to do that anymore. Konan nodded. In the long run, rather than handling political affairs, you should focus on improving your strength. There are many who manage politics, but few who can shoulder the main responsibilities. Naruto smiled happily. Konan, you really have foresight. I want to take a temporary post as village head and find talented people to handle the politics. Do you have anyone suitable in mind? Konan smiled, I do. I was just about to take you to meet her. Sacred Land, Shigokoren. Slug, I am Uchiha Madara, here to ask for Senjutsu. Please pass the power of Senjutsu to me. The slug sage drooped his eyelids, coldly staring at the tiny figure below like a matchstick. Madara stood bare-chested, his beloved face especially striking. He raised two fingers and shouted angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said? Slug, pass the senjutsu to me." Splash! In response to Madara, a sea of acid rained down from the sky. Author's note. Crossing the street, Naruto and Conan entered a secluded alley. In the alley, ninja were secretly guarding. Conan gently raised her hand, and the guarding ninja stepped back. Naruto asked curiously, "Conan, the person you're taking me to see, what kind of background do they have?" Conan said calmly, "She was once the princess of the Land of Rain. Because of a rebellion by her subordinates, she lost her parents. I rescued her during her escape and secretly sheltered her in the Hidden Rain village for many years." Naruto was surprised. Princess? Then her father must be the lord of the Land of Rain? Note, the lords of the five great nations are called daimyo, while the lords of other smaller countries are called princes. Conan said, to be precise, it was her mother. Naruto, a queen? I thought only the land of Tsuchi had a queen. I didn't expect the Land of Rain to have had one before. Conan said, the former queen was diligent and loved her people, even Hanzo respected her. Later, when the advisors rebelled, the princess changed her surname to Amamiya to avoid trouble. Naruto asked, "What's her name?" Conan answered, "Amamiya Ruri, 17 years old." Naruto was surprised. 17? Isn't that too young? After all, Naruto was in his 20s when he became Hokage. Conan said, though young, she has been influenced since childhood and inherited her mother's talents. If nothing goes wrong, she will be the next queen. Governing the country won't be a problem, let alone managing a village. The Hokage is the village chief and has to handle complicated affairs, so Naruto had to use shadow clones to cope. One can imagine how difficult it is to govern a country. Having a queen candidate manage the village is like Might Guy kicking Sasuke, wasting great talent on a small task. Naruto did not doubt her ability but worried that her noble birth might make her arrogant and difficult to get along with. He believed he had given all his good temper to Sasuke and did not want to tolerate a second person like that, even if she was a princess. But since this was someone introduced by Conan, it was not easy to refuse directly. Naruto thought, let's meet her first. If it doesn't work out, politely decline and find someone else. Pushing open the sliding door, a faint fragrance wafted in. A silver-haired, black-clad girl with delicate features stood up to greet him, Lady Conan. Conan introduced, "Ruri, this is Uzumaki Naruto, the current village chief of Amagakure. I don't need to say more, right?" Amamiya Ruri's beautiful eyes flickered. "Of course, I have long admired Lord Naruto's heroic spirit." Naruto was puzzled. "When did you admire it?" Ruri smiled gently. "That time when the meteor fell on the village, you stood up to block it, right? It's just a pity that I never got to see your true face until now. Finally seeing you, Ruri feels incredibly honored." Saying this, Amamiya Ruri actually knelt down to pay her respects. Naruto quickly stopped her. "Don't do that, you're a princess, no need to be so formal." Ruri smiled lightly. "What does being a princess matter? I'm just a displaced person. If it weren't for Lady Conan saving me 3 years ago and giving me a place to take refuge, how could I be standing here? This bow is owed to both you and Lady Conan." After speaking, she respectfully knelt down. Naruto felt guilty inside. I haven't met her before, yet I prejudged her because of her status. Truly a fault. After the bowing was finished, Ruri sat kneeling on a cushion, with Conan and Naruto sitting opposite her. Ruri poured tea and said seriously, "Lord Naruto, I learned from Lady Conan that you want to focus on training your ninjutsu and don't want to be distracted by political affairs. You are looking for someone to help share the burden, right?" Naruto nodded. "That's right. Thanks to you, it's been a huge help." He had already decided to let Ruri take charge of the affairs of the Hidden Rain village. Ruri humbly said, "It is my honor to help ease your worries. Please tell me what your ideal Hidden Rain village looks like." Naruto took a sip of tea. "My ideal Hidden Rain village, in 8 characters, is prosperous people, strong ninja, united against outsiders." Ruri put down her teacup. "How prosperous should the people be? How strong should the ninja be?" Naruto frankly said, "Of course, the richer the better, but the wealth I mean is not just material, but also spiritual. The strength of the ninja is not only power but also character. Only faith can keep prosperity from corruption and strength from arrogance. Only then can the Hidden Rain be united and protect the village." A light shone in Ruri's eyes. "I understand. I will help you achieve this goal." She thought to herself, Lord Naruto speaks calmly, but hides the ambition of a king. Naruto reminded her, after all, the Hidden Rain village is a small country. We can't be too flashy. Rising quietly is the right path. Ruri smiled knowingly, build the plank road openly, but secretly cross the Chansong, appear low-key on the surface, but plan great things in secret. Naruto continued, Ruri, I entrust all the affairs of the Hidden Rain Village to you. Unless it's a major matter, you don't need to report to me. Ruri focused, is this really appropriate? Naruto said reassuringly, Lady Konan recommended you. I trust you unconditionally. Understood, Lord Naruto. Amamiya Ruri thought to herself, this is a big responsibility. Should I wait until the mission is completed before reporting back to Lord Naruto? Naruto stood up, Amamiya Ruri, starting tomorrow, you will be the acting village head of the Hidden Rain Village. With her worries lifted, Naruto's steps became much lighter. A true man should be like this. Watching Naruto walk away, Amamiya Ruri's eyes sparkled with a mature light. First, turn the land of rain into Lord Naruto's sphere of influence. Whoosh! In the night, on the Gobi Desert, Uchiha Madara appeared swiftly beside the flying thunder god Kunai, covered in wounds but still proud and unyielding. Ah, almost lost my life, that damn reptile. Author S. Note. Black Zetsu emerged beside Madara, concerned, Lord Madara, are you alright? Madara responded coldly, not dying. Black Zetsu patiently advised, Lord Madara, the three great sages each have a millennium of foundation, immense strength, and are nearly invincible in their respective fields. Even the sage of six paths respects them. You shouldn't have rushed in recklessly. Madara seemed indifferent and asked, Black Zetsu, you were created by me decades ago. How do you know about things from 1,000 years ago? Black Zetsu tensed and cautiously replied, during these years you were absent, I have been preparing for your return. Naturally, I have kept the intelligence very clear. Madara was relentless, then why didn't you tell me earlier? Kuratsuchi was airtight, seeing is believing, hearing is not. I wasn't sure if the rumors were true. Besides, I know your personality best. Even if I had told you earlier, you would have impulsively rushed into danger. You have the healing ability of Flying Thunder God and Hashirama cells, so your life wasn't in much danger. That's why I didn't warn you in advance. Madara's lips curled slightly, humph, then forget it. SSSSSS. Madara's wounds healed rapidly. Clenching his fist, he felt a lingering fear, if it weren't for Susanoo buffering it, that acid would have melted him on contact, and even Flying Thunder God wouldn't have helped. The difference between the slug itself and its clones was too great, forcibly seizing it was impossible. To learn the wet bone forest technique, another approach was needed. Suddenly, Madara thought, there's a pink-haired girl in the Hidden Rain Village who can use slug techniques. Who exactly is she? Kuratsuchi answered, oh, you mean Haruno Sakura. She was originally a Konoha ninja, Tsunade's disciple, and teammate of Naruto and Sasuke. For some unknown reason, she died and was reanimated by Kabuto Yukushi using Edo Tensei, later ending up in the Hidden Rain Village. Madara's expression shifted slightly. Oh? Hokage Tsunade, master of slug techniques, what is her connection to Mito? Kuratsuchi said, she is Mito's granddaughter. A sinister smile appeared on Madara's lips, Mito's granddaughter? That means she is Hashirama's granddaughter, right? Interesting, very interesting. Kuratsuchi asked suspiciously, Lord Madara, you don't mean to? Madara stood up and said coldly, that reptile is closely connected to Mito. If her granddaughter falls into my hands, the reptile will have to obey. Kuratsuchi, lead the way to Konoha. Kuratsuchi sneered in response, at your command, Lord Madara. Early the next morning, Naruto got up and ran to the Edo Tensei reanimated under the tower who hadn't yet awakened. Konan finished washing and came down the tower, only to see a scene both laughable and tearful. Except for the former Six Tails Jinchuriki Utakata, all other Edo Tensei reanimations including former Jinchuriki, the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Sound 4, and the 2 former Danzo bodyguards were all restrained beneath the Myojin gate. Konan looked and said, you dismantled them all? Naruto said foolishly, it's been raining heavily lately, I was afraid they'd get moldy. Besides, the main battles are over. Everyone knows who they are even with their eyes closed, so it's better to cut the Gordian knot quickly. Konan nodded lightly, that does save trouble. She glanced at the handsome man beside Naruto. Naruto introduced, this is Utakata. I once had a brief encounter with him. Konan nodded, I know, he was the former Jinchuriki of the 6 Tails, and Pain personally took action during the hunt. Utaka turned his head and asked, are you Pain's companion? Konan admitted frankly, Pain is no longer here. Utaka stared intently, then who was the monster that killed him? Konan said, it was the Uzumaki Naruto right before your eyes. Utaka suddenly understood, I see. The ninja world has changed. Hataru, is she alright? Konan said, the girl who was with you? We only target Jinchuriki, we don't harm innocents. Utaka took out a scroll from his bosom, then I am relieved. Naruto, this is my specialty, the bubble technique, a parting gift for you. The scroll unfolded, soul light scattering in all directions. Naruto took the scroll, watching Utaka's soul ascend to the heavens, softly saying, "Take care." After all, they are old acquaintances. The future of the ninja world cannot force their choices. At this moment, Kakuzu walked over, sighing, "What a pity, that kid just now looked pretty good, he'd definitely be popular as a host." "What do you think, Conan?" Conan replied coldly, "Who knows, anyway, he's not my type." Orochimaru also arrived. "Naruto, did you use the Shining Heaven God today?" Naruto glanced around at everyone. "Not yet, I'm still thinking about whose body to use. These few kids can be spared." Orochimaru walked towards the four-sound ninja. The four exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Orochimaru." Naruto changed his hand signs and opened the Myojin gate that suppressed them. Orochimaru smiled and stopped, his voice hoarse. "Are you still willing to come with me? I swear to follow Lord Orochimaru to the death." Sakan, Jirobo, Tayuya, and Kadamaru respectfully knelt down. Naruto's gaze locked onto Yamanaka-fu and Aburame-Toryun, who had once been Danzo's guards. Yamanaka-fu said, "Uzumaki Naruto, you're still alive, which means Danzo must be dead, right?" Naruto replied coldly, "Dead for good." Aburame-Toryun sighed, "Then Root is effectively defunct, and Danzo's ambition has failed." Naruto said in a deep voice, "You two are elites of the Yamanaka and Aburame clans with unlimited potential, yet Danzo forcibly dragged you into Root. Toryun, you replaced Shino, didn't you?" Fu and Toryun remained silent. Naruto continued, "You have good abilities, but I can't trust you unconditionally. For convenience, I will impose Koto Amatsukami on you." Sizzle! Sizzle! Naruto's ocular power activated, the Mangekyo Sharingan concealed itself, and the Myojin gate was unlocked. Yamanaka-fu and Aburame-Toryun knelt. "We pledge loyalty to Lord Naruto." Naruto ordered, "Both of you go out and investigate the whereabouts of Danzo's confidant, Aburame Ryoma. Capture him alive or bring back his body." "Yes." The two responded respectfully. Naruto scanned the other Edo Tensei reanimations, thinking, "For now, this will do. Later, I'll use Koto Amatsukami to subdue them one by one." He turned around, frowning deeply. "After subduing these Edo Tensei, how should I consume Koto Amatsukami to promote ocular power storage and obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible?" After much thought, the only way is to capture a large number of white Zetsu. In the forest outside Konoha. Lord Madara, Konoha is just ahead. Madara tore off a leaf, crushed it, and sniffed carefully. Decades have passed, yet that annoying scent still lingers. He frowned. "Has there been a bloody battle in Konoha recently?" Kuratsuchi replied, "Sasuke's two invasions of Konoha both failed. The first was stopped by Naruto, the second blocked by Hinata Hyuga." Madara raised an eyebrow. "Though young, Sasuke possesses the direct Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto is no concern, but how could Hinata stop him?" Kuratsuchi cautiously said, "Hinata Hyuga seems to have awakened a new ocular power beyond the Byakugan, with extremely strong lethality." Madara's lips curled slightly. "An ocular power beyond the Byakugan, interesting. It seems the Hyuga have some connection to the Six Paths. But I never intended to attack Konoha." With that, Madara opened his mouth, pinched the tip of his tongue with 2 fingers, and pulled it straight. Even after resurrection, the tongue curse seal still remained. The tongue curse seal invented by Tobirama is engraved into the soul. No one can erase it except for the Six Paths level yin yang release. Kuratsuchi thought, "I can remove this curse seal, but it would arouse Madara's suspicion, better not to make a move." Kuratsuchi calmly asked, "So, before becoming a Six Paths, you had to abide by the oath?" Madara snorted, "I did swear not to attack Konoha, but I never said I couldn't step into Konoha territory, nor that I couldn't act outside Konoha." No sooner had he spoken than Madara rampaged forward. The ninjas scouting in the shadows hurriedly retreated, throwing shuriken to defend. Though eyeless, Madara could hear and locate by sound, easily knocking down the shuriken, then suddenly hurled a black rod. A ninja's shoulder was pierced through, screaming as he fell from the tree. Madara coldly approached. "Lend me your eyes for a moment." The ninja shouted, "You want to steal my clan's Byakugan?" Madara smiled, "The Hyuga clan? Perfect." Madara leapt up. "We can't let the Byakugan fall into enemy hands." The ninja stabbed his left eye with a kunai, destroying it, and was about to destroy his right eye. But Madara was faster. With 2 fingers, he plucked out the right eye's Byakugan. The ninja bled profusely from his eyes, screaming in pain. Madara shoved the Byakugan into his own right eye socket. A flash of green light passed, and the optic nerve connection was successful. The Byakugan appeared, and through the grayish vision, everything within several kilometers was clearly visible. Korezetsu sneered, too bad he destroyed one Byakugan, otherwise he could have had a complete pair. Madara snorted coldly, it's just a temporary replacement, I can remove it easily. The ninja roared angrily, the Hyuga clan and Konoha will never forgive you. Madara sneered disdainfully, what-s the Hyuga? What-s Konoha? In my eyes, they're nothing but grains of sand. As he finished speaking, Madara struck the ninja dead with one palm. Korezetsu dealt with the body and asked, Lord Madara, what-s the next step? Wait for the Hokage to appear? The Hokage usually doesn't leave the village easily. Madara pondered, what kind of personality does that Hokage have? Korezetsu answered, impatient. Madara sneered, that makes it easy. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, the autopsy on Uchiha Obito has been completed. Here is the report for your review. Understood. You may leave now, and call Shikaku over. Understood. After handing over the autopsy report, Shizune exited the room. Not long after, Shikaku arrived at the office and asked directly, any results? Tsunade leaned against the desk, her expression grave, and said, the wounds on the right half of the body and face matched the situation when Obito was crushed by a boulder back then, ruling out the possibility of a clone. You guessed right, Uchiha Obito is probably really dead. Roku said, his body was found outside Konoha. I immediately felt this was done deliberately. If the body was faked, it would be too obvious. Tsunade frowned, then who exactly did it? Roku flipped through the autopsy report and found a key detail, the fatal wound pierced the heart, and both eyes were removed before death? Tsunade asked, is there something unusual about that? Roku said in a low voice, with Obito's strength, who could do such a thing? Naruto couldn't either, unless Obito did it himself intentionally. Plus, Naruto recently mentioned the failure of the Edo Tensei. Tsunade's eyes flickered slightly, are you saying Obito might have deliberately committed suicide, then used Edo Tensei to resurrect himself, thereby gaining immortality? That should be the case, but I feel the matter isn't that simple. Roku put down the report and looked out the window, his expression deep. Obito wants to realize the Eye of the Moon plan, right? Infinite Tsukuyomi requires becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but a body revived by Edo Tensei can't become a Jinchuriki. I don't think he'd make such a blunder. Roku turned to Tsunade and said firmly, so he must have another method to ensure that when Edo Tensei is performed, he can still control the 10 tails. Tsunade lowered her head and thought, what could that method be? Roku said, insufficient intelligence, so it's hard to deduce the exact method. But Obito's eyes were very likely used repeatedly. Edo Tensei can indeed reproduce the ocular powers from life. Tsunade clenched her fists, how could such eyes possibly exist twice at the same time? Roku's expression grew grave, he went so far as to fake his death to deceive everyone. I can't even rule out that he used the 10 tails body that absorbed the 8 tails, the outer path puppet. The consequences would be unimaginable. Naruto must be prepared for the worst. Tsunade decisively said, Roku, go back and prepare. I'll write to Naruto immediately and have him come get you. Until Obito's truth is clear, you must stay by Naruto's side and be ready to advise at any time. Roku understood the seriousness of the situation and did not refuse. I understand. Since I will be absent, let Shikamaru come to you for training. After Roku left, Tsunade immediately wrote a letter and sent it out via Konoha's messenger hawk. Good. She was about to close the window when she suddenly caught sight of the long-haired man on the Hokage rock acting suspiciously. Her brows furrowed tightly, who is that? The man slowly stood up, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His bangs covered half of his face, making his features blurry, but the face of Senju Hashirama on his chest was particularly striking. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply, that's grandfather's face. The man quickly leapt onto the rock wall, preparing to leave. A fierce wind suddenly rose, scattering the documents on the desk all over the room. Tsunade's robe fluttered wildly as she suddenly chased after him, stop right there. She pursued him all the way outside Konoha, but the man still refused to stop. Tsunade broke a large tree, raised it high with one hand, and after gathering strength, hurled it fiercely, I told you to stop, do you hear me? The tree crashed to the ground, blocking the man's path. He stopped and slowly turned around. Tsunade was shocked, you are Uchiha Madara? Although she had never seen Madara alive, she had seen the statue at the Valley of the End and recognized him immediately. Madara sneered coldly, Tsunade, granddaughter of Hashirama, you really are hot-tempered. Seeing my grandfather's face on my chest, you just couldn't help but come after me. Tsunade stared at Madara, the face of your grandfather on your chest is real, the intelligence was correct. You obtained grandfather's cells, but why do you have the Byakugan? Madara said indifferently, oh, that Byakugan was just taken from the Hyuga clan, and it's quite useful. Tsunade gazed intently, just transplanted? You're clearly an Edo tensei, how can you transplant living eyes? Have you already freed yourself from the Edo body? Madara was slightly surprised, you know a lot about this, are you a medical ninja? This was undoubtedly a tacit admission. Tsunade clenched her fists, calmed herself, and probed, Madara, you went to great lengths to lure me here, is it to take me hostage and control Konoha? Madara sneered, am I the type to beat around the bush? I'll be straightforward, I want to obtain the sage art of the Shikatsu forest through you. Tsunade was stunned, then laughed, then you should go find the slug sage. Although I can summon slugs, I haven't mastered that kind of sage art. Madara said seriously, no, I want to borrow you to make the slugs obedient. Granddaughter of Hashirama, I'm giving you a chance to resist. Whether you succeed or not depends on you. Tsunade responded resolutely, no need to say it, I will fight to the end and never let the sage art fall into your hands. The strength of 100 seal on her forehead erupted, the markings spreading throughout her body. Madara used his Byakugan to observe her chakra, oh, you passed it to that pink-haired one. Your chakra's nature and quantity surpass hers, but you're still far behind Hashirama. You don't know would release, do you? Tsunade shouted angrily, enough nonsense, take this. Boom! She stomped the ground and struck with a powerful fist. Madara stood firm as Susanoo rose. Crack! The skeleton of Susanoo shattered under the fierce strike of Tsunade's 100 fists. Madara was not surprised at all. He quickly formed hand seals and launched fire release, great fire annihilation up close. Boom, flames exploded, and the battlefield instantly turned into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, Tsunade, her body charred black, suddenly raised her leg and slammed down heavily, heaven-piercing kick. The ground cracked and split, she forcibly created a clearing, and her wounds rapidly healed under the power of the 100 fists. A path appeared in the sea of fire, and Madara strode forward, your brute strength is indeed astonishing, and your medical ninjutsu can barely hold on, but Hashirama's granddaughter at this level is truly disappointing. I am simply no match for him. Tsunade knew this harsh truth deep in her heart. I was too careless, I shouldn't have recklessly pursued him. But now I can only try to minimize the damage. He wants to use me to force Katsuyu to teach sage techniques, the only way is that I must die. Tsunade quickly withdrew the 100 fists seal. Madara sneered coldly, what, no more struggling. A layer of deep blue chakra surged from Tsunade's palm that was the chakra scalpel. With the determination to die, she swiftly slashed toward her neck. The blade of Susanoo rose from below, severing an arm that spun and flew into the sky. Tsunade clutched her bleeding right shoulder and retreated, then saw the blade emerging from the ground and exclaimed, would release. Clone. A kunai suddenly dropped before her eyes, and Madara appeared from Flying Thunder God technique, precisely striking Tsunade's chest pressure point. Flying Thunder God, pressure point strike. Tsunade collapsed powerless to the ground. Madara looked down coldly, saying indifferently, weakness is ugly, and the weak Senju clan is even more so. Korazetsu, it's up to you. At your command, Lord Madara. A black shadow surged from the ground, slowly covering Tsunade's entire body. At dusk, Madara and Tsunade, controlled by Korazetsu, reappeared before the slug sage. Korazetsu threatened coldly, slug, teach the sage arts immediately, or this woman will die. The slug remained silent, only staring coldly downward. Korazetsu placed a kunai against Tsunade's neck and said sharply, didn't you hear me? Or do you think I don't dare to act? The kunai cut Tsunade's neck, blood dripping. The slug shouted to stop, wait. The sage pool suddenly opened. The slug said coldly, go soak in the pool. Korazetsu sneered, if you had done this earlier, things wouldn't have gotten so complicated. Lord Madara, go. Madara jumped into the sage pool, while Korazetsu sat nearby guarding the slug. After a full day and night, Madara successfully learned the Wetbone Forest sage art and returned to the surface. Slug asked, can we release the person now? Kuratsuchi cautiously looked at Madara, and after receiving permission, she slowly moved away from Tsunade while keeping a watchful eye on Slug. As soon as she was completely free, Kuratsuchi quickly burrowed into the ground and vanished without a trace. Slug said coldly, one day, you will regret it. Obito turned his back to Slug and responded fearlessly, I, Obito, have never regretted anything in my life. You may be strong, but one day, I will be on top, above all of you. In the end, Obito left the Wetbone Forest safely. But the hatred he forged with Slug through coercion later brought him bitter consequences, though that is a story for another time. On the desert plain late at night, Korazetsu said, the beginning is always difficult, that's true. Where do we go next? Obito looked at his beloved and whispered, back then, after Hashirama mastered the wet bone forest sage technique, he went to Mount Mayaboku. Korezetsu asked, so are we going to Mount Mayaboku too? Obito shook his head, no, this time I will go the opposite way, to Ryuchi Cave. Author S. Note. Tsunade-chan, Tsunade-chan. A clear call echoed in the ear, sweet nectar touched the lips, coolness reaching deep into the heart. Ugh. Tsunade opened her closed eyes, and through the blurred vision, a silver-haired girl sat beside her, holding a bottle almost as tall as herself. The girl smiled when she saw Tsunade awake and said, "You're awake." As her vision cleared, Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, "Slug." He. The girl smiled sweetly, set the bottle down, and her silver hair brushed lightly. It's been a long time since I took human form. There's no one else here, so it's convenient to take care of you. Tsunade sat up, her expression gloomy. I'm trapped here, which means Obito has succeeded, right? I was too reckless. Slug said leisurely, it's nothing serious, no need to worry too much. Tsunade asked, Obito left? Slug nodded, yes, he left. The most important thing is that you're safe. Tsunade hurriedly stood up, I have to go back immediately. Obito has revived and mastered the sage technique. I must inform the 5 Kage. Slug said calmly, don't rush. I've already sent the message to Shikaku and told him you're safe. So you don't have to hurry. Learn the sage technique first. Sage technique? Tsunade looked at the sage pool prepared for her nearby and said, I've tried many times, but I always failed. The slug said, that's because your mind isn't calm, and you haven't grasped the essentials. You are Mito's granddaughter, your body can withstand sage power. Tsunade remained silent. The slug spoke earnestly, this experience is both a lesson and an opportunity. I want to use it to temper your temperament. If you don't learn sage techniques, I won't let you leave. Tsunade worried, but I am the Hokage. If I'm not here, the village will fall into chaos. The slug frowned, that's your negligence. If you don't learn sage techniques, then stay here. Tsunade was helpless but understood that the slug meant well for her. Alright, this time I must calm my mind and properly learn the silent sage technique. The slug smiled, that's the spirit. Go soak in the pool. Tsunade stood by the sage pool, looking at her worn-out clothes. Do I go in like this? The slug stepped forward, hands behind its back. It's just us here. Take off your armor before going in, just think of it as taking a bath. Taking off armor means taking off clothes. So, Tsunade stripped off all her clothes, her curvaceous body fully exposed to the air. The slug smiled, go ahead. Slash. Tsunade jumped into the sage pool, thick sage liquid enveloping her entire body, penetrating thoroughly. She couldn't help but ask, how long did it take Madara to learn? The slug answered, 1 day and 1 night. Tsunade was surprised, that fast? So he's only a little slower than Naruto? That kind of impatience can also reach a state of clear and still water? The slug sat down, holding the edge of the sage platform, swinging its little feet. At least, when Madara faced sage power, his heart was calm and undisturbed. The saying, once having seen the vast ocean, other waters seem insignificant. In this, he's quite similar to Naruto. The slug muttered softly, after all, both have toyed with life, death, and time and space. Tsunade didn't catch that. What has Naruto toyed with? Nothing, the slug shook its head. Anyway, among all the seekers of sage power in the forest of wet bones, only your grandmother Mito surpassed clear and still water and reached the realm of nirvana silence. This is even rarer than the sage techniques themselves. Tsunade wondered, can I do it like grandma did? Slug calmly said, tranquility allows you to go further. Don't compare yourself to others, forget the trivial matters outside, and feel with your heart. With my heart? Tsunade closed her eyes. Late at night, upon receiving Tsunade's letter, Naruto immediately used Flying Thunder God technique to rush to a dark alley in Konoha, the place where he and Raku had agreed to meet. You came. Raku was waiting under the streetlight. Naruto greeted, sorry to keep you waiting, Uncle Raku, let us get going. Don't rush, something happened. Raku took out a portable ashtray, stubbed out his cigarette and put it inside, then handed Naruto a scroll. This is a private message just sent to me by Lord Slug from the forest of wet bones. Take a look. Naruto looked over the scroll, frowning deeply. Such a thing actually happened? Raku said, not only Obito, even Madara is causing trouble. Naruto asked, who else knows about this? Raku said, this is too big. I haven't told anyone else yet. The Hokage is not here now, making it easy for others to take advantage. Konoha's internal situation is unstable too. We must handle this first before I can leave with peace of mind. Naruto thought for a moment and said, no choice, before Granny Tsunade returns, I'll stand in for her. Raku immediately understood. You mean, use your clone to impersonate the Hokage? Is that okay? Naruto smiled, no problem. I'd been Hokage longer than Granny Tsunade. I can hold it for 10 days or half a month. Would release clone technique. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Would separated from Naruto's body, taking on his appearance. Raku, oh? Would release clone, huh? Stronger than shadow clone. Naruto formed hand seals, and the wood release clone began to transform. Transformation jutsu. Rustle, 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 rustle. The clone transformed into Tsunade, striking a sexy pose and smiling. How do I look, Uncle Shikaku? This. Shikaku blushed. I wonder if it's consistent inside and out. The Tsunade-like clone cupped her chest, winked seductively. I'm a perfectionist. Want to check it out? Saying that, she made a move to undress. Ahem ahem. Shikaku almost lost control, quickly steadied himself. No need, don't give it away. Yaoshi, let's go. Naruto himself stepped forward, placing a hand on the shoulder, then vanished into the dark alley in a flash. The clone gazed at the Hokage rock, murmuring, the Hokage, truly nostalgic. She walked toward the Hokage office building. Below the office building, Shizen was anxiously pacing back and forth, holding Tun. Seeing Tsunade, she hurried over. Lady Tsunade, where have you been? I couldn't find you all day. Tsunade, I secretly went out for a drink. Shizen sighed helplessly. I really can't do anything with you. Could you at least tell me before you go drinking next time? Tsunade, sorry, next time for sure. Shizen, concerned, you've been exhausted lately. How about relaxing in a hot spring? Tsunade, surprised, eh? This. Don't hesitate. I'd made plans with everyone. Tonight we're having a female ninja hot spring gathering. Shizen grabbed Tsunade's hand and ran toward the great Konoha hot spring. Naruto thought to himself, no, this goes against the 3 ninja prohibitions, I have to decline. Half an hour later. In Konoha village, in a hot spring pool shrouded in mist. Shizen's skin was rosy, and she said comfortably, Kiji, this feels so good. Gurgle. Naruto's face floated on the water surface, blowing bubbles, thinking, he still came in. Thud. The wooden basin hit the ground. Clack clack. Wet footsteps. Whoosh, the sliding door opened. Lady Tsunade, Shizen, sorry to keep you waiting. Yuzuki Yuye, Inazuka Hana, Tenten, and many other kunoichi gathered together. Slash. Shizen stood up and waved, you finally arrived. Don't look at what's improper, don't look at what's improper. Naruto covered his eyes with both hands, peeking through his fingers. The author says. In the misty hot spring, the kunoichi put aside their identities and met honestly. In this 3-jo square pool, there was no rank, no age, only sisterhood. Inazuka Hana covered her face with a towel, stretched out her arms, and leaned on the wooden platform by the spring pool. You don't know, my little brother is just a chunin, but he keeps shouting every day that he wants to become Hokage, and he even says that if he becomes Hokage, he'll make Akamaru's birthday dog day. What's even stranger is that my mom supports him. The kunoichi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shizen said, boys, having dreams and ambition is always a good thing. Maybe he can really make it happen. Inazuka Hana smiled and then sighed, speaking of Hokage, I really feel sorry for Naruto. If he hadn't defected from the village, the position of Hokage would definitely have been his in the future, even if not the 6th, it would surely have been the 7th. The female ninjas remained silent. Cheyenne said thoughtfully, a ninja's value doesn't necessarily have to be reflected by becoming Hokage. He will surely find the right place and do what suits him best. I agree with that. Yuzuki Yuye faced the moonlight, raised a wooden basin, and poured hot water over her head. Water flowed down her waterfall like purple hair, dripping onto her fragrant shoulders and splashing into the spring pool. She shook her head, water droplets flying, her upper body immersed in the spring water, fingers gently combing through her hair, eyes tightly closed, expression serene. Jingyin sighed. After Yen took off her mask, she became a completely different person. Evening Face smiled faintly. We ninjas, who doesn't wear a mask? It's just that the mask is hidden in the heart, not on the face. After the death of the narcissist Moonlight Gale, Yugao showed a maturity beyond her years. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and Inazuka Hana teased, actually, it doesn't matter whether Yugao wears a mask or not. Just with that beautiful purple hair, who wouldn't recognize you? Everyone calls you the purple enchantress of Konoha behind your back. You're almost as famous as Kakashi. Yugao smiled and said, how can I compare to Senior Kakashi? He is a hero of the ninja wars. I am just quietly doing my small part for the village. Inazuka Hana sighed, speaking of Kakashi, he's been having a rough time lately. Of his 3 proud disciples, one died, one defected, and another became a ninja world enemy, even attacking the village twice. His best comrade was sacrificed, and even his closest friend, who survived death for many years, suddenly died in the forest outside the village. At that moment, a young female ninja who admired Kakashi asked, "I haven't seen Senior Kakashi recently. Lady Shizune, do you know where he has gone?" Shizune replied, "He recently encountered a major setback. Lady Tsunade arranged for him to take paid leave." Paid leave, how enviable. Tenten lazily lay on a warm stone, her hair tied into 2 buns. Inuzuka Hana complained, "So young, and you're already so laid back. That's not good." Tenten sighed helplessly, "If your teammate is an overly passionate person who never knows fatigue, you wouldn't say that." The women's conversations never seem to end. The Yamanaka family's flower shop has reopened, and Ino looks well. She is very strong and won't be discouraged just because her appearance was damaged. Mr. Asuma, who was reanimated by Edo Tensei, is living with Miss Kurenai again. That way, he can still see his child being born. Edo Tensei isn't entirely a cruel jutsu. You can't say that. Have you forgotten it requires a living sacrifice? Is Hinata still staying at home? After all, she is a public figure now, and everyone is curious about the reason for her sudden strength. Staying indoors is also to protect her, feeling she is not good at handling outside attention and expectations. Sigh, I wonder how Kurenai is doing now. If she were here, she'd probably be standing and peeing again. While the women chatted animatedly, Shizune noticed Tsunade leaning silently against the edge of the hot spring stones and asked with concern, "Lady Tsunade, what is wrong today?" You haven't said a word. The women were also surprised. Yeah, Lady Tsunade used to be very lively. A flicker of discomfort passed through Naruto's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." Shizune's eyes flickered as she thought, could it be about uncle? Shizune's uncle, Kato Dan, was also Tsunade's first love. Dan was among the Edo Tensei reanimated captured by Konoha this time. How to deal with Dan had been a problem Tsunade had been pondering recently but was unwilling to face. Shizune stepped on the bottom of the pool, walked over to Tsunade, took her hand, and softly said, "Lady Tsunade, since you're here, just relax and don't think too much." Naruto closed his eyes and said, "You're such a thoughtful kid." Shizune pulled Tsunade forward, then moved behind her, pressing her chest against the spring stones. Naruto was surprised. What is this? I'll give you a massage." Shizune's soft hands kneaded Tsunade's shoulders, asking as she pressed, "How's the pressure? Too light or too hard?" Naruto, seems okay." Shizune said, "Lady Tsunade, your skin feels a bit tight, it used to be very soft." Naruto, maybe it's because she has been eating more high-fiber foods." Shizune suggested, "How about we all help Lady Tsunade with a massage?" "Ha? Is that okay?" The kunoichi gathered around, even the usually lazy Tenten stared at Tsunade's chest, unable to help swallowing. Surrounded by the women, Naruto felt dizzy and overwhelmed. "Hinata, I won't dare again." Naruto suddenly sat up from the tatami mat, the towel on his forehead falling off. He only remembered fainting in the hot spring. Am I back to normal? He hurriedly checked and saw he still looked like Tsunade, then breathed a sigh of relief. The sliding door opened, and Shizune entered carrying a tray. "Lady Tsunade, you're awake? Feeling better?" Naruto steadied himself. "I feel much better." Shizune knelt on the cushion and handed him a cup of tea. "Have some pu'er tea. You might have had a heat imbalance recently. You even had a nosebleed while soaking in the hot spring that essay first." Only then did Naruto notice a wad of cotton stuffed in his nostril. He took a sip of tea, secretly relieved. Luckily this is a wood clone. If it were a shadow clone, it would have been exposed by now. I'm saved. Wood release is really amazing. At that moment, Shizune shyly twirled a strand of hair and blushed. "Lady Tsunade, I'm sorry. I took the liberty of calling Uncle over. He is just outside the door. Tonight, you can go on a date with him." Put. Naruto spat out his tea. Tsunade, disguised by Naruto, walked side by side with Kato Dan on a path in Konoha village. Although he had been through a lot, this was his first late-night date with a man. He didn't know what to do or what would happen next. Amid nervousness and apprehension, there was a hint of novelty and anticipation in his heart. After a moment of silence, Dan spoke first. How long has it been since we last met?" Naruto blurted out, "About decades, I guess." Dan sighed. "To me, it feels like yesterday. When I woke up, the village had changed, and the younger generation of ninjas had grown up. It's hard to let go of that feeling." He held Tsunade's hand, his gaze affectionate. But what surprised me most is that you actually became Hokage. A cold wind blew, and Tsunade's shoulders trembled slightly. It was the 64th winter in Konoha, the coldest time. Dan said dull-wittedly, my Edo Tensei body doesn't feel cold. I forgot you're a living person. After speaking, he released her hand and took off his ninja jacket. As soon as the jacket left his body, it turned to dust, then reformed as the jacket worn on him again. It turned out that Edo Tensei clothing could never truly be removed. A trace of loneliness flashed in Dan's eyes. Naruto said considerately, "It's okay, I just soaked in the hot spring, so I'm not cold." Because it was a wood clone, he really didn't feel the cold. Dan revealed a bitter smile, gripped Tsunade's hand tightly again, their fingers interlaced, and continued walking forward. Though their hands were tightly held, not a trace of warmth could be felt. Dan deeply felt the pain of life and death apart, the things that have happened over the years. Shizen probably told you all about them. You Haven T had it easy. Naruto lowered his head and remained silent. Dan smiled. Shizen mentioned a child named Naruto who had a great influence on you. Whether it was helping you overcome psychological barriers or your becoming Hokage, that child played a key role. She said you called that child the living rope tree. If I could, I really want to meet him. Naruto's expression was calm. Then you should know, that child, Naruto, he betrayed Konoha. Dan's gaze softened. I know, but I believe he must have had no other choice. Naruto stared at Dan's profile and asked seriously, why do you think that? Dan said without hesitation, because I believe that a ninja you trust and value would never lose their way. Naruto responded softly, is that so? The two stopped on the stone steps, both looking up at the sky. It's snowing. Naruto watched the falling snowflakes, memories welling up in his heart. Konoha's 64th winter had no snow because the 4th grade ninja war changed the climate. In times of peace, snow symbolizes romance and also foretells a bountiful harvest. If only there were never any wars in the world, how wonderful that would be. Tsunade gazed at the snowflakes, while Dan looked at her face. Naruto instinctively reached out, brushed the snow from her hair, revealing her forehead. A flicker of surprise passed through Dan's eyes. After a long moment, Dan asked, can you come with me to a place? Naruto asked in confusion, what place? Duan smiled mysteriously, you'll understand when we get there. After speaking, Duan ran through the snow, silver hair flowing. Naruto watched the back figure and silently followed. The snow fell heavier and heavier, blurring the vision. Duan stopped by the frozen lake, glancing at Tsunade out of the corner of his eye. Remember this place? Where we had our first date. Naruto nodded, of course I remember. Duan said calmly, then, dance with me? Naruto was stunned, I don't know how to dance. Duan turned and smiled, it's okay, I'll teach you. Naruto hesitated. Duan said sincerely, just to fulfill my last wish, okay? Naruto couldn't refuse, alright. The two walked to the center of the lake. Duan held Tsunade's hand, gently guiding the rhythm. At first, Tsunade's steps were clumsy, but under Duan's patient guidance, she gradually became skilled. The wind and snow intensified, and their dance steps on the ice became more free and graceful. Suddenly, Duan threw Tsunade high into the air. She spun in midair, and as she landed, Duan embraced her waist and leaned forward, falling. The two lay on the ice at a 45-degree angle, their eyelashes almost touching, gazing at each other affectionately. Naruto sincerely praised, you're really amazing. Dan smiled faintly, you're not bad either. At this moment, a sharp kunai pressed against Tsunade's lower back. Naruto asked, when did you find out? Dan replied, our first date wasn't by this lake. Naruto understood, I see. Dan asked, where is Tsunade? Naruto truthfully said, she was ambushed by Madara and is now in the Forest of Death learning sage techniques from the Slug Sage. If the Hokage is absent, the village will fall into chaos, so I used this trick. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Dan firmly said, I believe you. Naruto was surprised, why? Dan stared into the eyes of the person in front of him and said seriously, a person's eyes don't lie. The fact that you can imitate Tsunade so perfectly means you know her very well. Naruto said helplessly, you saw through me. Looks like my skills aren't enough yet. It's not that your skills aren't enough. Do you know where the problem lies? Dan suddenly threw away the kunai, supported Naruto's lower back with his left hand, brushed aside his bangs with his right hand, and smiled, this mark has faded. Naruto immediately understood. That's right, you can disguise anywhere, but this seal cannot be faked. It turns out this mark was drawn on by Naruto with a pen. He smiled helplessly, if I had known, I would have used a permanent marker. No need. I'll make it real. As soon as he finished speaking, Dan kissed the mark. The false seal faded away, replaced by a truing seal. Transmitting chakra is my specialty. The light of the soul enveloped Dan's broken body, signaling that he was about to break free from the bonds of Edo Tensei. Naruto asked with complexity, "Is this really okay?" Dan replied, "Loving someone doesn't mean you have to be with them, it means you want them to be happy. I belong to the next life, there must be someone better waiting for her ahead." After saying this, Dan looked up and faced Naruto directly. "Can you tell me your name?" Naruto answered seriously, "Uzumaki Naruto." Dan smiled, "A parting word for you: since you have betrayed the village, don't aim to become Hokage anymore. To become someone greater than Hokage, no, maybe that's too hard. Someone greater than Hokage is probably a savior, right?" Naruto said firmly, "I promise you." Dan paused for a moment, then relaxed. "You really are an incredible child. It's truly good to see you one last time." With a flash of his soul, Dan flew into the sky and dissipated into the swirling snow. Naruto looked at the corpse of the living sacrifice on the ice and sighed. "Dan, in every way, you are a perfect man. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will remember you forever." Heavy snow fell. In the trees by the lakeside, Shizen fell into deep thought. Author's note. At Amagakure, after Shikaku's arrival, Naruto held a meeting overnight. The location was the 9th floor of the tall tower in Amagakure. Attendees: Uzumaki Naruto, Konan, Orochimaru, Naro Shikaku. Naruto sat facing south, looking out at the rain through the window, with Konan standing behind him. Orochimaru and Shikaku sat on the east and west sides respectively. "Mr. Orochimaru, it is truly my honor to discuss important matters with the greatest mind in the ninja world." "Orochimaru-sensei, stop teasing me, let's get down to business. Based on the information Konoha has gathered from Obito's autopsy, I have drawn some conclusions. First, Uchiha Obito used Izanagi on himself. Second, Obito's Sharingan were reused repeatedly, resulting in 2 pairs. One pair is the fake from the Izanagi, and the other pair is the real one." Orochimaru said, "Only the Rinnegan-level ocular power prevents Izanagi from fully restoring. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is different after Izanagi, it is completely authentic." Shikaku asked, "Obito factored this in too? That makes things even more complicated." But given his obsession with the Eye of the Moon plan, he would never give up becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki just to reuse his eyes. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Therefore, I guess even if it's Izanagi, he would find a way to utilize the 10 tails. Naruto, Konan, Orochimaru, what do you think? After everyone pondered, Konan nodded, "I agree." Orochimaru concurred, "That's right." Naruto propped his chin up and smiled, "Uncle Shikaku, you figured it out before me." Shikaku said, "The key is what exact method Obito used. Only by understanding that can we formulate countermeasures and guard against upcoming dangers." Konan sighed, "There is too little information." Shikaku stood up, "At times like this, we need to pool our ideas, boldly speculate, and not be limited by existing logic and information. Even completely baseless ideas must be brought up. Then we can connect and summarize these guesses to find relatively reasonable answers." Naruto laughed, "This is what they call a brainstorm, right?" Shikaku smiled and nodded, "Exactly." Konan worried, "Is this really reliable?" Shikaku said, "Others might not be up to it, but here we have the seasoned Akatsuki member Konan, a former Akatsuki member, the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, and the thoroughly knowledgeable Orochimaru, not to mention the current Naruto. This lineup is definitely top tier in the ninja world and worth a try." Orochimaru teased, "Don't forget, there's also Konoha's chief strategist, Mr. Shikaku, with a Q220 or above." Shika smiled and took out a small blackboard. "Everyone speak, I'll write it down, whether it's detailed reasoning or vague ideas." Konan excitedly said, "This is quite fresh, the Akatsuki never held meetings like this before." "I'll start, Outer Path Puppet." Orochimaru, Clone. Naruto, White Zetsu. Shika quickly wrote. Konan, Would release. Orochimaru, How so? Konan, Isn't the Outer Path Puppet's shell like wood? After seeing Naruto's wooden dummy, I think it's even more like it. Orochimaru laughed, "You really insist on the Outer Path Puppet." Shika said, "It's okay, brainstorming means not being bound by logic." Naruto suddenly said, "Ramen." Konan followed, "Grilled fish." Orochimaru added, "Apple cider." Roku Hisaki coughs, "Let's talk some logic." Konan, Black Zetsu. Orochimaru, A certain forbidden technique. Naruto, Hashirama cells. Konan, Reanimation. Orochimaru, Soul splitting. Naruto, Reforging. Konan says, Obito transplanted the eyes, replacing Obito to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki because they shared the same ideals. Naruto continues, Obito was killed by Madara, and his eyes were taken by Madara as well. Orochimaru adds, Kabuto used Edo Tensei to resurrect Obito. Everyone chimed in one after another, while Roku filled the blackboard with keywords, crossing out the obviously unreasonable ones, finally leaving 5, Outer Path Golem, Obito, Black Setsu, Hashirama Cells, a certain forbidden technique. Roku points at Outer Path Golem and says, the Outer Path Golem is the shell of the 10 tails, sealing 8-tailed beasts. Since it must be used, it's definitely unavoidable. He circles Obito again. Obito is White Setsu's most trusted, involved in eye extraction and Edo Tensei, definitely an assistant and someone in the know. But Conan said Obito transplanted the eyes to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. I find that unrealistic. An extremist wouldn't easily rely on others. Roku looks at Black Setsu, seeking Naruto's opinion, and only speaks after Naruto nods. Black Setsu is the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the most elusive figure, so we can't rule out his involvement. He circles Hashirama Cells again. Obito is determined to go to extremes this time, and he definitely wouldn't ignore Hashirama Cells, which rival the Sharingan. Everyone nods in agreement. Roku raises his hand and draws a wavy line under a certain forbidden technique. This is my bold speculation, no evidence. Obito fused these elements through a certain forbidden technique, giving birth to an unknown entity X, inheriting his eyes, replacing him as the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the true identity completing the Eye of the Moon plan. What do you all think? Everyone falls silent, pondering. Orochimaru says in a low voice, when I joined Akatsuki, I saw the Outer Path Golem up close. There was a Hashirama artificial body on it, origin unknown. If it can be used, your guess might be possible. But that artificial body is unconscious, how would it be used? Naruto stares at Black Setsu on the blackboard, suddenly having a flash of insight. Yin-Yang release. Black Setsu is a product of Yin-Yang release. I've seen Obito's memories. Madara once demonstrated attaching consciousness to White Setsu. If Obito did the same, attaching consciousness to that Hashirama artificial body, maybe it could succeed. Conan pondered, the Outer Path demonic statue is the predecessor of the 10 tails. Obito used that artificial body and then absorbed the demonic statue into it to gain control. Roku lit a cigarette, smoke swirling around him as he revealed a confident smile. It seems the truth is about to surface. Author's note. Roku said, based on our deductions, Obito's actions are completely reasonable. He deliberately exposed his corpse in front of the Konoha gate, making us in the world believe he was dead, thus lowering our guard. Conan asked, then why didn't he immediately declare war on Naruto? Naruto said, this probably has to do with the tongue curse seal. Obito swore that regardless of winning or losing, he wouldn't attack Amigakure or Konoha. Conan sighed in relief, so as long as he stays in the village, he can't do anything, right? Roku thought deeply, not entirely. If the oath forbids him from acting inside the village, he can strike outside the village or even have others operate inside. Naruto gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. The violet incident before is an example. If he holds someone hostage outside the village to force me to comply, I have no reason not to fight. Roku asked seriously, Naruto, be honest. If you fight Obito now, what are the chances of winning? Naruto pinched his chin and shook his head. According to our estimates, almost no chance. Roku decided firmly, then we completely seal off Amigakure. No ninja or civilian can leave the village, and no outsiders can enter. Don't give him any opportunity. Conan asked, what about investigating Obito's umbu? Roku said, withdraw them all. His truth is almost uncovered. Risking execution isn't worth it. Besides, he has space-time dojutsu, making his movements unpredictable. We can't take risks. Execute immediately. Conan looked at Naruto. Naruto said, Conan nay, let's do as Uncle Roku says. Understood. Conan walked to the north wall entrance, turned, and said, Amigakure has recently increased external exchanges. Many people have gone out to broaden their horizons, so it's hard to recall everyone quickly. Roku said, then have their families write letters to notify them not to return for now, and not to reveal their Amigakure identity. Wait until it's safe to notify them to come back. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Conan nodded and jumped into the rain outside the tower. Roku said, this way, at least you can avoid being threatened. Naruto rested his chin on his hand, his voice low, I'm more worried about limited supplies. The village needs to regularly procure from outside. Sealing off isn't a long-term solution. Shika asked, does Amigakure have a processing factory? Naruto replied, yes, but it also needs raw materials to process. Shika continued to ask, how long can the current supplies last? Naruto stood up, this matter isn't my responsibility, go ask Katatomo. Crackling sounds. In the accounting room, Katatomo was quickly calculating on the abacus. Naruto and Shikaku waited patiently. Half an hour later, Katatomo put away the abacus and wiped his sweat. Naruto asked, "What's the result?" Katatomo sat in the boss chair and said in a deep voice, "With the current supplies and expenses, it can last at most 2 months." Naruto asked, "What if we use it sparingly?" Katatomo thought for a moment, "If nothing unexpected happens, it can last 3 months." Shikaku asked, "Naruto, if you have 3 months, can you fight Obito?" Naruto closed his eyes slightly and pondered, "The biggest problem is my eyes. I have to use Bentenjin twice a day, which consumes too much ocular power. I've calculated, I need to use Bentenjin at least 200 more times to fully restore my ocular power." Shikaku frowned, 3 months is 90 days, twice a day, that's only 180 times. There are other ways, like keeping the Sharingan activated all the time, but that would accelerate blindness. 3 months might barely ruin my eyes. Naruto stood up, but there's another problem. The fusion of the Eternal Mangekyo requires the Uchiha Mirror's left eye, which is still in Kabuto Yakushi's hands. We must get it back before I go blind. Also, the ocular power fusion takes time, 3 months might not be enough. Shikaku thought for a moment, others can't go procure supplies, but you can use Flying Thunder God technique to bring large amounts of supplies. If it's too much, you can have your clones help. Naruto shook his head, "That's true, but the village is sealed off, trade is cut off, villagers have no income, and the village tax revenue is gone." He glanced at Katatomo, "Without external funds supplementing, our money is simply not enough." Katatomo's dark green eyes flashed with a faint light, "If you have something to say, just say it." Naruto, "Katatomo, you still have some money in the exchange office, right? Can you take it out to help the village get through this crisis?" Katatomo's fingers tapped the table, the rhythm growing faster and faster, his expression unsettled. Naruto remained silent and gave Shikaku a look. Shikaku turned and walked out of the accounting room, closing the door behind him. "I'm going outside for a smoke." Naruto looked around, saw the teacup was empty, quickly brewed some tea, and brought it to Kakuzu. "Kakuzu, please have some tea." Kakuzu turned his head and ignored him. Naruto smiled, carrying the tray around to the other side. "Kakuzu, please have some tea." Kakuzu still ignored him. Naruto repeated several times, but Kakuzu showed no interest. He wasn't annoyed, set down the tray, went behind Kakuzu, and began massaging his shoulders and back, looking utterly ingratiating. After a long while, Kakuzu sighed, "Are you determined to use that money?" Naruto looked aggrieved. "Consider it a loan. I'll definitely pay you back when I have the money." Kakuzu spoke earnestly, "The issue isn't just about repaying the money. This village, closed off for years and severely damaged, has finally been rebuilt, and your position is just stabilizing. Now is the crucial time to make a big move and revitalize the village. At this critical juncture, the village must be sealed off. The reason is you've provoked enemies outside, and they plan to come back for revenge and murder. How will the people below see this? Strong military force can quell external threats, but before dealing with outsiders, you must secure internal stability. How do you secure it? It's not something a few pretty words can solve. People's hearts are like water, public sentiment like smoke, only tangible benefits can reassure them." After speaking, Kakuzu spread out a scroll and formed hand seals with both hands. Boom! In the smoke appeared a huge box, which opened to reveal it was full of cash. Naruto stared in shock as Kakuzu said in a deep voice, "This is the 700 million ryo I've saved. Use half to buy some supplies, food is key, and other expenses should be cut wherever possible. The rest of the money is to subsidize the people and soothe their hearts." Naruto was surprised. "Isn't all your money in the exchange office?" "Oof." Kakuzu sneered coldly, "That's all rumors. How could I entrust my money to outsiders? The most unreliable things in this world are favors and reputation." After leaving Kakuzu's accounting room, Naruto and Shikaku walked in the rain. Shikaku asked, "Has the target for the outer heavenly gods been decided?" Naruto said, "Yes. We suspected Obito had a conspiracy, so we captured several hundred white Zetsu and locked them in the cellar. Using them blinded these eyes enough." Your habit of preparing for the worst is good. White Zetsu will be very useful in the future, so kill as few as possible." Shikaku shifted the topic, "What about Obito? No matter how much you value him, you can't keep indulging him. Someone who can come up with such crazy methods is too dangerous." Naruto's gaze was heavy, "I think so too. The next battle will really be the last one. If he still doesn't turn back, I won't give him another chance." Good that you understand." Shikaku continued, "By the way, you found it strange since you arrived. You're the Raikage of the Hidden Rain Village, responsible for all village affairs, so why haven't you been seen holding court and governing? Naruto shrugged and smiled. I've become a hands-off manager now. Shikaku was curious. Oh? A hands-off manager? Then who is really in charge? Naruto smiled and said, I'll take uncle to meet her. In the center street of the Hidden Rain Village, the village chief's residence, Naruto and Shikaku stood on a nearby rooftop, looking through the window at another Naruto sitting at the desk. That was Amamiya Ruri disguised by transformation jutsu. Naruto said, her identity can't be made public, so officially she uses transformation jutsu to take my appearance. Shikaku, isn't she the former princess of the Rain Country? She also knows ninjutsu? Naruto, for her safety, Sister Konan taught her some chakra control methods. She learned basic ninjutsu like transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu. Shikaku, does she have any good ideas? Naruto, I haven't asked, I left it all to her. But I heard she proposed that all ninjas should master survival skills beyond ninjutsu. Oh? Shikaku's eyes lit up, tell me more. Naruto's gaze was serious. Ninjas have always been treated as tools of the rulers, dependent on the state-funded ninja villages. Any ninja not under the control of a ninja village is a rogue ninja and must hide their identity. Ninjas belonging to a ninja village must carry out missions and live off their rewards. The one country, one village system has continued since the Warring States period. Living, the most important thing is eating, and ninjas are no different. So ninjas have to learn survival skills, like farming. Shikaku asked, can ninjas, who are used to fighting, really learn to farm? Naruto answered, they implemented the responsibility field system. All ninjas in the Rain Village, including the Anbu, are assigned a plot of land. No matter how busy they are, they have to find time to cultivate it and conduct regular inspections. If they fail, their salary is deducted. It's not for the food, but to ensure ninjas master the most basic survival skills. Luku sighed, truly visionary. But in his heart, he thought, could there be ambition hidden behind this princess? Was it planned by Naruto? Forget it, maybe I'm overthinking. Naruto is more focused on defending against external enemies, not internal strife. Shikaku pondered, Amigakure is a small country with little government interference, so this system of responsibility fields can work. But in Konoha, it definitely won't work, you know. Naruto smiled, yeah, big countries enjoy the convenience of ninjas but also fear ninjas becoming independent, so they worry. Shikaku said, the daimyo's concerns are reasonable. If we were in their position, we'd have to think it through carefully too. He said meaningfully, if force decides life and death, then laws and order depend on personal feelings. The strong can save lives for a moment, but also kill for a moment. Naruto understood. Uncle Shikaku, are you worried that if my power becomes too strong, I might repeat Kagaya's mistakes? Shikaku smiled faintly. Naruto, it's not that I don't trust you. Everyone wants to keep their original intention, but when power expands uncontrollably, even if you become a savior, people will fear you and keep their distance. That's reality, human nature. After you eliminate the Otsutsuki threat, what people will fear is not the Otsutsuki, but you. With a snap, Shikaku lit a cigarette. Maybe it's too early to talk about this now. After all, the world still doesn't understand what the Otsutsuki are. When that day comes, no one knows when. Just forget what I said. Naruto said without evasion, no, Uncle Shikaku, the questions you raise are very real, and I think about them every day. Shikaku stared at Naruto and asked, so, what good solution do you have? Naruto said firmly, I won't act arbitrarily. Rather than blindly believing that having great power means you can keep your original intention, I prefer to implement the way of checks and balances. Let Sasuke, Obito, Madara, and others grow with me, keep pace with me, constantly urging and reminding me. He looked up at the sky. This is also the method the Sage of Six Paths once used, but my vision is broader, not limited to one place, but far-sighted. The wind rose. Shikaku smiled and said, with your awareness, I feel relieved. I should return to the village. I can't let your clone be busy and confused alone. Naruto put his arm around Shikaku's shoulder. No rush, it's not too late to leave after eating. Shikaku asked, by the way, do you have a clear idea about Madara? Naruto smiled. He's eager to resurrect himself, definitely wants to obtain the same sage techniques as me. After he left the Forest of Death, I haven't received any news from Mayaboku, so I guess he went to Ryuchi Cave first. Maybe he's already there. Inside the temple of Ryuchi Cave, smoke swirled. The white snake sage sat cross-legged on a high seat, staring at the shirtless, long-haired Uchiha Madara before him, and said meaningfully, what kind of evil wind has been blowing recently? It's either Ashura or Indra. Madara retorted coldly, Ashura and Indra are the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths, but what does Indra have to do with me? He shouted loudly, stop dragging this out, quickly transfer the immortal power of the Dragon Earth Cave to me. Madara's attitude was extremely arrogant. The white snake sage exhaled a puff of smoke. All seekers of immortality must first pass the trial, kowtow, and pay respects, only then will I transfer the immortal power to them. This is the rule, no exceptions allowed. Uchiha Madara, pay your respects to me. Anger flared in Madara's heart. The mighty Uchiha Madara was actually being asked to kowtow to her? But he remembered the lesson from the Whetbone Forest: the three great sages were monsters, and tearing off the mask never ended well. Kuratsuchi once advised him, Lord Madara, when under a roof, one must lower their head. Those old folks want to be worshipped and pampered, just go along with it. Madara sneered, then I'll tear down the roof, and I can raise my head. Still arrogant, but now more experienced. He showed no anger, calmly asked, White Snake Sage, what exactly is kowtowing? The White Snake Sage answered, touching your head to the ground is kowtowing. Madara asked again, then what is the ground? The White Snake replied, the soil and bricks beneath your feet are the ground. A smirk appeared at the corner of Madara's mouth. Suddenly, he stomped his foot, and a brick by his foot bounced up with a sound. Madara caught the brick steadily without blinking and smashed it directly onto his forehead. Crack! The brick shattered, and blood immediately stained his face. Even the White Snake Sage was stunned. Madara crushed the half-brick in his hand into powder, threw it heavily on the ground, and said, kowtowing is done. Now you can transfer the immortal power to me, right? The White Snake Sage squinted, are you mocking me? Madara argued, you said the bricks beneath the feet are the ground, and touching the head to the ground is kowtowing. The White Snake Sage sneered coldly, you didn't kowtow to the ground kowtowed to you. Madara replied, either way, it's bowing down. You didn't make it clear who was bowing to whom. Blood flowed down Madara's forehead, dripping into the cracks between the bricks. The White Snake Sage's expression was complicated. If you ask me, you need to properly bend down and kneel to bow, and after bowing, you have to fill the cracks in the bricks and clean the ground for it to count. Madara said coldly, then I won't learn your sage techniques. I'm no match for you now, but if I want to leave, who can stop me? 30 years of turbulent changes, in the future I will definitely make a comeback and destroy this temple. How presumptuous! The White Snake Sage's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A terrifying chakra surged like a white giant wave roaring. The entire temple, even the whole dragon cave, was shaking. Madara suddenly retreated sharply, protected by Susanoo, the meridians at his right temple bulging, that white eye staring fixedly at the giant statue on the throne. Her own chakra alone can rival the 10 tails, not to mention she also has sage power. The roaring chakra instantly calmed, rubble fell with a rustling sound, proving that everything just now was real. The White Snake Sage said coldly, forget it, I don't like people who talk big but can't deliver, but I also admire your ability and courage, Uchiha Madara, come up here. Madara stood within Susanoo, face full of doubt, you mean, you really are willing to pass on your sage power to me? The White Snake Sage nodded, that's right, come up. Madara hesitated for a moment, and the White Snake Sage sneered, so arrogant just now, and now you don't dare to step forward? Afraid I'll eat you? Madara snorted coldly, dispelled Susanoo, and strode forward. The White Snake Sage sighed, I really don't understand, it's just kneeling once, is it worth making such a fuss? Madara's tone was firm, you don't understand, sometimes one kneel means never standing up again. I, Uchiha Madara, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, and will never kneel to anyone in my life. The White Snake Sage sneered coldly, at least you haven't disgraced Indra's name, much better than your current self. Before the words finished, the White Snake Sage suddenly lunged forward, his sharp teeth biting fiercely into Madara's neck. Sage power gushed like a spring, pouring into Madara's body. Madara clenched his fists, channeling sage power through the chakra points until 2 horns sprouted from his chest and forehead. Madara laughed, heh, that stings. Clack! The White Snake Sage bared his sharp fangs, then returned to his throne and said in a deep voice, the sage power has been passed on to you. Go train in the back mountain. In about a day and a night, you should be able to master it. Understood. Madara turned and walked out of the temple. Wait! The White Snake Sage called after him. Madara stopped and glanced back, is there something else? The White Snake Sage asked with interest, you still have the slug sage power inside you. I know that girl's temper. How did you get her to teach you? Madara was silent for a moment, then finally said, I used Mito's granddaughter to threaten her. The White Snake Sage laughed, I see, you really know how to play people. If it were me, forget about taking hostages to threaten me, even if you killed everyone in the world, you wouldn't get me to submit. Madara asked, anything else? The white snake sage said, I know your background. If you're interested, come find me before you leave. If not, then go. Madara pondered slightly, withdrew his gaze, and left the temple, heading toward the back mountain. The white snake sage sighed, it's amazing he doesn't know his own background and has made it this far by feeling his way. The Rinnegan Naruto wields, he must be the original owner. Rain Hidden Village. Conan, our ANBU outside have already been recalled. Naruto, good, immediately lock down the village. Until I activate the Eternal Mangekyo, no one is allowed to leave the village even half a step. Bang! The gates of the Hidden Rain village slowly closed. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Four black rods shot toward the four corners of the village. Naruto entered Sage Mode, forming hand seals with both hands. Barrier formation for Vermilion Sun Array. Rumble. The majestic 4 Vermilion Sun Array enveloped the Hidden Rain village, completely isolating it from the outside world. Late at night, outside the rain-hidden village, a man in a black robe and mask stared intently at the barrier in the night. It seems like this setup anticipated our next move. Toby, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Let's go see what they're up to. After speaking, Uchiha Toby strode forward, with a shadow following behind him. Toby said, Tsuchi, your time to penetrate is limited, and you'll be discovered by the rain. Stay here. The shadow behind stopped. Whoosh! Toby passed through the barrier. Splash! The rain passed through him. Ignoring the rain, he moved forward slowly, his gaze dark and fixed ahead. In the reanimation state, the ocular power and chakra are not consumed, and the penetration time is unlimited. Author's note. Toby was enveloped by a fae, moving through the rain-hidden village like a ghost. If he made a move, the rain-hidden village would surely be drenched in blood. He knew Naruto was growing rapidly. The longer the delay, the worse the situation would become. Toby shook his head helplessly. Though I am already dead, that tongue curse mark has transferred to Tsuchi's tongue. If I break my oath and act, Tsuchi will be implicated. If Tsuchi dies, the Eye of the Moon plan is doomed. Senju Tobarama, impressive. Afe laughed, Naruto sealing off the rain-hidden village at this time is quite a coincidence. Obito replied coldly, do you really think so? Afe shrugged, if not, then what? This arrangement, only you and I know about it, even the white Zetsu were kept in the dark. Even if Naruto was smart and guesses that you used Edo Tensei on yourself, what about Tsuchikage? Without seeing it with their own eyes, who can figure it out? Obito's eyes narrowed, there is one person who might. Afe asked, who? Obito whispered, Nara Shikaku. Afe fell silent. Obito sighed, dumping the body might have been a mistake, making the situation more complicated. The rain continued to pour. Obito's gaze was deep, now, none of that matters. Pain claimed to be invincible, but after his intelligence was cracked, he was defeated one by one. Only by understanding the truth and remaining undefeated can one be truly invincible. The combination of Uchiha Obito and Senju Tsuchikage is the true meaning of invincible. No matter how Naruto resists, he cannot stop our happiness. When the village runs out of bullets and food and falls into chaos, that will be our chance to act. Fa taunted, what if Naruto cheats and refuses to leave the village? What if we threaten him with hostages then? Obito calmly said, he is alive, he still has to eat. Afe retorted, he has the Flying Thunder God technique. If the food runs out, he can slip out to pick some fruit and come back. We can't catch him. Obito said, if that's the case, then the rain-hidden village is just a name without substance. Whether we attack or not doesn't matter, and it wouldn't break our oath. Afe was unconvinced, but what if he is even more shameless and just abandons the rain-hidden village, hiding somewhere no one can find him? What do we do then? Obito was speechless. Afe, do you know what troll means? Afe blurted out, yes, it's south the place where you defecate. Obito sneered coldly, that's an anus, not a contrarian. A contrarian is someone who seems reasonable on the surface but is actually impossible. You are a contrarian right now. Afe self-mockingly said, I become a contrarian. Obito said seriously, cause and effect are connected and inseparable. If Naruto were really the kind of person you say he is, he wouldn't have fought me to this point. The fact that he has fought me this far shows he is not what you say. Fa fell silent, I won't argue anymore. But since you say we're invincible, why do we still have to sneak behind enemy lines to gather intelligence? Obito stopped in his tracks, caught off guard by this question. What's going on here? Clearly, I am already an invincible existence, so why do I still doubt myself? After a long silence, Obito finally made up his mind, then let's treat this visit as the last performance before the infinite dream begins. When I become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, I will definitely use the power of Yin Yang release to break that tongue curse seal. At that time, to commemorate the surprise Naruto has given me during this period, I will use infinite Tsukuyami starting from the Rain Hidden Village to purify this world. With firm conviction, Obito continued forward, gradually entering the bustling marketplace. The residents of the Rain Hidden Village were busy preparing winter food supplies. Although Obito's attire was strange, everyone was already used to it and didn't give him a second glance. He stopped in front of a meat stall. The meat vendor, Suikazan Fugwoni, was skillfully cutting meat and calling out to customers, "Uncle Chen, your pork trotters have been weighed." The neighbors all said, "Suikazan is honest, his pork is always weighed accurately, never watered down." This was because Fugwoni used water release to extract the moisture from the meat. Afei muttered helplessly beside him, "What exactly does Uzumaki Naruto want to do?" Obito's gaze darkened. During the Blood Mist era, Suikazan Fugwoni was killed on the spot by Kisame for betraying the Mizukage. I was there at the scene. His fat corpse lay in a pool of blood, looking just like a slaughtered pig. But now, he has become the Rain Hidden Village's butcher. The cause and effect in this world is truly absurd. He sneered and shook his head, continuing forward. Suddenly, an elderly grandmother rushing home fell, scattering the fruits from her basket all over the ground. Obito stopped, reached out to help, but suddenly withdrew his hand and clenched his fist. He walked straight past the old woman picking up the fruit, paying no attention. "Stop right there!" A cold female voice came from the alley entrance. On the wall and treetops, figures dressed in umbu attire appeared one after another, led by Violet. Violet questioned, "Your outfit is highly suspicious, submit to inspection." Obito slowly pulled down his hood, revealing a face with white curly hair. You're the wrinkled-faced guy's gang." Violet recognized him as Afei, who had once been kidnapped. She drew her blade to strike, but the attack easily passed through. Violet focused, "This ability, just as Lord Naruto predicted, you infiltrated during the village lockdown to scout the situation. Jingja, Mangzhong, you two search for his other incarnation, very likely also in the village." "Yes, Lady Violet. Everyone else, attack him with me. He carries the tongue curse seal. Rain Hidden Village cannot act rashly, or we would have struck long ago." "Yes." Blades and kunai clashed as they charged toward Obito. Afei said helplessly, "Just as you said, the secret of the Tsuchimikado has been exposed." Obito ignored the attacks and advanced steadily. The four Sound Ninja, former seven ninja swordsmen, and former Jinchuriki gathered, and the Edo Tensei versions of them launched a frenzied assault, with fire and lightning intertwining. Obito whispered, "This trip was not in vain. At least Naruto has control over Kabuto's Edo Tensei puppets. Koto Amatsukami is indeed formidable. But even the strongest genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami, is ineffective against my aim no Iwado. The white bird soared high, Deidara chased closely, exclaiming, "Is that untouchable guy Afei? I didn't get it wrong, did I?" The Rain Hidden border was right ahead, and Violet threw a kunai. Naruto and Shikaku darted out from between the kunai. Naruto changed his hand signs and performed mind-body switch technique. Obito continued forward. Naruto lowered his palm. "As expected, mind-body switch is ineffective on you." Called Tenrikishi? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes are really powerful. Obito passed through Naruto's body and headed toward the edge of the Four Red Sun formation. Nara Shikaku shouted, "Obito, don't rush off. Since you're here, let us talk more." Obito replied coldly, "I have nothing to say to you." Nara Shikaku's shadow stretched, merging with the shadow beneath Obito's feet, causing Obito's steps to halt. Shadow imitation technique. "Don't be so cold." Nara Shikaku turned around, and Obito was also turned by the shadow's movement. Obito sneered, "This shadow technique can't hold me. I'm still in a phasing state. The shadow won't bind me for long." "Indeed," Shikaku smiled faintly, looking at Ryusei, "but you can't phase through yourself. According to the technique's logic, your limbs can't overlap in spacetime." Obito's gaze sharpened, "So what?" Shikaku continued, "Though Edo Tensei can regenerate, the damaged parts lose function for a short time." He raised his hand, bending two fingers toward his eyes, calmly saying, "If I use shadow imitation technique to trick you into blinding your own eyes, you'll be temporarily blind, and phasing will fail." Obito's pupils suddenly contracted. Shikaku's eyes deepened. "When phasing fails, Naruto can use the Rinnegan's human path to extract your soul. You're already a dead piece. Unless your Hashirama clone outside the village comes to rescue you, otherwise. If the clone intervenes, chaos will surely ensue. If the village is damaged, the attack on the Rain Hidden Village will be exposed. The vow of the Tongue Calamity Curse seal will also become invalid. Though the avatar dies, your Moon Eye plan will be completely shattered. Although it was just a hypothetical scenario, these words put Obito in a dilemma. Nara Shikaku, someone like you is truly wasted as an enemy. Obito Uchiha sighed, half jokingly. Alright, I'll listen to what you all want to say. Naruto spoke frankly, Infinite Tsukuyomi is actually a scam. This was no trivial matter, and Naruto signaled to Violet. Violet immediately shouted to the ninjas present, everyone, get out of the way. Except for Shikaku, the others all retreated. Obito questioned, you say Infinite Tsukuyomi is a scam? Are you kidding? I've only mentioned it a few times, and you, an outsider who doesn't even know the full story, have what right to say that? Naruto smiled and replied, though I'm an outsider, I know the truth. Obito sneered, humph, arrogant and shameless. Naruto explained in detail, Infinite Tsukuyomi was something Madara regarded as truth for decades after glimpsing the will of the six paths from the Uchiha stone tablet. He first borrowed the power of Hashirama Senju during the Valley of the End battle, faked his death to deceive everyone, and in his later years awakened the Rinnegan. Because of old age and frailty, he couldn't act personally, so he entrusted the Rinnegan to the young Nagato, saved you all who were stranded in the Kamui battle, and commissioned you to carry out his mission. Am I right? Obito frowned, so what? What does that have to do with Infinite Tsukuyomi being a scam? Naruto smiled, I just want to tell you, this isn't baseless, but has factual grounds. Obito snorted coldly, then tell me your insight. Naruto began to narrate, the fundamental problem is that the Uchiha stone tablet was tampered with by Black Zetsu. On the surface, Infinite Tsukuyomi creates a dream of no conflict, but in reality, it gradually turns those trapped into White Zetsu. Obito frowned, what did you say? Black Zetsu is Madara's will, why would he do such a thing? Naruto smiled and said, good question. Black Zetsu is not Madara's will, but the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Obito's frown deepened, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who is that? Naruto suggested, Obito, using the Sharingan's projection genjutsu to transmit information will be faster. Obito refused, I have the Tensigen will projection genjutsu doesn't work on me, it only works if I initiate it. But that would be evidence of me attacking you in the Rain Hidden Village, so you should just narrate it. Alright, the situation is like this. Naruto began from the start, detailing Kagaya's background and origins. Obito found it absurd, I know about the God Tree's existence, and that the moon is a sealing stone set by the Six Paths Sage, but you say the 10 Tails and the God Tree are both Kagaya's will? Black Zetsu was her third child before she was sealed. It deceived Madara, plotting to resurrect Kagaya. This kind of claim, Naruto said gently, indeed, it's incredible. If you find anything off, feel free to point it out. Uchiha Obito was momentarily speechless. Naruto seized the moment, regarding Black Zetsu, I have some evidence for you. I once left the Flying Thunder God mark on Sasuke's throat. That spot isn't like the back, cutting flesh and bone is difficult there, but that mark disappeared. There's only one possibility, yin-yang release, and at the level of the Six Paths Sage. The only one who can do this is Black Zetsu. If it were truly Madara's will, why would it use that kind of yin-yang release? Furthermore, recently, both you and Madara were implanted with the Tongue Curse seal, preventing you from casually moving against the Rain Hidden Village and the Leaf Village. But Black Zetsu has the ability to remove that curse seal, why not use it on Madara? It's simple, Black Zetsu is guilty and doesn't dare to do so. At least this proves that Black Zetsu and Madara are not of one mind. Naruto's words struck deep into Obito's heart, leaving him speechless. Obito turned to ask, then how do you know all this? Naruto answered, for these 16 years, you spent most of your time in Konoha, except for the 3 years training outside with Jiraiya and 1 month training on Mayaboko Mountain. Your whereabouts were all known to Akatsuki. In other words, you had no channel to know these things. Obito sneered, what? Can't answer? Then you're guilty too. Using half-truths and lies to slander the Eye of the Moon plan, you deserve death. Naruto calmly met his gaze and strode forward, I can tell you the truth. As long as you let down your guard and spar with me, you'll understand everything. He called behind him, Uncle Shikaku, retract the shadow. Whoosh! The shadow mimicry was lifted. Naruto stopped, took off his left glove, extended his fist in front of Obito, and said softly, Obito, I've never considered you an enemy, only an opponent. You should know that, right? Obito's heart trembled. Naruto had spared his life several times despite easily being able to kill him, and this doubt had always troubled him. Naruto smiled, spar with me, and you'll know the whole truth. Obito's right hand trembled as he slowly clenched his fist, but just as their fists were about to meet, he suddenly withdrew, quickly retreating to the edge of the 4 red sun formation. Naruto extended his fist, watching Obito's retreating back. At that moment, Obito thought of Rin, recalled the scene of her being pierced by Kakashi's lightning cutter. His heart was ashen. This world has no hope. The infinite Tsukuyomi is the only straw to save us. How can I give up my long-cherished wish because of your words? Then I don't deserve to be called a dream chaser. Naruto patiently advised, Obito, Madara implanted the same curse seal on Rin's heart as yours. After she learned the truth, she chose to collide with Kakashi's lightning cutter. Rage surged in Obito's eyes. Enough, no more words. Let us settle this with a life or death battle on the battlefield. If you don't end it, I will end you in this world. Whoosh, his figure pierced through the four red sun formation and returned to the outside world. The rain in Amagakure continued to fall incessantly. Naruto slowly lowered his outstretched hand. Roku approached. His obsession is too deep, there's nothing we can do. But after this conversation, the next time we decide the outcome, communication will be smoother. Naruto clenched his fists firmly and said, that's right. I will never back down in the final battle with him. Whoosh! Obito returned to Doma's side. Afe said, we really need to be prepared for that Shadow's tactics just now. Obito pondered, Nara Shikaku made me see my own shortcomings. Afe asked, so what should we do? Obito's eyes were cold. Madara once said that the Uzumaki clan has a technique that can seal shadows. I must find it. Afe worried, what if you can't find it? Obito sneered, then I'll go to Konoha, get the Book of Seals, and learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God can teleport instantly and break free from the shadow's restraint. Sukama said solemnly, Lord Obito, why not prepare both? Master both the sealing technique and the Flying Thunder God. Obito's lips curled slightly, alright, let's do that. Bang! The massive earth release, demonic star stood tall in Amagakure. Swish! Naruto appeared from the Flying Thunder God technique, looking at the stunned crowd. I brought the Hell Valley from Kumogakure here. Konan was puzzled, why suddenly move it here? Naruto explained, since leaving Hell Valley, I haven't properly trained my Violet Lightning Chakra mode. This place is perfect for improvement. I want to take the opportunity to hone myself. Before Shikaku returned to Konoha, he reminded, Obito has no way out. He will strive to overcome his weaknesses. When the real battle comes, shadow tactics might not work. Naruto, don't leave any backup plans. Improve yourself wherever you can. After sending Shikaku off, Naruto returned to the Land of Lightning and, using the method of moving dragon veins, relocated Hell Valley to Amagakure. Crackling sounds, earth release, demonic star cracked open like an eggshell, and Hell Valley became a new facility in Amagakure. Konan, nothing serious, don't let anyone disturb my training. His robe fluttering, Naruto strode toward Hell Valley. I'm going to beat Obito to a pulp. Naruto began a new grueling training. Behind the Dragon Earth Cave Mountain. After a whole day and night, Madara finally mastered the Dragon Earth Cave's drastic sage technique. 9 celestial snakes coiled around his body. Dragon Earth Cave Immortal Technique, this should be its limit. Whoosh whoosh. The celestial snakes retracted, and the horns on Madara's chest and forehead slowly disappeared. Rustle rustle rustle. Korazetsu emerged from the ground. Congratulations, Lord Madara, another victory. Next, only the immortal technique of Maya Boko Mountain remains. What do you plan to do? Madara was silent, recalling the words of the White Snake Immortal earlier. I know some things about your background here. If you're interested, come by before you leave. If not, that's fine too, go ahead. Madara appeared cold on the surface, but inwardly he cared deeply. I still have to go see the White Snake Immortal, wait outside. After saying that, Ban leapt down from the mountaintop. Kuratsuki's eyes darkened, that old immortal White Snake Sage really knows how to cause trouble. But don't worry, Indra's secret won't harm Mom. Inside the temple. Madara meets the White Snake Sage again. White Snake Sage, tell me about my origins. So you've come after all. Snake Princess, prepare a seat. The maid sets down a cushion, Madara sits, ready to listen attentively. The White Snake Sage says, Uchiha Madara, do you know why you were able to awaken the Rinnegan? Madara is surprised, you know I awakened the Rinnegan? Though I do not appear in the world, I understand worldly matters thoroughly. Madara says, Yin and Yang give birth to each other. Only the combined power of Uchiha and Senju can awaken the 6 paths Rinnegan. That's what the stone tablet said. I followed it and awakened the Rinnegan before I died. The White Snake Sage denies, no, it's because you are Indra and he is Ashura. Only your union forms the 6 paths. Madara frowns, Indra is the ancestor of the Uchiha, Ashura is the ancestor of the Senju, but what does that have to do with me and Hashirama? White Snake Sage, because you are the reincarnation of Indra, and Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura. You are the reincarnations of the previous generation. Madara is shocked. What on earth is going on? The White Snake Sage explains everything in detail. Madara finds it hard to believe. What? Naruto and Sasuke are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra from this generation? The White Snake Sage says, Sasuke came here a few days ago too. At first, I didn't recognize him, but when he showed arrogance and rudeness, I saw the shadow of an old friend. Madara whispers, no wonder both Sasuke and I have the Mangekyo Sharingan Tobii. I always felt there was some connection beyond blood ties, but I never imagined it was such a deep origin. The White Snake Sage asks, now that you know this, what do you plan to do? Madara sneers and stands, so what if I'm Indra, so what if I'm Ashura? Past lives or present lives, it's all boring. I, Uchiha Madara, will always be Uchiha Madara. Reincarnation means nothing to me. Since you've told me these things, I owe you a favor, White Snake Sage. If there's a chance in the future, I'll repay you. Nothing else, I'll be going now. The White Snake Sage smiled and said, if you want to ask more, I can tell you even more. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist tightly. I will find the answers myself, including the truth of the stone tablet and the reality of the infinite Tsukuyomi. You don't need to persuade me. Whether it's me or Uzumaki Naruto who is the true savior will ultimately be decided by power. Whoosh! Uchiha Madara flashed and disappeared in the light of the flying thunder god. The maid snake princess asked confusedly, Grandmother, why did that man answer irrelevantly? You clearly said you could answer him, but he said things that don't matter. The White Snake Sage's eyes gleamed. He understands everything, he is just unwilling to accept it. Indra's competitiveness is passed down through generations, but his pride might be even stronger than Indra himself. Uchiha Madara, truly seeing is better than hearing 100 times. He and Naruto both indeed qualify to be my lifelong friends. On the Gobi Desert under the night sky, Madara and Black Zetsu met. Lord Madara, when do you plan to go to Mount Mayaboku? Black Zetsu thought, the toad and the robe at Mount Mayaboku have connections and can even predict things. If Madara approaches, he might be exposed. Madara asked meaningfully, when do you think is appropriate? Black Zetsu said, Mount Mayaboku is the hardest to deal with. The slug values human feelings, treating those it likes as family and cutting ties with those it dislikes. The white snake doesn't recognize kinship. Everyone faces the trials basically equally, just for appearances. The toad at Mount Mayaboku is different. It is said to value human feelings but is not bound by them. Madara was interested, how so? Black Zetsu answered, Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, is considered its top disciple. That toad predicted Jiraiya's death early on but did nothing, just watched him die. It never appears in person. All external affairs are handled by its disciples. Would you say that counts? So, threatening it with close ones is useless. It would never save anyone. There are no trials at Mount Mayaboku. You can't even ask it questions. Madara asked again, then what should we do? Black Zetsu sneered, Jiraiya was resurrected by Naruto. After resurrection, he can still use sage techniques. Why not find a way to lure Jiraiya outside the hidden rain village, then absorb the sage power from him? That way, you don't have to risk going to Mount Mayaboku. What do you think? Madara chuckled inwardly, Ha, Black Zetsu, you don't want me to go to Mount Mayaboku. You don't let me go, but I will go anyway. Madara's face remained unchanged. First, I'll go to Mount Mayaboku to take a look. If it doesn't work, I'll leave using Flying Thunder God and then consider your plan. Black Zetsu panicked, but... A glimpse from Madara, what's wrong? Are you going to make decisions for me? Kuratsuchi hurriedly said, No, I wouldn't dare. I am only your will, just offering suggestions. How could I overstep my bounds? Madara withdrew his gaze, good that you understand. I will go to Mayaboku Mountain myself, you don't need to follow. You go find Obito and Kabuto, find out where they are now. When I master the sage art, I have other plans. I understand, Lord Madara. Kuratsuchi thought to himself, looks like I need to make other plans too, I can't just focus on Madara alone. Author S. Note. In a remote village of the Land of Water, Kabuto sat beside a tall mound of earth, treating sick villagers. To reassure the villagers, he made up a reason. I heard this place is troubled by an epidemic. The Land of Water sent me to assist severe cases and the elderly, children, and women first. Please line up and wait for treatment. Just as Kabuto was diagnosing an old grandmother, a scruffy little girl curiously looked at the snake behind him and innocently asked, Uncle, why do you have a snake behind your butt? The snake raised its eyes and flicked its tongue. Kabuto smiled and said, Uncle is a bad man, with a heart like a snake and scorpion, so he has a snake behind his butt. But the little girl said, "Uncle is not a bad man, he is a great man, he cured my brother and father, he can cure grandma's illness too." Kabuto did not answer directly, smiling as he said to the old grandmother, "Old lady, I have prepared some medicine, take it for 3 consecutive days starting tomorrow and you will get better." The consultation continued until evening. Kabuto reminded everyone to fast all day today. Late at night, Kabuto came to the village's only well and poured the prepared medicine into the well. Sasuke, dressed in a black robe with a hood covering his hair, walked up behind him and asked puzzled, "Why are you doing this?" Kabuto pushed up his glasses. "The root cause of the villager's illness is the unclean water source. Without purifying the water, even if the illness is cured, it will relapse." Sasuke said, "I'm not asking why you treat the illness and purify the water. We are here to find someone, can't we just ask for information directly? If they don't talk, the Sharingan can handle it." Kabuto said, "Sasuke, force is not the only way to solve problems, unless absolutely necessary, there are actually better methods." Sasuke remains silent. Yukushi Kabuto patiently said, "I want you to become a wise person, not just a killing machine." Naruto once sought secret scrolls from the 5 great shinobi villages. These secrets are the highest confidential information of each village. But he is a rogue ninja, yet he only clashed with the Hidden Cloud village, and the Hidden Mist village even appreciated his help. This is Naruto's cleverness. Hearing this, Sasuke clenched his fist. If one person can do it, why rely on those unrelated? You're wrong. Yukushi Kabuto shook his head lightly. For example, suppose Naruto's combat power is 100, and others only have 1. 100 plus 1 is definitely greater than 100, right? But if one day, Naruto meets another person whose combat power is also 100, then that power of 1 will show its value. Sasuke was speechless. Yukushi Kabuto spoke calmly, "This example is a bit utilitarian. I hope you can become a rational person, not just look at benefits." Sasuke chuckled lightly, someone who uses all the Edo Tensei resurrected as chess pieces, how could he be rational? Yukushi Kabuto was slightly stunned and pushed up his glasses. "I just hope that my shortcomings can be compensated by you. I've been having this thought lately, I don't know why." Yukushi Kabuto, do you know what this mentality is called? He asked himself countless times but refused to admit it. The answer is Kabuto, I'm going to sleep first. Sasuke turned and walked toward the tent. Kabuto reminded him, "Remember to pack up the tent properly, the weather is getting colder recently." Sasuke replied, "Got it, you're really nagging." Early the next morning, Kabuto met the village chief. The village chief grasped Kabuto's hand tightly and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do. This is a small token from the villagers, please accept it." On the table were some money and food collected by the villagers. Kabuto politely declined, "I appreciate the villagers' kindness, but I act impartially, so I cannot accept these." The village chief showed regret on the surface but was happy inside. "Ah, you came all this way to treat illness, it would be embarrassing not to bring something back." Kabuto said calmly, "Treating illness and saving lives is a doctor's duty, I do not seek reward." The village chief sighed, "Ah, you are truly a good person. Nowadays, there are few like you. Actually, our village is very poor, and this money and food are saved by the villagers by eating frugally. If you really accepted it, we would be in trouble. Please let me thank you on their behalf." As he spoke, the village chief prepared to kneel in gratitude. No, Kabuto steadied the village chief by the shoulders and helped him back into his chair, speaking seriously, "If you truly want to thank me, just tell me the whereabouts of one person." The village chief asked, "What person?" "Tell me, if I know, I will definitely tell you." Kabuto said, "That person is a friend of my father's and has done a favor for our family. I have always wanted to find him to repay him. I heard he lived in this village for a time many years ago." "You should know him, right?" The village chief's expression changed drastically. "What is his name?" "Kabuto Jisen." The village chief was visibly shaken and remained silent for a long time. To find the last survivor of the Senju, Kabuto used all his intelligence networks, starting from the trail of Jisen, the son of Senju Hashirama, and finally obtained a clue. Many years ago, Sesshin, unwilling to get involved in the ninja world's conflicts, came to a village in the land of water and stayed for a while. The village chief sighed and said, "Back then, Sesshin came here with a woman, and it was my father who received them. The well in the village was dug with his help. When he left, he instructed us not to reveal any information about him." "I'm afraid you won't be able to see him." Yukushi Kabuto asked in surprise, "Why?" The village chief admitted, "Jisen was diagnosed with a terminal illness years ago and did not have long to live. Many years have passed, and he has long since passed away." Kabuto's expression darkened. "My benefactor has already passed away, how am I supposed to repay him?" Seeing this, the village chief felt pity. You saved the entire village, clearly you are not a villain. I will make an exception and tell you where the descendants of Jizo go. A gleam instantly flashed in Kabuto's eyes. The orphan of the Senju clan really exists. Author S. Note. After learning the truth, Kabuto and Sasuke left the village. Before leaving, he also instructed the villagers on how to protect the water source. On the mountain path, Sasuke sighed. Senju Jizo, the son of the first Hokage, actually died of illness. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said, medical ninjutsu was initially only used for battlefield first aid, with limited effect on diseases. Lady Tsunade elevated medical ninjutsu to a new level, able to remove lesions through surgery, but only in the early stages. If the disease spreads throughout the body, even Tsunade is powerless. I guess Jizo had this kind of terminal illness. No matter how strong, it was hard to overcome. Sasuke thought of Itachi. He had learned from Obito that Itachi also suffered from a terminal illness. Later, Kabuto told him that Itachi had viral cardiomyopathy. This disease was still within the scope of medical ninjutsu treatment. If Tsunade gave her full effort, there might be hope for recovery. But Itachi had long decided to die in the final battle with Sasuke, only barely maintaining his life with medication. Sasuke asked, Kabuto, you have used Edo Tensei on so many people, was Itachi not among them? Kabuto smiled bitterly. I did use Edo Tensei on Itachi, but he had long since broken free from my control. When Naruto came to you for refuge, Itachi escaped from me. Sasuke stared intently. So, Itachi is still alive now, using an Edo Tensei body? Kabuto nodded. Exactly. People like Itachi, who are so full of worries, find it hard to let go of attachments and leave the Edo Tensei body. Sasuke's eyes flickered. I was killed by Might Guy before, how did you revive me? Kabuto immediately saw through Sasuke's thoughts and asked, you want to revive Itachi, don't you? Sasuke clenched his fist. If it's possible, I definitely want to try. Yakushi Kabuto withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, that requires Itachi's body, which should still be in Obito's hands, and also the Rinnegan. Nagato is no longer around, and the latest news says Madara has been revived. The only one who can use the reanimation jutsu is Naruto, but if you approach him, he might agree. Sasuke said firmly, no. I won't go to Naruto. I'll snatch Itachi's corpse back from Obito, and I'll find a way to get the Rinnegan too. Yakushi Kabuto advised, to be honest, Itachi probably wouldn't support your idea. Sasuke responded coldly, I know, but I'm not Itachi. We pursue different paths, and I won't follow the one he set. You can think I'm childish if you want, but this is what I have to do. Yakushi Kabuto smiled, it's not childish. I'm genuinely happy for you, so I'll do my best to help you achieve your goal. Suddenly, the two stopped walking, and the air grew tense. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, which reflected a white light, and his peripheral vision glanced toward the bushes. Looks like someone has their eyes on us. He grinned wickedly and formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind howled fiercely, screams mixed with blood staining the ground red. Sasuke teased, Kabuto, didn't you say we shouldn't solve this with force and should be rational? The strong want to save people, but they can also want to kill. Only the strong have the final say. Yakushi Kabuto walked forward casually and removed his mask. The Ambu from Sunagakure have actually come to the land of water. Sasuke said, it's Gaara of the Sand who has his eyes on us. Yakushi Kabuto analyzed, no, normally crossing borders to find someone would notify Kirigakure. For someone to reach this far, there must be selfish motives. I don't have a close relationship with him, and the only motive I can think of for his actions is. Sasuke stared at him, is it Naruto? Coming after me? Unlikely. Yakushi Kabuto raised his hand to cover his left eye, which flickered with light. Has he finally lost his patience and wants to take the Uchiha Mirror's left eye? Sasuke clenched his fist. Yakushi Kabuto looked into the distance and noticed footprints that didn't belong to the deceased. There was someone else just now. In the panic they didn't even have time to wipe away their footprints. Sasuke said coldly, I'll go kill him. Kabuto shook his head, no need, it can't be avoided. The most important thing now is to capture that surviving Senju orphan. That's the key to unlocking the Rinnegan. As for this left eye, I don't really care. Sizzle. Kabuto's left eye instantly transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan, staring at the corpse of the sand-hidden Umbu on the ground. Disappear. Tenten's face changed, the word jutsu activated. Gugu. The ninja's corpse rapidly decayed, disappearing without a trace. Sizzle. The Mangekyo faded away, turning into 3 Tomo. The Sharingan can't be turned off, becoming a burden, but maybe it can be used to negotiate with Naruto. Kabuto said, Sasuke-kun, let's continue on our journey. Cloud Hidden Village. Since the defeat at the Wana Plain, the Raikage has been even more eager to improve his strength. After arranging village affairs, he set off to train in Hell Valley. During this time, the Raikage pondered many things. My biggest weakness is Genjutsu, especially the visual Uchiha Genjutsu. If I can break through it, what are the Sharingan and Rinnegan worth? The question is how to break through it. The Raikage considered destroying his own eyes once and for all, but was opposed by Jonin like Tsuchikage, so he gave up. Suddenly inspired, he learned from Killer Bee and started wearing sunglasses. This trip was partly to hone his lightning release chakra mode, and partly to train his ability to sense enemies without relying on vision. Training is over, Uzumaki Naruto will surely pay his blood debt with blood. The guards pulled the carriage, the Raikage full of ambition. After trekking for a whole day and night, we finally arrived at the location of Hell Valley. Raikage pulled back the car curtain, took off his sunglasses, and looked around. We're not there yet, why are we stopping? Raikage-sama, we have already arrived. You're talking nonsense. This place is clearly empty. No mistake, we've walked this path countless times, it's right here. Raikage completely lost his temper. Where's Hell Valley? Where the hell did my Hell Valley go? Author's note. The Cloud Village ninja looked around with a telescope and found a figure lying in the ruins. At the 9 o'clock direction, that's one of our people, should be Yuntai guarding Hell Valley. Go check it out quickly. Not injured, not dead, maybe just fainted from fright. The Cloud Village people woke Yuntai and helped him to the Raikage's carriage. Tell Lord Raikage what happened. Yuntai trembled as he said, Hell Valley was moved by someone. Who did it? Yuntai dodged the question. It was a god, a divine person. What did you say? It's true, a divine person. A proud ninja actually believes in gods and monsters. I'm not lying to you. Then tell us what happened at that time. Yuntai recalled, trembling all over, struggling to describe the situation. That night was dark and windy. I was shivering from the cold, drinking as usual to warm up, waiting for the late night shift change. Everyone thought, drinking on duty, how nice. If only we had such good fortune. Continue. Yuntai trembled as he vividly recounted what happened next. A fierce wind rose, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. In the world, a divine figure stood tall, golden light streaming from his head, his divine eyes like lightning, black robe fluttering, red clouds swirling. He clapped his hands, his shout shaking the sky. In an instant, sand and stones flew, dust filled the air. Stars shifted, heaven and earth overturned. In a moment all phenomena fell silent, only the echo in the empty valley remained, the mournful sound lingering. I was terrified beyond measure. When I came to, Hell Valley had turned into stars in the sky. The divine figure glanced back with a faint smile, holding the stars in his palm, then swept his sleeve and left. I only felt darkness before losing consciousness. The people of Union exchanged glances, astonishment written in their eyes. Someone questioned, Yuntai, you said that person had golden light streaming from his head. Even a light bulb wouldn't be that exaggerated, right? Yuntai insisted, I swear, I saw it with my own eyes. If I lie, may heaven strike me with thunder. It's not that you're lying, someone said, but you're nearsighted and have astigmatism, plus you were drinking. Mistakes are inevitable. Yuntai hesitated, mistaken? Silent Tutai spoke, for example, mistaking a head of blonde hair for golden light streaming from the head. Yuntai scratched his head, that could be possible. Tutai sighed, looks like only he could do such an incredible thing. Yuntai embellished, Hell Valley had a strange phenomenon, a divine figure descended, and with great divine power took it away. Raikage's face turned ashen, divine figure? That's just Uzumaki Naruto. Yuntai was shocked, Uzumaki Naruto? The traitor ninja who attacked Konoha? He had been away for a long time and had never seen Naruto's true face. Raikage burned with anger, is there any justice? I'm going to Amagakure immediately to demand an explanation in person. Everyone hurried to advise, Lord Raikage, think twice. Raikage refused to listen, whether you go or not, I'm going myself. Tsukadai-sama, please persuade him quickly. Tsukadai sighed helplessly, the boss has this temper, he can't be persuaded. He thought to himself, enemies should be resolved, not made worse. This time I'll go with him and try to ease the conflict. Yuntai was puzzled, what about me? Am I going too? Tsukadai said, you return to the village to report, tell Buroi that Raikage-sama might be late and to handle village affairs with patience. Understood. Tsukadai then whispered, also, if Raikage goes and doesn't return, he will be the next Raikage. Yuntai was stunned. Who exactly is Uzumaki Naruto? The carriage set off, carrying the Raikage in his fury, grandly rushing toward the land of rain. Moonlight like a bent bow shone over the 9 provinces, joy and sorrow intertwined. Uchiha Madara's path to seeking the sage finally reached its end, the Mayaboko Mountain Longevity Hall. The great toad sage on the throne slowly opened his misty eyes, staring at the man who rushed in, and asked in a deep voice, "You are Uchiha Madara, right?" Madara was slightly stunned. "Isn't this our first meeting?" The great toad sage calmly said, "I foresaw long ago that you, this lost lamb, would break into the hall of the lost toad." Madara was stunned. "You said lost lamb?" The sage nodded. "Under the 6 paths, all are lambs. Do you understand the meaning of lost?" Suddenly, the doors of the longevity hall slammed shut with a roar. Sensing danger, Madara hurried to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but found his mark had lost contact with the outside world. The great toad sage's eyes suddenly sharpened. "This is not a place you can come and go as you please." He raised his palm, and a powerful natural energy transformed into a gigantic hand that covered the sky and descended. Madara shouted in surprise. Susanoo rose from the ground to block it. The great toad sage lightly clapped his palm. Frog Heaven sniper attack incoming. Boom! Susanoo was crushed, leaving a deep palm imprint on the ground. Madara fell to the ground in pain, unconscious. A talisman slowly floated down and stuck to Madara's forehead. Buzz, his chakra was completely sealed. The great toad sage said calmly, "Lock him up in a cell." "Yes, old master." Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima helped Madara up and escorted him into the cell. The sage instructed, "Send a messenger to the toad, tell Naruto that the man is detained and we're just waiting for him to make a move." The messenger toad hopped happily. "Understood, I'll send the message through the well right away." The sage smiled. "No rush, take your time. It's just right to let him calm down." The cold cell door shut, and Uchiha Madara became a prisoner of Mount Mayaboku. Several days later, the people of Kumogakure hurriedly arrived at Amagakure, only to see it shrouded in a crimson barrier that even flies couldn't penetrate. Sukadai exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary Four-Red Young formation?" The Raikage endured his anger all the way, clad in lightning armor, leading an overwhelming force to fiercely attack the barrier. "Uzumaki Naruto, do you feel guilty? I'll break this barrier in no time to show you." The Raikage unleashed the Thunder Torture Water style, each strike accompanied by earth-shaking shouts, the blade's light as fast as an afterimage. Thunder Torture Water style, Senio Dance. Thunder Torture Water style, Senio Dance. Thunder Torture Water style, Senio Dance. But gradually, he grew tired of shouting, and his momentum began to wane. Hi! 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 In the distance, the people of Kumogakure were at a loss. "Lord Dodo, aren't you going to stop the boss?" Dodo looked at the sweat-drenched Raikage, his eyes filled with helplessness and foresight. "You all go to the Rain Country Market and buy some ingredients." "Ingredients? Why not buy ready-made food?" Dodo said, "It's too expensive. We'll just make a fire and cook here." "Won't that attract too much attention?" Hi! 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 In the distance, the Raikage was dancing enthusiastically. "Is there anything more conspicuous than this?" Dodo sat down, his voice low. "In the ninja world today, there is no place safer than here, nor more dangerous." "Understood, Lord Dodo." Some of the Kumogakure went to the Rain Country Market to buy ingredients. Dodo turned to those who stayed behind and said, "Everyone else, set up the tents and prepare to camp." "Yes, Lord Dodo." He gave another instruction, "Don't forget to bring out Lord Raikage's portable toilet, and remember to cover it with a curtain. After all, the Raikage is our honored guest, and dignity must be maintained." Everyone busied themselves, carrying the reinforced portable toilet out of the Raikage's carriage and placing it in the empty space behind him for his convenience when he gets tired. Arrangements made, Dodo lay down, dark circles heavy from days of hard work and lack of sleep. Hi! 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 The Raikage's shouts echoed in his ears. Dodo's eyelids heavy. He hoped, "I wish Lord Raikage would be quieter when I wake up." Sounds from outside filtered into the barrier. Under the rain-hidden tower, inside a huge crystal ball, a live broadcast showed the chaotic scene of the Raikage fiercely striking the four red sun formation. Number 2? On Paradise Island, Darui, subdued by Naruto's Kotai tension, stared blankly at the screen. His lost left arm had been replaced with a mechanical one. Violet pleaded, "Lady Conan, that brute is too rude, let us go teach him a lesson." Conan calmly said, "It's fine, let him be." Violet worried, "But if he keeps hitting like this and really destroys the barrier, Naruto-sama's 100-day plan will." Conan reassured, "Don't worry, this barrier can withstand the power of the Ten Tails chakra sphere." Violet was puzzled. "I heard from Naruto and Lady Conan that the 10 Tails is very powerful. Is it stronger than the 9 Tails? Conan thought for a moment. To make an imperfect comparison, if the 9 Tails is Sakura Haruno, then the 10 Tails is Samui. After saying this, she turned and left, leaving Violet deep in thought. Sakura Haruno is stronger than Samui, right? Could it be the 10 tails isn't stronger than the 9 tails? Then Naruto, as the 9 tails Jinchuriki, really is the strongest, hehe. Deep within the rain-hidden village Hell Valley Forbidden Area, hundreds of white Zetsu were tightly bound by chains, crowded in a corner. Boom boom! Outside the stone chamber, the thunder sound triggered by the heavenly thunder stakes suddenly stopped. The hearts of the white Zetsu all hung in their throats. The stopping of the thunder meant that the man's training for today was over. The heavy footsteps came, and the oppressive feeling at the end of the corridor grew stronger. The white Zetsu held their breath and focused, afraid of making any sound. He's coming. He's going to use the damn Bentenjin to control us again. Close your eyes, don't look at him no matter what. Da day. 2 white Zetsu carried candle holders walking ahead. Lord Naruto, watch the steps. Thanks for the reminder. Naruto steadied himself on the doorframe and firmly stepped over the threshold. The 4 white Zetsu behind carefully lifted the hem of his fire cloud robe, afraid of touching the threshold. Naruto walked straight to the throne and closed his eyes to rest. 2 white Zetsu guarded the candle holders, while the other 4 massaged his back and shoulders. Though clumsy, they were very earnest. Naruto said softly, improved compared to yesterday. The white Zetsu were thrilled to hear this. It is our honor to be recognized by Lord Naruto. After a while, Naruto opened his eyes, propped his chin with his hand, and cast a dark gaze over the white Zetsu who were holding their breath and sitting quietly before him. So, who will be today's lucky one? The white Zetsu closed their eyes tightly, fear enveloping them. In these 3 days, Naruto had already turned 6 white Zetsu to his side, the atmosphere heavy. A white Zetsu holding a lamp beside the seat advised, fellow comrades, stop resisting. Joining Lord Naruto's ranks is the way out. I truly mean well for everyone. Shut up, 2 white Zetsu shouted angrily. Untie me. I'd rather die banging my head against the wall than obey his orders. Naruto smiled, courage is commendable. I like you all. Then let's happily decide it this way. He stood up and walked toward the 2 white Zetsu. Stop, they panicked, like frightened fawns. Naruto reached out and lifted one of their eyelids. Those eyes were bloodshot with fear. Don't tenshin. His eyes flashed with a kaleidoscopic dojutsu. In an instant, the white Zetsu's tense nerves relaxed. The chains fell off automatically, and he stood up, bowing respectfully. Lord Naruto, sorry to keep you waiting. Naruto nodded and turned to the other white Zetsu. That one roared, heaven above, come take this demon away. Don't tenshin. The same dojutsu made him submit as well. Lord Naruto, please forgive my previous rudeness. You are the savior sent from the heavens. See you tomorrow, my harmless companions. The gleam in his eyes disappeared, and Naruto turned and left the stone chamber. The white Zetsu's nightmare continued. 2 months passed. As the frequent use of Bentenjin continued, Naruto's eyesight rapidly deteriorated, and blindness was not far off. One day, Darui came deep into the Hell Valley and met Naruto. Lord Naruto, Konan asked me to convey an important message, he said. Naruto took the scroll and opened it. It was a report from the sand-hidden Umbu investigating the whereabouts of Yukushi Kabuto. His eyes sharpened. The time has come, I must retrieve the left eye of the mirror. In an ordinary village in the northern region of the Land of Water, the villagers had fished for generations. At dusk, on the riverbank covered with lush grass, a red-haired handsome youth wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, with a grass stick in his mouth, was quietly fishing. Though young, the boy was highly skilled at fishing. Regardless of wind or rain, he went to the river every morning and finished work at dusk, year after year, without fail. Pop! Ripples spread across the water as surface the fish took the bait. He pulled the fishing rod, and a big fish leapt out of the water, tracing a graceful arc before landing in his hands, still struggling. Hey, tonight we're going to have a good meal. The boy laughed heartily and tossed the large carp into the fish basket behind him. He had set rules for himself. The first fish would be breakfast, the last fish would be dinner, and this big fish was dinner. The other fish were handed over to the village. No one forced him, it was all voluntary because he deeply loved the village that raised him and was willing to do his best for it. Recently, the fish basket had been filled with fish, and the boy was satisfied as he packed up his fishing gear, ready to go home. But when he turned around, he saw 2 people standing on the riverbank, dressed in black robes, faces unfamiliar. The boy didn't think much and asked innocently, "Are you outsiders here to buy fish?" "Sorry, I only fish, I don't sell. Go to the village market." He didn't know these 2 were big names in the ninja world, Yukushi Kabuto and Uchiha Sasuke. Yukushi Kabuto's glasses reflected the light, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Hard work pays off. After 3 months of braving the elements, we finally found you, grandson of Senju Jishin, Senju Kakusho. Senju Jishin had long passed away, and his son had died early as well. The boy before them was the 14-year-old grandson, Senju Kakusho. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses, his smile deepening. Your red hair proves your Senju bloodline, and you've inherited the power of the Uzumaki. The strength of Lord Hashirama and Lady Mito flows through you. You are undoubtedly the reincarnation of Ashura. Kakusho looked confused. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Yakushi Kabuto said seriously, your family has been living in hiding for years, and you don't even know your own origins? Kakusho shook his head. I really don't understand. Please step aside, I need to go home. Listen, from now on you have only one home, and that's with me, Yakushi Kabuto. No sooner had he spoken than Kabuto launched an attack. Bang! 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 Without any suspense, Kakusho was defeated, sprawling on the ground in a sorry state. He had never learned ninjutsu and didn't even know how to use chakra. The fish basket shattered, and Kakusho looked at the scattered fish, digging his hands into the mud, sorrowful. Everyone has fish, and tonight's dinner. Sasuke looked at the defeated Kakusho and said doubtfully, Kabuto, is he really the one we're looking for? Besides being tough, he doesn't seem special. But Yakushi Kabuto said firmly, he is definitely the one. Sasuke, use your ultimate move, do exactly as I say. Sizzle! Sasuke entered Sage Mode of the Six Paths, a mark appeared on his forehead, and sage snakes coiled around him as he quickly formed hand seals. Sage Art 5 Dragon Flame Bombs. 5 huge dragon-shaped pillars of fire blasted from their hands, scorching the air and stirring a powerful updraft. The sky quickly darkened. Guoshan's heart tightened, struggling to stand up, clutching his bleeding shoulder, and asked in panic, what do you want to do? Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said coldly, Guoshan, it's clear that you love your village very much. Rumble. A thunderstorm quickly formed, the clouds transforming into an angry Kirin shape, massive in scale and awe-inspiring in momentum. Sasuke gathered a ball of lightning in his palm, raising both hands high. Yakushi Kabuto warned, Sasuke will direct the lightning toward your village. If you watch your beloved village be destroyed helplessly, how would you feel? Guoshan trembled and said, no, don't. Yakushi Kabuto gave a cold order, Sasuke, attack. Sasuke's eyes were icy cold as he struck fiercely. Senjutsu, Kirin. Thunder roared, the thunderstorm enveloped the vision, and Guoshan's pupils instantly froze. Yakushi Kabuto thought, I made Sasuke's Kirin avoid the village, Guoshan can't tell, how will he react? Guoshan lowered his head, his face buried in shadows, anger transforming into black patterns. How dare you, how dare you! Crackling. 21 Vajra seals emerged from his thin back, interlacing and shifting, emitting a series of sounds. Roar! He roared, suddenly straightening his body. His injured left shoulder swelled violently, and a blood-stained wooden dragon burst through the flesh. In the shocked eyes of Yakushi Kabuto and Sasuke, the left half of Kakusho's body continuously unleashed 17 wooden dragons, standing tall in midair, glaring fiercely at them. Yakushi Kabuto admired, perfect. Clatter. 21 Vajra seals split into 17, wrapping around the wooden dragons. Kakusho suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I will never spare you, pay with your life. Wood release, Vajra wooden dragon thunderously descended. Yakushi Kabuto shouted urgently, Sasuke, dodge quickly. The wooden dragon can absorb chakra, and the Vajra seals can suppress it. Once entangled, it's over. The two hurriedly dodged. Boom! The riverbank collapsed, wind and sand flying. Amid the dust, the wooden dragon stood firm, its dragon eyes shining with golden light. Die! Kakusho charged wildly. Too fast. Yakushi Kabuto's left eye spun the Mangekyo Sharingan fiercely, ordering, stop. Kakusho's steps halted. Sasuke, use your dojutsu to subdue him in one go. Kabuto urged. Sasuke focused his eyes ahead, chanting, Takamikazuchi no Makoto, Shigabetsu Rai. The thunder dragon roared, striking Kakusho's slender body. Crack! The Vajra wooden dragon disintegrated. Kakusho's whole body was charred black, collapsing weakly. Sasuke withdrew his Sharingan. Huff! Yakushi Kabuto sighed deeply, I didn't expect a single burst of potential to cause us so much trouble. The reincarnation of Ashura is truly extraordinary. The white snake scout in the distance sensed something. Kabuto became alert, the time has finally come. Sasuke, take Kakusho, and get far away quickly. Sasuke questioned, could it be? Kabuto solemnly said, Naruto is here. Sasuke tensed, can you handle it yourself? Kabuto firmly replied, Naruto is coming for me. I don't want to involve you. Kakusho must not be harmed, he is the reincarnation of Ashura and the key to you unlocking the Rinnegan. Don't lose patience over small matters and ruin the big plan. Go quickly. Kabuto, be careful. Though reluctant, Sasuke prioritized the bigger picture, carrying the unconscious Kakusho to retreat. Yukushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and smiled, with you saying that, it's all worth it. A golden light streaked by, dropping a kunai. Uzumaki Naruto appeared swiftly using Flying Thunder God technique. Yukushi Kabuto retreated, activating Sage Mode, his snake eyes covering both eyes. Naruto rose calmly, bowing politely, it's been a long time since I left the land of rice. I wonder how you've been, Kabuto. Yukushi Kabuto smiled, thanks for your concern, all is well. Including this left eye of the Uchiha mirror, I've been keeping it safe for you. Naruto's profile showed a gentle smile, that's great. Could you hand it over to me? Yukushi Kabuto's eyes darkened, it's not impossible, but I have one condition. Naruto glanced at the surrounding ruins and the pool of unknown bloodstains, withdrew his gaze, and said calmly, speak. As long as it's not excessive, I agree. Yukushi Kabuto did not hesitate, bring Hyuga Hinata to me for research. In front of Naruto, he directly proposed the exchange of eyes. After a long silence, Naruto slowly took down the fan from his back, the sleeve fell revealing the Vajra seal, connected to the fan handle held in his hand, showing a meaningful smile. Didn't catch that, say it again? Yukushi Kabuto's heart tightened, but he forced calm, you should know, that girl has been performing exceptionally recently. As someone who pursues truth, I am very interested in the evolution of the Byakugan. Lord Orochimaru chose you, you should understand this desire, right? Naruto tilted his head and smiled, you're interested, why don't you catch her yourself, and instead make me do it? Yukushi Kabuto shrugged, if I could do it, would I need to ask someone else? With her combat power, who can subdue her? Only you. He added meaningfully, also, with Naruto-kun involved, no need for force, she will definitely listen to you. When Pain attacked Konoha, she protected you, everyone knows that. Naruto responded coldly, so, you want to use her feelings for me to lure her over? Yukushi Kabuto hurriedly explained, not to deceive, I don't intend to harm her. I just want to unlock the secret of the Byakugan, which will also benefit her, helping her better control her power. Naruto remained expressionless, sounds good, but I have a condition. Yukushi Kabuto excitedly said, speak. Naruto smiled, remove your corneas and accept my Bentenjin baptism. Yukushi Kabuto instantly felt cold, Naruto-kun, are you joking? Naruto said coldly, your condition is almost a joke to me as well. Yukushi Kabuto was disappointed, looks like there's no deal. Naruto said dangerously, exactly. From the moment you set your sights on Hinata, I never intended to negotiate with you, just listening to you to decide how to deal with you. Yukushi Kabuto asked, have you decided? Prepare to die. Purple lightning spread from Naruto's palm to the fan, and he suddenly threw the fan out. The chains lengthened accordingly. Yukushi Kabuto was prepared and quickly retreated. The chains stretched to their limit, and the fan stopped midair. Yukushi Kabuto whispered, is this the maximum range of that technique? Naruto smiled faintly and formed a hand seal with his right hand. Secret technique, shadow transmission. Whoosh! The shadow of the fan on the ground suddenly stretched, merging into Yukushi Kabuto's shadow, causing his figure to freeze instantly. Yukushi Kabuto's face changed drastically, you can play like this too? Whoosh! Naruto burst out from the Flying Thunder God mark on the fan, surrounded by purple lightning, stepping on the fan's surface, charging straight at Yukushi Kabuto. Yukushi Kabuto was also a master of sage techniques with keen perception. When he sensed danger, the white snake on his abdomen suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a new substitute from behind. This was Orochimaru's substitution technique. Clack! Under the lightning's glow, Naruto's palm pierced through the snakeskin, relentlessly pursuing. Yukushi Kabuto quickly formed hand seals and performed sage art, white explosion technique. A small white dragon appeared, clutching a dark red orb in its claws, lunging straight at Naruto. Naruto's eyes sharpened, this is the white explosion technique, similar to a sonic and light bomb, extremely powerful. Yukushi Kabuto was meticulous, Naruto has the hungry ghost path to absorb it, I must time the detonation carefully. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow swiftly darted from beneath Naruto's feet, merging into the shadow of the white explosion dragon, which immediately stopped. Yukushi Kabuto frowned, Nara shadow binding? It can pause the white explosion technique, but detonation is still hard to avoid. As long as I buy time, I can still escape or counterattack. Clatter! As Yukushi Kabuto continued forming hand seals, the small white dragon spun in place, tightly wrapping the orb. Naruto calmly forms hand seal shadow master technique, passive seal. This is a new technique Naruto recently created, using shadows to extend the casting range, allowing originally close-range moves to be used from a distance. The passive seal is a secret technique of Suna Village's Chojuro, capable of sealing the subsequent burst of a jutsu. Naruto has used it before, but this is the first time he combines it with the Shadow Master technique in actual combat. Whoosh! The white flash dragon, about to explode, is forcibly held down by the passive seal, frozen in a chaotic state just before detonation. Kabuto's face changes drastically. Can't detonate? Did he tamper with the white flash technique using shadows? Naruto calmly approaches, extends his left hand lightly, activating the Rinnegan's Preta path, completely absorbing the white flash technique. Damn it! Naruto's mastery over jutsu has improved again. The white flash technique was one of the few moves capable of dealing with a master like him, yet he managed to break it down like this. Kabuto snorts coldly and unleashes Sage technique, Inorganic Rebirth. Crackling sounds, the ground and the stone walls on both sides suddenly activate, transforming into countless sharp spikes stabbing toward Naruto. Inorganic Rebirth, controlling lifeless objects. This is just right to use against you. Smack! Naruto clasps his hands together, performing wood release, birth of the tree world. Rumble! Massive trees burst from the ground, rapidly spreading and blocking all the stone spikes. Rumble, rumble! Huge trunks twist and roll, advancing toward Kabuto's location. Kabuto simply stops struggling, watching helplessly as the tree world crushes over him. Naruto lowers his hand seals, surveys the surrounding tree world, and says softly, Kabuto won't be taken down so easily. Let us see where he'll pop up from. Splashing. Water seeps through the gaps in the trees, converging into a human figure. That is the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique, almost immune to all physical and most ninjutsu attacks. Naruto stands atop the tree world, looking down at Kabuto. I've already held back. You should know which is more important, a single eye or a life. Neither my eye nor my life will be surrendered. Kabuto looks up coldly, clasping his hands together. Summoning, Edo Tensei. Boom! A coffin rose with a resounding sound. Because, I still have a hidden trump card. The moment the coffin lid fell, Naruto's pupils contracted. Is that Aoda Sensei? The resurrected Might Guy wore a green tight suit and Konoha uniform, his clothes torn and cracked all over, but his eyes were hollow and lifeless, with two pitch-black eye sockets. This was specially modified by Kabuto to guard against Naruto's Baryon mode. Rustle, rustle. Kabuto inserted a talisman kunai into Guy's back of the head and said coldly, Guy, your mission is to protect me and attack Naruto. Buzz. Might Guy was activated, crossing his arms, his jet-black thick hair fluttering. Seventh Gate of Death, opening. Boom. Blue steam shot up into the sky. Kabuto laughed. Edo Tensei doesn't get tired, and the Death Gate can be sustained indefinitely. Naruto came back to his senses and said meaningfully, I didn't expect you to hide Aoda Sensei's life essence and even deprived his eyes to guard against Baryon mode, but without eyes, how do you lock onto the enemy? Kabuto pushed up his glasses and smiled. Important information? I'm not telling you. Naruto confidently said, even if you don't say it, I can guess. You're very skilled at modifying Edo Tensei bodies. Madara was like this before, and now Guy too. You like to use snakes, and snakes sense enemies through heat sources, which is a kind of physical perception. I guess that's how you do it, right? Kabuto's expression darkened. Naruto smiled, looks like I was right. Kabuto said coldly, even if you see through it, it won't change anything. Swish. Guy formed hand seals and suddenly launched an attack. Daytime Tiger. Boom. The airflow turned into a fierce tiger, tearing through the forest and rushing straight at Naruto. But Naruto remained calm. Daytime Tiger is an air cannon created by taijutsu, not a chakra sphere, so the hungry ghost path can't absorb it. But dodging it is easy. Whoosh! Naruto instantly disappeared from the flying thunder god, and although the day tiger was fierce, it struck nothing but air. Kabuto Yukushi was not surprised. Flying thunder god teleportation? I sensed with Sage mode, and he didn't leave any flying thunder god kunai on the battlefield. The only medium is the flying thunder god mark on the Uchiha fan behind him. He must be returning from there. Day Tiger. After judging, Kabuto had the reanimated Guy activate Day Tiger again, targeting the location of the fan at the rear. Whoosh! Naruto had just teleported back when the second Day Tiger charged head-on. He remained calm, raised the fan, and instantly formed a pale blue chakra wall. Boom! The Day Tiger slammed into the chakra wall but was forcibly stopped. Naruto smiled. Uchiha's fan really is useful after all. But the third, fourth, and fifth Day Tigers came one after another, continuously striking the chakra wall. Though sturdy, the wall couldn't withstand the relentless pounding and began to crack and collapse. Naruto muttered softly, "It's definitely hard to get close, but not impossible." He activated partial multiplication technique, enlarging his left arm along with the fan, surrounded by lightning, raising the fan to meet the charging Day Tiger. Whoosh! The Day Tiger touched the fan and instantly shrank. Kabuto Yukushi was surprised. Boom! The next Day Tiger attacked, and Naruto's right hand also multiplied, supporting the back of the fan. Uzumaki rebound. Boom! The previously absorbed Day Tiger burst out from the fan's surface, cancelling out the frontal Day Tiger. Amid the turbulent air currents, another Day Tiger came, which Naruto absorbed and then rebounded. Absorbing and rebounding, Naruto easily advanced step by step through the torrent of Day Tigers toward Kabuto's stronghold. Kabuto's expression grew serious. Damn, Uchiha Madara's favorite weapon is indeed incredibly powerful. At this rate, even the infinite 7th Gate 1T pose much threat to Naruto. Boom boom boom. After a series of Day Tigers, reanimated guy stopped attacking, suddenly tore off his shirt, revealing his torso. Whoosh! Naruto stopped, staring at Gaia's body, his eyes flickering. This is. At Gaia's heart was an irregular bulge, with veins spreading clearly all over his body. Yukushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said in a deep voice, "Ever since witnessing Might Guy's 8 gates released formation, I have been unable to forget that unparalleled power. The deadly gate is different from the previous 7 gates. It burns the blood and converts it into chakra. The body of the reanimated does not have blood, so the deadly gate cannot be opened. To overcome this problem, I spent a great deal of effort cultivating Guy's red blood cells, creating an artificial heart, and even reconstructing blood vessels, allowing him to reproduce that unparalleled power with his reanimated body." Clack! Might Guy pressed his thumb hard against his chest. Yukushi Kabuto shouted, "Naruto, you are strong now, but can you withstand the baptism of this power?" The 8th deadly gate opened. Rumble rumble rumble. Blood-colored steam gushed from Might Guy's chakra points, his hair and eyebrows dyed bright red, like blazing flames. Naruto clenched his fists, his expression grave. This is no joke. But soon, his gaze deepened. The heart is the organ that pumps blood, but blood production depends on the liver, bone marrow, spleen, and lymph nodes, all of which the reanimated Asuma lacks. What does that mean? Naruto stated bluntly, Asuma's blood was injected by you in advance, floating freely in the reanimated body, unable to regenerate. When the blood runs out, the 8th deadly gate will fail and must be replenished to be reopened. Right, Yukushi Kabuto? Yukushi Kabuto sighed, "You're really smart, seeing through it immediately. If you can dodge with Flying Thunder God, even this deadly gate Might Guy can't touch you." Naruto responded calmly, "But during the time I dodge, you've already slipped away." Yukushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and smiled faintly. "That's perfect, both sides can be preserved." Naruto shook his head. "Usually it's fine, but the Sand Village lost 8 elite Umbu trying to track you down. If you just walk away like this, wouldn't they have died for nothing?" Yukushi Kabuto's eyes darkened. "You probably don't know how formidable Might Guy is, do you?" Naruto said firmly, "I know better than anyone. That's why I want to stay, to be the trial stone for my brand new mode." Yukushi Kabuto's pupils contracted. "You say, brand new mode?" Naruto restored the folding fan with both hands and placed it behind his back. Boom! The Nine Tails chakra transformed into golden armor. Although the golden form without consensus with the Nine Tails is weaker and limits combat power, after 2 months of hellish training, Naruto finally broke through, perfectly fusing the purple lightning chakra with the Nine Tails golden form, giving birth to a brand new chakra mode. SSS. Naruto crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as a blade. Crackling sounds. A purple-gold thunderstorm raged wildly. The purple lightning fused with the Nine Tails chakra, transforming into an unprecedented purple-gold lightning. This state has a simple and resounding name: the Thunder Roar Golden Body Mode. It retains the features of the Nine Tails golden body, such as the stripes on the sleeves and the Magatama at the collar. The difference is that the golden-tailed beast chakra has turned into purple-gold lightning chakra, and the chakra that once flickered like flames in the golden body now flashes intensely like electric arcs. Naruto's hair dyed purple gold, standing up like barbs, each strand distinct. Even more terrifying is the strength of the chakra, so powerful that even Kabuto was deeply shocked. Kabuto quickly stepped back, leaving the stage to the 2 monsters. Before him, the Edo Tensei Might Guy, with blood-colored steam gushing from the deadly gate, steadied his wavering heart. He pushed up his glasses and said calmly, "I see, combining the tailed beast chakra with lightning release chakra is the source of your confidence. But Might Guy's 8 gates formation is even more formidable." Boom! Might Guy charged fiercely. Naruto's pupils contracted, such speed, but my new mode's speed is second to none. With a flash of lightning, Naruto appeared 100 meters away. Yukushi Kabuto stared intently, two speed-based modes fused together, the Shunshin no Jutsu has reached an incredible level. However, some attacks can't be dodged just by being fast. Might Guy charged up and leapt, tracking the lightning bolt, throwing a punch through the air. Sekizo, 1 foot. Boom! The air cannon triggered by the fist slammed down like the foot of a giant elephant. Naruto instantly fell into turbulent air currents, barely hovering midair. Such overwhelming pressure. After a few seconds, Naruto could no longer hold on and crashed heavily deep into the ground. Pain surged through him as he muttered, "If it were just pure purple lightning chakra, I'd probably be shattered by now." Luckily, with the Raikage golden body, only 2 or 3 ribs are broken. Sekizo is really powerful. He stood up, eyes fixed on the sky, and said gravely, "But Sekizo is roughly equivalent to Kagaya's 80 divine sky strikes in power. The strongest enemy god form we face, with a bit of physical strength, is probably at Might Guy's level." Might Guy appeared again above the crater, charging up another punch. Sekizo, 2 feet. The elephant foot struck down again, but Naruto no longer took it head-on. The lightning suddenly exploded, transforming into a Thunder Beast form. He crouched on all fours, then suddenly sprang up. Raime, Thunder Beast Sky Rush. Boom! The Thunder Beast collided fiercely with Sekizo, the violent thunder aura spreading horizontally across the crater, carving a contour line hundreds of meters wide into the earth. Yukushi Kabuto, shocked by the sudden terrain change, quickly retreated. What kind of monster is that? It can block that strike head-on. Amid the rumbling, the collision gradually ended. Naruto's Thunder Beast was scattered by Sekizo. He cloaked himself in lightning and fell back into the crater, quickly leaping toward the sky, his expression still serious. Sekizo is a multi-stage escalating attack. The key is to avoid being hit directly by the fist that creates the air cannon. Crackling sounds accompanied Might Guy's pursuit. Naruto used the Rinnegan's Deva Path to control the force field and quickly create distance. Guy charged again, striking Naruto's back fiercely. Sekizo, 3 feet. The third strike is coming this time. I need to get clever. Suddenly, a lightning arm extended from Naruto's lightning cloak, wielding the Uchiha War Fan, bypassing Sekizo's air cannon range and reaching behind Guy. At the same time, Naruto crossed his arms to block and endure the blow. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Enduring the pain, he controlled the War Fan to fly behind Guy, Flying Thunder God. With a whoosh, Naruto appeared above the back of Guy. Being passive and taking hits wasn't a solution. He was ready to counterattack. But Guy had anticipated this and turned around with a punch. Evening Elephant for legs. Damn! Naruto hurriedly raised his hand and activated Super Shinra Tensei. Amid the roar, the repulsive force field and Evening Elephant cancelled each other out. But with the power of the Deva Path exhausted, Naruto couldn't continue to hover and began falling toward the ground. Kabuto Yukushi excitedly shouted from the side, "Great opportunity! He can't dodge in the air, hit him directly with your fists. His only choice will be to escape back to Amigakure with Flying Thunder God." Might Guy stomped the air, his momentum fierce, and his fully charged fist struck directly at Naruto's face. At the critical moment, Naruto held the War Fan horizontally above his head, supporting the back of the fan with his hand. Evening Elephant, 5 legs. The giant fist struck the War Fan, which cracked and shattered with a snap. Naruto's expression turned cold as he clenched his left fist, lightning gathering into a purple gold thunder ring coiling around his wrist. Thunderclap, Thunderstorm Coil, Fist. With a boom, the two fists collided fiercely. The Evening Elephant's air cannon exploded at point-blank range, battering Naruto's body. The sound of bones breaking was continuous, but the Thunderstorm Coil kept erupting, offsetting some of the force. In the end, Naruto was still at a disadvantage, crashing backward with a loud thud, his bones cracking again. Crack! At that moment, the Vajra seal behind Naruto suddenly shot out, entangling Gaia's body. Now is the time. Human Path, Soul Snare. With a pull of the chains, part of Gaia's soul was forcibly dragged out. Whoosh! At this time, a white dragon claw grabbed a dark orb and rushed forward at high speed. It was Kabuto Yukushi, daringly sneaking in for a surprise attack. "That's my ultimate trump card. I won't let you get it so easily." Sage Art, White Activation Technique. Boom! The explosion of sound and light affected Naruto. Ugh! Affected, the Vajra seal was torn free by Might Guy's brute strength. Naruto stimulated his nerves with lightning release and quickly recovered. Kabuto Yukushi grew anxious. "So troublesome, blood is almost gone, I'll just finish this with this move." Might Guy crouched, blood-colored steam erupting. Naruto calmly said, "That stance is Night Guy. I can't withstand it head-on." But Kabuto, you got too close with your sneak attack just now, that was your mistake. Boom! Night Guy's angry dragon condensed, ready to strike. Kabuto stood 200 meters away, thinking carefully, facing that move, Naruto can only escape or sneak attack. I've confirmed, without flying thunder god kunai, he can only run. But Naruto's mouth curled up, a strong palpitating feeling enveloped Kabuto's heart. Cold sweat slid down his cheek as he hurriedly formed hand seals. No, I must use Izanagi immediately. Note, for non-Uchiha or non-top tier Uzumaki clan members, hand seals are required to use Izanagi after transplanting the Sharingan. Raimei Electric Soul Flash. Slash. Naruto vanished in an instant, and the next moment his claws mercilessly slashed across Kabuto's left eye. Holding the bloodied eyeball, Naruto whispered, "Kabuto, do you know how fast this mode of mine is? Also, behave yourself and train Sasuke properly, stop having designs on Hinata." In the blink of an eye, Naruto's leg whip struck hard on Kabuto's back. Boom! Leaving behind a warning, Naruto left the battlefield. Night Guy, poised to strike, found his target vanished, his blood energy depleted, and returned to calm. Reanimated Asuma stood in place, his tattered clothes fluttering with the dust, concealing secrets. Boom! The coffin behind sealed Asuma inside, disappearing without a trace. Thud! Kabuto's hands, forming seals, dropped weakly. He barely supported his upper body as he lay on the ground. The lightning-like scars on his back were the heavy injuries left by Naruto's lightning-style leg whip. Ignoring his water-based constitution, his spine was severely damaged, and he lost all sensation below his chest, high-level paralysis. Kabuto! Soon, Sasuke arrived beside him and asked, "Where's Naruto?" Kabuto whispered back, "He's already gone." Sasuke turned his head, looking at Kabuto's hollow left eye, his expression grave. "You used Might Guy's reanimation, yet still couldn't save that left eye?" Kabuto sighed, "Yeah, his strength has increased a lot, almost reaching a new realm. All conditions are met, he's about to awaken his own eternal Mangekyo, cough cough." Before he finished, he coughed violently and spat blood. Sasuke frowned and asked, "Why don't you use Orochimaru's shedding technique? Wouldn't that prevent injuries?" The white snake extending from Kabuto's abdomen now hung limply on the ground, unresponsive. Kabuto smiled bitterly, "I have no sensation below the second thoracic vertebra. I can't control this white snake to perform the shedding technique." Sasuke continued questioning, "Orochimaru can shed even with his body split in two, why can't you?" Kabuto said bitterly, "I only transplanted 1/3 of Orochimaru's body. Even if I can use Sage Jutsu, I can't reach that level." Sasuke added, "Can't you also use the Four-Sound Ninja, Sakane's twin demon attack, to fuse other people's power? Using that in combination with Kimamaro's Shikatsu Miyako to repair your bones, wouldn't that work?" Yukushi Kabuto smiled helplessly, "You're really smart. If the injury was only up to the third thoracic vertebra, maybe it would work. But unfortunately, my injury is too severe, and the twin demon attack focuses right on the third thoracic vertebra." Sasuke asked, "You know medical ninjutsu, can't you heal yourself?" Kabuto shook his head, "The spine isn't an ordinary bone, it's the hub of the entire nervous system. Once injured, it's almost impossible to heal. I can treat others' injuries, but when it comes to my own, I can't exert my full strength." Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, "So there's no way?" Yukushi Kabuto answered calmly, "The only one who can heal me is Tsunade. But she won't intervene, and I don't intend to ask her. Looks like I'll have to live in a wheelchair." Sasuke fell silent, his clenched fists revealing his pain. This warmed Kabuto's heart. The old Sasuke wouldn't have cared so much about me. Now he truly feels sorry for me, and that really makes me happy. He said sincerely, "Sasuke-kun, my life isn't important. As long as I can still move my hands, I can help you get stronger. Losing my left eye actually means Naruto won't focus on me for now, so we can concentrate on what's important." Sasuke couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so good to me? Is it just because you want to compete with Orochimaru?" Yukushi Kabuto laughed, "Maybe at first, but now my thoughts have changed. More than that, how is Kokoang doing?" Sasuke replied, "I've taken care of him. There's no noise here, so I came over right away." Yukushi Kabuto said, "Compared to Uchiha Kagami's left eye, Kokoang is the most crucial. He is the Azura reincarnation I painstakingly found, and also the key for you to awaken the Rinnegan. I'll take you back." Sasuke helped Kabuto stand up, stepping on a piece of the fan. Kabuto's eyes flickered. "Right, gather all the pieces of the fan." Sasuke was puzzled, "The fan?" Yukushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "This is the Uchiha clan's heirloom fan, passed down through generations. It was once Uchiha Madara's favorite weapon, then it fell into Uchiha Obito's hands, and later passed to Naruto. Finally, in this battle, it was shattered by Might Guy." Sasuke asked, "It's broken, so why keep it?" Yukushi Kabuto said, if it were me, I might still be able to repair this fan. Such a precious weapon being wasted like this is too regrettable. Sasuke nodded, understood. He gently leaned Kabuto against the stone and began collecting the scattered fan fragments. In fact, Kabuto himself wasn't too sure if the fan could be repaired, but he was unwilling to give up. His one eye gleamed sharply. I lost Uchiha Kageme's left eye, exposed Might Gai's trump card, and ended up partially paralyzed. If it ends like this, how can I be satisfied? Just watch, Naruto, this fan you abandoned, I will definitely fix it and let Sasuke carry it forward. Amigakure Village. Naruto, returning victorious, suddenly remembered, I seem to have forgotten to take the Uzumaki war fan. At that time, Night Gaia's aura was overwhelming. He didn't dare think too much, only focused on successfully obtaining Kageme's left eye, gave Kabuto a tap, and hurriedly left, with no time to pick up the fragments. Forget it, the fan is broken. Repairing it would take a lot of effort and might not even turn out well. If Kakashi can't get past this stage, maybe Kabuto will notice and find a way. If the fan can be used by Sasuke, it will be worth it. Naruto thought this and felt relieved. Back to the main topic. Orochimaru arrived. Uchiha Kageme's both eyes have been collected. Naruto-kun is only 2 steps away from activating the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, storing the ocular power and transplanting the eyes. Naruto looked at the distant hazy clouds and rain, speaking softly, in about a month, after experiencing 60 times of the outer path, these eyes will probably go blind. Everything will fall into place. At dusk, the messenger toads from Mount Mayaboku finally arrived, bringing the words of the Great Toad Sage to Naruto. Naruto pondered for a moment, understood the Great Toad Sage's intention, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he personally wrote a reply, handing it to the messenger toad to deliver that very night. Deep within Mount Mayaboku, the iron prison gate creaked open. Uchiha Madara's head was buried in shadow, not even lifting it. 2 months of imprisonment had not broken his proud spirit. He said coldly, how many times have I told you, I don't eat bugs? At the door, Sage Shima said impatiently, you want to eat? I'm too lazy to make it for you. Listen carefully, the old master has decided, and wants me to take you to learn Sage Jutsu. Uchiha Madara slowly lifted his head after hearing this. 2 months without shaving, his beard was messy, and his face was full of disbelief. You said, what?